edition. As you can see, it's a bit cold in here, so we've got our Winterspell sweaters on, and we are ready to go for this CCQ, a Challenge Championship qualifier, which is really, really exciting. I have two amazing casters alongside me here, DLC casters, Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn. Katie, how are you?
I am doing fantastic. This is my first time casting for Winterspell, and I'm ready to talk about these cards. What about you, Brent? How are you doing?
I got one word for you all. And that word is awesome. I'm ready. I'm ready to watch some good Lorcana games. Yeah, write that down. Get that notated. We are here in the building. Baltimore, stand up. It's the Ink Open. 65 hundos. Let's go. Up from a 5K to a 6.5K. Wait, how many players we got, Gary?
We're well over 250. I think we're pushing 300, somewhere around the 275-ish range. We can get the exact number for you, but we've done pairings for round number 1, so we are just waiting for that feature match to get set up. But just to set the stage a little bit, we do have a bunch of bounty players out there on the floor today. A bunch of really, really great players. 3 of our former champions, the Dave, Richie, and Kurt Spice will all be bounty players out there. We have Bob from Ink. He's going to be a bounty player. We have Attack for 2, Dave, who qualified at the Richmond tournament, as well as Team Maelstrom member Sky, who got second in Richmond, is going to be a bounty player as well, and he is going to be one of the first players on the feature match. So if you are a bounty player and you lose 2-0, you have to give up your special bounty playmat to the player that defeated you. So it should be a lot of fun out there. We have a ton of different artists out there. We have vendors. We've got everything going on here today at the Ink Open.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of little vendors, which is quite fun. We were running around this morning and we do a little shopping. I do a little shopping.
I'm about to do a little shopping
like,
myself.
so after this round, I'm like, I gotta go, guys. But yeah, and I will say Ink is one of those tournaments where there's lots of, I call them my infinity gauntlet of tournaments that I wanted to be at because, you know, there's, as Lorcana has aged, there's been the pantheon of like tournaments where you're like, ooh, that's a good one. And this is, it's a good one. You get good turnout, you get good people. We're here in the East Coast, so you get like, sometimes Canadians will come down. Sometimes people come from all over. I'm Nebraska, California. You're here.
Yeah,
but,
I live here, yeah.
But yeah, it's just a very exciting tournament to be at, and I'm very, very excited to be here for the first time.
I mean, just the names alone that you've already mentioned, right?
Yeah.
Dave, right? We got
the Dave.
Sky. We got. I believe somebody was telling me we got lamb chops in the building.
He is. Sailor is out there. Tiago is out there from World Class Cards. It's a stacked field. It's really scary in that other room. If I was playing, I would be a bit nervous because it's a CCQ. There's a big prize on the line, and that is that North American Championship qualification, which is what all of our players are playing for. Of course, there are non-foil promos. Disney Lorcana playmats provided by Ravensburger for the CCQ.
Shout out Ravensburger. Thank you so much.
That will be earned throughout this tournament. It's also a PPG qualifier for the Pittsburgh event. So if you are able to place high, you can get a bye in that first round or second round, which is really, really important. And that's a great circuit going on by PPG as well. They've done some CCQs as well.
Yeah, we've learned that CCQs, they add like another dimension. And it's very interesting as the season goes on. There are more CCQ, or rather, there's more national qualified players. So then the conversation begins like, will there be pass downs? Will there be this? Will there be that? So the plot starts to thicken because, you know, at the beginning of the season, there was the first one in Denver at PPG Denver, and that was the first. But now we have had a couple DLCs. We have had a couple of CCQs. So the conversation is, I got to get my qualifications. Not that many more opportunities left. So it'll be very exciting to see the hunger and how spicy these players get. That's what I'm most excited to see. Is it going to be the copy and paste, just add maybe a couple cards, be like, I'll put let it go in my blurple for fun? Or are people really going to bring the Raging Storm spice that I'm just hoping to see? That's what are you guys hoping to see in the room today?
Amber Sapphire.
I
want to see it.
Let me see it.
After so long of this deck kind of looking like it might be something, I'm excited to see, you know, people innovating in the space, seeing some new colors become tier 1 decks. A lot of people are saying, you know, it struggles into dogs, you know, But what doesn't?
Yes,
I'm not gonna.
What doesn't struggle? That's a good point. One of your favorite players is out there on the floor as well, Joshua Paltry.
What?
He's going to be out there.
Paltry's out?
So there's
just
spice
talked to him.
confirmed.
Yes, there will
Yo!
be spice here at the Inking Open for sure. So hopefully he does well. We can get him on the feature match and see what he's been cooking up, because he is one of the greatest innovators, I think, in Disney Lorcana history. Won that first DLC with the deck nobody saw coming. Everybody thought Ruby Amethyst. We're playing Minnie Mouses and we're being evasive. We have a 1/3 that quest for 2. Good
That
luck.
was the hottest tech at the
Yeah,
time.
it was, and he
Or
showed
the
up.
Ruby Sapphire, right? The
Yep.
Lucky Dime, Tamatoa. Remember that days? Oh.
And then he said, what about, Amethyst Amber, which is so fun that that's been a sneak hit twice. But let's see if maybe there's a new one today.
It has. That's true.
My biggest thing is we just saw in Australia, it was a showdown between Blurple, the Amethyst Sapphire, and Dogs, the Amber Amethyst, Amber Emerald, and it was fine. But I'd like to see some kind of like 2 decks where I can't believe I'm seeing this right now.
Yeah.
But I will say that the reason those decks have been around for 4 sets is because they're good.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard to completely knock them down. But I do think of all the sets we've seen, Winterspell has the most options for innovation. We see Boost really taking off in ways that allow you to be creative. So I think we'll see a few things. And I think they looks like they're ready almost for that round 1 to dive in.
Yeah, we got our players sat down, so let's go ahead and transition over there and take a look at what we've got. And it is something really, really exciting that we are going to be taking a look at here. As we can see, Sky is playing that Ruby Steel.
The very famous. So that's been a tier S deck for about 10 sets now, where this is the kind of deck where you see it. But no, this is a deck that we have not seen in any way ever.
Any way,
We've
shape,
never
or
seen
form.
this.
I can't recall if any top player, right, has ever brought Ruby Steel, and I am excited. Sky put out a little bit of an article on how good this deck was. I'm excited to see him play it. I'm excited to see and watch how this deck works up against James on the Amethyst Steel, rocking those Tinkerbell sleeves, looking nice.
Yeah, we got some great Tinkerbell sleeves against the orange sleeves, as it looks like Sky is just doing a little bit of a pile shuffle here, maybe counting his cards to make sure that he does indeed have 60 there.
I mean, we can say that a little behind the scene knowledge is this is a brand new deck. People are kind of making sure that this tech is untested in science. We are seeing a bold thing here. And I like to see it. That we talked about Joshua Poultry, and Sky has been posting a lot in the past couple of weeks about decks that he's been looking at that might be a little bit different. And in Podcana, you guys talk about it. Because, sometimes the question is, are these just the best decks because they are the best decks, or is the best decks because it's the tech we know? But there's synergies that are really blossoming and coming into their own. I mean, a classic card in this Ruby Steel matchup is Light the Fuse, and it's one that predicates itself on having wide boards and being able to have exerted characters. And it wasn't ready. I mean, we haven't seen it, so the question is are those cards good enough? We saw that with Zan on his Monstro combo deck. Is those cards, they weren't ready, and then they were ready based on the cards that came out.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to see how the evolution of decks happens throughout the history of Disney Lorcana. You mentioned Joshua Paltry. You're able to find out what the meta is and then attack that meta with the deck building decisions that you make. And I think that's really important if you want to be a high level player, is recognizing what the best decks are and how to beat them consistently, right?
And I don't know about y'all, but I've been seeing a lot of people throughout, ever since set 8 came around and we got some of these Ruby Steel dual inks, right? Set 7, Arcasia's Island. People have been excited about this ink combination.
Yes.
So I think there's going to be a lot of people thrilled to watch a top player bring a deck like this, see how it goes in one of the most, competitive CCQs that we've seen so far, a veritable who's who of Lorcana champions, the people that were at the North American champion, people that were at the World Championship.
People in Australia last week. I mean, we have Jonathan Lamb who was like, I'll just quickly step over here into another continent and play in another Lorcana, because while he might have done second place in Australia, that does not get you an invite to North America's championship. So he has got to get back in, sleeve up a deck, and then play today.
Yeah, that's what I really like about this season 2 here of Disney Lorcana Challenges, is the advent of the CCQ CCQ, and I think it makes things a lot more exciting because if you just can spike that one tournament, if you can get that win, you are good to go. But it looks like we are good to go into the match here. We're going to get right back over there, and we do have Sky versus James. This is a matchup I think that Sky probably wanted to avoid a little bit based on his deck list.
Yeah, when we talk about these ink pairings where there's one color ink that's the same and one that's different, you say, okay, so we know what the tools are going to be pretty similar in the middle. We have the, Strength or Raging Fire, the docks of it all. But then it's like, okay, well, what's the big difference between the Ruby and the Amethyst? And the big thing that sticks out right away is card draw. James has so much access to card draw, while Sky is going to have removal. That's one of the beauty of Ruby, but it's going to be a tough one because he can't outpace James in the late game. However, I believe in a deck like this, it is titrated more towards an aggressive start. So that is Sky's opportunity, and it looks like he is getting that all sorted out for this round one here.
And it's first round of the day, right? We want to make sure that everything's nice, everything's organized, everything's clean. We got to set up for the rest of the day. So maybe a little extra, and especially when you're on the on-camera match. I think maybe it was a judge saying that I saw a little sleeve change there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that is something for people at home that go to these tournaments. When you get started, you have to make sure your deck list is accurate, that the count is accurate. So when you see pile shuffling, sometimes people will say, well, that's not a good way to randomize. And you are correct. It is not an efficient way to randomize. However, it is a great way to put your cards in 6 piles of 10, which tells you you have 60 cards, which is what you built your deck to. So oftentimes players will do that just as a little mental check, and it's just a fun tradition, I think, too, that some people just like to do. Now, when people start doing like 7 pile shuffles, I'm like, all right, what are you up to there, buddy? That does not make sense. My 6 piles of 10 theory is off, and now you're just being funny over there. But they are cutting the deck, the courtesy that you can offer here to your opponent, and they are going to go start their altar phase. Now, this being said, they have their headphones on, so in theory, they can't hear us. But what is interesting, James, do you know what's ahead of you? Do we know what's ahead of you? Sky, what are you up to over there? But this is going to be one of those very fascinating things where they are going in and trying to get a read on what this is going to be, and looking for that perfect hand, which for Sky is going to be looking for that, I think, aggressive start line. I think a very, very heavy carry in this deck, especially in a Cheshire Cat meta, is going to be that Lilo bundled up, who is a brand new card, and she is putting in work. She's like a better Nala in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's really difficult for the current meta to challenge that card and remove it easily. Like you said, the Cheshire Cat moving the damage doesn't get rid of it because you have to deal the damage twice. So something like Nala would just get removed, where Lilo might be able to quest 1, 2, 3 times because it's difficult to make that decision to commit 2 sources of damage to that Lilo. She's weak in the sense that she only has 2 willpower, but she's very, very strong in the sense that she can deflect that first bit of damage that comes her way.
Absolutely. I mean, and we're talking about how Sky maybe didn't want to see Amethyst steal. I don't think he knows yet what it is that James is playing, but the thing is that Sky also has the element of surprise here.
Exactly.
He's going to catch a lot of people off guard with a new deck. You prepare for Purple. You prepare for dogs. You know your lines. You know your altars, right? With when you're going up against something you've never seen before, how do you adjust? You have to only adjust on the fly. So we'll see if James is able to. And now the cat's out of the bag.
Just straight off the first turn here, we see the Moana go into the Inkwell and a Mulan come down. We are going to discard a dock. That probably means we have another one in hand.
Yeah, and it also means that there might be an uninkability situation. I believe, talking to Sky, he has a pretty, everybody has a, some amount of uninkables. And Mulan has been a great powerhouse of saying, listen, this is not the opening hand I wanted. Let's tweak it a little bit. And either it's uninkable or, like you said, too many docks in hand, then we can go ahead and get rid of that. So here we go and see how fast of the start he's going to be. There's that Diablo.
Yeah.
So Diablo is very fascinating because it's very rare that you get all those stats in the same card, because he's going to be able to challenge for 3. He has that 3 willpower, and he can quest for 2. Now the downside is he's uninkable, but other than that, that is a powerhouse of a 2 cost card.
Interesting on the no quest with the Mulan disguised soldier here. I'm wondering Because I would think that you wouldn't mind taking that trade, right? So then you can kind of freely quest out your Diablo, but...
Well, the one thing about this deck is it really needs a wide board for two reasons. Light the Fuse and Strength of Raging Fire. Strength of Raging Fire we know we're really lover, but Light the Fuse is also one where he is hoping that James will quest out because you need those exerted characters. And so he really doesn't... Like you said, that aggressive start is what he needs, but he also needs to be protective of those resources for removal later. But like we said, this is tech we haven't seen, so I'm interested to see how it plays out as we move into this turn 3.
Yeah, this is a new era that we are breaching here with the Ruby Steel on the feature match. But like you said, Katie, you do want to get to that wide board. And one card in particular, we mentioned it already, that absolutely wrecks this deck is that Cheshire Cat. You need to remove it on the spot. And if you don't have a board wide enough to deal that 4 damage, then it will just destroy you the entire time. And here's a new card, the Scrooge. We're going to turn it over and let our opponent read it. But every single time you boost this character, it gets an additional strength and an additional willpower. So it is a 2-cost uninkable 3/3. We boosted it once already, so now it is a 4/4 coming down on turn 3. And this is a really resilient card that can battle the entire game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, we see this Pocahontas, which says to me that James is intending on questing, because that Pocahontas has the ability to go ahead and take the lore of another character, not take it, but essentially use the lore of another character while she quests and increase her lore by that amount. But there is that darn cat, Cheshire Cat, inexplicable. And so now, the moment of truth. Sky, do you have a Strength of a Raging Fire?
Yeah.
Ew, but even if you do, you don't have anybody to sing it.
Yeah, you'd have to
that's
play
true.
a 1-drop.
Play a 1-drop and then do it.
We ink the strength. We go for the angel here. Are we going to use her ability? We are. We're going to throw a snowball at the Pocahontas. The Pocahontas has been removed.
Did you
And
see what he discarded?
2 docks, yeah.
These 2 docks are his own. I mean, docks are basically the draw engine of this deck. So 2 of them already in the discard means that Sky's going to have to pick up the pace, otherwise suffer the consequences of top decking almost every turn. Am I missing something, or is that...
He might just have another dock in hand, and I think I see a dock in the hand of James as well. So this Amethyst Steel deck, I mean, one of the great things about it is it does not lack for card draw. It has so many different options in the card draw bag, as we see the Genie come down and draw a card right on cue.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons we said this matchup is pretty daunting on Sky's side is because we talk about interaction, and Amethyst also has access to the forced interaction. So Sky's trying to set up his board in a way that's most beneficial to him, where he has those numbers for strength, numbers for Light the Fuse. However, next turn we enter Elsa territory. That Elsa Fifth Spirit loves to come in and say, hey, you know that one card you were holding back for a special occasion? You will not be doing that anymore. So Sky doesn't have access to discard. He doesn't have access to a lot of card draw, so he has to be very careful here, because I think he's wise enough to know that, statistically speaking, if not Elsa, then Demona's coming the turn after.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. And a Pete is going to come down. We are going to boost up the Ghost of Ebenezer here. And what do? I guess it's still at a standstill, right? Because you don't want to discard anything. You kind of used up all your ink here. I am going to assume with the 2 discarded docks that last card is a dock in Sky's hand, but it's telegraphed to James that the last card in his hand is a dock also. So, I mean...
That's a good sound. Honestly, ooh is how I would describe this, is because, I mean... It's so tricky, because I always say that with this kind of deck, any deck with Amethyst, around turn 5 is where things just get really oppressive, because it starts to be where they can draw cards, they can knock down all your guys with Demona or Elsa, Fifth Spirit, and it can be very frustrating. So he did put down that Pete, which means that Let It Go or Into the Unknown is now off the table. But there's still so much other actions that happen that are just built and baked right into the character.
The fact that James is thinking right here is actually pretty good for Sky, because I think if there was an Elsa Fifth Spirit, he would have slammed. It would be slamming down already. Maybe he has a hard ink decision.
Oh, he does have it in hand.
Oh no! Oh, that's rough. And I'm assuming we're going to exert the Angel.
Yeah, I mean,
or the Mulan.
The Angel has a lot of capacity
The
to
Diablo,
do.
I think we're just going to go in with the Captain Hook here. That way the
Yeah.
Angel can't take advantage of any lingering damage on like a Cheshire Cat or the Elsa.
Exactly. That once we get that damage hanging around, that creates a problem really for both of them. So in this case, we got that 2 Quester 3/3, which can do some heavy lifting. But now we also have the evasive issue. So we have 2 evasives on James' side. So now we do need those pieces of removal to reach, to basically catch up with the speed of those evasive characters. So here we go. He did draw his card. So curious to see what these 2 cards are. There we go. Nathaniel Flint, and there's that dock that you said. I know you got a dock in there. But will it be enough to refill here? Because like we said, we saw the Elsa, but then right after Elsa is that Scourge of the Wyvern clan of Demona, where what I'm referring to with that is Elsa can exert 1 character, Demona exerts all of them, and so suddenly you're able to make favorable trades, and your opponent is left going, that was my plan, is to have these characters survive. So I think it's now just an issue of, can James keep up the card draw and keep up the pressure? Sky has not quested yet, so any card draw and any interaction is going to be devastating on Sky's side right now.
We have Pete here with thumbing the card. Might be thinking about singing a little song, a little Strength of Raging Fire, potentially onto the Cheshire Cat or the Elsa or the Genie. I mean, 3 great options. We do have the Strength of Raging Fire. There goes the Cheshire Cat. I think that is the right target, and now it might be the time to start exerting these glimmers and questing, and Sky agrees. We're going up to 3 here, and we have Light the Fuse!
Wow.
Let's go!
So when I did have a player ask Sky, they said, but why would you play this deck? And he said at the time, the reason why I play this deck is the title, Light the Fuse. He says, I have 8 strengths now.
Light the Fuse, that is going to remove the Genie. I think James is a little confused there. That is a card that we don't see a lot.
It deals 1 damage for every exerted character you
Exactly.
have, which is why it lends itself well to this aggro strategy. Sky was the mastermind who figured it out.
Ruby Steel players, rise up and sleeve up your Light the Fuses, because right now, take a look at this board. It is a full stacked board on the side of Sky. We are going to sing and deal 4 to the Scrooge, but right now he's a 6/6.
Yeah, and that's just that beauty of a multiple boost. A lot of times we saw boosts that were just a one-time thing, but now we're seeing boosts where it's like, keep on boosting. Get as many cards under there as possible.
Angel coming out, it looks like, maybe with the 4, and then we finish off the Scrooge with the...
Oh, no, this is at
no.
Sven.
Wow.
A rush evasive, which is fascinating because we don't see it all the time, but he is able to rush in and get rid of that Angel who's been throwing those snowballs. But that is a trade. So now we just have an Elsa standing alone. So James needs to rebuild his board. Now Sky has... Ooh,
There she is.
There's Lilo. We talked about her. Now Lilo is happy because there is no Cheshire Cat on the board and there's just 1 character on the board. And that is exactly what Lilo wants to see, because she's either at best going to quest for 2 and at worst, also at best, will be a resource sink for James to have to sink multiple things into it. So now Sky can kind of get loose with his questing, only needing to hold back that delicate Mulan, who's worth more as a strength and Light the Fuse target. But yeah, we're now seeing Sky take off a little bit here.
And notably in a Demona heavy meta, I think that a deck like this, where you don't have cards in hand a lot of the time, actually is kind of beneficial, because it puts James in a weird position, because the other effect of Demona is not only exerting all of your opponent's characters, but you also, if you have less than 3 cards, you draw until you have 3. And the last thing you want to do is give an aggro opponent like Sky more cards in hand. If James does have the Demona in hand, he's actually going to be dissuaded to play it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard for Sky to draw cards, and we've already seen him struggle to keep those docks together. They all kind of got mangled in the first part of the game, but here we go. He will go ahead and draw for turn, and let's see what he is able. We have a Olaf. We have...
He has a dock still, so this card will be the last secret. It is a Pocahontas. So we have a 1-drop, and we have the 2 ink to play the dock. So this is a really good turn for James.
Little backbreaking here, yeah.
Finds a Dumbo.
Can't see what that other card is.
Yeah, and the reason this hand is a little rough, or this board, is because that Olaf helping hand, he is able to go ahead and return a target, one of the characters back to James's hand, so if he so chooses, so that dock can suddenly be replayed. It's one of the few ways that we have to bounce cards back to our hand. So there's going to be a couple things that Sky will be looking for. Now, I believe that Olaf is only on your own turn, or is it eternal effect?
The Olaf is only no, it is an eternal effect. So if if Sky were to fire the cannons or take it out, banish it on his turn, you could use the Olaf to bounce back the dock.
Yeah, a common way to play around the Malicious, Mean, and Scary Prince Philip combo is to put an Olaf down. That way you can bounce back your dock or your genie or whatever you want in your hand.
You can save one.
Yeah, you can save one character. Olaf puts his little stick hand out and saves him. We do see a Tinkerbell. That's the card that's being obscured there up top by the timer, the 3/1 1-drop. A card that Sky explains makes it really difficult for you to deal with the Lilo, even more so because you can't really commit resources to challenging twice into the Lilo, so you want to get rid of the 1-drop, but the 1-drop has 3 strength and battles back, so it puts your opponent in a really tough position if you go Tinkerbell into Lilo. But we do find Strength of Raging Fire, getting rid of that Scrooge. Let's see what we've got in there. Sky doesn't give us a really good look, but at least one Tinkerbell.
Yeah, he says, I don't want to see it. And honestly, fair. I don't want to see what's under my boosted characters either. And there goes Dumbo the 8th Wonder of the Universe, who needs a little bit of evasive help, so that suddenly that Elsa, who's already exerted, cannot help that Dumbo this turn to draw cards. And James only has 1 card in hand right now. And it looks like we're in race mode. It was a situation where Sky was doing kind of some controlling, holding back. But now he's like, listen, if it's a race, I'm doing okay. But that is why James is activating into challenge mode here.
Yep.
Electing to send 2 characters into that Lilo. But the dock does survive, but it is kind of, he's not questing, he's not gaining lore, and he's just putting as much work as possible. Oh, that was interesting there.
I think grabbing the Elsa was probably the right decision. You already have Dumbo, which is going to draw you cards, and Sky would need to find removal with no cards in hand off the top of the deck to remove the Dumbo. So you're good on card draw, and I think you can just keep the dock on the board. The Elsa, I think, a little bit more valuable because you want to stop Sky from getting to 20, and if he keeps putting down unexerted characters, he'll eventually get there. But there's another Lilo.
Yeah, and I mean, he's making James make the choice between catching up with Sky because I mean, really, I always think of Lorcana as, do you want to be the one being chased or the one chasing? And right now, James has been chasing Sky and trying to catch up. And we see him have cards in here like this Pocahontas and Dumbo that are designed to be getting cards, be questing, but he has just been having to react to Sky. But Sky is, losing a tiny bit of momentum here. We have 3 lore on board, so if he was able to get that up to 15, then he just has that Lilo if we're able to do some efficient challenging next turn. So he's just being a little measured here. So, yep, this will clean up and try to make sure he has control of the narrative on that next turn and getting 2 lore.
And the problem for Sky is that there's only 1 dock left, and that is brutal because we need cards here. This deck historically has gassed out, but okay, we're going to exert, and we are going to be able to take out this Lilo, which is not good news. But the good news is, I guess, that we will have to put 2 into the Lilo, so we might be able to challenge something with the Dumbo if we want to. James smartly identifying, we don't want the Demona, we don't want to give our opponent any draw, and it's another Dumbo.
Yeah, and it looks like a giant cobra as well, which can be really frustrating if it starts being a battle of attrition at the end. So in this case, he's deciding how he wants to deal with this, but does he let that Lilo go ahead and quest on?
He lets the Lilo. He lets the Lilo stay.
That's interesting.
Lilo and Stick on the board here. So now it really comes off to what's this
18,
card? Yeah.
And if it's, he can draw another Lilo. I mean, there's just so many. There's a few options here.
And there we go.
Oh, John Silver, the cook, comes down. And what John Silver's going to do is he will be able to target one of the characters on the board, and James will not be able to challenge. I think Sky's going to take this.
Sky's really, really close. On this turn, he'll be able to quest for 4. He'll go to 18. And it's going to be tight here. They are not allowing Pocahontas to challenge on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just tricky here because, I mean, he's got those 2 evasives.
Yeah.
Pocahontas, she's still... What do you find? What did I see? I didn't see it.
He hurled his Thunderbolt in the hand right now. Now, we can't sing it with the Pocahontas, but we can just pay 4 to target any one of Sky's characters here, but very smartly on Sky's side choosing the Pocahontas because otherwise you could just use the Dumbo ability to draw a card.
I thought he chose the Pocahontas.
To quest, it looks like.
He quested.
He pointed to say, I'll take the 2 lore,
Which it looks like he gets 3 total, right? If he picks up that Lilo, correct?
Yeah.
So yeah, and that's, it's nice using Lilo before you attempt to throw all your all your resources at getting rid of her. But it is tricky. That double, knowing that you have to deal damage to her twice to get rid of her once means that you have to use resources. In this case, he's going to use his Elsa and the Dumbo. And now
He needs
has to
two
give her
pieces
3
of
more.
removal.
Yeah, 2 more things to get done here, and that's going to be not easy.
And
Does he have it?
should not.
He has a Dumbo, a giant Cobra, and he hurled a Thunderbolt.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough. And now, just like that, Sky's going to be able to quest a 20. Sky has it. Sky went up against his toughest matchup and said, I don't care. I'm going to take it anyway. Look at this guy.
Yeah, he does it in game number 1. Sky is able to take the win there on the play, but we are going to go into a second game. He's got to do it one more time.
3 docks in the discard.
That's true.
That's
no
true.
more drive. Sky found the way to win. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I want to point out one of the reasons Brent is so excited the last time we were talking about Sky, Brent had to go, oh no, the T-Po's got Sky! So this is very exciting. This is a redemption.
Redemption arc.
Yeah.
Fun to watch,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
fun to say, like, listen, Sky, there's no T-Po's here. You're safe. You're safe.
I mean, look at James's face. Look at these guys. They're smiling.
They might be hearing us, and that's why they're giggling at our shenanigans. They might be saying they're just hooting and hollering, and we are hooting and hollering because this is what we wanted. To see people say, listen, we have, at this point, there's in rotation, we have 7 sets. Since rotation, there's 3, so 4. So there's 7 full sets that cards that you can play with right now. That's a lot of cards. I'm not doing the math. 210 times 7, that's more than enough to have a lot of variety that we don't always see in these tournaments. So now we are going into game 2. James has seen, I've seen what you've been doing up there, Sky. I don't know how I feel about it. As James, I feel excited. But there might be a few other things that Sky can do that we haven't seen yet. We did see a Nathaniel Flint
Yeah.
be inked at one point. I'm wondering what other cards might have been in there. Were there any that we saw be inked or not used? I mean, Doc only not being used once was probably not the way he wants to
Well,
use
he
it.
does have the Whisper Zeus in the deck, which I think is
Oh,
really,
you're right.
really
We see that ink.
The Whisper Zeus is really, really interesting. He also has Sisu, the 3-drop, the 1/4, the Quest for 2, the Emboldened Warrior, I believe, and has additional strength for the number of cards in your opponent's hand. So this is a set where your opponents are actually drawing a lot of cards. Amethyst is really, really good at it. So a really resilient character that can quest a lot. But Brent, you talk about the 2 docks being in the discard. Sky only able to use 1 that game, but I think that was the most impactful dock that he could have ever imagined because he got the strength of Raging Fire plus the light diffuse off that dock, and that's what saved him in that match. So, you know, it was about the quality of the dock,
Yes.
not necessarily
Not
the
the
quantity
quantity
of
of
the
the
docks,
docks. But
yeah.
the Lilos came at the right time. Sky was able to just barely get over the finish line. But taking a look at his hand, he does have the Zeus in hand. I believe I see the Sisu as well. There's a light diffuse in there. He's got a little bit of everything. We'll see what he decides to alter here. This is a new strategy for him, honestly. It's a new strategy for everybody, but he's the one that made the deck, so he's got the advantage there.
You told me, bud. How does this thing work? And I mean, it's interesting because James' deck is one that we probably are like, come on, talk about how that deck works. And the answer is, we've seen this deck kind of, I mean, even before rotation, this deck was a viable deck because it has the power of play some nice, sturdy bodies, have the ability to get extra lore when you need it, have the ability to draw extra cards when you need it. And as we've seen, I mean, is there any way to draw cards besides Doc? I'm just trying to think, is there anything else that Sky has access to in this deck, possibly?
And Ruby Steel, I don't believe.
Yeah.
so.
Maybe if one of his boosted characters gets bounced somehow.
There we go. So not here then. Yeah.
His opponent would have to draw
He
cards
has no way to
on his
ba-
behalf. Yeah.
If he has no cards, he gets demoned, right?
Yes, he's like, you could help me draw cards for just $1 a day. You could sponsor Sky's card draw.
Do you have something for me? But yeah, it's interesting to see what James was playing there. We did not see the Christopher Robin, which seemed to be a card that these Amethyst Steel decks had been adding into their repertoire, as well as we did see the Pocahontas, but we saw Dumbo instead of Yzma, which is what these decks were playing last week, but decided to go back to the there's Christopher
He's
Robin
like,
right
I'm
on time
here,
into the
okay.
hand. Okay,
Just didn't
I'm
have
in the game.
it.
I'm in the
Yeah.
game.
No underdog here.
It's a standard dog. No under, just dog at this point, which in this case will probably be ink. Or no, we see a Cheshire Cat.
That's interesting to get rid of that card to play Christopher Robin, who's really not contesting the board too well. I mean, he can challenge into the Tinkerbell, obviously, but that will be a 1-for-1 trade. But I think Cheshire Cat is the card you want in this matchup. matchup.
I can't see the rest of the cards. He might have an additional Cheshire Cat. But
Could.
see, again, you don't know that that's the card that's great in this matchup because you've never played this matchup
This
before.
matchup has not existed before right
This
now.
is science. Now, we've said underdog a few times, and so underdog was introduced in Winterspell, and what that does is it basically favors you if you are on the draw, which means you're going second. So in this case, James was going first. So the cost is reduced by 1 if you're going second, meaning you can play a 2-cost card on turn 1. In this case, he played a 2-cost card on turn 2, so that's why we're kind of going, because a lot of times these cards we say, oh, well, you don't go on the draw, then it's inkable, but in this case, it's playable. So I think in this case, James is just favoring a little bit more of an aggressive start for that 2 lore and saying, don't worry, it's all going to work out. And he might have a heater hand, and that's why he's like, this is better. Trust me. Watch.
Yeah.
Just check out what I got. Yeah, notably the underdog mechanic, a very smart mechanic, as many people over the course of Lorcana have complained about the play-draw disparity. Well, this is something that helps you on the draw catch up. You pay 1 less if it's your first turn and you are the one on the draw.
He's electing to go ahead and get rid of that Olaf because honestly, we saw the power of an unchecked Olaf. Because at this point, he does not want that Christopher Robin back. It was already expensive the first time. Why a second time? So that Olaf does not get any helping hands. And then we have that Diablo, which like we said, is a 3/3 2-quester, which is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, that was a really tough decision. Sky thought about it for a while. He is the deck that wants to take advantage of Light the Fuse, take advantage of Strength of Raging Fire, but his opponent also wants to take advantage of Strength of Raging Fire. His opponent's on the play, so it was tough for Sky to make that decision, but ultimately I think it was the correct one here. Now, the Giant Cobra is a little bit scary, but not too scary because you can just use the Light the Fuse at a lower strength total to just get rid of it because of the Vanish keyword. We are going to see the John Silver go into the Inkwell and the Pete Games referee come down, so no Strength of Raging Fire this turn.
Yeah, now I didn't see, did he discard off that Giant Cobra or play it just...
He did discard off that
Okay.
Giant Cobra. I think James is saying, well, if you want to race, I can probably race a little more efficiently, and I'm the one on the play, so good luck. You don't want to turn that Christopher Robin sideways, though.
No, that is a fragile British child. And there we go. And this is why you don't want to turn it sideways. Who do we have here?
We're singing.
Okay, we're all just screaming. I'm scared. Lots of scary things just happened. We had 2 of those boosted Scrooge, or 2 pre-boosted Scrooges. I assume he will be boosted, and then right into that strength. So, James, if he wanted to be aggressive, that window is closing, and now it's into you got to respond.
Yeah, it's closing quickly, and I absolutely love this Scrooge card. I think that like you mentioned earlier, Katie, the addition of boost to the game has opened up so many avenues for deck building and different really cool combos that you can do. As we see a Strength of Raging Fire go into the Inkwell, not necessarily what you want to do, but these Scrooges are good against Steel because they're very resilient, and Steel needs to deal damage directly, and it's good against things like Sapphire as well, because if it's boosted up, you're giving me a full Inkwell, which I can take advantage of. I can start chaining docks, I can start flooding the board and getting really wide. So I think that these boost cards are really, really cool, and if you can use them to the best of their ability, they can really, really shine, and these Scrooges, I think, are shining brightly in this matchup.
Great, especially in these decks where you know you're going to have less card draw.
Yeah.
Because then you can utilize your ink resources towards boosting instead of playing something. You know that you're not going to be able to have something every turn to play down. Maybe you're not going to be utilizing all that ink, as James is deciding now.
Ooh, he's being aggressive, which we've seen. I mean, now we have these Scrooges on the loose. We know that he has access. I mean, 1 Strength of Raging Fire is going to take that Dumbo, 1 Light the Fuse. So, I mean, this is a very, very, very scary position for James to be in because, I mean, this is a beefy board.
We're singing.
Oh, now we take out the Dumbo. We take out the draw engine, I believe, James.
And there's a dock. Dock off the top rope.
And we have enough, right, to
boost
both of those. Take out the Pocahontas. The board's about to be completely cleared.
Ruby Steel players, sleeve it up now.
Sleeve
It's
it up.
real.
You heard it here first.
Now, I will say that is one of the things that Sky, as a deck builder, is known for. He had a deck called McValue, which is where you get as much value as you can with as small as card as possible. This player has 4 ink on board, but look at all the things he was able to do, and it's truly value. So I think it's very fascinating to see his personality shine through with what he just did.
Yeah, James unfortunately drew Elsa there at 4 ink and had a dock in hand, so had to ink her, could not ink and play her, although She's not helping too awful much right now as the Olaf is going to come down. Maybe you can redeploy this Doc, but you need to start challenging. And if you boost this Scrooge again, Doc will not be able to take it out because we're going up to a 5-5 as the John Silver's going to hit the Inkwell. And we have another Doc.
So the good news is the Docs were very late to the last party, but they are right on time. They all talked to each other and said, guys, we clumped up. We clumped up so hard. Let's spread out. Let's just spread out a little bit next game. And this is why, wow, what you're able to do. And there we go. We do a little bit more boosting, just making these Ducks beefier and just questing, because now the tempo is completely on Sky's side. We know for a fact that James doesn't have access to a lot of wide removal. Even if he had a Demona, he has 2 little wimpy guys out there on the board. So he just has to try to stay in this game. But I heard you counting. Well, tell me what you landed on.
I was just counting the amount of lore that Sky has on board. I mean, look at this board state.
7, 8, 9. So, I mean, we don't have game on board quite yet, but my goodness.
This is on the draw against your worst matchup. This is insane.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy to see the power of the wide board, the strength of Raging Fire, and we haven't seen the Light the Fuse in this game, but here comes Demona. We're going to exert these 2 characters. Sky's only going to draw 1 here, but James really needs to find some new options. He finds a Pocahontas, I believe, a a Christopher Robin, and a Genie Wish Fulfilled.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, he's looking for things like strength. He's looking for things that will completely change his momentum. He did.
You take the Doc?
I don't know. It's a tough decision, but I mean, Demona's only challenging 1 thing on this next turn. Maybe you just opt to keep the Doc out there.
I would think that you would maybe want to challenge the Doc into the Ebenezer. Yeah, I guess you needed both to do that. But it all just goes to show, right? James is in a rock and a hard place here. Sky is ahead on board. He's ahead in cards.
Please have Light the Fuse.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I know, I was like, please, but no. Instead, he just does the opposite, which is just put infinite pressure. And man, Light the Fuse is just a absolute bomb chamber right now because my goodness.
Yeah. There's so many cards,
and there's
so many
strength
cards, just too late.
He found the strength, but my goodness. If only that said strength of every Raging, every Fire.
Yeah. If only that said be prepared, I think maybe he could get out of this situation. But
yes.
Unfortunately, it is not. It is strength of Raging Fire. Here comes the Christopher Robin, the Pocahontas that I mentioned earlier, but you can't stop this board, and Sky is going to end up taking this.
There's nothing James can do. 2-0. 2-0. Get out of here.
And he doesn't have to get out of here. He can still play game 2 or round 2. James, you don't have to go home. If you get 2-0'd by Ruby Steel round 1 at in-game.
It might be Winterspell, but it's warming up here with this Ruby Steel action. We didn't even need to light the fuse this match for this to be a dynamite game. Look at this. Oh.
This is, like I said, the DLC, Richmond, the same thing happened. Brent is running around the room in circles.
And there it is. The handshake goes out.
And he had the other Doc in there.
That is,
and there was
Light the Fuse
for the next turn. He just had everything and more that he could possibly want there. And we saw it here first. Sky taking round number 1 with Ruby Steel.
Yeah, I mean,
can you believe it?
It's on the tier list, guys. If it wasn't on the tier list, go back, refilm your tier list video because
everybody that doubted, start believing.
Start believing, right? We're seeing the sparks of a new meta forming right before your eyes. Ruby Steel in the house, getting it done round 1. Now, we still got a lot more rounds to go. Garrick, do you know how many rounds we're doing today?
I believe it is 9 rounds that we are going through today. So we are in the chamber, okay? We have to get through all these rounds. We have some high-level lore coming. So Sky still has a tough road ahead of him. He's got to stay consistent. But like you mentioned, it's unpredictable.
Yeah.
People aren't going to know. You had to read Light the Fuse that match. You know, it's not a card that people are familiar with at all. It's something that's in their binders, I'm sure, but not something that they've had experience sleeving up or playing against. So, like you said, I think that's a huge advantage that Sky has.
Yeah, and I mean, we know the power of an aggressive style deck because if we do see some Blurple in this room, which Blurple was in the final 2 of Australia, I mean, going fast has a lot of power, but this is a special aggro deck because it has access to essentially 8 Strength of Raging Fire.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is what makes it, I think, a very special deck, is it's an aggressive deck that bites back.
You can also you have removal so that you can turn the tides
Yes.
when you're on the draw.
Yeah. So, I mean, we got to see it both ways. We got to see him go fast. We got to see him absolutely say no to everything that James was trying to do. And so it's very fun. But like we said, it's 9 rounds. I think we're going to have an interview they're setting up, which I'm excited to hear why he decided to pick this deck. But this was a hard meta to pick a deck for. I mean, we were here last night, and I mean, a lot of players had 2-3 decks with them, and
Sleeved
they're like,
up.
yeah, and they're like, well, it's one of these decks, and I can see why. There's not an obvious deck that beats all the other decks at this current time. I mean, and if you had to play today, which luckily we don't, we're in this comfy booth. I mean, is there any deck that you're like, this deck is? I mean, besides Ruby Steel, but any other decks besides the obvious?
I mean, whatever you pick, almost you have to consider dogs. You have
Yeah.
to consider dogs. You have to consider Blurple, and it's like, what is a deck that can actually combat both of these top decks? And we might have just found it.
Yeah, I mean, I love a new deck. What about you? Because I'm Ruby. Okay, Ruby Amethyst or Garrick. No.
Yeah, no. I think everybody knows that I do PodCon with Sky, and we talk about deck lists on there that Sky is building and making. And he did make a really cool Ruby Amethyst list with the Scrooge, and it's got Madame M Elephants, it's got magical maneuvers, it's got
Tigger, I'm assuming.
it's got Olaf, it's got a ton of different ways to bounce. So you boost. I'm gonna draw 5 off the Scrooge all of a sudden. It's
Beautiful.
also got the Genie that I can boost to quest for even more, and I can return that to hand. So I've been having a lot of fun with Ruby Amethyst. I think it's pretty close. I'm going to let Sky do the deck building because that is not really my bag.
Yes.
I like to play the cards. Deck building is really hard. I think, especially in Disney Lorcana, there's so many cards to choose from. It's really difficult to find those right ones, but you have to take the time to sort of make those small changes as you go along and really refine the list.
I mean, it seems like, building a deck, I will say, not to be like contradictory, it's easy. Building a good deck is
Yes,
because what
that's
you can
hard.
see is like all of us have had a deck where like, it'd be so cool. But then if you ever want to know how hard it is, go up to a Joshua Paltry, a Sky, or a Zan and say about your deck idea, and they're gonna say these sentences you've never heard, where it's like, well, if you have your 2, it's not suboptimal because you're obviously not gonna hit this curve, blah 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 blah. And so they see the permutations. They're seeing that Doctor Strange thing where they're looking at everything, and so that's what it takes to build a deck. Is you're looking at your deck in all angles against the entire meta at all angles. So
And out of the million threads trying to figure out, does this have some legs?
And the
is
other-
this something worth testing?
yes, and I think the last thing I'll point out is that when we talk about Joshua Paltry's victory, that was during an old meta, meaning that like it was about to cycle out. There had been lots of tournaments. This is trying to pick a new deck in a new meta, which is a different game, right? Because in an established meta is what they'll say.
Yeah.
And so in an established meta, you're like, well, I'm pretty sure, I'm 99% sure this will be what it is, but this is not the case. This is what the opposite of an established meta is.
Yeah, this is brand new, and that's what I love about these type of events early on in the set. And we saw it last week with some amazing tournaments. Obviously, we just had the DLC in Australia. People trying out new cards and seeing how explosive they are. I mean, in the Fabled meta, we saw, hey, we're all playing Dumbo, okay? We're all just going to play Dumbo, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But
Everybody bring your Dumbos, okay?
yeah.
But here we saw that Dumbo, we've even seen people say that they don't even want to have Dumbo in their deck. Like you said, that there are people who are having the Yzma conniving chemist, because Amethyst has reached an interesting point where they're too greedy. They dug too greedily and too deep into their deck, and now they can draw infinite cards forever. And so I wonder if sometimes they'll collapse under the weight, because you just see people deciding what's better. I don't know. Maybe
The weight of an elephant.
the weight of an elephant on their meta.
I do also want to point out that for those that might be like me, right, and not understand fully, I have had to learn that not all deck building is equal.
No.
That there are many people that are good at having a core 40, right?
Yeah.
Understanding, okay, well, this is kind of where the deck lives, and then saying, I'm going to make these adjustments to deal with this and this. To create a brand new deck from scratch that will attack the meta in a way that gives you game into everything, that's what everybody wants. That is for sure the holy grail, and Sky is right here cracking the nut.
Yeah, I love those people, because there's something, I don't know if it was you, but last night I heard somebody talking to either Sky or somebody else, and they said the deck's not ready. And they said, what does it mean that it's not ready? When will it be ready? And it's like, but you'll hear deck builders use that, because
Right.
and it's not ready for 2 reasons. Either the cards aren't available yet or created yet that's going to support it, or they just are like, it's not ready. I haven't figured out the questions. There's outstanding questions of what is the optimal amount of uninkables, and those questions are questions that I am glad I don't have to think about.
Right. I can't even imagine the number of games you have to go through, the number
Yes.
of permutations, the number of cards that you're trying out. I
I have no idea if we're live, but I mean, I'm assuming that we are. But I'm here with Sky, our winner of round one, with kind of like the most meta deck I've ever seen in my entire life, right? So, like Ruby Steel, like forever, right?
Yeah, Ruby Steel, man. This one's for all you Ruby Steel believers, guys. The deck is somewhat viable. Just don't put Mushu in it. That's the trap. We've been held back by the Mushu combat tricks, so don't do that. We don't need to gain lore by a challenge. We just gotta turn sideways and sing the strength, the broken card.
So yeah, I would definitely say use like I remember going into round one, we're like, we're gonna put you on the feature match. We're so excited. Ruby Steel gang, rise up, they're gonna win ink, it's gonna be awesome. And you're like, but if it's Amethyst Steel, just like cut, like don't. But it ended up it ended up being that.
Yeah, I joked. I said if I'm fine with being on stream, put me on. I mean, that might be the only time I get on stream, but if it's Amethyst Steel, get me out. Just don't let me know. Just let me play my match. But yeah, I was fortunate enough to win the die roll. That's a big part. You can win on the play. I think you're a little bit favored on the play, the games you are. But yeah, then with the game on the draw, I just had a crazy good draw. So
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, like, so round one went really well. Worst matchup. So you just kind of have to do that like 8 more times or so.
yeah, or just play dogs. Maybe Blurple. I'll take Blurple as my favorite purple deck over Purple Steel. But yeah, just keep drawing the strengths when I need them also and stringing the docks. Like you can beat Purple Steel and Purple Steel in the draw. It's just you have to string docks and get really lucky or hit really crazy removal because you just don't have the draw stuff that they have. So you kind of got to skirt out wins, but it can do it for sure. Like your 2-drops are really efficient. Diablo's super efficient. Scrooge is super good at going like 2 for 1. And that's like kind of how you draw cards in a way, like is like you boost, or I also put in the Zeus to boost 2, make it a 4/5. Like that's kind of like a card, right? Just buff something and right? No, like that's value. So yeah, those creative ways to fill out your ink kind of help in the matchup where you don't just run them over like you do dogs and Blurple.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we're here. We're seeing a lot of Blurple, a lot of dogs, and you were like, that's exactly what I'm trying to come for. So
yeah. I knew there's gonna be a lot of Purple Steel, but I mean, even if there's 25%, like I can dodge that, right? Like luck's on my side, surely. No, or at least when I do hit it, I draw really well.
I mean, like you I was like, last time we saw you, you were in the finals of the DLC. So I think luck kind of has you, but there might be some skill. I don't know. Maybe
for sure. I'm riding the high off of drawing well with green blue. So I mean, this deck is a lot easier to draw well with, but Doc's the only little target where you gotta just because you can run 8 strength, right? Normally this steel decks are like, ooh, did you hit the second strength? Or after it got ripped, did you hit the one and play it? But like the fuse is kind of strength, so you just gotta hit the Docs.
Yeah. So, I mean, excellent showing, and that was an awesome round one and everything. So, DLC finalist taking Ruby Steel to, the next CCQ and kind of winning round one. That's wild, but all right. But I recently heard that you had a pack rush game. How did that go?
Oh, you're gonna out me like this. Yeah, I got my butt kicked by Garrick in the pack rush tournament that I think is
Let's go, Garrick!
okay. It was a great game though. I told Katie after it was done. Okay, I won't spoil it, but I'll say it was a great game, and I said this is probably the best game in the tournament at Back Rush. It was.
I'm in that tournament, right?
Yeah, I know. This thing was. Let's just say I did a crazy top deck stabilize, and then was one lower short of winning, and he got it.
And Garrick beat the finalist of DLC Richmond, and I got to play Fungus, so it's going to be a great one. It's on the Hobbyist Novice. We're all doing a pack rush thing, and you're going to see Sky on there getting his butt kicked. You're going to see Fungus on there. Luke's on there too. We're all on there, but round one went to Sky. So
yeah, this pack rush takes precedent over Ruby Steel. Like that's how little of it that
it's the only format I'm gonna do good in, Sky. Come on. I'm kidding. But good luck to you and congratulations on that. And I'm so glad because Ruby Steel, we are dying. So thank you for showing us.
Stay strong. Don't play the Mushus and play the fuses. All right. That's how we do it.
All right. Well, we will throw it back to the booth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We were
everyone. saying
we were only
talking
saying
with
every
no
swear
sound.
word we knew.
Hold on. I'm hearing from New York that we've just had a few technical issues.
I didn't even hit the mute button. I don't know how it got muted. Anyway, to start back over, I did beat Sky in Pack Rush. I'm the defending champion. You played Zan and took it really seriously.
I was this close. Ladies, I was this close to winning. He had a Pumbaa in hand, and he made me discard the Beast's Castle that I would have used to win the game. Oh, I was so...
One tear fell from Zan's eyes as he thought he was going to lose. And then-
Okay. So it's I have the Beast Castle, and I'm like, okay, if I can play it, I can put somebody in, but I'd rather keep it as a surprise, right? So I say pass. I had enough ink to play it. He goes Pumbaa, I discard it, and I lose the game. It came down to that decision. I was like, oh, do I think he has discard?
So now we just have to see Zan versus Garrick, the undefeated Golden Mickey winner of Pack Rush. We love to see Pack Rush champions here, but there are lots of exciting people here in the stream I can see in the chat, and that's one of my favorite things is because it's kind of like people we don't see here out there we get to see in the chat. So to everyone watching, thank you. Otherwise, we'd just be hooting and hollering in a room behind a tournament. So instead, we're hooting and hollering to you guys. So thank you so much for watching. What just happened was round 1 of the Ink invitation, not invitation, open to anyone, guys.
Anyone
it was
can
open.
show
Come
up.
on in. Actually, not anymore. It's closed now
And
because it started.
Ready for round 2. I don't know about you guys. I'm pumped.
Yeah, I
That
am
lit
too.
my fuse.
That lit my fuse. That got my strength raging and firing, and
Yeah.
I'm bundled up. I'm questing for 2.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Winterspell has been cast.
Yes, we are in it. We are very excited because it's actually kind of chilly here. So we
is.
were able to we had like deep discussions about how much winter we could get into, and the answer is we're all bundled up like Lilo. So round 1 just concluded, and we are having, you said 9 rounds today?
9 rounds.
9 rounds, and then it's going to be cut to top 32, which will be streamed tomorrow. So buckle up, guys. Relax or buckle up. Buckle up while relaxing, kind of like on a plane where they're like, you have to buckle up, but you can relax. But there's turbulence kind of situation.
Yeah. You can put your seat back, tray table down, put your iPad out, watch whatever you downloaded.
Get out, yeah. I mean, just watch
Whatever
this.
movie you downloaded.
Oh, okay. No, don't watch anything but this. Log into only this. No.
You're right. Buy the in-flight Wi-Fi and stay watching
Yeah,
this.
goodness.
We're staying on the plane analogy.
Oh, okay.
To
Yeah.
everybody here, everybody watching, thank you for being here. Twitch, YouTube, we see you. Stand up. A's in chat. I don't know if that's
We
a
just
thing.
told him to sit down, and now we're like, stand
Yeah,
up.
Stand back up.
Stand back up, then sit back down. Now you're doing squats. You're welcome. We've just added years to your life. And I want to say, I hope that you had as much fun watching that first round as we did, because that was incredible. What a clinic. It's always fun to see a new deck by one of the top players in the game coming out saying, I got some secret sauce, and I'm unveiling it here in the Ink Open Stew.
You could say he lit the fuse.
He did light the fuse, and he got to keep his bounty mat. So that's important, right?
Yeah.
the bounty mats are super cool.
They are.
We put a foil signature of the player on the mat. So if you win it, you get a special foiled out Ink Winterspell playmat with a foil signature of the player that you beat. So that's got to be pretty cool, right? I'd like to
awesome.
have
They're
that.
very
They
nice.
also have to hand over their checkbook, I hear.
You get to run their pockets
Yes.
for
Yeah,
sure.
great combo.
They win their deck. It's like when you're racing for pinks, you're playing for the deck, and you're like, I guess this is your deck now. But shout out, we do have J-Bomb in the chat who was supposed to join us this weekend.
We miss you, J-Bomb.
But he was felled by illness, but he is still with us, and he's on the playmat. So honestly,
Shout
he
He
is
is
out.
on the playmat. He
Yeah.
is on the playmat.
Yeah, so his signature is there, although he is not. But shout out to everyone else in the chat, because it is so exciting when I look over and I'm like, friends.
You're
So,
here with us in spirit. I can feel the energy of Alter
spirit of-
Academy
I smelled a hot
giving
dog.
me life.
I smelled a little hot dog go by.
It's crazy. I don't mean to give him even more FOMO, but there is just like a whole hot dog hut right outside of the mall that
What?
sells milkshakes and hot dogs, foot-long hot dogs.
Is it called Hot Dog Hut? Is that a thing
I don't
here?
think they have a giant statue of a hot dog outside. You guys haven't seen it?
No, I don't know how I
We
missed
got to
such a
go there
thing.
for lunch. We got to
Yeah,
get
after
some
this
dogs.
round, the 3 of us are gonna go get some dogs.
Some dogs.
And it will have the J-Bomb dog challenge where you eat a J-Bomb thinking about eat a J-Bomb. Don't eat J-Bomb. He's a person. Eat a hot dog. Poor J-Bomb.
Yeah, he says he'll buy my hot dog if I eat it in one bite. That is not. You're confusing me with JDZ Quest.
Who
he
would
is the
do
one
that?
that can house the food. I will take a gentleman's nibble, maybe.
Did you do the JDZ challenge? Did you
The
do
uncrusty?
a full uncrusty?
I can't do it. I know the
in-
peanut butter will. I'll be.
I did it at
can't- I
CCS,
yeah.
and it was a mistake.
I watched
I
it.
did it, but I did it.
Okay.
Katie,
Yeah.
how did I do? You
You did great,
describe
but
it.
I mean, I think what you'll see if you watch someone do an uncrusty challenge, and I saw it with you, there's a moment where you're like, ooh, like inside your mouth, inside your brain, you're like, I made a miscalculation on what is
did I do
funny and
this?
what is worth it. Like,
It's what if it's,
Do it for
if
the
it's
bit.
funny, it's always worth it.
Do it for
That's
the
my-
bit. That's what we learn here.
Garrick, I'm gonna tell you, you're right. I did not consider the peanut butter equation.
it's
because you
insane.
do it, and you're like,
The jelly
okay, there's
dissolves.
Jelly, but the jelly goes quick.
It does.
I'm
You
giving you
cannot-
all the. I'm giving you the uncrustable meta right here, folks. You stuff a full one, the jelly dissolves, and
Yeah.
then it's just peanut butter and what feels like sawdust. It just turns, that bread turns into sawdust real quick.
In this meta, the jelly is Blurple and the peanut butter is dogs. It's a bad matchup. The peanut butter is winning every time, is what you're saying.
That's exactly it. All wrapped up in the bread, which is the Ink Open. If you're not here, we wish you were, and you need to come next time. We got Ruby Steel in the house. I mean, we got the best players in the world here
That's true.
right now, right here, battling it out. I can't wait to see round 2. Do we have word yet? Do we have ideas yet of who the round 2 on camera stream might be?
We should probably put a former champion on, maybe another bounty player, high profile. I mean, who do you guys want to see? You know, open up the open it up.
Open up
on-
your hearts. I did see someone asking for a J-Bert, Jeremy Bertiani. I saw
Oh
someone
yeah,
saying.
he's out there. Club
Yeah.
Lorcana fame. Shout out to him.
Yeah, I mean, and then
Best friend Zan Syed, of course.
best
Yeah.
friend, yeah.
Not for much longer. I'm going down to Atlanta. I'm stealing one of them as best friends.
Yeah,
Well, I'm leaving with the best
You're
friend.
shooting both shots. You're not just taking one angle. You're trying to make both of them your best friend.
Exactly.
I love that.
I'm watching that reality TV show, the Club Lorcana
Best friend
Trader's
challenge.
House. Yeah.
We got McPhilly, people
We
saying
do.
in here. Okay,
Sailor,
we got
yeah.
Sailor. Oh, we got to get Sailor.
That's a
the
first time
time.
chat. Yeah, somebody said I'm
Sailor.
gonna cash in. I'm never gonna say anything, and they said Sailor. I want to talk about Sailor.
You got to drop the A though. The 4 is the A.
Yeah,
Lamb
it's
chops
a-
is who I want to see too. I kind of want to see some lamb chops.
There are some TFMs in the building. We have.
Tiago's out there. Melissa's
Oh,
out
Tiago's
there.
out there?
Yeah, Tiago is there. Yeah,
Wow.
he's here.
He's
World
everywhere. It's
Class
kinda
Stars.
crazy.
Mr. Burns is out there. We got a ton of different players out there that we could choose from for
Pack
sure.
for 2 is here too.
He is. He's one of the
The
bounty
bounty
players.
I forgot that.
That was
That's
so
his
long
real
ago.
name.
I know you did.
Kurt Spice is out there.
Oh, we got to get Spice in there.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We
The
have so
spice.
many great players. Maybe we should make a poll.
Tiago has flown to a Lorcana
That
8
beefcake's
weeks in a
out there
row.
too, I believe.
You will know
Beefcake
because there'll be all
earlier.
these decks ripped in half all throughout. He'll be like, I thought you said cut the deck. And you're like, no, man. Braden is out there.
Braden's there. Yep, he was back here talking about his cube. I think we literally have his cube sitting there. We're keeping a close eye on it so nobody gets too cubed up out there.
I rifled through it.
You were
I
taking
took
a
all the
look?
good ones out. All the legendaries are gone, guys. I am so sorry.
Iconic Mickey. I'll
We
take
didn't
that
ignore
with
the
me.
Dave. We
The
said
Dave.
the Dave
We
first.
said the Dave. We literally said that was the first person we
Yeah.
mentioned was the Dave.
You can't ignore him. He's unignorable, quite frankly. But yeah, I
Just
mean,
name a top player. They're probably
DKP is
out
not.
there.
DKP and Chu are not here because whatever they do other stuff.
They're
sometimes.
they're scared.
far.
They're scared.
They said they're like ink. Yikes! I can't do that.
They're frightened.
They
I
said.
think.
They said I'm hearing there's gonna be what Ruby Steel. I'm not going.
They said, wait a second, the Dave is going? We can't go, dude.
Attack for
We just-
2?
We can't get there.
I know about questing for 2, but attacking for
attacking?
2? That's crazy.
R&B is not here.
R&B, another person scared.
Fumbles is scared to be here. Just kidding. He wants to go to Europe, and he's like, I can't go to Europe and Baltimore.
Yeah.
Crazy business,
But
but.
sounds scared.
Sounds
Just gonna say
That's
it
what I
about
say when I'm
everyone.
scared.
Sounds
When I'm scared, I say, "Oh, I'm going to Europe next weekend." That's what I always do. And yeah, McPhilly, we love McPhilly here. Sharp Gaming, which did announce they're getting their own CCQ. So if you're here watching, and you're like, "Oh, I want to go to a CCQ." Do go ahead and check out the Disney Lorcana website. If you type in Disney Lorcana, then they'll have the challenges and then the CCQ. So there are a lot coming up, and one of them was announced is going to be in Sharp Arkansas. No, Fort Smith, Arkansas at Sharp Gaming, which is very, very exciting.
Sharp and Saw. That's
Sharp
what I
and
call
Saw.
it.
Oh, Sharp and Saw. Sharp and Saw. It's actually a lovely town.
I
both
call
of you
it
to come.
Sharp and Saw too.
That's
why we're not invited, Garrett.
I would love to go. McPhilly, if you're out there and you need a couple more guys in the booth,
Get in there. There's a lot of room in Arkansas.
let us know. You know, Brent's got a great voice, but I've been working on mine. Okay,
We should all do our
I've been
best, Brent,
putting
for
in
the rest of
reps.
the day.
Okay. It's a Brent battle. I'll judge it. All right.
I'm first.
Yeah. Well, you volunteered now by saying I'm first.
Oh, okay.
Now you're first.
Now you're first. I can't get that deep. I can't get that.
I don't know.
I don't have that timbre.
I don't think I can do it, but I mean, I'm very excited.
You sound like a Muppet, actually.
I like Brent.
You sound like the eagle. You sound like the bald eagle Muppet.
It's just it's so natural in that.
It is. Your voice is
great.
unreplicatable.
I'm
Unreplicable.
if I could replicate it, I'd be doing
So
the
fair. Honestly,
Shucks,
that's
this old thing.
that voice is like silk. Oh man.
These old things.
Heavy silk. Well, anyway, get your hot dog from Hot Dog Hut. You heard it here first, everybody.
Yeah.
Come on down.
Come
to
on down to the
Baltimore
hot
Mall.
dog hut and slap. Say J Bomb sent you. And,
We're here in Glen Burnie at the Ink Open. Everything's up for grabs here. A North American Championship invite, which
Yeah.
is huge.
Disneyland. If you guys aren't paying attention, these invites to the nationals are in Disneyland. So it's like I'd like to go to Disneyland. So I'm gonna get out there and try to get a CCQ.
I
But-
see a little Kurt Spice is walking over
Okay.
there.
Are we doing a little interview?
Might be doing a little
Hey,
interview.
nice.
A
We'll
nice
send it
little interview.
over. We'll send it on over, and we're gonna send it on over right now.
Right now.
Right now is now, and I'm here with Kurt. Which you've been here to the Ink Inks a couple times back in the days of ye old when it was the Invitational, and now it's the Open. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I love inking so much. I'm happy to be here as always. Inking does a lot of great stuff from Maryland. I had a big 30-minute drive here, so that's always super sweet. And we're in the Marley Station Mall, which was my old stomping grounds as a little blonde Kurt.
I feel like you'd be a mall kid.
Yeah.
Were you a mall kid, or you just came to the mall?
I was a card store kid, but also a mall kid. Yeah, and this mall was like, it was some hijinks going on, but I didn't really get involved in that. I didn't get into any trouble at the mall. I wasn't that kind of kid. Got in some trouble at the card store though.
Why don't you tell us about that? I mean, I know we could talk about the Ink Ink Open and all the artists here, Solo Nate, and all the vendors and everything. Let's talk about little Kurt getting in trouble at the card store.
Yeah, I was big into wrestling growing up, still am. And so me and my friend Ronnie would be wrestling at the card store. One time he power bombs me into a trash can, and the minis players weren't happy with that. Their table was shaking and stuff, so they weren't happy about that. So yeah, I got all that out. I did some wrestling as an adult. It hurts, but it was fun, and back to cards.
Yeah, so you've won one of these things before, right? Yeah, okay. So hi, what's up?
Yeah, I won. It was back with Reign of Jafar, and okay, my pairings are up, so I have the switch, and hopefully I win this one.
I mean, yes, either you or Sky or many of the other Maelstrom members are here. Maybe it'll be like an 8-way tie.
It might be. Okay.
It might be. Pairings are up as we have Luke Wonderland that's going to come on in here. Luke is actually one of our casters. I think Luke and I are doing round 2. So we're going to be in this booth and we're going to be in that booth in just a minute. Yeah, they're going to make us cast from this area right here. And we have to just think about the game and figure out what's happening. But no, so how are you feeling, man?
Fantastic. I've already been asked a few times, are you winning? And I was like, yes, I am winning. I got to relax while everyone else is stressing out on deck lists. Feels great.
Awesome. So we are going to throw it back and then you're going to see us real soon.
And we are back. Round number 2 should be beginning in a moment. And I'm telling you right now, this is locked in on the Quest World Central. We're going to have a nice little rudimentary transition. Okay, I'm joined by Brent Mukai, who's going to quickly transmorph into Color's Law. Let's see it.
That's
Best
right.
magic trick you ever seen in your
All
life.
right.
Oh, here it is. The sounds. You guys don't deserve them. The sound effect. Oh, and out of nowhere is a magician, is a man named Luke. And there she is. Color is law. And just like that, my fellow Illuminaires, we have returned for the Ink Open. I believe this is the third and or the fourth installment of this wonderful tournament. And every time I'm here, it's always going to be a great time because I'm surrounded by great people. Like the people that are here in the booth with me, Mr. Luke Wonderland, and Color is Law. How you feeling, Luke?
Fantastic. It feels great to be here with you today. Oh, in this wonderful DMV area, and we have a load of amazing sponsors for this event today.
Right on. A load of amazing sponsors, a load of amazing players. Talking about some of those sponsors. Who we got covering this event today for us?
Well, Heavy Play and Game Haven. We've got Lorebot, Matt's by...
Sorry, there's a jingle in my head, and the video's out there, JDZ and I think everybody, we all did a Lorebot jingle, and shout out Bobby McCoo for that, and then us for the jingle, but continue.
Matt's by Liz. Do you got a jingle there?
Matt's by Liz.
PPG events. We got obviously JDZ Quest here. Oh, and Shark Gaming, Tournament City Games, Quibbles TCG. Is that an F or a D?
My goodness. But no, we have some amazing, amazing sponsors out here. And we even have these really cool shirts. Have you guys seen this logo? You can't, but have you seen it? It's even smaller over here. It's actually the Ink Open Winterspell logo. And I don't know, there's so much stuff. There's so many vendors. There's so much art. There's so many cards. Like, there's so much art that the cards are almost secondary. I don't know. Like, it feels like a I don't know what
it's a little convention.
It feels
it's
like a
proper
Comic-Con. Yeah, it's like a proper convention.
I do feel that way. This is, like I said, they spare no expense for the player experience here at the Ink Open. So next time they have this event, if you're in this area, make sure you take the time to come by and perform or participate in this tournament because you will have a very good time. Winter is here, as you can tell by our beautiful winter gear, and that was for winter, that was a very hot and heavy match that we saw in round number one. You guys get a chance to catch that. What do you think about what you saw there?
No, I was really excited about that. You guys are like, oh, we are in our winter gear. So my gloves are over there. I don't know if you know this, but I live in Florida. And they said we were going to wear winter gear. And I was like, uh-oh. So, yeah, I have gloves. That's all I have. I don't have these lovely sweaters because we never, ever get a chance to wear them.
I didn't need gloves because, Sky really lit the fuse there. He warmed us all up,
Yeah.
And, it was a little cold, but I'm nice and toasty now. I'm a round or two later, I might not be wearing the sweater. He's heated it up so much.
I would say that was the very first Ruby Steel match that I think I've seen in the Winterspell, or it's since Winterspell has dropped. But still, incredible tournament, incredible performance so far. And I think when you have that flexibility, you can get creative and try new decks. And I think that's something that we've been missing because the metagame, a lot of people feel as if it has started to quote unquote stagnate. It's very similar to the metas that we've had in previous formats from before because it's still Dogs, it's still Blurple, it's still Amethyst Steel, it's still some of the other things. But we see that when you have that a bit of freedom, since Sky is already nationally qualified, he can come out and try a deck like that, and it seems like it has a spot.
That's the first Ruby Steel deck you saw?
Yeah.
It's
Really?
doubles.
That's it? That's the first one?
There's
JZ?
a little more to it than that. I got to watch Sky get beat up by our teammate all day long on all the other decks with what he wanted to play. And, when that happens all day long, you're gonna just swap decks. And, he's been talking about that deck on PodCam. So it is slightly known. People wanted to watch it. And it's got a good matchup spread if you can dodge the bad ones. And he played his worst matchup on round one on stream. And, he drew very well and got rewarded for it. And another thing is people are like, oh, it's a solved format. It's Blurple. It's Dogs. It's actually easier to be creative in those formats.
For sure.
Because you know what they're playing. You can play these off-the-wall cards because you're not, going to get hit by other off-the-wall decks as much when you're going to, oh, I'm good against Blurple. Oh, I'm playing against Blurple because that's 30% of the field.
And I got to ask you, though, as a DLC champion, what deck would you take to this event if you were coming to play?
Amethyst Steel or Doggos, probably. I wanted to play Emerald Sapphire, but it just doesn't look like it's making it right now.
But, we got so it looks like we have the Illuminaires are seated at the table and they are getting locked in and laser focus ready to begin. So here it is. You guys keep it up, keep the seat backs upright and locked, and we are prepared to take off. We've already taken off.
I mean, we're ready to a point. We're ready inside. We're ready in our hearts, and we're ready internally.
No, I'm
not
But I know I have
talking
a question.
yet. I'm
I
not done
actually
yet.
have a question. Would you swear that that's the first Ruby Steel deck that you've seen in Winterspell?
In
It's a trap. It's a trap.
In what?
She's trapping you. She's setting you up.
That is no one's playing Ruby Steel.
No one at all.
Listen, I go to. That's not core construct. That doesn't count. Okay, that doesn't count. That does not count. Okay,
Bumbles, help me out.
That does.
Jet.
That does not count. Okay, I'm talking core constructed. Okay, we are focused on the core constructed tournament CCQ metagame. Okay, I've seen all the decks, but not in Infinity in core constructed. So let's be very clear. I watch a lot of tournaments. I go to a lot of tournaments. I participate in a lot of tournaments, and that is the first Ruby Steel deck that I've seen in tournament play in a really long time. And to have it come out and have some great success against a very viable meta deck, I think it's something to be taken away from in this situation. So you guys are not missing any action. The players are seated, but we're just having a few issues that they're getting that thing resolved and underway. And it looks like they are looking very, very chipper. That's another thing I like about these events.
I know everybody always has like entirely like you walk out there and it just feels nice. It feels like you're going in there. You see people you know, you see people you don't know, but like you still like everybody. If you make eye contact with somebody, which is really hard for a lot of us, everybody smiles. It's like so. It's like you can. It's like one of the first rooms in my life where I walk into a room and make eye contact with somebody and don't want to throw up. You know what I mean? Like it just feels nice because you're like we all have this thing in common and we all get excited about things. And literally, like I walked by, there's an artist out there. They do lovely art and they have like this big Winnie the Pooh. And I walked by and I was like, oh. And then I realized somebody was looking at me, but they looked at me and went, I know, right? Oh my gosh. And it was just like those are the things that you do out in public where you're like normal. I don't know, whatever. But you get like weird looks. But here you do that if you go and literally go rub Winnie the Pooh's belly.
I'll still give you those weird looks. Don't worry.
Help me. But I'm just saying, like this room is amazing. The players are amazing. Like Ink has put on something incredible. And shout out to like our sponsors and everybody that made this happen. And JDC's just like he's on it. You're on the t-shirt. You made the t-shirt.
Hey, listen, I don't make the rules. I didn't ask to be there, and I do appreciate them allowing me to be a part of this. I have had the opportunity to work with the Ink team a ton of times in the
Fantastic
past,
people.
And they are just amazing human beings. And what they're doing for the community, I cannot stress enough how important their impact has been on my own personal life and career. Yes, the Quest World production is a part of the sponsorship team, helping them. They help me. I help them, of course, because we're all trying to get to the same place, and that's Lorcana. Proven to be the best trading card game that has ever been and there ever will be. And I think you guys are all a part of that as well. So thank you all for being here. And also, if you're watching on Twitch, make sure you're tuned in to the YouTube stream as well. Also on Podcana YouTube. Everybody knows who that is. Garrick is the host of that show along with Sky. If you enjoy YouTube, make sure you see that. But support this stream as well. Support both streams. Support everybody. And come on through.
Have it open on your computer. Have your phone open on the other one. Have your friends and family open it up on each of their phones. Yeah. If you're not hearing our voices like 6 or 7 times, are you really watching it?
And get your
the surround sound. Create your own surround sound with cell phones.
How can you get overstimulated by 3 of us at one time if you don't have it on at least 3 or 4 screens?
If only we had different audio channels for each one, so you could have just one voice on each phone. All
right.
Perfect surround sound.
He is already trying to mute me. That's what it is.
Yeah, get your grandma involved. Yeah, share it with your friends. Share it with your countrymen. We can get the chat in here. Maybe we can get the chat involved on what is happening out there. If you guys are enjoying, I can't really see. Usually I like to see what people are saying. I can't really hear or see what's going down. But we're ready.
They're actually saying that I'm correct about the Ruby Steel thing.
We're over that. We've completely moved on.
Wait, no, we
but
wanted
just
to
like
hear
that,
what the chat's okay.
It is time to Quest. The players are locked in. I'm locked in. You're locked in. Let's get loose. Let's get busy. And let's get active. We got Jason versus Caleb. All right, so it looks like we are beginning to shuffle and get ready to quest. It looks like we got some technical issues. No worries. We'll get that solved.
And the game looks like it's probably going extremely well. Remember how I said I was going to make a joke about being in the other room and doing this by echolocation? We have gotten that chance, and I am so excited to bring you echolocation Lorcana as we have Emerald. Nope. That is Emerald and Amber with Amber and Amethyst. Those colors don't happen a lot in the same. Woo! Here we go, JDZ. Let's go.
I don't know what's happening, but it's okay. Okay, we're back. We're active. Smiles are all around as we got a little shuffle going in. So Amber and Amethyst, color combination that really came into its way in the previous set as well. It can play Monstro. It can play the Monstro OTK. It can also play this really cool tempo game, basically like a Blurple deck, but using the lantern to be able to accelerate a bit there. But it also can play an aggro version. Have you guys seen any of that so far?
Of the Amber and Amethyst? Yeah, I mean, this deck has the potential to go fast. And I know that was actually something that we used to play it, like Amber and Amethyst. We were like, oh, okay, that's the go fast deck. Well, there is so many potential. It can go fast, and it can draw cards now. So shout out to Winterspell for giving Amber the juice.
But we do have our first dogs match, it seemed like. So someone completely disregarded the notes there and put the dog player in on round number 2. You don't hate to see it, but it is what it is as we got Daisy Duck down on 1.
I'm pretty sure Kayla is playing something spicy enough that we can put up with watching dogs, as long as we get to watch it lose.
Nah, I don't want to root against anybody for sure. But talk to me about this dogs deck. It's in the traditional version of this strategy, talking about dogs versus this Amber and Amethyst deck. How does that usually go, Luke?
I think it really just depends on if Under the Sea is seen. That's what makes this dog deck so powerful. It's an aggressive deck that can beat the other aggro decks all off of Under the Sea. It has great singing capabilities using Tramp 7 and the shift cost Lady to be able to just sing those really quickly. You get to play Tramp almost as early as turn 3 sometimes off of the back of Grandmother Willow. She is very powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see that everything on Kayla's board right now is Eilon Wee with 1, 2 strength, then Iago, also not that big, and Bagheera is the only kind of big thing going on here. So I know that the strategy here for Amber Dog's situation is to just kind of power out into the Under the Sea, and unfortunately I think that a lot of Kayla's deck is under the seeable. Is that the correct term?
Yeah, except for that Bagheera. I think that's another new card coming in from the last set, Whispers in the Well. He has 4/4 stat line on 3, kind of really moving that rate up the chain a little bit. Very powerful challenger along with that Iago, so it looks like Kayla is probably trying to set this deck up to get a nice Demona here. Getting some Demona value from this deck, maybe go Lantern, get the Demona out a little bit sooner, and then you're able to just completely remove this entire dog board, it seems like. But I don't know. Is Jason playing a more traditional? It looks like a pretty standard dogs deck from what I've seen so far.
I think we're gonna get some Demona action in time because Jason already can sing Under the Sea.
Right, so that does have the ability because we see Nani, who is a 3/3/3. I mean, what better stats than that coming out there, and that it gives him a total of, it doesn't matter, it's Under the Sea time, but at the same time, hopefully not, because we do go ahead and quest that Bagheera, which is a 4/4 stat line, saying, hey, it's fine if you want to crack that in. I know you're not going to. You're a dog's deck. You're not doing any challenging. But, of course, we are looking for, hopefully not any shrinkage there, maybe like a Della's Moon Lullaby, or even a, nope, Rhino wouldn't do it. But Della's Moon Lullaby would get the whole board at that fact. So, because it does minus the strength by 2 and draw a card, which is kind of insane. But we are going to Tramp instead, which is, I don't know, about just the most cracked card in Disney Lorcana, as it says that you are able to play him for a reduction of each character that you have in play, and then you get to draw a card for each other character in play, and then discard that many cards. But hey, if you have 1 card in hand, that means you get to keep the best card in your hand.
Very powerful card. I mean, that card is actually one of the cards I think they might have went too far on the design on that card. I think it is a little bit too strong, overtuned, I would say, getting them down for free, and it usually snowballs into a pretty serious advantage for the player that just activated it. But still, Kayla's position, it does not seem too terrible unless you do find that Under the Sea and sink it that next turn. I still think she has enough time potentially to get to maybe an Elsa, get to that Demona that we talked about, and maybe you can fight back, but never mind. Forget I said anything.
All right, there's the Under the Sea. But fortunately for Kayla, we did not see a Della's Moon Lullaby or anything like that, so the Bagheera does get to hang out. But hopefully we can unexert and do something really cool here. But Bagheera will be able to take out some of the more threatening things. I mean, it is a 4/4, so we do have a Daisy Duck hanging out over there. Or is that... Nope, that's a mystery character that we'll find out about later.
The Daisy Duck on the top there next to the grandmother, Willow. And then we've got Bobby and Nanny and another Bobby.
As the Mowgli comes down a little bit late just to see our Nani and Big Lady in hand. So now we know, let's get rid of some things.
Right, and that just shows the power of that trap, being able to play the trap and find the under the sea right when you need it, and then you don't even have to worry about dealing with getting it discarded by Mowgli. I think that's just a really good way to play this deck. I mean, that's why I personally believe by the time this set is over, the Amber Emerald Dog under the sea deck is going to be the best deck in the format if it's not already there. I think it's just very powerful. It can play on a lot of different layers. It can play the control role when necessary. It can play aggressive. It also can challenge quite effectively with that 2-cost tramp, being able to bolster some of the strengths of your other characters. You have that Nani as well. 3/3 can challenge quite effectively. The Shift Lady can challenge. So the deck can just do every single thing that you want to do in a Lorcana deck. And I'm just very
mad about it.
I'm upset about it.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say, I was like, the feeling I was like,
We-
you're doing a really good job of explaining it, but it does sound like you're as upset as the rest of us as we watch Jason kind of think about what he's trying to do here. What do you think he's trying to do, Luke? Is he trying to win or?
I don't know if he's trying to win here, but you were talking about the Mowgli here, and Tramp just shows why Mowgli's not enough, because you don't have to have the song in your hand. The Tramp digs, it finds it, you sing it the same turn, and Mowgli's just not a good enough answer there. So it's not going to go as much, it's not going to go the distance, we might say, to be able to stop it. And that's kind of frustrating to play against at times, but that's good deck building, honestly. It's very similar to Amber Steel in the first set, when you just keep the whole new world in your deck and find it off the Aerial Spectacular Singer. But right now, Jason is just trying to finish this game, add a couple more threats and just quest out over like 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah, unless our
cat's a little scary.
lore bot's a little off. Hopefully Jason is putting the score in correctly, but it seems like he's still at 0. So I believe that is what's going on. Is the questing has begun. This might be the first bit of lore that he's received so far. So never mind. Yeah, that was just the first quest that has taken place, and that's a good sign for Kayla a little bit. You do have a little bit of breathing room to potentially get something going on here. And the saddest part about Demona, which is probably your best card, it will replenish Jason's hand more. I believe that they are low resource as well, unless those 2 cards in hand.
It is 2 cards, so the Demona's not terrible, but we also don't necessarily need it. We already kind of have plenty of characters to challenge. An Elsa here to be able to take down that Grandmother Willow, just get another character down, continue to put pressure, maybe drop a couple of characters to over the next turn, stop the questing. But we're in a particular spot here that's a little rough. But the Cheshire Cat is gonna do work. If there's anything that's gonna keep her in this game and stop Jason in his tracks, it's probably gonna be this the cat activations.
And I think Kayla is on a timeline as well. I think you have to start doing a bulk of your heavy lifting before that Emerald Chromacon gets established, because Jason has access to that card, or at least a lot of these strategies do play that card. And once it comes down, I think the game just becomes a lot more difficult for Kayla to win. So this game, it looks daunting, but I think Kayla still has a pretty decent spot. What do you think, Colin?
Yeah, absolutely. So we did see that the Bagheera went ahead and challenged in and got rid of that pesky character, and then was able to heal off, just as you were talking about with the Cheshire Cat, and take out the other Grandmother Willow. So both Grandmother Willows down, as we see the Cheshire Cat now going in for its own little battles, as we do 3 into the Tramp. And now, did Mowgli quest, or did Mowgli, I think he quested. So he went on a little questy quest, and I would have liked to see maybe one of those bobbies be taken out, but hopefully we've got some tricks up our sleeve coming up next turn.
Continuing to keep that damage on the Cheshire Cat is also an interesting play. I would like to preserve the well-being of that Cheshire Cat now. I think it is in a vulnerable range.
We did heal the Bagheera.
We did heal the Bagheera, but I think maybe prioritizing the Cheshire Cat there to keep him healthy could be a vibe. But either way, since it was going to be exerted no matter what, I guess it's going to be vulnerable. And I guess keeping your better challenger around could be the play. So Kayla locked in on the Amber and Amethyst strategy, while
Webby
Webby
Vanderquack comes on in and
up.
giving +1 to that Bobby that I was really worried about last turn. And Bobby is probably going to be able to, just kidding, here's a Tramp, and makes it even bigger. So now we've got a 1+1 on the Bobby, and then a +1, 2, 3, 4, 6 on the other one. So other Bobby is going to be able to take out the Bagheera. and trade very efficiently. And that's kind of what I was worried about, right? Is now we have no board.
So if we had swapped the heals around on the Bagheera and the cat, it wouldn't have stopped Jason.
Right.
He had everything. He would have just swapped which characters challenged. That said, it might have been more optimal play if you wanted to keep the cat around, but most likely it would not matter as Jason had plenty of big creatures, big characters to challenge away there.
And that's another fantastic point. And also something to pay close
why
attention
did we
to.
just pass? All right, so we ink and pass on that turn, JDZ. Why?
Probably just didn't have a card to play or anything to do. But seeing that Cheshire Cat that was boosted, was boosted by another Cheshire Cat.
Wait a minute, is that a Raging
being able
Storm
to-
stuck in hand? Is it a Raging Storm stuck in hand?
Let's go.
It could
Let's
be.
go! It's a Raging Storm stuck in hand! Get rid of all of those characters. That is Raging Storm. Can we do that? Is that what we do now?
I think
Because
so.
that is the first board wipe that we have gotten since rotation, coming in and saying banish all characters. And you ink pass with no characters on board because you have the board wipe. You have the board wipe. But unfortunately, we are at 15. So now from forever. Oh, that's hilarious. We just drew the Horseman Strikes off the top, being able to go ahead and pop the go-go immediately, draw a card, and it's Iago. This is crazy top decks. Crazy top decks coming in from Kayla's side.
But is that enough, though? Will she
Yes.
have enough speed to be able to get – that's an insurmountable climb. I mean, you're at 5 lore, your opposite's at 5 lore. You have this one Iago, and it's a tough climb to – that's a tough hill to climb for Kayla. As Jason, staring at the board, you haven't played anything. You can brick here. I mean, you got a lot of bricks left in your deck. You have a lot of Under the Siege. You have Chromacons. You have these Delamoon Lullabies.
Is it another Horseman Strikes? She just laughed. Is it another Horseman Strikes? Oh, I was so excited. Boy, I was excited. But unfortunately, yeah, that is not going to do anything about invasive characters. So hopefully we just don't get, go-go questing off into glory. I hope that's not it.
Yeah, there's so many big uninkable 5-cost, 8-cost cards in Jason's deck. As we just saw the last turn, the go-go, that he had to think for a second. He's like, well, I'm not gaining any lore using this extra ability, but I also need ink to play these other cards.
Ooh, that's an evasive character. Tell us about that one, Luke. That one's big.
Well, it's going to answer that go-go. That's what it's going to do. And it's there's the possibility that maybe Jason has a lullaby to draw a card, and there's a tramp.
Oh, we are not questing because the Iago has evasive and Go-Go has evasive, and we're just going to throw another Iago for the sake of it. What is happening, guys? What is happening?
And that is just shows at this deck when you just have a lot of bad draws here. So I think what
Unless
Jason's
you're
going
not
to try to
questing.
do is he's going to have to build a pretty decent sized board before you can begin maybe you have to quest all 5 of these at one time just to try to win.
Oh no, she's got a quest.
Running away. Kayla now has all the initiative. He hasn't played a single copy of Genie yet or a single 2-quester.
Yeah, I'm
But that
hoping we
said-
quest out, but I'm pretty sure what is left in Jason's hand has to be a lady, a 5-cost lady, and he's just been waiting until he can get an inkable. Go ahead, play it, and get 2 characters back from his discard.
Kayla's still about 3 turns away from being able to quest fully out. It could give Jason the ability
There's the
to
lady.
get that last few lore. He can quest away here up to 18, has a 2 lore threat in play, and gets to return a go-go on another character. So if these Iagos take down this lady off of an Elsa, or an Elsa exerts it and takes it down, that's a lot of damage stacked up for this go-go to finish off here. And that's kind of the issue with Kayla. She had a couple of turns to do everything and to answer cards, but they were not a lore dense enough threat.
Yeah, and I think is there a line available? We haven't seen Kayla she has a ton of threats left, no Elsas, no Demonas, but maybe there's a play where you can stay ready and then just try to slam the go-go and then use the other go-go off there.
Now, Jason could get really punished here. If Kayla just quests out and plays another Raging Storm, Jason's going to really regret not keeping that Lilo, because that Lilo is a fantastic way to deal with your opponent doing a gigantic board wipe.
That's a Finders Keepers. We're going to go ahead and exert that many cards to draw 3 cards. That card is crazy, as we only have about 5 ink left available to us. So the Raging Storm is off the table, unfortunately. But, I mean, we could ink and Demona. That'd be kind of sick. What do you think?
I think that we don't have that much ink. I think this game is unfortunately for Kayla, most likely or over.
Oh, how much does Finders Keepers cost?
Finders Keepers got 5.
Oh, I thought we had... Well, it's fine.
And that is kind of a scary. So you do have to boost this Cheshire Cat to clear that damage. Every damage floating matters. But now you're in a situation where you have the Grandmother Willow you can take down, but you still have 4 Lord just kind of waiting in reserve. And I don't think you have the cards in your card pool to be able to get through that Lady and that Daisy Duck. So it's probably going to be GG's here for Kayla as we're going to pass it back on over.
Yep.
Jason there.
Both of these threats, quests for 2, you have to answer both, and that is the game right there.
That's all she wrote. Taking nothing away from Kayla. I think she did everything correctly, but this Dogs deck, like I said, it is so impactful. And what they can do, being able to sing Under the Sea so effectively, being able to find the trap, being able to get to all your threats and quests so early, it's just very tough for anyone to deal with. So Kayla's still in great spirits about it. But what does she need to do? How can she overcome what Jason is trying to do going into that next round?
Well, one of the things is Jason needs to draw the Under the Seas early so the Mowgli can actually hit it. We need to see some ramp off of Grandmother Willow or possibly a Lantern to get some good characters out there, so then we can put some pressure on, because it's one thing Dogs does not do very well is challenge back. They don't have very much strength to be kind of doing that type of thing. They want to turn sideways. Like if Dogs has, like, Jason could draw multiple Chromacons and then just can't really interact with Kayla if Kayla's not challenging. And sometimes a Demona can come down. Like if Kayla gets an early Demona off of that ramp before a Chromacon comes down, that's another thing that can happen. There's some very powerful plays that Kayla has access to, especially with ramp, to try to slow Dogs down. But traditionally, the Blurple and the Amber Amethyst, they tend to be play draw dependent against Dogs. That was in the past, but with Grandmother Willow. Ooh, tell me how much you are tired of seeing Grandmother Willow already.
You know what?
I don't know, man. I'm like, let it happen. Let Amber shine. We kicked it in the dust for so long. I mean, set 1, I was brutalized by Amber Steel, and a little bit further on, but then all of a sudden it just got kind of not great, right? And then they were like, what if we gave Amber card draw? What if we gave Amber board wipe? Huh? Thoughts on that?
And that's honestly, that's my one of my bigger philosophies. I enjoy when the game design team takes enough has the brevity or whatever, or the confidence to create very powerful cards. I enjoy powerful cards. I think they make the game better when you have really, really strong cards. And Grandmother Willow is that. I think she's a very strong card. Might be a little bit overtuned, might be slightly out of balance a little bit, but I still like the fact that it exists. And it is Kayla also has access to that card, and it just makes the game a little bit more dynamic when you have very strong cards. And maybe this Amber Emerald can use that card the best, so it does get a little I don't want to say it gets not repetitive, but it's just overwhelming when it starts to snowball with this deck. We got Tramps and the Lilos and things of that sort.
I do agree, though. I like a more powerful format. The only unfortunate thing about a more powerful format is if you are not playing a deck that is also taking advantage of these powerful cards, it feels abysmal. And unfortunately, that is just a thing that happens with card games. In every card game, and you just have to adapt to it. And that's just like if you're going to be playing at the top tier competitive levels, bring your best deck to it and you should be fine. Because once you really deep dive into that aspect, it's some of the most fun you can be having playing Lorcana. You'll have so many plays every turn. You're just thinking about everything. I like more choices. How about you?
Yeah, more is always better than less, for sure.
Agency is always nice, right? And again, maybe it's because we watched Amber just get dunked on for a few sets there, but Grandmother Willow seems kind of fine to me. I mean, if you can play Sail on 2, I can play Grandmother Willow on 2.
If you can ink Sail, if you can ink Tipo,
right?
You should be able to ink. That's what I'm saying. I was like, I should be able to ink Grandmother Willow, but at least she has a lore on it and Sail doesn't. Because if that ever happens, I'm setting that card on fire every time I see it.
Yeah, imagine if Grandmother Willow could also go into the inkwell. And imagine if Grandmother Willow can also take an uninkable card from your hand and fix it for you.
Or draw a card.
Yeah, or do, yeah.
Oh, so you mean like Tipo?
Yeah, what if that? Yeah, what if she could do something cool, something else cool?
That's what I'm saying. Anytime you get mad about Grandmother Willow, I'm going to just play, I have a little sign that says ban Tipo. But that's fine. That's fine. We're all here and we're all having fun.
Grandmother Willow's basically Sail and Tipo mixed together, where you just take off the card draw and the uninkability.
There you go. But hopefully we see a little bit of Grandmother Willow, and we'll probably be seeing some Tipo today as well. So if you like both of those cards, guess what? You're in luck. You're in the right place. You are tuned in to the CCQ out here in Ink Open in sunny and shiny, a little bit breezy and cool Baltimore, Maryland, out here in the suburbs of there. Glen Burnie. We're in a mall. It is an old relic of the past mall. I love this mall.
Mowgli
Big
on
fan.
2. Here we go. And as a great player, as we know, if Mowgli's in your deck, you cannot keep actions. Of course, we don't really want Under the Sea in our hand on turn 2, which is another reason this Mowgli is kind of like fine into dogs, but like not the best. However, we are going to go ahead and quest with our Daisy and put a World's Greatest Criminal Mind on the bottom. No! Which, by the way, in that format, this format with Island Wii and everything else, World's Greatest is basically Dragonfire. So
Basically the same card.
right, it's pretty much Dragonfire except for the Inkable, and it costs 2 as a lady determined dog into a Webby Vanderquack. She's a mystery enthusiast, JDZ.
I don't know if I like Mowgli coming down on 2 these days. I think I want to save that Mowgli for when I believe my opponent is going to send a Under the Sea my way. I mean, right there, you really didn't have the capability to do an Under the Sea at any capacity, and you didn't have a board to fear. But Mowgli as a way, granted, like we say, their tramp's going to find it more often than not, but I would like to discard it before the tramp is able to discard it in the event that it can't go.
Well, I mean, while that's true, sometimes you just don't have any other 2-drops, and you have to hope that they altered into the Under the Sea and they just have it in their hand. I've definitely mulled away my whole new worlds and drawn it on my first turn and had it hit by a turn 2 Ursula. So the same theory could happen.
Very true.
And, you know, it's not a blanket rule. If you're playing against Amethyst Steel, you definitely want to play it on 2 so you can hit that strength as soon as you can.
Oh, yeah.
But I do agree with you that sometimes saving those discard spells to, you know, the turn before they're playing those big cards so you can hit those and take those out of their hand before that giant action just ruins your day. You know, it is worth saving them, and that is some next level play if you're able to do that.
Yeah, we see the Tramp come on down and buff it up. Doesn't matter, though, because we have nothing exerted on Kayla's side, and it's not like we're challenging anyway, but having that Tramp come down with a reduced cost because there is that lady in play. So now we are doing what dogs do, and we're going wide, and we're inking the Delamoon Lullaby to play the Webby. All right, so we're definitely setting up to do some things, but not too many things.
And that's a crazy amount of characters to have in play off of 2 ink, by the way. Yep. We're up to 3 now, and we played 1 more.
And there's no Grandmother Willow on board.
5 with no Grandmother Willow. 5 characters on 2 ink.
We Madam Mim Elephant our Mowgli in this situation, and I think we are just going to go on a quest here because it is a 4/4 Bagheera with no stats, but it's still a 4/4, and anything that crashes into it will not make it through that challenge. So here we go. Here's a Tramp.
So yeah, Jason is selling. He's either selling Tramp or Kramicon, but it's going to be Tramp. And you do have a card that you are able to discard here as well. Just showing a little bit of information. Shout out to the judges here who are holding it down for this tournament. So now, what are you looking for here? What's the best card that you can find off of this Tramp? Is it another Tramp?
I mean, that's one of the things we can do. The problem with another Tramp is we only had 1 card left in hand. So we're only keeping 1 thing here. So it could be a Chromacon to prevent some challenges. While Under the Sea is normally good, it does nothing on this board. And unless we're keeping a Lullaby and hoping to draw on Under the Sea as the top card, that doesn't seem like the game plan we want. So I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't a Lady 5. To be able to grab a couple characters out of the discard pile after some challenges. And you can also get sneaky with it and challenge your Tramp into this Bagheera and then get back that Tramp, play it for 1, and then take out this gigantic pain in the butt Madam Mim that if is not answered is slowly going to take these characters away, or at least just stop Jason in his tracks from questing to prevent damage from being put on it.
Yeah, now keeping it was just a Tramp, so we are going to go ahead and play the Tramp and buff up the lady and maybe quest. We're just going to go ahead and take out the Bagheera. So the Bagheera was a problem, so actually that's pretty good. Taking out the one problem that we had, maybe going on a quest and seeing we're putting a genie into your hand off of the Daisy quest. Do we turn it sideways? Yeah, I think we're just going sideways now because we have no cards in hand. We kept nothing except for the Tramp and then got rid of your challenger. So no cards in hand, and here we go. If you Demona, then like please Demona.
Yeah, I'd love to see a Chromacon here from Jason Spy. Granted, they didn't find it, so you can only have the cards that you can get. But a Chromacon off the top, and the game probably comes to a screeching halt if you are Jason. Kayla now, on the other hand, I think you're gonna have to get you're gonna have to get the Iago, maybe you have the Rafiki. You're going to get some a nice board spam here to help start contesting before that Chromacon gets established. But again, this Emerald, this is why people are playing it. I don't understand why this is not unequivocally, undebatably the best deck in this format, because no other deck can do what this deck is doing. Every time I see it on a stream or in these tournaments, it's doing something like this, and it's just always so preposterous.
I think one of the reasons why is it is a phenomenally hard deck to play. There are some matchups where if you do one thing wrong at the wrong time, it's actually over. And I know in this situation it seems, I think this is a pretty unfavorable matchup for Kayla to begin with, but I think the reason people aren't picking this deck up is because you could ink something here and then choose the other wrong thing off a tramp. There's a lot of decisions that go into this deck.
I used to believe that, Color. I don't want to disagree because I don't want people to tell me how wrong I am. But I thought that last set, this set, it seems like it's pretty clear what you're trying to do. I mean, you're trying to play a ton of characters. You're trying to play Tramp. You're trying to sing Undersea when you need to. You're trying to sing Chromacon when you need to. It seems like you play a bunch of one-cost dudes, play the Tramp, get the card you need, and win the game. I mean, you are exerting.
Surface level,
Right.
yes. But the problem is you do not always have the perfect draw.
And there we go. We had it. It was
Jason had a
running
pretty
out.
good one, though.
Yeah, Jason had a pretty good one, and we were still one turn off of that Demona, even though we'd have to real feed in the hand. As Jason does take it, being quite favored, but nothing off to him, just grabbing the win there from Amber Emerald versus Amber Amethyst.
Now, but still, though, I loved seeing the sportsmanship from both of these players. We saw the fist bump. We did see a lot of smiles and laughs. If I'm Kayla, I'm crashing out. You know what I'm saying? Now, you're not about to do that to me live here on Twitch. You're not about to do that to me in front of all my friends, and I'm not going to be having a good time about it. But still, it was an incredible matchup to see those Illumineers coming out and representing themselves well and still playing well, having a good time. Because again, at the end of the day, we're all still playing a game. You want to win, you want to, get the prizes associated with winning, going to the national event and all those kind of things. But still, keep in mind, this is a different community. We're not all into the whole super, saltiness. But still, great to see that camaraderie and sportsmanship still from both those players.
We're not the type of players where, we'll eat your cards and then call a judge because you have an illegal deck. We
But
don't do
it's
that
still
here.
fair to be upset when you lose. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being upset. It's how you
Pretty good
handle
point.
yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're saying, I think this community in general does a fantastic job of just being respectable adults, and that's really what it is. And and that's one of the great things about this community, and that I love about it.
Well, that's why I'm behind the booth, because I will eat your cards.
we have to keep Colors Law away from everyone else.
It's true.
Absolutely. But still, again, if you're out here watching, I want to thank you guys all for being here. This is the CCQ out the Ink Open. If you're watching on Twitch, there's also a YouTube broadcast on Podcana. Make sure you guys are supporting both of these streams. Hit the follow buttons, hit the subscribe buttons on YouTube and whatever where you may be watching. Tell your friends. This is a CCQ. The winner of this tournament will be going to the national event. You'll be joining my co-host here, Mr. Luke Wonderland, at that tournament. Maybe you can best the wizard at that event potentially, or you might get cooked. You never know.
Well, I hope to cook plenty of people at Continentals because I would like to go to Worlds again.
And you know what I found out, Luke, the other day? On the Lorecast. There's no Continental in the
Yeah, it's
in the
not.
word.
No, it's North American
Championships?
Championship.
I had no idea.
Yeah, it's
I'm a
the
relic
Disney
of a past
Disney Lorcana North American Championship.
That's it.
Period. Stop. I asked 4 times in chat. Thank
No,
you so
there's
much,
a
Rochelle.
there's a
I'm
challenge in
so,
there.
Rochelle.
Wait a minute.
No, it is. It's the Disney Lorcana North American Challenge
Wait,
Championship.
Disney Lorcana
No.
Challenge North American Championship.
No, there's only one C.
There's 2 C's.
DLNAC. Rochelle, I asked
Wait.
you and you found
Wait,
I
wait,
just,
wait, wait,
I
wait,
just
wait.
play in these
I
events.
screenshot it.
Okay.
I did.
We're gonna find out. You guys have the answers. Get over there. We're gonna get some chat pulled up so we can kind of see what you all
This
are
is how
saying out
insane
there.
I am. I
As
was
we're-
like, she told me, and I need to know this information forever.
And while we find out this very important
Oh, here we go.
information,
It is the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Okay, European Championship, and then Disney Lorcana North American Challenge. Oh, there is 2 C's.
Right on. But 2 CCs for the CCQ,
yeah.
and we're about to find out
And
about
we're just
the
some
Illumineers.
CCs
All right, so
covering it.
it looks like we got Garrick over there in the interview booth. It looks like Garrick's ready. If he gives me a thumbs up, we'll know that he's ready, and it is time to rock. Let's see what our winner has to say about the dogs.
So we're back in here in the interview booth. We just played dogs. Congratulations on the win. What did you think when you saw the opponent's color combination? Were you worried that the Monstro combo might end up getting you?
I haven't seen a lot of the Monstro combo with this color combo recently. It's mostly been the Horseman Strikes package, the World's Greatest Criminal Mind package, kind of the just kind of value deck that I toyed around with myself. So Monstro combo was not on my mind at all. And even if it was, I would just try to quest before they can plop the Monstro.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. The dogs can be a really aggressive deck, but it can also be a pretty controlling deck as well, using the Chromacons, using the Under the Seas, which you were able to use to great effect during that match. And going up against Amethyst and Amber specifically, you have a lot of targets for that Under the Sea. Is that something that you rely on most of the time in your matches to sort of help you get over the finish line?
In my limited experience, I think you have to be pretty flexible with dogs. I am not going to pretend to be the premier expert on dogs. I think that the deck has just enough characters with more than 2 power that you can't rely just on Under the Sea.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. When you were deciding for this deck list, I mean, you said you dabbled in other decks, the Amber, Amethyst as well. When you were deciding for the CCQ here today, was dogs always at the top of the list, or were there other considerations that you were thinking about?
Dogs was not at all at the top of the list all the time. It's a hard deck to play. Like I said, I'm not going to pretend to be the premier expert. It's a deck that you have to put. I feel like you have to put a lot of reps into. So I felt like if I have enough experience to put it in, you have to practice somewhere. So practicing here is a great place to do it too. But I thought about Blurple. I'm a Blurple main at heart, and I thought about Yellow Purple too.
Okay, Blurple's really interesting in this current meta because we saw it completely dominated the field of Australia, right? The most players brought it there, and it is really taking up a huge meta share. Being a Blurple player, what was the reason that you decided to get off of the deck despite its current power level?
I think the real answer is that it's just kind of fun to play more than one deck. Also, know your enemy. The dogs deck is such a hard game to win when you're Blurple, and playing the decks that make it hard for your main deck to play against only makes you a better player.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I think it's a good philosophy to have. And if you're going to come into a tournament, why not bring the one that just won the most recent DLC? So congratulations on the win. Any shout outs that you would like to make here? We see your team, Inka Tink. We always see you guys up here in the Northeast. So any shout outs you'd like to give?
Inka Tink is the main one. Great team. We have a fun time. Come find us at your local DLC.
Yeah, we see you guys all the time. Congratulations again, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. So that is going to be it for us here in the interview booth. If we can send it back over to our illustrious casters.
Oh, welcome back. We pop up. I'm watching on the screen and slipped over and didn't even notice. That was a fantastic interview. We got to see some dogs show us why everyone thinks it's the best deck in the format. And he said he's only played it a little bit and he's not good at it, but it looked pretty solid and pretty well played to me. How about you?
I agree. I mean, he seemed like he played it like a seasoned vet, and that might go back to what I was saying. Maybe this deck has this aura of being the hardest deck in the format to play. It has these very convoluted, complex lines where if you miss one, you lose. But now I think it's, with all the information that's been made readily available, with all the great players that are playing dogs and how much content is available and how much stream footage it has, maybe those lines have become a bit more simplified. And the deck's overall power level is so high now that you can get through it.
So it was more like one of those things. They're like, it used to you'd have to 6 months of dogs, and now it's just if you find the deck in the parking lot, run it. Just run it.
Maybe I don't know.
See what happens.
The deck's basically a synergy-based deck. As we saw post Raging Storm, he kind of stumbled for a few turns. He had a lot of high uninkables he couldn't play. He had an inkable Tramp he couldn't play. When you have no characters in play, Tramp's not very good. So it's very high synergy. So if the opposing deck is able to kind of 1-for-1 dogs for a few turns, it's pretty good. But the thing that pushes this deck so insane is the fact that you have Lady 5 to get you back into that game. But as we saw, he got 5 characters in play off of 2 ink. You don't have to continue inking.
Right.
And that's another stage where yes, dogs is best deck in format, and just being a good player, you can take dogs and pilot it to a fine finish. But if you're winning this event, you're going to be knowing these like hard plays, when not to ink, when saying, you know, maybe 2 ink is enough. Like I'm playing against Amethyst Steel and they're taking out all my characters. It's a form of card advantage by not inking, and some players will over ink on accident, or sometimes even under ink trying to think because they heard me talk about not inking. So then they'll and that's what I think when people say dogs is hard to play. I think it's dogs is hard to master.
It's micro decisions, absolutely. Yeah, because at this point you're like, I could function this deck off of 1 ink. Turns out you can't. But sometimes you over ink, and that's the end of it. But we are here at the Ink Open, and we have about, I don't know, is there like, there's like 1,000 people here, right? Or is it, okay, we have like 300 players. I feel like somebody should be talking about numbers, and then they threw it to me to talk about numbers. And here we are.
So I'm gonna step out for a second, and we're gonna cut over. We're gonna take Braden, as some people might know this lovely Illuminator. He brought his cube here, and we're gonna do some pack rushes with it on stream to give you something to watch while we set up for the next round.
Sounds good. I mean, that was a quick. We don't have access to do another feature match. So we're gonna do 1 feature match a day, and that one went by pretty quick. So we're gonna fill the void and do a little bit of a time fill pack rush for you guys. A custom made pack rush. So it's a very cool creative thing that this Illuminator has created. It's like a custom cube with own custom made individual packs.
You take your favorite cards and you throw them into a pile, and you play your friends over and over and over, and as soon new cards come out, you get to update it, and it becomes even more fun.
But it is carefully curated though, so I think the matches will be fairly decent every single time.
Doesn't do anything.
I think it will be.
I'm kidding.
It will be at least something different, for you guys to see. So we'll get that set up. Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Let me know out there because we're watching intently. I can see a little bit of the chat now and see what you guys are saying. And if it's looking good, let me know that too. And we can make any adjustments as they come up. So hopefully you guys are all enjoying the show.
Awesome. Yeah. And we are here. And again, okay, that's crazy. Well, I'm just going to get out of the chat. That's a wild thing for y'all to be doing, but I'm just kidding. We have Braden here, which is known for his absolutely 100% politically correct takes on the internet. And I'm so super excited to see this reformed Illuminator come on and show us something cool because, again, Cube, I love different alternate formats where you get to showcase the game's mechanics. I mean, Jay-Z, you don't have to talk to me, about alternate formats, but I love when you can just get in there and use these mechanics and see what the game is capable of. Because, okay, yes, we know that Dogs is powerful, and we know that Blurple smashes in the top tables. But, again, have you heard of my new favorite card, the Beast, and his castle?
That's a pretty cool little combination. I like that coming in from Winterspell, the Beast. I saw someone. Oh yeah, when I was in Australia, there was a Illuminator that was there, and he was playing the Beast and the Beast Castle. Nice little rush coming out with that 3/1 stat line. You put him in a location, and now he won't be banished in that challenge. He can't take damage. I think that's a really cool card design as well. And maybe we can find some Illuminators out there in the field. Continuing on with a strategy like that, and having that be a part of the CCQ out here in the Ink Open.
Absolutely. We already saw Ruby Steel once, and I feel that Ruby Steel is a good one to come in and throw that in there, as we had Luke teleport over there to try to play it's a name that I literally just forgot. It's a cube. It's a square. As we have Garrick in here, you heard him laughing. Look at him in here having fun, Garrick.
I am in here having fun, and it's great. I was just walking around over in the other room. Crazy matchups going on. Jeremy from Club Lorcana was playing against Jack Shadows just for the round.
Where were they?
Why didn't that get picked?
So was it Sapphire Steel, and what's Jeremy doing? Is he on Amber Sapphire?
I don't want to leak what they're both doing. That seems rude. What if their opponents are listening?
We got to talk. We got to talk to the match picker person over there. Who's picking these matches?
I don't want to throw anyone. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. It was Luke.
It was Luke.
Well, he didn't pick specifically, but he told the judges that he wanted off meta specifically, just anyone bring them to me. So they brought Dogs versus
how was that off meta though?
Amber, Amethyst.
Okay, lock in. Who's making these picks? We need to wake up.
I was like, I thought it was production, so you better lower your voice.
Dude, production makes the picks.
Oh, you better say anything bad.
She's making the picks.
It was Luke.
Luke's making the picks? Okay. Luke's under the bus taking all wheels.
He's going to take the heat.
But
on
honestly, though, in this event is absolutely stacked. There are some phenomenal players here. And there's, in theory, someone can come in 7th place and still make it to the national event in this.
That's how many qualified players we have. If the whole top 8 is qualified,
oh my god, I didn't
and
think about that.
number 7 isn't, congratulations, you're going to Disneyland.
That's crazy. I mean, I think that just shows how absolutely stacked this event is. As we're playing Pack Rush, that is a 2nd star to the right.
Rush.
Cube Rush.
Cube Rush, 2nd star to the right is inkable, right?
It is uninkable, but in Pack Rush,
I don't understand.
I don't think you have to have inkable cards.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Are
you serious?
That's what I've been told.
Garrick,
what?
Can you ink uninkable cards in Pack Rush?
I've never heard such a thing.
Guys, if that is, I have been playing with one hand behind my back as he reads our Mulan promo from our DLC championship. Luke has never seen that card before in his life, so he had to read it.
Yeah, today's theme of the stream
He had
is
to read it again.
We read Ruby Steel cards on stream. That is what we are doing today.
We should have had that on the bingo card that we never got done. Next time, we're going to get the bingo card going. Next time, the bingo card will be going, and opponent reads card is on there for sure.
Minnie Mouse
100%.
Surfer. Here she is. She's our 3-cost 1/3 with 2 lore. You guys remember, and if you don't, come on, OGs know this Minnie. She's evasive.
And she's questing for 2. I think that's some huge value there.
You know who's also evasive?
Mulan.
But she can also challenge ready characters still, so that's just.
But she does have Reckless.
That is true.
And she's also uninkable. And I'm pretty sure we saw that. I just can't with this. So, yeah, we do start. Pack Rush is normally a fun format that we play, and we basically start off with 2 ink. I think that maybe mirrors this. We start off with 2 ink. Apparently, you can ink uninkable cards, so it is wild as Luke Wonderland draws his absolute favorite card in the game, which is
with
Doc
a beautiful
Bold Knight.
altar on that. He throws the mini into the discard pile. Let's be a little gentle here, Luke. That's a legend. That's a hero. You remember the Spider-Man scene of the train? Be careful with him. He's a hero.
Ooh, as we see, I think this is search for clues. Is that if your opponent has more cards in hand than you have to discard 2 cards? And
that's crazy.
Get rid of it. And he keeps the Doc, the perfect card to re-up after you get rid of your search for clues discard.
Oh, but question coming in from the chat. What is Pack Rush? So Pack Rush is a fast format that you can play. It is an official format from Disney Lorcana. You basically take 2 packs, but usually it's 2 packs, but this is a custom version of Pack Rush. Play with the carefully curated cube of cards. Don't say that 4 times fast. But basically you take 2 packs. You start with 2 ink in your inkwell, and then you play a game 1st to 15. You start with 5 cards in your hand. You play the game by the same rules as stated. So it's just a very fast, limited way to play. It's a good time. I encourage you to try it. If you're new to the game, it's a great way to learn as well. And also, you get a chance to play with a ton of different cards. As B-King.
Why is Wonderland inking twice in that turn? He's not allowed to do that as he pulls the cards back and puts them back in his hand.
No. He's like, I inked this uninkable Alice, and I'm confused, so I'm just going to go ahead and boost my Bambi and exert it sideways, go on a quest, and I get to look at the cards equal to the amount of cards underneath the Bambi. And if it's a character, you get to put it in your hand. So if Bambi's got 5 characters, and then you put it on the bottom of the deck if you don't. So
I believe it was a wrong lever that he took a look at there, but we did have to discard the cards, but the Doc came down and refilled us there. We do have a B-King undisputed in hand as this Mulan is actually wreaking havoc here on the board, able to remove 2 of Luke's characters, and it's Colors
of the Wind.
Oh,
So
they only get to draw 1. Absolute punish.
Only 1 in the cube is crazy.
Oh my gosh. So Colors of the Wind comes in and says that you reveal the top card of each opponent's deck, and then you draw cards equal to the amount of ink colors represented. And since they flipped the same ink color, Braden draws 1 card for 4 ink. Is it 4?
It is 4.
He paid 4 to draw 1.
Yeah, back in my day, we could draw 2 cards by singing Friends on the Other Side, but no longer. Here comes the Tipo down onto the board, the #1 nemesis of JDZ Quest, and also Sky. This Tipo is making enemies and making them quickly.
Look at that. I love how much fun they're having. I look at, because these are the cards where you look at them and you're like, why am I yelling about this Mulan? And,
look at
hold
that. that.
Now, Mulan is a 3/3, but Tipo is going to get got by that giant one. And we do remember this Rockstar Lilo. Tell us about this Rockstar Lilo, Garrick.
Rockstar Lilo is one of the most beautiful cards that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, but what's it do?
I don't remember.
Oh my gosh, this is only stuff you can get at the Ink Open, people. Garrick doesn't know what that card does, and I don't either. And I'm stalling until JDZ says something about Rockstar Lilo.
I'm doing some production over here. But Rockstar Lilo coming out from the news set. Whenever she quests, you can add a character to cost or more back to your hand. Rockstar Lilo, super goated. Works great with Doc. I know Amber and Emerald. Amber and anything can probably use this Lilo. Shift on 4, I believe. 6 cost character.
He's a pro, ladies
My
and
gosh.
gentlemen.
And he got back Hudson, which we all know and love Husband. He says when you play him, you may draw a card and then discard a card. Love the loot strategy on a gargoyle. And we did discard Jasmine. That's either the Healy one or the Resisty one, and that's what I call them.
All right, we gotta remove the. I'm getting cooked. I haven't used a non-Mac in a while, but if we could get this on this screen and this over here, I think we're so back.
Okay.
So that way we can operate and still educate. You feel me?
Yeah.
Let's get that going. As we're
They left JDZ at the helm of the keyboard and the whole command center, and you guys have seen him try to make a tweet before, so you can imagine.
We're building it. We're building it as we go. All right. So thank you guys all for being here.
Garrick just drug it over and it immediately worked, you guys. Can I do commentary on what's happening with you and Garrick, or should I focus on the game? I will focus on the game.
You got it.
It's frozen. So I'm going to talk about what we're doing over here, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
It is not frozen. It's just frozen on my tiny screen as Luke Piles shuffles the largest deck in history as Braden watches, because we know, if you know Braden, you know that just burnt him in his soul for every last being of his patience, because Braden does not love pile shuffling. But Luke's quick at it. He's fast.
We got to
He's
make
fast
sure
enough.
all the cards are still there.
They're
What
all
do you mean?
still there. You know Luke didn't count those. He just went at it. He went at it, and Braden gritted his teeth, bared it, and now they're back. But they're still all smiles. They're all smiles. As I love it. Get me in there. If you ever need casters for alternate formats, I am all in it. I'm all in it. But again, we sit here and you start with the 2 ink. So I'm assuming you just kind of start with whatever's in your hand. Or if you just find 2 cards on the floor, I think that works too. As we're going to go ahead and next up Olympus. That's such a good one. As we do, we're just going to show our cards, huh? Powerline, Tacoma, Mystery Scuttle, probably? I don't know. And a second star to the right. It's back. Oh my gosh, that Fred. Okay. And I guess the altars go as normal, as we can go ahead and throw back cards. But again, it's kind of weird. Like, how do I know what I need and what I don't need? But we're keeping Fred. We're throwing back Diablo, a puppy, Next Stop Olympus. I mean, I'd keep that Next Stop Olympus. That card is silly. And I'm all for shenanigans. As that is the tiny Fred. That's our shout out Emerald Binja, right? That one comes in, it quests for 2, it's a 2/3, and it breaks an item. So, you know, we need to definitely put that into our decks. Get rid of that pesky Chromacon, am I right? And these, as I'm going to start doing commentary on JDZ and Garrick soon.
No. It's working. You gotta be a pro. We're pros. You gotta
be a pro. You invited me as Alice Growing Girl comes down. She is really good with that Mulan. If you need a Mulan buff up deck. Oh my god, we had the Chromacon in Luke's face on 2 to throw in a Diablo on 2, which what's better than that? Oh my god, that's so much value. Color the Wind into the Inkwell. Luke not respecting it. He doesn't think it's real. As
now we got something
the
going here.
wind.
Hold up. I see what Luke is cooking here.
Luke's gonna cook
This
it.
could be a wombo combo if Luke can manage to get this growing girl Alice to stick around. You have this Pocahontas that is up. Stick around. Avoid this Diablo. Get a nice board built.
Sure.
Support. Never mind. Get the Alice. You got to get the Alice up, and then Pocahontas quest, and we're out of here.
Yep.
GG in one fell swoop.
Now we have a Potion of Malice on the board as he goes ahead and exerts it and puts 1 damage on our Pocahontas, which she only has 2 willpower. So another Potion of Malice exert, and that Pocahontas and Alice Dreams are all gone. That's a second read for Luke. Potion of Malice, making sure it does place a damage. I do believe. It's
right.
Not, oh, yes.
It goes through all of the resist. It goes through all of the. I don't know if it will not go through the Lilo ability because that just will reflect any type of damage that is moved to her in any way. But anybody else, it will go through that because it just places the damage counter after you. No, yeah, it does. Just by paying that one ink. Also, you can banish this card to give Reckless to another character. So you have different utilities for this card. I think that card is actually tragically unplayed in Core Constructed. It is uninkable. That is probably what's anchoring it down. You have to really, really be careful when you're putting these uninkable cards in your deck, but I think that card has more of an impact than you would like to
I was
believe.
wondering now. We went for a quest with the Pocahontas, and I was like, well, that's a little crazy. Maybe we want our Diablo to crash into it, but we have a Madam Mim elephant coming down and picking that up, bouncing that card back to our hand.
For sure. So now the Alice is still, you still have that very powerful potion of Malice there. So every turn, you can continue to send damage over to the Alice now. However, it is going to fall victim to the,
That's the third read on
Madam
Luke.
and Elephant. So you can't really send any damage there because you'll be able to reflect it back after the next turn. As Elsa comes on through, the Bambino is prepared to be challenged. Madam M Elephant and Elsa together, or you can support 4-1 if you want.
That's true. Yeah, you could quest with Elephant, you could quest in with Alice, and then you could buff up the Elsa, have the Elsa take out the
There you
Bambi,
go.
and not even trade. You're just going to take 3 back because it was a 3/5. That Bambi is so good, and that's a lot of card resources for Brayden that he lost there with that kind of wild little. Look at that power of the growing girl.
I like Alice. I think that's one of my favorite cards. Alice the Growing Girl card is one of my favorite Digital Arcana cards, and I always thought that card is underrepresented as well. Maybe that's me. I sound like a broken record. I think every card is underrepresented, but Alice the Growing Girl has such a unique ability and
card.
being able to give everyone support and then being able to quest for a ton if you can get her up to that strength value. I think the card is cool. I'm glad it got reprinted, honestly.
I have no idea which puppy this is. This isn't Patch. This isn't Lucky. Is this Rolly? I cannot tell, but it is the Amber and Amethyst puppy, and I'm sure it does something very powerful, but hey, shout out to puppy lover decks out there. Like, I just don't know what this card does.
Maybe someday there'll be a nice, viable puppy strategy. There was one that was on the ropes a little bit in the previous set with the, what's his name? The shift, Mick, what's his name? The big Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt. There was a puppy.
Oh, Thunderbolt. Yeah. So the shift Thunderbolt that comes in and is able to shift onto it's got like puppy shift. So it's really, really, really powerful.
And
but again, I think the problem with this is anytime there's a puppy deck in a format with Big Sisu,
I'm saying like for a short time there was a puppy aggro deck that was super viable, and I don't think people just kind of got off of it and no one went back to it. So maybe there is a Amber and Sapphire puppy strategy that is somewhat viable in this winter spell. Maybe they didn't get any new additional cards. That could be what is the limiting factor for the puppies out there. They will always have their loving supporters. Copper is a puppy coming in from this set. He is Emerald, though.
He is a puppy, and he is Copper. Yeah, oh dear. But that is Rolly coming in from the chat. Thank you. I'm not sure what that is, but is it the one where you can look at your inkwell, and if you have a puppy in there, you can just go ahead and slap that sucker into your hand? As we see the Mulan charging ahead, charging back onto the board. I know that we were talking about this card, but it is an aggravating card. With this thing and medallion weights, you're able to do a lot of stuff, but we don't see a medallion weights here. We see a Rolly.
So there's that Mulan again. The issue with Mulan is that she is reckless and she can challenge ready characters. So I did get mega punished once when I was trying to play Mulan myself. When you just play out a character that's bigger than Mulan, she still must challenge into a ready character. Elsa's going to come through.
Solve a mystery onto the Elsa back in our hand and into oh my goodness.
And there's that support with the Alice again, showing why that card is so interesting, being able to support Exert with Elsa, very similar to a Basil situation, but now all of your guys are Basil, and sometimes even more, as Luke now is beginning to quest 4 now on the total for him. Brayden, back against the wall. How are you going to get through this insurmountable board? We have that Cruella de Vil up there.
Crazy, which is evasive on your turn. But yeah, excuse me, I misspoke. That's not my mystery. That's rewrite history. So rewrite history does allow you to grab something back, so we grab that Elsa, but gotta get the right song part of the song in there. But yeah, that board is insane. Elsa or Cruella does have evasive on you only on your turn. So if that puppy wanted to do some stuff, it could. But we are gonna go ahead and put another damage onto that, and we are going to. What have we got in our hand that we are gonna try to just trickle down some damage? Is she? I thought she was a 3/2. She is a 3/2. So we are going to go ahead and trade our puppy into that. And there we go. We have our own Enchanted Lilo. Or do we swap decks?
Oh, it's come to the field. I thought Lilo brought it to the hand. It comes to the field. That's right. And it comes in ready as well. So Lilo is a little bit better than I thought. So, man, comeback starts now as Luke is continuing to quest. Keep in mind, in Pack Rush, we only have to go to 15. I don't know what the timer is in the round, but we should be getting some more CCQ action coming your guys' way. Again, you're not missing anything. We're just filling a little bit of time, have a nice, friendly Pack Rush battle that is happening.
Yeah, as we sit here and try to figure out why we are looking at this many cards at once, I'm not sure what he just did. Did he play second start? He played second start to the right.
No way.
He played second start to the right, actually unhinged. But he sang second start on the right because it's a song, and it's even better when you sing it. And now he has his entire inkwell available to him to go ahead and play all of those cards that Braden is really upset about. Oh, just go ahead and draw another card with Genie. What? It's fine. Braden looks how we feel, y'all. Oh. He's coming unraveled, and I would too. Look at this. That is an actual nightmare. If your board looks like this in Pack Rush, I think that you scoop. Do you scoop?
I don't think you need to scoop. Just keep playing it out. You never know when your fates are going to change. Let me pull up this Lilo really quick just to make sure that we're all on the same sheet of music, because I think I might be remembering something incorrectly. You may pay this whenever this. Hold up.
It's on quest.
Whenever this character quests, you may play a character with cost 2 less from your discard. How did he get that Diablo into play? Freaking Judge, okay? Like, actually,
Diablo's
Judge.
Been here since turn. Who knows?
Judge. Braden, how did you get that Diablo in play?
I don't know.
Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah. How did he get that?
Yeah, but is it on play?
It's on quest. That's what I thought. I was like, wait a minute. Actually, this is the second color. Believe it or not. Okay, if you guys tuned in to the DLC,
there was a 3-card deck and he had 4 colors in his deck.
If you guys tuned in to the DLC in Melbourne, Australia, okay, I was there. Someone got DQ'd in 3 Wishes format. Now we got our first DQ in Pack Rush. Okay, there it is.
Oh my gosh. Dang, Braden.
Both cheated that way, so they're going to play it this time as is.
They both cheated that way because there are 2 Lumineers in there, and they read the card the same way, and they have both taken advantage of their incorrect ruling on the card. So
it's
apparently,
a wash.
2 wrongs do make a right.
There you go. It all worked out in the end. But I was like, wait a minute, am I tripping? Is that card way better than I thought it was? Like, I knew the card was good, but I was like, that card cannot be that good.
Did he just Circle of Life it for Lilo cost?
Come on, man. I like it though. I like the energy.
He's still fried in half though. Look at him. Absolutely cannot. Man, this board is crazy. Look at this. So this is a cube version of Pack Rush that Braden has curated into little tiny decks that you can kind of just go and play and bring with you. He actually has like an entire box of them, and it's kind of really cool. So you can just like curate your Pack Rush experience and be able to do that over and over again. And it looks super, super fun because you can play. It's an infinity format, right? Like you just see all these cards again, and anything that lets me play with my set 1 and 2, 3, 4 cards. Hey, I'm here for it.
And it's always nice to see, because we rarely get an opportunity to use multicolor format as well.
Yeah. Yes.
Because if you make it like a multicolor format, you can do whatever you want. The game would get broken very quickly, especially in Infinity.
Fast.
But in this format, when you have very low power cards that don't really harmonize or synergize because it's very random, it adds for these unique creative moments that can happen, and I'm all in on that as well.
Absolutely. Like, I love multicolored interactions because I know as a game developer, they looked at these and went, we can't put these in the same color pairing. As Luke probably takes it, we don't know. It's all crazy. Donald Duck makes it onto the field. This is my favorite card. Yeah, Garrett came back just in time for that. Thank you. Yeah, welcome back, Garrett.
Yeah, I had to go get my Donald Ducks.
You actually have all of your Donald Ducks.
Yeah, I collect highest. Well, okay. These are all Donald Ducks. I collect Donald Ducks, so if I can get the highest rarity Donald Duck, I throw it in a binder, and I finally got the collection quest Donald from the parks.
Shout out. Yeah, as Braden found out that whole thing. So I guess, I don't know how many cards are in them, but there's not that many cards in them. So basically he had a big deck box, and they had little, tiny
packets.
Yeah, little packets, and he had tons of them, and you just pick a packet and
they can play again.
Yeah, so
how much time do we have in the round?
How much time in the round? We don't know.
Do we have any? We got to get some. We got to fix our communication. There's a link there. We'll figure something out.
We need to get with the judges.
We got to
go find a judge.
We got to find a whole. We need a guy. We need a liaison. Is what we need.
Yeah.
Because we got to get like a piece between a way to communicate to know what's going down,
We
timing
need a
the
big
rounds.
clock right here.
We'll
Just
figure it out.
Big clock.
We're here though. I mean, this is where we are, and this is what's happening there.
Oh, it's Scott. Scott wanted to play on stream. He loves the camera.
Don't say it like that. Don't
it's just
say it like
it's a little
that.
inside joke. It's a little inside
okay,
joke.
okay, okay.
Scott loves to be on the camera. The camera loves him. Take a look. He's got to change his name though.
In
It
a book.
says Wonderland on there.
He could be Wonderland.
That's
I think
alright.
we
People are gonna feel ripped off. I think they're like, "Who's this guy?" That's not.
people being.
He got a haircut and dyed his beard.
Oh, so that is a dyed beard. I thought the camera was faded there. I guess I might be having a mild stroke because I didn't notice that Scott has a red beard now. Pretty nice to
man,
see.
lighting is so important. If you wanted to actually talk about it, we could go into the theory of
I mean,
like
please,
hair color
if
and
you
everything.
would
Yeah.
like to do that. I mean, we have a little bit of time to banish here on the CCQ as we're waiting for round number 3 to begin. If you guys are just tuning in, this is not the CCQ. This is the in-between filler episode, if you will.
Yeah.
Very Naruto-esque, I would say.
Absolutely. Believe it.
There it is. This is what's happening right now. Literally.
As we get botched for trademark. There we go.
Nah, we'll be
Nah, you'll be
alright.
fine.
No, it was really like on tune though, Garrick. It was really good. It was
Hey, I
really
can sing.
good.
I can sing, and I'll
You
I'll
don't
be
have to
doing
convince
some.
me.
I'll be doing some singing tonight
I'm
at
so-
the
oh, that is
Disney
tonight. Oh my God, I'm so
karaoke
excited.
that we are all doing.
Oh.
So we have a 15-minute extension waiting on. I think we had a judge call. Our judges are on it. So you get 15 more minutes of action-packed lantern and card soldiers in the same deck. Hey, card soldiers is into the inkwell, guys. I'm sorry. I got really excited about it, and I didn't need to. But we are going to go ahead and play Hudson, which, again, it lets you draw a card and then discard a card. He's just looting on a gargoyle, and I think that card's really good in some situations.
I know. I thought it would get. I thought it would get a bit more love or support. It's just his Stone by Day is worse than all the other Stone by Days because he hits the board so soon, and if you quest with him once, chances are he's not going to get a chance to ready again. But
Well, look at that, Elsa. As we go ahead, and then this version of Pack Rush, we can go ahead and ink uninkable cards. So that's why we did see that big old Sisu going down into the ink. We're getting rid of our Ursula, Deceiver of All, which I needed to see my queen sing something, but she got King Undisputed. This format is bananas.
and it looks like checking the hand there. I can't really see what Scott's got going on.
BANNN bananas.
Luke's back.
Yeah, it was super fun to play, honestly. I highly recommend it. He was saying that the app's official rules, I think, that you can ink uninkables, and it definitely made it a smoother experience, especially playing with a curated cube like this because you have so many cards. It's easy to accidentally get a chunk of a bunch of uninkables.
And I mean the thing about this format too, it is a custom format. It's a for fun kind of thing, and I think you can kind of augment rules to make it make sense for your style of play, what you're doing. So don't feel like you're confined to as it's written. But that rule was stated that you could play uninkable cards as uninkable in the first iteration of Pack Rush, but then it was subsequently changed. So now in the official Pack Rush rules, you cannot ink uninkable cards. But for this, it would make sense for this cube. Since there are such a high volume of uninkable cards, then just put them in inkwell just to make sure that you're having a good time.
I probably would have lost those games if I couldn't ink all those uninkables.
Your deck has 50 uninkable cards in it.
As we smash the genie, and then we sing King Undisputed, which means you're just going to go ahead and get rid of that genie. He's not really doing much with that much damage on him. As we have Stitch, new dog, just going on a little quest. Look at him set one vibing.
Yeah, King Undisputed is the player banishes a character they choose. This is a staple from set 2, Ruby Amethyst. If anyone can remind me of that name.
Tramp Park. Oh, no, this is a
Deals
dapper
2
Rasker.
to each character.
Which one is that one now?
This tramp is when your characters are banished on your opponent's turns, you draw a card, I do believe.
Right, yes. That one is that one. He's the Dapper Rascal. So, yeah, Drayden will go ahead and draw a card here as a Minnie Mouse Surfer Mini comes back into play.
Teeth and Ambitions. That's the name
Oh,
of the
okay. I
card.
was like, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but here we go. These cards can come up at any form, shape, or fashion, as we see Braden and his own. I don't know. I don't want to be like, oh, it's a Frankenstein cube, but hey, it's actually well curated. And here's Lilo, and Braden knows what it does this time around. JDZ.
Yeah, and so you're not going to be able to get any characters back right away. But being able to quest, I think this card is, again, tragically underutilized card in our current metagame. I think people can figure this thing out. And as we get closer to rotation and beyond, I believe this Rockstar Lilo, remember it, this is a card that I'm keeping very high on my list of cards to re-explore once our card pool becomes a bit toned down a little bit once we lose sets 5 through 9 or 5 through 8.
Well, we would lose its best target, though, Doc. I think it is possible that even now, like at least it's tier 1.5 or tier 2, being able to shift this on the 1-cost Lilo after you threw a couple pudges into play, already docked once, challenge away your dock, get it back, and then draw 2 more right away. It could be another way for these Amber Steel decks to get some sort of card advantage.
For sure.
You have Nanny grabbing that dock and then buying it back.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Sorry, I am so sorry to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. That's my favorite card in this game. This is Donald the Sorcerer. He says that your opponent needs 25 lure to win. And those rules in multiplayer in these formats are bananas because you're like, wait, we're supposed to go to 15. Does that mean I have to go to 25 now?
Yeah, when I inked that against Braden, I was like, wait, should I have kept this? This actually seems really good against you.
Braden's like, that's why I put it in the
Yeah,
cube.
he was like, yes, it is. And, you don't have to build a full 400-card cube. You could easily just take your favorite 100 Lorcana cards, put them in a deck box, and then in between rounds with your friends, shuffle it up and build pack rushes out of it if that's what you want to do. Or, try some other fun formats out. There's plenty of ways that you can play Lorcana casually for fun with your friends between rounds at an event, or just hanging out and doing anything you want.
Oh my goodness. As we go ahead, play a dog, draw the perfect 2 cards, and flood the board. And we're just going to go quest with that giant Donald. Oh my goodness, as we are getting into it, and we are waiting. This is our filler pack rush fun time. I don't know what else to call it because we have about 10 more minutes left in the round, as we did have a judge call and an extension. So you guys are not missing anything. We're just kind of hanging out and taking a tour of some of like the best cards, I think, for me in Lorcana.
Yeah, it's either like honestly, it's either this or nothing. I mean, that's kind of where we're at. I mean, we can kick it back to the booth and you'll just see us, or we can go to a Be Right Back screen, which I don't even think we have a Be Right Back screen, so we can't go to a Be Right Back screen
I mean,
right now.
I'm enjoying watching this. I think there's an event played, but I guess we might let you watch that if you
And
want.
then
But
we
these
quest for the
gameplays are
win.
crazy games here.
Absolutely. Look at Donald. Donald finally doing something. That is literally my favorite enchanted in this game. I know that's not the enchanted version, but that is such... I love cards that just silly break the rules like that.
Just run in there and push him out of the way and sit down and play him. You might get it in your stack, and you could try it out.
Yeah, look at those enchanted.
What do you guys like? Did you guys pass them out like playing cards, or you just kind of split them down the middle? How do you guys do it?
Right here, after the packs are done, we just shuffled it, and you saw me pile shuffling. I normally only do it in 2 stacks, but I went for 4, and then at the end, he took half and I took half, just to kind of mix it up.
Okay, to split it up so you can get different looks. I think that's really cool. I like that, and thank him for bringing that out here and demonstrating that for us. I saw he was explaining it to me a bit earlier before the stream began. He showed me the entire cube and how organized it is.
It's gorgeous.
It's really a really cool looking thing, and I think I want to try to make something like that for myself. Maybe I got to get a list, but I just want to make sure that it's as balanced as it can be instead of just.
I love how like you can also. It seems like because there's so many one-ups, you can throw your enchanteds in it too. Because you're like, what do I do with my? I'm like, I'm not balling out. I ain't got like 3 or 4 enchanted Donalds. I got 1 Lilo. Let's put it in the cube. I got 1 Mulan promo. I love that. Like bling out your cube, you guys.
All right, this is what we'll do then, JD. We're looking for fun things to do throughout the week. Let's have a cube draft day every week. Where
we're like, woo,
there's some websites people have made to try to do it, or we could just do you grab a chunk off of your cube, I grab a chunk off mine, or Color also builds one. We can play online and give us a fun format to do. There's so many fun ways to play Lorcana. You can do the franchise format. So many. Do you have a favorite casual format?
Me personally, I like to my made up format that I use. We do Trove Wars. My wife and I do that all the time, and I do that with friends and things of that sort when I can, when I'm playing in person. You buy a trove, you split the packs, and then you just put all the cards together. You can't take anything out, and you play a sealed event with that. So I think that is a really cool way to play, and it's fun. You take a trove, you just split the 2, 4 and 4. You put all your packs together. Can't take anything out. No subs, no dupes, no anything. You just shuffle and play it like a normal deck.
Like that's your deck.
That's your
like
deck.
That,
you
yeah.
take nothing out. You make no additions. You just play whatever you get.
And then you're like, okay, so whoever wins this gets the best card in the trove.
There you
No, I'm just
go.
kidding,
You
can't
win
do
the whole
that.
trove.
Whoever
Wins gets the trove.
This is if you picked the right 4 packs, then this is the best one. Oh, yeah. We saw in the chat now, like, looking, you guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I know, like, longer judge calls and extensions and everything else like that are kind of difficult, but we're gonna get to it. I swear, these boys, like, it's not like we're not live on camera and they're like hand signing. So
Well,
like,
I didn't know. The screen you have here does not show me live on camera, so I had no idea.
Fantastic. It's fantastic. We're having a lot of fun here. And that's actually another thing, too. People are like, what's your favorite part about, like, these conventions and everything? And I'm calling it a convention now. So that's what it is. It's the Ink Convention because there are artists, there are vendors, there are players, there are kids, there's a clown. It's right here, and I'm just kidding. But like,
wow.
it is. It's like a convention and event, and my favorite part is the people. It's being in this booth. It's being out there. It's talking to people, and like I don't know, man. Like it's just.
You show up to play the game, and you stay for the magic of the friends that you make along the way.
I see what you just tried to do with it, and
Yeah,
shout out to the ones that know, but we don't do that here. There's magic, but it's our magic.
Absolutely.
It's the magic of of everyone here.
The friends of the event. But still, so far, again, you guys, if you're just tuning in, round number 3 should be beginning very soon. We're going to have some more players coming your way. I believe we're going to be doing 7 rounds of Swiss today. Or 8, I want to say. I can't remember exactly how many rounds of Swiss.
We're just going to start adding rounds.
I think it's all of the Swiss rounds.
Like.
Let's do it. I'm down. I would say let's do as many Swiss rounds as we possibly can today and coming back tomorrow. So we are going to be setting up for round number 3, and I think we have another transition that we have to do. So we will be saying goodbye to
you.
Me?
No.
It would be Color and myself. All right, and we're going to get out of here to set up for round number 3. So what we can do is
you just
transition.
Leave me here.
We'll leave Luke here, and Luke can cover it out.
Ooh, I get to just sit here and stare silently at the camera.
Yeah, that's actually what you should do, but I'm going to go eat this Uncrustable. Hey.
All right, well, Garrick's about to sit down and tell us what is going on.
Okay, everybody, I know that you want to watch the CCQ, but we did a little favor to our players. A lot of, like we said this whole time, there's a lot of high-level players here at this CCQ, and a lot of them are interested in going to Dortmund, and those tickets just went on sale. So we decided to pause the activities, let people queue up and buy the tickets, and then continue. So Kurt Spice was one of those players, and he got an extension, and then they are just finishing up. So we should be getting into round number 3 here soon. But before we do that, we wanted to highlight some of the artists here that we have at the event. So Luke, why don't you show that off?
This amazing gift I got. I was just talking about how it was my favorite enchanted art out of all of them, and I show up and they hand it to me, and it's just like I don't know what I'm supposed to say. This is so gorgeous. Like I'm just so not used to being gifted things. It's amazing.
I got one too.
Oh, show it off.
Absolutely. Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I can turn your microphone up more.
I can't hear in my ear. There we go. So people need to hear this because I got Ilhana means family, and family means nobody gets left behind or forgotten. And these are both done by the incredibly talented Chenoweth
Ricky.
Chenoweth Ricky. Yeah, I was like, that can't be one word. I knew it was Chenoweth. I was like, Chenoweth Ricky. Yeah, I was like, I don't remember it being, but yeah, it's Chenoweth Ricky. And so you can go ahead, the screen.
Yeah,
Scan the screen.
Scan the QR code.
I don't know how that works,
now.
but yeah, so that's where
That
you
should
can find
work.
them. Then we have a few more. This is our Vanna White.
Yes. Right now we have this beautiful illustration by Fink Illustrates. An Ursula that they created specifically for this event. Here's their QR code as well if you're interested. And if you're on YouTube, you can rewind, you can screenshot this. But yeah, Fink Illustrates, all of their information is here. free sticker for a follow. So you might as well do that and get yourself a free sticker.
Shinzo Sasage. We have Aaron Yeager here. This is Aaron Yeager. He didn't draw this actually though. This is drawn by Art with Ash, and that is you can
Charcoal.
find. Yeah, this is charcoal acrylic prints. They do it on lots of mediums here, but this is definitely a charcoal graphite type beat.
Yeah.
And it's very cool. This is like a play on that painting of, I think, David, perchance, or the Fallen Angel, I think. Either way, you can find them on TikTok, Instagram, and Etsy. And get your Aaron Yeager today, folks. If you're not into Jasmine or Ursula, there's three types of people in the world: Ursula girls, Jasmine girls, and Aaron Yeager.
Well, I'm a Jasmine girl myself.
Aaron Yeager.
I love Aaron Yeager. I did a cosplay of Aaron Yeager once upon a time at Otakon.
Oh, I was at Otakon every year from like 2003 to 2008.
We probably saw each other.
Yeah, we're probably like, nerd, dork. You were just running around Naruto style, but either way. But yeah, I'm excited to be back in the booth with y'all.
There are other ways to run?
There is. I mean, I've never done them. I cannot move fast, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, I was walking around. There are, like we saw these artists, there are other vendors out there. There's card vendors, which I've already bought a couple packs. Sorry about
A
that.
couple?
You
A
did.
couple?
She
about
ripped
3
a few
today.
packs.
Yeah,
She ripped
about
a
three
few
today.
What did you buy yesterday?
It was funny. I told Sky last night. I was like, I'm gonna buy a booster box, and I can't wait for Luke to go another booster box. And there it is, folks. But I do like to buy packs. That is why I go to work, so I can spend the money that I get there in exchange for my time.
Yeah.
And that's what you can do here. There's a very ample room, and they have a raffle going on. So the players, when they show up, they're able to enter a raffle, but then also you can buy some tickets and then put it in. And there's lots of little raffle-y prizes they'll be giving in between rounds that include like official stuff, and then also some of the merchants have some of their artists will have their stuff available. So.
Oh, and some ink playmats too, I think. Raffles for all sorts of fun things.
Yeah, all really cool stuff. I mean, we've got a foil Elsa out there. We got the foil Invited to the Ball that we just put out there as a raffle. So a lot of really cool stuff going on. I know we did a foil Cusco at the last one, which a local was able to win, which was cool. So it stayed in the DMV where it belongs, and I believe it was Kurtz that he earned
his ball invitation.
No, his Cusco.
Whoa,
from Worlds.
You say the Cusco, the poison for Cusco.
Yeah,
Cusco's promo.
Cusco's promo.
The promo for Cusco. But yeah, and it looks like we see our players sitting down. So we are, for those catching up, we
Almost
had round
ready.
1 and 2, and we are going into our round 3. So we're going to go third. This will be the first third of the day because there's 9 rounds total. And so these players are 2-0 and hoping to keep that momentum going. But we have one of them is a little bit of a bounty player. Tell me about this player that we'll be seeing coming up.
Yeah, the Dave is one of the best players that we have out here in the DMV. That's D.C., Maryland, Virginia, for those not in the know.
Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yeah, it is not the DMV that you're used to. We call the DMV out here, we call that the MVA. So out here in the DMV, Dave is a very well-known player, but North American Championship qualifier for Season 1, and also just qualified in Milwaukee as well, playing Amber Steel. That is kind of a pet deck that he's kind of known for at this point. At the last event, he was able to win the whole thing with Amber Steel, and spoiler alert, he is playing it here today. So we're all big fans of the Dave.
He plays some spicy stuff,
He
too.
does. He was playing the
Snow White, I think.
He was playing Snow White. He was playing Aurora, which I believe
He was
after
like one of the first ones.
He was one of the first players to play Aurora, and after that, Sky was inspired to use Aurora and then won a CCQ with that card in his deck. So shout out to the Dave for making crazy innovations and just being one of the best players that we have here in North America. And take a look. You can see the bounty mat.
We can't take a look. Let's take a
they
look.
can't.
Screen.
We can, but you
Yeah,
can't.
you're right.
Take a look. It's
Take a
on the
look.
next screen.
There's a look.
Oh, and look at that bounty mat,
an
dude.
inking
He signed it with a
bounty.
holographic marker, the first of its kind. No, these play mats were made by by a Matt, not a Dave. We have Matts, we have Daves. There's really not that many names you can pick from in this area of the country.
There's
But
3, Matt, Dave, and Garrick.
yes,
Yeah.
Garrick.
Yeah.
And there's like 40 Garricks, which honestly was very, very surprising. But thank you to everyone in the chat. We have a lot of people getting excited for the Dave. And then also some people from Team Ohana, which I love Team Ohana. But it is, before we can get to any other players, we have the Battle of the Beards, as somebody just said. And
Dude, that was what we had in the finals. It was the Dave versus, I forget his name.
Did they have to cut it off if they lose?
Yeah, that's what we said. But they both
Wow.
had 2 glorious beards, and you know what? It was Amber Steel versus Blurple in that matchup as well.
As someone with a beard, I'll tell you, I will never play a
I believe it
game
was
where the
Doug.
loser loses their beard.
Yeah,
I'm not putting my beard at stake.
You can't risk that.
Now, Amber Steel is a very fascinating deck because, I mean, when we say Blurple, there's a few decks where you say the color combination and you're 90% sure what they're up to. It's very rare that someone's going to show up with a Sapphire Amethyst build and you'll be like, what is that tech? But Amber Steel is a color, or is an ink pairing that has lost its identity. It was super established for a while that it was Amber Steel Song. You could just say I play Steel Song and people just put the amber in there in their mind.
Yep.
But now we have different flavors of it. We have our aggro type build, and then we have people trying to do mid range. You guys said that Dave is known for his spice. Do you have any inkling of what he might, what kind of titration he might be going for here?
Well, I walked past him as I was perusing the floor, and I did take a little peek at what he was cooking up over there. And you know what? I did see one of your favorite cards, that Lilo bundled up, which has to be one of the cards that you need to include, especially if you're going to play like a more aggressive build of Amber Steel. She's just so solid.
You know, it was last night we were having a little caster dinner where we were eating at Glory Days. Shout out to that restaurant. But I will say we were talking about what's a good example of a I don't want to play with you anymore. And Lilo and Nala are a pretty good example of that, where a lot of people are looking at Nala and saying, listen, Nala, you're cool, but you know what? Not cool. Cheshire Cat absolutely demolishing you.
Yeah.
And this has the ability where it doesn't matter. Place, deal, whatever the type of damage, she is not going to take it the first time. You have to do whatever you're going to do, challenge, move, whatever, twice. So she's kind of just making people go, that's good.
It's a really good winter coat she has.
It's
Obviously.
very bundled. It is. She looks like she's wearing a sweater, her Hawaiian dress, a coat, lots of stuff. She can't put her arms down, though.
She's got sandals on.
With socks.
With
socks and sandals.
With socks, to be fair.
That's the anti-resist tech.
Yes.
Socks and sandals.
That is actually unstudied tech, but we're proving useful. So, yeah, I mean, this is a card that I think you would see possibly in any kind of build of this deck. She does pair quite nicely with some other targets. We've seen Stitch Rockstar, a card beloved by Wonderland here in the booth.
Oh, yeah.
So she pairs quite well with that. There's lots of Lilo and Stitches bouncing around. And man, Lilo, if there's some pudges, I'm going to take my headset off, run around the entire mall and come back because I want to see that. But no, instead we got that Aurora we mentioned.
And she's on the board. Yeah, this is, again, a card that the Dave is kind of known for. One of the first players to play it. And I guess that's a benefit of playing in these really, really early events is if you come up with a great idea, you are given credit for that, and credit where credit is due.
I made this.
I made Disney Lorcana. But this is another card that's very powerful, and it's only become more powerful over time as we say, guess what, Amethyst, you're going to draw a card no matter what. This Royal Guard is able to come in, and he's just a measly little guy, but then every time you're drawing cards, you're going ahead and increasing his strength by 1. So let's say you have something like a Yzma Conniving Chemist, and you draw 3 cards, or you draw 2 cards off of some other situation. Suddenly, you can have this be a beefy octopus. But before that, let's just see what you got going on with a Mowgli Man Cub.
Choices. What am I discarding here if I'm Anthony? Well, easy choice, apparently.
Thinking about it.
Thinking?
He's got a lot of card draw with those 2 genies.
Yeah.
What if he has Tamatoa? That would just be insane.
You're right.
It's probably not going to happen.
That would be a very, very spicy inclusion. We did see Tamatoa make his way into some Blurple list there towards the end of the previous format, but since the rotation has not really seen that much play because we lost some of the more powerful items that really worked well with the Tamatoa, as Tipo is going to hit the Inkwell, and we'll see a Tipo hit the board as well. We did go ahead and quest for 1 with the Aurora, leaving her open to a Royal Guard challenge, and Anthony will take that.
Yeah, I mean, so Aurora is something where there's lots of princesses available in an Amber Steel package. I mean, if you are running the Whisper version of Ariel, or the Whisper version, if you're running anything, you can get a discount. You can even get down a Mulan for free. So I was expecting when I saw that quest, maybe a cheeky 1-cost princess to go down and replace her. But in this case, he just said, I want that 1 lore, which is surprising. I'm trying to see what the payoff might be, because now there's also a damage on that octopus, which can be very scary.
So as you were saying, this octopus has been very good. And one of the cards that you very kindly waited for me to mention,
of course,
to set me up, I did appreciate, is that Demona. Being able to make the Royal Guard crack in for 5 is backbreaking. And Dave is probably aware of how good that is, and especially since we know the Hypnotic Strength is in there. That's a +3. So it's possible that the Dave just wanted this Tiana to be able to come into play and not worry about it as much. Whereas in a turn or two from now, a Demona could come down. I think we saw Anthony ink one on turn 1, which sometimes is a signal that we have another one. And so it could be in respect to that. Ooh, and just doing a nice little cleanup of some of the board.
And that's why aggro can be one of the more difficult decks to navigate, because you want to naturally win. The minute you sleep an aggro deck, you're like, all right, so I win by turn 4, we'll just do that. But it is a lot of calculated battle of inches in times like this, because they know with this purple Blurple matchup, it's not going to be over quick. So you have to be thinking in that future proofing mindset. And the damage is gone. We're not going to go ahead and have that carry through. But now we're starting to draw some cards, which can be scary. Amethyst has a lot of cards I don't want to see, and even Sapphire.
Oh, yeah, and as if you were noticing in the cards that Anthony drew there, he drew a Sven, and that mixed with the Hypnotic Strength is enough to just take out this Tiana. And with the new reprint of Let It Go, props to anyone who's able to get those gorgeous DLC ones, and Into the Unknown, and Hades, Tiana is not the threat that she used to be. It's very easy for her to just hang out in the Inkwell after a turn or two. Which could also be why the Dave was going for more of a challenging style there. Because if he just tried to race and just gets blown out by an Into the Unknown, Anthony has a bunch of characters. And this way, if Anthony answers his threats, he doesn't just turn everything sideways and win right after. He has to then also develop a board and a secondary Tiana. If he does not have that Into the Inkwell style card, it's going to be over very quickly.
Yeah, Tiana is one of the more powerful cards that we've seen, especially in the previous sets, as she is able to sing a Strength of Raging Fire, removing one of the genies off of the board. The Lilo and the Rhino get exerted here on a quest. But like you mentioned, we have 2 out, kind of insulating ourselves a little bit. I do see a Hades, I believe, in the hand, or no? No? I think there's one in there. But anyway, we have an Elsa, which is not really super useful right now in this situation. So Anthony might just have to quest, draw some cards, and try to find some answers, because the Tianas are back, and they're really, really threatening right now on this board.
So you don't like Elsa, exert the Tiana, give my character -6?
No, not necessarily. I don't think that's what you want to go for.
It's suboptimal play, they say. But I mean, this is kind of a tricky moment, and I think Dave did it well,
Let
because
It Go.
It is a Let It Go. Okay.
We saw the Elsa on the art, thought,
Yeah.
oh, he's got both.
Now, it's tricky because, I mean, one of the things that Anthony is trying to do is just stay in the game, because Dave can run out of gas pretty quickly, and Anthony just keeps getting stronger and stronger. Around turn 6 is when Anthony just kind of hits this rhythm. As long as he can hit something like a Demona, get the Genie firing with a Dumbo, there's lots of stuff he can do, but Dave has to fight really hard from this point forward. But there we go, a brand new card.
There he is.
That's the Chieftain, correct?
That's Chief Powhatan, and he is a beefy bodyguard at a 5/5 stat line. So you can, and he cannot challenge, but people have to run. You have to run a lot of resources into this man to go ahead and get rid of him.
Yeah, he is a mentor and king indeed. It's so hard to get through that. Like, you need how many characters to take down this Lilo now?
Yeah.
Like, Anthony had the Elsa, but
He
Into
has
the Unknown in hand.
yeah.
But what do you hit?
But you wanted to hit the Tiana with that,
Yeah.
but now you have this Chief Powhatan who is just absolutely dominating this opposite side of the board, and we do opt to go for the Tiana. So Lilo
Tigger.
looking a little safe, but yeah, we can return her to hand with the Tigger.
Yeah, and I mean, this Tigger is something that I heard people talk about. You know, it's only 2 costs, so what are you bouncing around there? And there's a few different options. I mean, the very obvious one is if you're going to have it in an Amber or Amethyst Steel deck is Doc, but really it can be a disruption. Like we saw here, that Lilo, she planned on questing, is what she really likes to do. But with Tigger, bounces back the hand. You do have to redeploy it. You don't have a lot of ink in these aggro style decks. You can also use it on shift targets and things like that. But he's just shown that telling out your opponent, I got to do that again, always pretty good.
Yeah, and we see Nani come down onto the board. This is a sort of alternative to standard card draw. We can look at the top 4 cards of our deck and reveal a character with cost 2 or less, put them into our hand. So a great way to draw cards in a more aggressive strategy like Amber Steel is to put the Nani down, look at the top 4, hopefully find a Doc,
Oh, yeah.
and now you can draw basically 3 cards off of the Nani with the Doc combo there.
Yeah, because that's been like one of the big issues with Amber Steel in the last few sets. Katie mentioned earlier, it's been kind of missing its identity. And most of that kind of comes down to it just missing 1 or 2 pieces in all the builds to be like, this is the way to play the deck. And one of those is that you only really have Doc as card advantage. So, adding Nani and the Lilo Rockstar, as we saw during the pack rush, as ways to abuse and take advantage of 1 Doc if you get it or find it quicker. And it's very important. And we see Lilo bundle back up and come to play again. How long do you think she's going to stick around?
I mean, Lilo is known for leaving and coming back. We had the Lilo Escape Artist. Now we've got the Lilo bundled up.
Here's Demona.
Okay, so this is where the math changed. So we talk about interaction, and this is where you say, we're interacting, buddy, because that Demona comes, exerts all your opponent's characters, and then it's really up to Anthony on how he wants to play this out. But this is normally pretty devastating if there wasn't a giant 5/5 bodyguard.
Yeah.
So that is where things are like, okay, you got to get through me, pal.
Yeah, and he would eat up the Genie and the Tigger. Sorry, go ahead, Luke.
Oh, I was just going to say it's not a clean trade at all.
Yeah.
We're just trying to race, I guess. Demona for just a big character, which, she can challenge the Chief very easily there and still stay around. And imagine if Anthony plays a Cheshire Cat after doing that. He might be able to stop Dave. He's only at 9 lore. He can quest up now to 13. That's so close, but so far at the same time. If he doesn't play a powerhouse card such as Doc or something to just push through that last bit, it's really tough, and it's going to be dependent on what's on the top of his deck here in this mid game, as he has 1 more card. Oh, that's actually a couple cards, and
Call
we're
a
drawing
doctor.
more.
Donnie, call a doctor. And that Donnie, it's so fun because we used to have Ariel Spectacular Singer Reader. There we go. The doctor said, I take house calls. But you get to look for 4 cards, but in a deck like this, they're pretty much all characters. So it's really just saying, I'm going to get my best character out of these top 4 here, hopefully not sending any strings to the bottom. But in this case, Doc is just what you want for 2 ink left, and then gets him ready for whatever Anthony's up to.
I mean, typically in decks, you're playing way more characters than you are songs, so Nani almost always hits, especially when you're playing a deck built like this, like you mentioned there, Katie, and we do find the Doc. And something else that's really, really good about Nani is she is a 3/3, so she can battle back if something's challenging into her. She's probably taking something out, as we see her take the Tigger out there. These 3/3 characters that cost 3 and come down and provide some sort of utility are really good. Pete Games referee. We saw the John Silver as well in Sky's deck in round number 1. So there's a lot of these kind of cards that are super impactful on that 3rd turn, as we are going to go ahead and quest for 3 here with the Chief and the Lilo going up to 12. This is a really dynamic and really difficult deck to try and play against because of these big bodyguards, the Tianas and the Lilos. Everything needs to be hit with one of those into the unknowns, the Let It Goes, or the Hades. You got to make a really tough decision, and Dave's just going to keep questing.
I think Anthony still has an Elsa in hand. So what if Dave just has more 3-drops and then that Doc, and so he can't really commit anything?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like he's going to. But Demona can take out the Chief, and then Genie and Elsa can. Oh, well, never mind.
Another bodyguard comes down onto the board here.
Yeah, and I love seeing this return of the bodyguards because this David card is they call it the power creep, because there was a card, a Jim Deere, he was a 0/4, but they said, no. What about a 1/4? And so here is David, the protected snowboarder, being like a bodyguard on bodyguard, doesn't get around into the unknown or let it go, but Anthony doesn't have infinite access to that.
He should rename this deck Mr. President, or Lilo as the president.
Get down, Mr. President.
Yes, because that's what this is.
Hail to the Chief. Get down, Mr. President. We got...
Hail to the Chief is perfect because of the Chief.
Yes. Oh. We are cooking. You heard it here first. We'll ask Dave about it after this round.
If he wins.
If he's in good spirits.
If he wins, we can ask him. If he loses, we might just say, it's okay. We'll talk to you later, Dave. We'll workshop later when you have time. But yeah, bodyguards is something that we saw kind of go into and out of the meta because, like we said, it gets some cards like that Let It Go. I mean, strength, any kind of spot removal gets around it, but it's just a tempo sink, right? It's going to eat resources. It's going to make it where you can't take as much advantage as you want to with these cards. So you get to pick which bodyguard to hit, but it is just annoying. It's annoying to have to deal with both.
There is a Hades in hand.
Oh.
Now we have to decide, of course. Let's take the biggest one off of the board. Challenge with the Demona. So Demona only takes one. And Lilo is probably just going to stick around here unless we have Into the Unknown. We don't, so we're going to go on a quest up to 7, which means Lilo can quest again if Dave decides to go that route. But plenty of ink to work with for a deck that probably maxes out on 4.
Oh, he has to be feeling great. He gets to quest up to 15. He has like 2 or 3 cards in hand, one of which we know is a dock.
Yeah.
So he's just going to go wide. And that's traditionally how you beat Blurple. You just have too many characters for them to actually challenge them all down.
Yeah, and when you're in that position where you're saying, chase me, I mean, it makes it very difficult because you run out of resources. And this is 2 perfect cards because one has that resist mechanic on it. The other one is that Lilo Escape Artist, which we have seen around for a while. And she is one that you can strike me down, but I'll only come back stronger. You can play her from the discard at the start of the turn. So even if Dave runs into, I can't find any more docks, then you have that ability where you just keep saying, deal with it over and over. So now we're at 15, and Anthony has to keep dealing with it.
And this is another card that's really hard to get rid of, the Rhino with the resist here. And I mean, I hate to keep saying it, but it's just really interesting deck building on the side of the Dave. It's just every single card I'm going to put onto my board is really sticky. Sticky meaning hard to get off. What did you see?
Yeah,
He drew into the unknown.
He drew
into the unknown.
What did you see?
What's
So
your elf
we
eye
can
see?
Elsa exert down this Lilo Escape Artist into the unknown, so it's just gone. We can double tap the other Lilo, and that's only going to put Dave to 18. Then we still kind of have some answers from things. Oh, we're going to hit that Lilo.
Yeah, which is a good way because you don't. It says deal damage twice, not banish to the inkwell twice. So that is one and done with that targeting, and then just drawing a card.
It could. I think what Anthony's trying to do here is save the Elsa for the next turn. We're going to just do natural challenging. We're going to let him gain a little bit of lore, but we're also developing enough lore of our own to try to win in 2 turns. So we stop Dave from winning, then we quest, and then we quest again and hope that's enough without Dave being able to deploy enough threats. But as we saw earlier, there is a dock in hand. So it's going to be really close and down to the line game.
Big fan of the term natural challenging.
We don't have an Elsa in hand. That was the last card here. We inked a Demona to play a junior Woodchuck guy, but I don't know if I love that. If the Dave goes really wide here, you have a lot of characters on the board that you can use to challenge. So the Demona would actually be really good here, I think. But we decide to send it in to the Inkwell to play the Junior Woodchuck guidebook. The Dave did spot a Daisy there and decides to go for it. Another, again, really sticky card. It's hard to get rid of these.
Is that the 3rd or 4th?
4th what?
Third Nani.
Yeah, third Nani. Nani's traveling groups of 3. But there we go. A Fire the Cannon.
Fire
It's
the
so
Cannons.
rare you get such big value off of such a little card. And then a dock off the top rope. We love to see that. Just insult to injury. All the greatest hits. We call this Amber Steel's greatest hits. And we just saw all of them. Daisy, Cannon, Dock, and then 2 cards.
Anthony must have inked that Elsa, or I blinked
It was
and he
Demona.
played it.
He inked the Demona to play the
Because he was
Woodchuck
out of
guidebook.
cards in hand, and I thought he had an Elsa in hand.
I think it was
Trying
a
to let it go, and
It
a
was just a
Dumbo
Demona, that would
here, and
make
it's
sense.
not going to be enough. The Dave takes game number 1 going up against Blurple. Traditionally, this is a really good matchup for the Amber Steel deck. And it's sort of fallen out of favor, but the Dave showing us that there's still some life in the Amber Steel.
I don't know if you know this, but when you win an event and then you play it again, you get +2 to your luck stat, at least +2. And, you know, the Dave's been on a roll on quite a few events over the last year or so. So, you know, that luck stat might be up a bit.
That's actually something that you can track in the Lorcana Ravensburger Play Hub to see what your luck stat is at.
A lot of people think it's a joke, but being
some people.
But no, I'm not. But being on fire is like an
It's
actual
real.
thing.
Yeah.
People don't
A
understand.
flow state is real. I
Yep.
mean, you see, you know.
Anxiety's
watch
also
Soul-
real.
Watch
That's
Soul.
called-
Great Pixar film. They talk about it being in a flow state, and it's real. It's real.
Which one?
Soul?
Soul. Okay, yes. Okay, yes. I was like, Cars? I don't remember going, I am Flow.
We beat by him one with the rose.
Yeah, I just watched Cars for the first time last week. And it was,
Really?
Yeah.
Ka-chow.
It was. Well, to be fair, it was because someone went to me and said, Kachiga. And I said, what? And they're like, you know, the guy, Lightning McQueen's second place person. I was like, I don't think I've seen the movie Cars. But we are about to see game 2. Now, was Dave on the play there? I'm trying to remember what card went down first.
I think
He played Aurora, and then
Yes.
Royal Guard came down.
Got
So
it.
Anthony
So-
will be on the play here.
And shout out to Dave. I said, why would you quest that Aurora? But he was able to make some favorable trades and clean up. So, I mean, this is why it's very interesting to watch an aggro deck played by a good player, because you learn that there's
There's
times
levels to this.
Yes, it's not just quest out or don't quest out. It's do some questing when it makes sense. You're doing the math of what they have, how much damage they can take, what they could be playing. So aggro can be one of the harder decks to learn.
Do you remember by chance what Anthony inked? There's a world
He inked
that,
in Aurora, whatever?
well, was it an Amethyst or Sapphire card? Because if it's possible that if he inked an Amethyst card and played Royal Guard, that the Dave might have thought he was on Amethyst Steel, and that is why he made the play of playing the Mowgli when he did, thinking that he might not be able to play it later, instead of playing the turn 2 Tiana, unless there is a world he just top decked those Tianas right off the top and played him as soon as he could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Tiana is a backbone of the mid part of the game for this deck. You're trying to get as much value, changing the math. I think the Dave's deck is built around really difficult choices. It's saying, I got some bodyguards, I got Tiana, I got things that you need to hit twice with damage. What do you want to use your precious removal targets on and challenging? And a lot of people, that decision fatigue can be backbreaking for them. If you're not prepared for that matchup, you make a decision unfavorably, and then they run away with that.
Or if you tilt, you make one mistake and you don't get over it, and then you continue to make more mistakes, and that's a difficult thing, and you just have to deal with your mistakes and not try to hide them. I know some people, they'll make a mistake and then they will not make the correct play that they still could do just because they don't want to do it and show that they could have done something better. They're almost embarrassed. And, I would rather be embarrassed and still win the game than not embarrassed and lose.
I enter every match tilted. I come pre-tilted. I get
That's
tilted, then
my
maybe
power,
I untilt as the game goes on. But there we go. We have our Junior Woodchuck Guidebook down to the Inkwell and that Royal Guard. But I think I saw there was a Basil in there, a couple other options. Anthony does now know what he's up against, an aggro-style deck, so he might elect to go a little wide on turn 2. I mean, traditionally you want a ramp, but putting down a ramp and then a Basil as well, just to have something to respond to. So we'll see how he navigates this very, very important Sapphire turn 2.
Yeah, and he learned that lesson from the first game of sorts, knowing that the Aurora could be aggressive if need be, and he's willing to put it out there. So, he didn't play the Basil so the Royal Guard could take out this Aurora and not cause a trade. If anyone was wondering why he would have played the Royal Guard over the Basil, and if he had drawn a sail, he could have then followed up with the Basil afterwards to then help the Royal Guard possibly take down a turn 2 Tiana a turn or two later.
But in this case, we got our favorite pal, JDZ's son, Tipo here. And Tipo, he does what he says on the label. He's a body, and he goes ahead and gets you up to that 3 ink you want to do on turn 2. So now is a chance to see, Aurora, are you going to let any princesses in? What's your plan here? Because in theory, you can do a turn 2 Tiana if you so choose, but or he can just go wide. In this case, we do have that Royal Guard, and we know Anthony is not afraid to use it.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dave right now has a pretty tough decision staring down the early Blurple defenses. I think when they're able to establish things like Royal Guard, like Rafiki, and get the Tipo down onto the board, it's tough to get past that for an aggressive deck, especially when you are on the draw here. But we see the Lilo, again, just a really, really difficult card to get rid of. You'd have to put both of your characters into it. We'll see if the Dave is able to follow up this Lilo with the Tiana and make things even more interesting.
If we're inking this Let It Go, that has got to feel good for the Dave if he's holding Tiana, because you don't know. Well, that's a scary thing for the Tiana.
Tiana's scared. Her timbers are shivered here.
But if you're able to go Aurora, then Lilo, and just play the Tiana full cost, not reducing it with Aurora, then the next turn you can quest with these Auroras, maybe deploy the rest of your princesses or other cards, deploy a dock and refill, and you just have to hope that Anthony does not have an easy answer back. And while this Sven will be able to take out one of the other 2 characters possibly through a Tiana, currently we cannot take out this Lilo with a Tiana shield and her own very warm winter coat of protection.
The Tiana sales tax. But yeah, I mean, like you said, Sven changes the math a bit and says, I don't care what the price is right now. But this way, we're going to do a little check. What else you got in there? And this is 2 kind of interesting ones. We got that Bell Accomplished Mystic and Hades looking for a deal. 2 powerful cards, but not the most potent in this matchup right now. So the Dave can now make his play choice. He has possibly one more card he can play if he wants to ink and play at 1 cost. We'll see how he navigates that.
See, that was incredibly positive for Anthony. He inks the Let It Go, decides he doesn't need it necessarily. The Dave is like, oh my, he inked a Let It Go. He must
What else do you have?
He must have another copy. I'm going to play this Mowgli. And then does not hit with it, and that makes Mowgli, no one wants to pay 2 for a 1/2 that does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that he can help with strength. He is helpful in that regard. But yeah, I mean, Mowgli, Ursula, Deceiver, those are cards that feel kind of bad to play because if they don't hit, then you're like, well, now I have this little baby. But here we go. That Accomplished Mystic is great when paired with damage, but that is no damage on the board. So yeah, Anthony is kind of going, how do I get the best? I'll go ahead and ink that Bell Accomplished Mystic and look for a deal.
Yeah, do you give your opponent 2 cards here to remove your Lilo? And Dave says, I will get rid of the Lilo. The cards in your hand would just be too valuable at this point in the game. We're going to quest for 2 here. Tipo going in as well as the Sven, which is evasive. So not much the Dave can do about that right now. Doesn't have a Singer established, so does not have the ability to easily get down Strength of Raging Fire, can pay ink for it if it is available.
And as we saw in game 1, when the Dave made Anthony have to pay for a Let It Go for full cost, it was so much tempo loss. Having to pay ink for your songs instead of exerting characters to play them, it just takes everything away. But the Dave finally committing to the board Singer for a strength, if that's what he's sitting on in his hand, is quite good. And Tiana singing is great because then that also activates her ability.
Exactly. And I mean, right now, both players are kind of just waiting for the tempo. But I mean, Anthony, the fact that he has getting to the the most meaty part of his deck, he's up on lore. The Dave is kind of have to be careful from this point forward because things get very out of hand very quickly, especially if a Demona comes off this top of the deck.
Opts to ink the Mowgli there. We do have the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook in the hand. Here comes Elsa. No real rush to play down the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook at this point. You just saw the Dave ink another copy of the Mowgli, and now we can get to questing a little bit more as the Daisy Duck is removed by Sven really cleanly there.
Yeah, a big issue with these Amber decks is that they can't really challenge very well. And as we saw with Dogs in the last few rounds, they kind of get around this by using Tramp to just pump up one character to be able to trade the scariest threat, and then you kind of try to race. But this this Amber Steel deck, they just have some damage-based cards to do that, and not enough of them to answer this full board. So this Hades is just like, whatever, I'm going to quest Tipo. It takes 2 characters to banish a Tipo.
Yeah.
All hands on deck. We have Tipo on the floor. But that's such a good point that, I mean, a lot of these decks are like, it's kind of, I always say, oh, I was made for questing. I'm not made for challenging because, I mean, some of these cards, they're used for all of their utilities. And I just, man, the more Anthony's board grows, the more if I'm Dave, I'm like, is there any permutation where I outlast this battle? He's looking for dogs. He's looking for basically anything to kind of dig, keep going wider, 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 because I think wider is his only way out of this. But, I mean, with that Elsa, the Hades, the Royal Guard, I mean, that's a good start. I mean, now
If
we've got
only
that
he could
fight.
challenge.
Yeah,
Only he could
well,
challenge.
he doesn't. He's a pacifist. We respect all sorts of walks of life here. And he says, I'm not here to challenge. I'm here to.
Well, he still defends his.
Yes,
he's not a full pacifist. He's just not aggressive.
That's true. He's not passive. He's yeah, that's true. He's a responder here. And so in this case, Tiana can feel a little bit more free. If perchance there is a Let It Go, there is a Into the Unknown, so be it. He's got to get on the board before he loses the chance and a Hades comes down or something
And
of that like.
it does look like the Dave kind of agrees with your game plan, where it's like he needs to exert it. Like he needs to turn them all sideways and gain as much lore as he can. But right now, Anthony is winning this race in characters and lore total and lore in play.
Strength, card draw.
Everything.
Yeah. So Dave is still in it. The Dave, if you will. He's still in it, but I mean, it is an uphill battle. Anthony is feeling more and more comfortable as every turn goes by because things that the Dave can do, deploy more characters, perhaps a strength, come forward with a Mowgli, but none of it's as devastating as the thing that Anthony knows he can do if he goes ahead and takes advantage of this Junior Woodchuck Guidebook next turn. Getting to 10 lore. Quite the pressure here. Not exactly game on board, but we're pretty darn close.
Yeah. We're almost done finishing that story there. It's we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore on Anthony's side and the ability to draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, the Dave needs to find something here to sort of equalize the number of characters. If he can find a Strength of a Raging Fire or something like that to kind of even up the characters, he can try and race. But the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook being on the board is so depressing if you're the Dave, because you just know that that's 2 extra cards that are going to be in Anthony's hand next turn, 2 additional resources, potentially 2 more answers or 2 more threats that will make things even more difficult for the Dave. So he needs to make a move here. I think this is going to be a really pivotal turn. We're going to just quest everybody here. Do we have an...
Can he somehow add that much lore to play?
Okay, uses the Aurora ability to play down the Tiana for 2, as well as a Lilo. Again, 2 cards that are really difficult to get rid of. If Anthony is not able to find an answer here, can the Dave get over the finish line before everything is said and done? He should be at 9 here, and then next turn will be able to quest for 9 more. So he is not able to win next turn, but it is a 2-turn clock.
Imagine if he had the Daisy to play there, it would have been exacties,
Yeah.
or at least forced Anthony to interact.
And this is where it gets heartbreaking, because he already had cards. He drew cards for turn. He's going to draw 2 more. So I'm saying there could be so many answers. And I mean, that's the thing, is just
Royal
1 or 2
Guard,
answers.
Tipo, and not sure what that card is on the far left, but it wasn't inkable. It looked like an amethyst. So 2 of those cards are not doing anything this turn. The other one needs to be pretty impactful. Could be... I mean, if it's another Elsa, that would be helpful, but not really, because you have the Tiana down. So,
And him just going wider is an option, too, because we're saying
True.
a 2-turn clock. If the way it works is that it goes back and forth. So as long as Anthony hits that 2-turn clock before the Dave does, he's fine with that, too. Now, he'd like to take something. Dave just did the razzle-dazzle hand of no cards. So he's like, okay, what are the odds you're going to snake your way out of this? Can I just go wide and race you? Because that's a thing you can do.
Yeah, so the Dave here takes a very tried and true, normally loses method of hope your opponent does the wrong play.
we're sailing. So we still have the option to play both Tipo and Royal Guard, so might as well just look at the additional card
Yep.
here for free.
But as we were saying, he does not have enough lore to win the game. He has no cards in hand, and Anthony can just quest out and play a couple small characters to guarantee that we have that 3 lore for the next turn that, once again, the Dave just cannot interact with. He has to answer 2 evasive cards, 3 evasive cards that all just exert to win the game, as well as all of the other characters.
And this is something that can be very hard as a newer player, and I struggled with, is I'm like, well, I want to stop my opponent from winning. And I'm like, wait a minute, I can just do whatever I want and win still. So in this case, he does go ahead and ink.
Interesting. Opts to ink both of the characters in hand, uses a Let It Go onto the Tiana.
Oh, and then that's...
Thinking about Royal Guard here. Royal Guard is at enough to take out the Chief, if I remember correct. If I'm doing my math correctly, he drew for turn, so that's 2. He drew for both Junior Woodchuck Guidebooks, so that puts him up to 4. Plus the sale should be 5, so that's enough to take out the Chief.
I think that was what he was doing over there, the math, because he's like, okay, if I do this right, I'm getting a super ultra giant octopus that can take out any Royal Guard I want. So that was a very big swingy turn, and it swings him into game 3 and a win here in round 3.
Yeah.
Dave has seen enough.
He said, I get it. All right, that was cool stuff. But now it is back to game 3, which for Dave is fantastic news, because if you're an aggro deck, going first is pretty cool. People like it. I mean, going first in general is something that people really quite like in most games.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, it's also just a big deal, because, I mean, if he's able to get a fast, explosive start and Anthony is not able to find removal options, then it just becomes Dave's game and Anthony chasing him. But we have seen that Anthony does have removal options. We've seen that the Royal Guard can be used quite well. We've seen the into the unknown and let it go. So they both just have to play their hearts out here and try to get into their 3-0 going into round 4.
The Dave can rest a little bit easy, though, because this bounty mat will not be given up. You have to 2-0 the bounty player to take their mat away from them, so he doesn't have to worry about that.
I
Yeah,
will
that
less
smiley
stress.
face is not turning upside down yet.
He might, and he gets to keep his beard too. We said 2-0s. You don't have to. If you get like 2-1, you can
That's
keep your
respectable.
beard.
Keep the beard,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you do
yeah.
have to shave your head. So
You do have to shave your and that's actually a really powerful move. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how this one plays out because I am an Ember Steel enjoyer. It's exciting to see this is viable. I was shocked to see 2 bodyguards. Generally, people are like, my 1 bodyguard, but 2, you're like, dang, that is a lot of bodyguards. But in a world with Rush, that Sven and Elsa, it does change the math a bit. You're like, I'm coming as fast as I can. I was like, yeah, but get through David and Chief Fountain. But yeah, so we the bounty players, do they give anything else besides, or they just it's the mat? If you
Good
use 2 of them?
vibes.
just the mat.
I was a bounty player once, and I got a button that said bounty player. And you had to give them the button, and then you were no longer the bounty player.
Or did they become the bounty player?
Yeah.
Oh,
But it was
interesting.
like really sad because I only
Yeah.
bounty played for 2 rounds. So I was like, well, bye.
Guess
And then
I'm-
Habibi was a double bounty player. He took 2 people's buttons,
Oh,
or he took a
really?
person's button and he had his own button. So that's that's a fun way to do it. But in this case, we get a mat signed by the Dave Smiley Face.
So when Habibi loses, does he lose both buttons, or
No,
is
he
that
loses
like an
the
extra
first
life?
one. Yeah, it's an extra life. You don't lose both.
Oh,
Yeah, so you're like,
I like
double
that.
bountied. So it was quite fun. It was fun to tell somebody, you beat me, you get a prize in my button. I get to feel shame. I get to sit and think about that one time I was a bounty player and threw it all away. But here we go. We're going to go ahead and get some strategy here for Anthony. Do you think he's going right back for the Royal Guard classic maneuver we've seen, or is going to be on the draw here going to change that a little bit more? Do we think we'll see anything buried up, or just the classic Blurple play lines?
It's probably going to be classic defensive Blurple. If he's able to, drop that Royal Guard for the 3rd game in a row, or just any 1-drop, ramp on 2, and then play that Tigger on 3 to take away that Lilo, take away that Daisy that might be putting intense pressure on. Buy him a turn or 2. Tigger, which I just recently found out was a 4-3 and not a 3-3 or 3-4. No, this is a character that gets ramped out, slows them down, and then challenges down the Daisy if they decide to give you another card and quest. And if he's able to slow down the Dave enough, trade these away, and get to that mid-game, he can maybe steal it, especially if he's able to ramp into a Demona and take out 2 or 3 characters.
And that's why they say the wonderful thing about Tigger is a 4-3.
Yeah, that is actually the rhyme, I believe.
When you play him, you bounce.
Yeah.
2 or less for free. Anyway, so
Let her cook.
let her cook. She's spitting. But there we go. We are doing the altar, and
Wasabi in the hand for Anthony.
There?
Worried about the dogs out there. Is
Yeah.
Daisy on 1, a classic Amber opener.
I love it. A vintage opener, if you
Yes.
will. But that Daisy can be very fun against decks like Flurple because oftentimes you're like, I don't want to give you a card. But guess what? Anthony's going to be drawing cards. And there's a chance you're going to send one of his beautiful, beautiful little removal tools to the bottom. So it can be fun to quest with Daisy against a deck like Anthony.
It makes
Not
Demona
the one
worse as
drop.
well. Yeah, and you definitely don't want to see Basil. He opted to keep that, though, in his opening hand
You
instead
have
of
to.
searching for the Royal Guard. I mean, that's true. You want something, but it's definitely not preferred as Lilo is going to come down and make things really scary.
Yeah.
Tipo's not helping.
well.
Hades isn't going to help, at least not yet.
He says, keep me around. I'll do my best.
There
Okay.
is Tipo, the growing boy, but we do have Sail available to us as well. But Tipo, genuinely not doing anything in terms of battling for the board here.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
Okay.
Tipo's very big here because of the Lilo. Being able to get that first damage, to take down the shield, to then allow your Basil to trade is important enough that I think I would play Tipo over the Sail here. But Anthony might have a better idea of that, might want to risk to draw another 1-drop. Because if you have another 1-drop, I'd rather Sail for sure. But if
Yeah.
we don't have the 1-drop, I think Tipo being able to take out this Lilo is very important.
Yeah, Tipo can go into Lilo, burst that bubble, as you mentioned, and allow the Basil to trade. It's just tough to lose the Basil like that to the 1-2 and have the lore hit the board, the scoreboard, that is. Here we go on the Dave's turn number 3. Does he have the Tiana to follow up the Daisy and the Lilo here, or could find something even more explosive with a 1-drop and a 2-drop potentially?
He
Now-
does.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's just
Riddle. Oh, sorry. No, I'm going. I'm going. You know what? Riddle me this, Joker. Have we seen any Cheshire cats?
We
No.
have not.
I've not seen it anywhere in the Inkwell, which is such a crazy thing because we've seen Bell accomplish Mystic. So I'm
Yeah.
just so curious to see if Anthony knows something we don't. That Chester
So-
Cat's over.
I did see that DKP just updated his list, and DKP was only playing 3 before. So what if the new list, and I don't know, this is all purely
Conjecture.
speculation, like maybe he cut cats somehow, and like I'm going to always play around it anyways. And there's that Tiana you were talking about. Does he have the follow-up on the turn 3? And it's pretty big here, and Anthony is in a rough spot. He does have the Into the Unknown in his hand, so he can answer that Tiana and then the Lilo, but that's if Chief doesn't come down.
We're going to quest with Daisy here. We can just quest with Daisy and not quest with Lilo. Quest with Lilo next turn, and that's what the Dave opts to do. Let's get around the Basil Tipo little double action here, and then put the Tiana tax on your opponent's side of the board and force them to pay to challenge your characters. Although, is there an Into the Unknown? I think there is in Anthony's hand. So if he's able to establish a singer here, he can sing it next turn and then challenge in like he would have this turn. Does have the singer. There's the genie. Let's draw a card. An additional Hades. It looks like we have Let It Go, 2 Hades, and an Into the Unknown in hand.
Oh,
Yikes.
this is, if you're going to win on the draw, having those and being able to deploy them while not losing is a pretty good way to do that. But we do see that Dave gets to go to 10 here.
Or Strength of Raging Fire, the genie.
And we no longer have the singer, and
Yeah.
now we're in a real upsetting tempo place. But that does put us at 8 lore. If we also, though, had...
Mowgli's going to take a peek, and then it's going to be
Mowgli's- but the
scary.
book.
Yeah.
The book
and
is-
he gets to pick.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's so frustrating. We used to have bare necessities where you got to pick, but it's up to Anthony. In this case, he says, listen, I got cards for days, buddy, and I need to remove some stuff, and I can draw cards off Demona. I can do it off Dumbo. So he's feeling pretty good, I think, with the hand he has right now.
And after chatting with Braden for a little bit, he's been playing some Amber Steel on his own as well. Blurple is not a good matchup, actually, for you.
Fire the cannons. Do we have Strength of a
Oh.
Raging Fire to make this really, really disgusting?
Fire the Cannons is a fascinating card because it only deals 2 damage, but that can really be enough in so many instances, especially for this Basil, which the Basil has that augmentive effect of support, can really be great with the Rush of Elsa. In this case, he says, I am going to start questing as fast as I can, getting up here to 10, and ooh, what do we get off the top?
Tigger.
That's the sad thing about Tigger. Is Tigger is a 4/3.
Imagine if Anthony had that Tigger last turn instead of the genie.
Yeah, it would have been over, I think.
Yeah.
Like there would have been no way for the Dave to really recover there on the tempo loss with all of the follow-up options, as we do see the Into the Unknown putting the Tiana into the unknown, the Inkwell. We don't know what's going on down there.
Yeah, the Dave he's at a respectable lore, but for how much longer? I mean, he's going to be able to maybe go up to 13 on his next turn. I'm assuming Tigger comes down, bounces away this Lilo. We might put a damage on the Daisy, mostly just to be like, oh, would you like to challenge instead of questing? I'm A-okay with that, as well as, like, it's free-ish, but we don't need to, as Tigger does also cleanly take it, so we could just quest with a Tipo if we wanted and represent the same thing.
Yeah, and it's
You
very...
do go for Tigger, sorry.
Well, no, I was just going to say, I mean, there's lots of great options here, but I mean, we've seen Dave put on the pressure, but every card number gets removed from the board is a little bit less pressure. So can he build back his board here?
He needs that dock.
It's dock o'clock, and it's time to clock in.
Or nanny into doc would be pretty good too. As you said, call that doctor. Where is he?
And this is another way to try. I mean, that Mulan allows you to draw a card and discard a card.
Dave has a bunch.
He has a lot of cards in hand.
He's
He's like,
like,
I
he
don't-
doesn't
I don't
need the doc.
Doc is
Call a
old
doctor.
news.
He's like, I literally go to the doctor I'm healthy.
Call doctor, but for you, not for me.
Does he know that the?
Ooh.
Oh, that's a pretty good follow-up
That
there.
is
We forgot
fantastic.
about Lady, which has not been seen in quite a while. It used to be a staple of this game, a staple of the format, but has sort of fallen out of favor here recently. The family dog able to bring in another character to cost or less for free. So we get 2 characters, and now the Tigger loss in tempo is not as hurtful as it was before.
Yeah, she was a staple in dogs for a little bit, but
Grandmother
Nani
Willow
and Grandmother Willow just kind of replaced her.
Kind of muscled her out, yeah, because her effect is a one-time, but if you think about the ink you're saving over time with Grandmother Willow, it just does not compare to the Lady. If the Willow is out for 2 turns, you get the same amount of ink that Lady gets, and then 3 turns, it's just over and over and over more exponential.
Yeah. And I mean, as we've talked about a few times this match, going wide is so nice against Anthony's deck because he can deal with things, a couple things per turn. Dealing with all of it is just harder, especially when you have things like a 2-4 or Tipo sitting at that 1-2 there. So it's just not as easy, but it's not impossible. We did see he had some pretty scary things like Hades in his hand. So
Has Demona as well.
yeah, so as long as he manages his resources well, he can get through this. But I mean, my gosh, the 1 turn time clock is on if he doesn't do anything.
How many cards does Dave have? Because Demona here might actually be the proper answer. We get to take out the Daisy, trade the Tipo with the Mulan, and then use Genie to take out the Lady, leaving the Dave only with 3 lore. But we're not doing it.
Let It Go the old-fashioned way. 5 ink used, challenging in with Tigger and the Genie. So just on the board right now is Lady and Mulan. So you can save those resources. You have Hades next turn. You have the option for Demona.
Yeah, I'm not going to want a Demona when the Dave empties his hand, but, you know, he's docking, so he might not have an empty hand. But he could also just ink play another threat.
That's true.
Let's see what he has here. Questing, I'm assuming the quest to 16. But Anthony's solved so many, but the Dave is going to just be so close to just push that last few points of lore.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's so frustrating because you can do your best to slow him down, but with these aggro decks or the aggressive style decks, the aggressive is referring to how fast they are getting lore, and it's just, I mean, those bursts where they're able to get 6 in a turn, 5 in a turn. If you do that a couple times, and suddenly you can even do your best to get rid of everything on the board, and he can still fill it up, but you just have to do it again and again. So here, he was able to go ahead and deploy that dock. He's doing the math of what is that time clock, what could Anthony possibly do next turn, does he need a quest here, does he need to hold, and is there any other things he can do to get a little bit more value before he passes?
Yeah, so something I do sometimes, and this might be what Dave is thinking, is like you can trade the Mulan with the Tigger, and then all of a sudden your 2 lore threats are easier to stick around. And it also kind of leaves your Lilo around a little bit more. But that's not where we're going to be going here. We're just going to gain that quest, go up to 16, and make it that, you know, Anthony has to challenge back. And, you know, we're still going to 19. It's very dangerous, and if he plays another character here...
I think that was the right move. I was thinking... The Dave knows that Demona is in the other hand, and if he drew like a Chief, for example, plus a 3-drop that he can't play something else, ink and play, he needs to ink because Demona might be coming down and might be giving you some additional cards, but we're not going to do that. We are going to use Hades. Hades is going to ink the Lilo there, but I think playing around the Demona might have been the right option. Now, do you challenge into this Lady with your Genie or your Tigger?
My Genie, mostly because I'm assuming Tigger gets to live for 2 more turns, and at that point it equalizes the lore change between the 2 of them, and you get to keep your Tigger around, and then he'll gain more lore overall.
Yeah.
Now this is when it starts to be very important. Had a Lilo Escape Artist in play. I don't believe he has this game, but that is something that's so vital in this game and why people love putting Lilo Escape Artist in the deck, because there is a point where card draw becomes a little harder and harder every turn. So if perchance you're able to get a Lilo Escape Artist into your discard, which is something you can do with that Mulan Disguised Soldier, you were able to get a little bit of card advantage that way, not necessarily card draw. However, it does, and that's not something available to Dave, but now he is just saying, I got a lot of ink, that's cool. What can I do in order to widen this board and not get felled by this pretty sizable board now, where that's a lot of the strength matches up very poorly with the willpower that might be on the Dave side.
Yep, we've seen a lot of Lilo Escape Artists here. Almost every Dogs list is probably playing 4 of them. You know, you mix it with something as powerful as Tramp or Bobby, or in this deck, you're discarding it to Angel if the Dave's on that, or you're discarding it to Mulan. We saw the Chief you were just talking about there.
Last turn, Chief heat off of the
Oof,
dock, which
rough.
is not what you wanted to see. We are exerting 1 ink here, thinking about playing a Rhino, and we do. What is the option here? I think it's all pretty similar. Maybe you go for Hades.
Yeah, I think that's going to be what it is. So this way, if the other two trade with Chief, your dock might get to live another turn. And that might be the one lore needed to push through. Luckily for the Dave, Anthony is only at 4. And he does have 5 lore in play, but Genie might have to just go away.
Gotta give the cards here.
Yeah.
Yeah, take the cards. Now, that being said, it is something you do want to think about. But that being said, any card Anthony draws, they're all good ones. But he does. He says, draw 2 cards, buddy.
You got another Hades and a Tipo, so not really very impactful. Dave with the right decision there.
Yep, and it's an interesting thing about Hades. I've been outspoken about this Punisher mechanic not being as good, but you put it on a body and it's pretty good. And one thing that is really good in card games is the more choices you force your opponent to have to make, the better, because it gives you more chances for them to choose incorrectly and to give you that edge to push through.
Yeah, you're basically saying there's the most optimal play and a suboptimal play, then the wrong one. In this case, there's suboptimal ones, and so he is able to go ahead and get some damage onto Chief Powhatan, and then go ahead and take care of Doc as well. So now,
Is that enough damage to take him out? Did he not?
It was not. It's not enough damage. No, we need to rewind here because
Alright,
the
they
Hades
caught it.
does not have
They-
enough strength
They just caught it.
to take out the
I think.
Chief. Wait, what? That should be 2 + 2 is 4 in my book. And the Chief has 5.
he's back.
So, yeah, that was important because the Hades being chosen there forces the other two to crash in.
Oh, yeah, so then suddenly that Rhino power hamster is very powerful. He was able to go ahead and change the math, change the outcome of that challenge. They're going to go ahead and rewind all the way back to before all that ever happened.
Tigger has got to go at this point, which means Genie would go if challenging into the dock. So we are going to do that.
And this is why that Rhino was so good.
Yeah.
Because Genie can't take out the dock. And boom, we're going to 19. We're drawing another card. We just, well, that is an Elsa and Anthony's hand, which is a little scary. But let's just draw Doc off the top, you know? Where's...
Or Tiana.
That's all we need. If you call Doc, he will hear you. His
A
sympathetic
Nani would be so
vibrations.
good, too.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he just needs to go a little bit wider over and over again. Now, that being said, Anthony has been keeping a pretty healthy hand size, but here we go. Let's see what Dave, if you will, gets off that, and that is a lady family dog, I believe.
What's that?
No,
Aurora?
Aurora. Worse in some ways, but it's still a
Aurora's-
character.
Yeah, it's a character that needs to be dealt with most definitely here. He would have loved to see the Rhino off the top shift and just
Exactly.
put this thing to bed, but unfortunately was not in the cards. We'll see if we decide to quest here or not. We do. Dave says there's just too much value in getting up to 19 right now. So we do have an answer on the side of Anthony in the Elsa the Fifth Spirit. The only answer in hand. So very good to have that.
Yeah, so we get to, it is in an actual spot here that we are losing one of our characters here. We're losing 2 characters.
We can challenge in with Hades.
Oh, just one.
Yeah,
Just one,
so
yeah.
We are going to lose one guaranteed.
Which is probably the Basil. And then we're going to quest for 4 up to 10.
Dave should be
with
at
a
19,
2-turn
correct?
clock. And then...
He has to get rid of that Rhino for sure, knowing that shifting. So wise choice here. And like you said, able to retain 4 lore on board. And now the Dave really needs to get going wide here. If he can get a Doc into some other little characters here, just go as wide as possible because the pressure is very firmly on Anthony's side.
So we can quest a 17 here. If it's a character, it might be good enough.
Oh.
Mowgli coming down, no actions in the hand, so he can draw.
The pesky Hades.
He's going to draw 2 cards off the Hades for sure.
In these top 3 cards, is it enough? Is the Dave going to get it, or is Anthony going to secure it? That's more
Woodchuck
cards.
Guidebook, but you need to let it go. You need a Demona or an Elsa.
I think Let It Go might be our. Oh, we still can do Elsa.
So here we go. Let's see. We
Draw
have
2, Dumbo, and
That's
Hades.
game.
No, you
no,
can
we
still
can ink and play Hades.
Play Hades. Draw 2. You need Let It Go.
Yeah,
That's your only out.
Yeah, let
Does
it go.
he have it?
Let's make a deal.
Anthony, just flip the cards right off the top. Flip them on.
Hades?
Oh,
I
that
didn't see the
Hades.
Hades.
Oh my god! I'm sorry, Dave, if you heard us scream. No, it's not game over.
But it's close.
That's yeah. You're like it's not game over. But it's the second thing called games. Yikes!
It
because
is.
It is basically.
Dave is in check. He can't clear the board. That's going to be it. Let's take a look at the top card. It's Tiana.
That was insane.
Wow.
Brutal for the Dave. You got to feel fantastic for Anthony here.
He found the Junior Woodchuck guidebook off the top for the draw of that turn. Needed it
5 cards
exactly
deep.
because the Hades was not going to get to the Let It Go. So he needed the guidebook, and Anthony takes it by the skin of his teeth.
A
getting
terrible
the win
deal.
there.
Like a terrible deal. He's
terrible
I'm looking
deal.
for a deal. It's called I win. I don't like that deal. And that's why it's so frustrating because he literally it's a deal an offer you couldn't refuse.
Yeah,
And man, that was crazy because Dave had it within his grasp. My goodness. And we talked about
and the bounty.
Yeah. Oh, well,
The bounty
not
man, he
2-0.
gets to keep.
He gets
It's
to keep
2-0.
2-0.
yeah,
He
okay,
loses the
okay.
beard, keeps the mat. But yeah, I mean, that was a stunning play by Dave because we talk about cards off the top. If he would have pulled a Rhino Shift off the top, he would have won. So it's very, very, very interesting how it becomes a game of inches at the end.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very tit for tat, and we see the power of Blurple these days, just able to dig so far, has so many answers. I mean, Into the Unknown, Let It Go, Elsa, Hades, Demona. If you have an unright character, the odds that it is sticking around for much longer are really slim. So was able to just chain answer after answer after answer. But you got to think, on the draw, drew basically perfect, right? He needed the Let It Goes, he needed the Into the Unknowns, he needed the Hades, he needed everything.
The Tigger could have been a turn
great.
earlier.
You're right. It
So
wasn't
he
perfect.
was
It was
sweating at
99%.
19. He was sweating.
We have some notes. So in the back, we'll go ahead and do some notes. And we are going to go ahead and talk to Anthony about his deck. And one thing I'll point out before we jump to the interview is it's also fascinating that it's such a dominating control deck. But
Yeah.
we still saw the aggro style of Dave be shut off by the fact that there's still one-cost characters that are able to be down there and added enough pressure where the aggro deck can't aggro.
Yeah.
So it really is a deck that kind of does it all right now, which is why a lot of people are really high on it, which I don't love, but we'll hear why Anthony loves it so much.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Oh, they're not
super
ready.
high
I'm
on
just
it.
throwing it.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
we'll
yeah.
throw it to the booth.
Two empty chairs.
To the booth. Anyway, but I personally, Blurple is a deck that I think you have to be comfortable with losing for most of the time because you are going to be losing in quotes. You're
On
not
the
actually.
back foot.
On the back foot. I think one time I interviewed Tyler Sunakawa Batsu, who won the PPG down in Fort Worth last summer, and I said, "How did it feel to be losing in lore all day?" Not great, It doesn't feel good to be losing. People are so excited. They're actually having a small riot out there. We hear things being torn down. We hear everything. So if you see us looking around, it's because, guys, this is live television.
This is live TV.
This is
and
live
we are
TV.
trying
live from Glen Burnie. Shout out to the Glen Burnians. They are wonderful people, great hospitality. I shall be having some mall chicken after this, or Sbarro. Chat, let me know. Should I have teriyaki mall chicken, like the hibachi, or Sbarro? Vote below.
Yeah, that is a question.
We're getting things set up so that we have a little. Whoa. He just throws his headset. Honestly, we've had a problem with him being a diva all day. But no, stop touching the mic. Just hold it like this now forever. We now have to hold it forever. Welcome to ASMR in the booth.
Yeah.
Paper is finally biting over Blurple. No, they're accepting it. Everybody, did JDZ bring Marmite for everybody to try on stream? No, but have you had Marmite before?
No, I don't even know what that is.
It is like umami the spread. It is just savory times 5,000. It tastes like dryness. It tastes very dry. But it's delightful on a piece of buttered toast in a small smear. You do not eat it with a spoon. But we are razzle dazzling with this microphone. What did we get it sorted? We think maybe
Razzle dazzle, the perfect description of this art. I love it. I'm showing it again. I like it so much.
It's razzling and it's dazzling, but we're just having some technical issues. It's no worry. We will have you over to Anthony, the winner of the last round, to talk all about that amazing dig that he did there at the end without dig a little deeper, but was able to lock it in and get the win over the Dave. But I think the Dave showed that there are ways to build Amber Steel in an aggressive manner and still be able to collect wins. He was 2-0 before that last round, almost beat a fantastic player on arguably the best deck in the format. So
we're going to have the interview over here with us.
Okay, that works. Okay. Let's bring Anthony over.
Brent and Anthony are going to come over and chat.
Now you guys have all seen the look of pure confusion in our eyes, or like as Luke tries to pantomime. But we're leaving. Bye.
Yeah. Come on in. Come on in.
Sorry. Please take the middle seat.
And we are here with Anthony and the great and powerful Brent Mukai.
Powerful for sure. I don't know how great.
Anthony, what a match. I'm sure that is something that you were not expecting to see. If you played Blurple and Fabled, it's something you saw all the time.
Yeah.
But the Dave is one of the better-known players here in the DMV, a player already qualified for the National Championship with that Amber Steel deck and the defending champion of the Inc. Open. Big fan of Amber Steel. Able to show that it still has some life in it. How were you approaching that matchup when you saw things going down?
So the Sven is a big one.
Yeah.
It helps with the matchup and keeping the Mowgli off of being able to hit the direct removals that I have. And if you only have the one removal, just pitch it because you can't go down on cards when you can. The ticker did help.
Yeah.
You know, just slowing down as much as you can until you can get to that 7 ink for the big Hades and stuff. I mean, it was close in the end. Took 4 cards to dig to get the last removal piece, but it's a rough one.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's harder than dogs, but it's fast.
How much Amber Steel have you had? How much Amber Steel like practice have you had this set? It feels like it sort of got phased out last set, but were you prepared? Were you ready? Were you just like, I remember what this was kind of like back in the day? And
I've played against. I've done 150 games or so of this format, and that was the 3rd Amber Steel that I've seen, and the other one was the round before this.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah.
So it's out there in full force.
Yes,
I mean, there's a little bit of lore behind it here at the Inc. Open because we've had this is our 4th tournament, it's our 4th tournament, and every single event has been won by Amber Steel.
Oh, okay.
So it's a good luck charm. If you bring it, your odds of winning are 100%.
Yeah, this is my first Ink, and it's very nice. I love it. It's a good time.
Where are you from? Where are you coming in from?
Like Coatesville, PA.
Okay.
So not too far, about an hour and a half from here. It's not too bad.
Awesome.
Normally go to like Safari for their big events and whatnot. Went to Richmond for the DLC, first DLC.
Nice.
But yeah, it's fun. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, for sure. I see the lounger here you're representing.
Yeah.
Is that your testing group of choice?
Yeah. I'm a newer lounger, but yes.
Okay, nice.
Yep. It helps a lot to have a lot of good people around you. Before, the local league is just a couple people, and one's very good, Reverb, but other than that, the local testing there isn't the best. Now, Just Press Play, they just opened up, they just opened up their leagues and stuff, so that helps a little bit. But the lounge, it's a good group of people.
Yeah, for sure. We just had Braden on here. We were playing the Cube on stream against Wonderland there. But yeah, I love the loungers. It's a great place to be if you need some high level testing. I mean, Fungus was in there, and he turned out to be the most recent DLC champion. So, Brent, any other questions here for Anthony on your end?
How did you feel when you that second card off the deck? Because I saw how we all felt. What were you thinking? What was going through your brain?
I mean, it had to be that or I lose. Like there was no other option. It had to be a let it go. And there's 4 of them in the deck, but I'm pretty sure I already seen one that game. So it was an insane feeling to hit that off the top.
You've played 150 games of this format. I'm sure many more in the other formats. That feeling doesn't go away, I'm sure.
Not.
When you top deck the exact cards you need to win out the game at the buzzer clock, I bet that was pretty awesome.
It feels good.
Yeah, I mean, Brent, you know about that on the feature match, pulling the Be Prepared. I mean, one of the greatest moments in Disney Lorcana, challenge history. I think everybody knows that moment, so it's got to feel incredible. One day I'll do it on stream, and I'll know what you guys feel like.
Anthony, is there any shout-outs? Anybody you want to, this is your time. Take your moment. Look to the camera there. Tell the good people where they can find you if you want to be found, who it is you want to shout out, if you got any thank yous or anything.
Main person, Reverb. He's my best testing partner. We go to league together. He's very good. He helps me, tells me when I'm wrong, helps point out where I'm wrong. And then my cousin Joe, I've been playing card games with him since I was like 8 years old. Played Magic for like 20 years, so it's a good time.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Keep it going.
Yep.
Have fun with the rest of the day.
Yep. Thank you, guys. You too.
Blurple getting it done here, and I mean, I don't think any of us are surprised. I mean, on the draw, though, against an aggressive matchup, was able to get over the finish line, but with so many different new options to battle against the aggressive strategies, Blurple just keeps getting better and better. I mean, we call back to Fabled. Yeah. We all remember it. Amber Steel was the deck to play against Blurple, but now Blurple's got Demona. Now Blurple can draw with the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Now Blurple can play Let It Go again. There are so many new options that just make it so much harder for these aggressive decks to get over the finish line, and it seems like Dogs is the last one standing because they have the Chromacon, because they can wipe your opponent's side of the board. You're playing aggro, and you have a board wipe. That's pretty good.
It also feels like it's sort of dependent on the new tools, right? Every set you get some new tools to play around with. Some colors are going to end up benefiting more than others, and it just feels like Amber Steel did not really get any of any major help in any kind of way, especially the aggro variant. Yeah. Right. So meanwhile, Blurple's getting Sven. We're getting Tigger, right?
I didn't even mention those cards.
We're getting right, and that's you mentioned some whispers, and Cheshire Cat, right? Like that kind of changed the game, I think, on a lot of it. Once you could, once you knew, oh no, if I turn sideways and I leave 2 damage on a thing, then he can just Cheshire Cat it away. It's just. I don't know. What did we get? Chief Powhatan?
Yeah, and Lilo bundled up. We saw David in there as well. The protective snowboarder.
Snowboarder.
So I mean,
no Willow.
I'd love to ask that. I'll ask him out on the floor. Why no Willow? Probably just. I don't know.
I don't know either. But
maybe
see, that's the thing.
Was too high.
Could be.
Yeah.
It was already running into some uninkable problems. I mean, you and I both played some Amber Steel aggro, so.
Hello, Color.
Hello. Color, come on in here.
We did have the Fire the Cannons in the Dave's deck, which actually ended up being huge in 2 of the games there, which is an interesting option. We know a lot of people are playing Angel, which is sort of, fire the cannons on demand, but you have to dump your hand, and it's hard to find card draw in that color combination. You're able to sort of piece together some card draw with things like Nani into Doc. She can draw 1 card.
Right.
Doc can draw 2
The Nani
more,
is another great tool, but it's like, I mean, look at the cards we're mentioning, right? Nani. We're talking about David, right? Chief Powhatan. These are like a few extra bodyguard cards. The only real.
They ain't Demona.
Right?
They ain't Let It Go.
and because of the uninkable count, we're not playing Nalas anymore, it didn't look like. Instead, we're opting for the Lilos, which, give or take, but it just feels like there wasn't a lot of flashy, shiny new stuff. It was like, okay, we got some better bodies for bodyguards, but it just doesn't look like enough. Remember the days where you sat down Amber Steel, aggro, and you saw Blurple, and it was like, okay, it's just over.
It's free.
It's just
about
done.
To eat their lunch.
You want to be on the play? Oh, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Now it's like even on the draw, Blurple can still take it away. I mean, it's a deck that's just gotten so many new tools, especially over the last 2 sets, that it's going to be difficult, I think, for Amber Steel aggro to remain a staple of the meta because of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Color, you're a big Amber fan. What did you think of what was going on in that match? Were you able to catch it?
Well, the crazy thing was I thought that Dave had it. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom, hang out, grab a snack. I have some show and tell enchanteds I've traded in. I'm super. And then I got out of the bathroom, and the Dave was like, man. I was like, what happened? I was going to interview you, buddy. You know, and it's like, and then again, like you said, it was like this and then let it go and this. And it's like, oh my gosh. So yeah, Blurple has the tools to kind of come back and have exactly what it wants, because in the days of old, it was like once you didn't draw, you just kind of slowly watched yourself lose. And that just does not seem to be the case anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. Pour one out for the Amber Steel aggro enjoyers. But let's keep in mind that the Dave is still 2-1. And he played against a great player, playing probably the best deck, and it was hard to get over the finish line. But it looks like we're going into round number 4 here quick. I mean, that went really long. I mean, show it off.
I think we're getting a little bit of. I think we're getting a little bit of.
I got it.
What is this? The wall. You got it.
Yeah. In like respect for the Ruby Steel gamers out there, I found and enchanted the wall, and there is a 1-of in my deck, and Garrick knows all about that. Don't you, Garrick? On my Ruby Steel deck?
I'm not talking about it. I'm leaving. That's how not talking about it I am. I'm bringing in JDC Quest. You can talk about Ruby Steel deck. I don't want to be any part of it.
Man, oh man. I was at a midnight release in Hawaii with my wife, and it was the release of Ursula's Return, and we just heard a bunch of people go, whoa, oh, and we were like, did you get an enchanted? He goes, yeah. But it's the wall.
Oh, no. But the thing is I've been so excited about this card again. I have taken our hero, Jim Hawkins. And I've played Jim Hawkins, and then I've...
So we're talking Ruby Steel Infinity here.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I'm an Infinity gamer. Anytime you give me the chance, I will play Infinity. I know we are playing Core today at the Ink Open, but at the same time, hey, you know what? It has a home now.
Shout-outs Infinity lovers. You know, you need to be... You need to be in the streets because
I'm in the streets.
The next DLC is in North America, at least, is going to be an Infinity tournament, which is going to be a lot of fun. But speaking of fun, I mean, we got some.
I have none. No fun whatsoever. No, just kidding. I have more show and tell. I also got this.
Oh, I'm jealous.
You weren't jealous of the wall?
No, not even a little bit.
It's the Enchanted Scar, the Finally King. It's like very Hamlet. Like, oh, yeah. Anyway, so shout out to Set 9 Enchanteds. I know. I just wanted to do show and tell, JDC. Here you go. Hi.
But honestly, I would hope that going forward, if they never do enchanted locations again, I think we'll be better for it. I think we'll be better served. I think whenever you get an enchanted location out of your pack, it always feels a little bit lackluster. It feels pretty not groovy. But maybe if they make some really busted ones, you never know.
Absolutely. You know what? I want to know. Like, I think that would be really good. Like, Liam, get on it. Get on Andreas Rasha. I'm so sorry for butchering your last name. Also, I apologize for that. But, like, how did you feel? I want to know the story behind the wall. I want to know how the wall was born. I do. I think that would be an incredibly...
When a mommy brick and a daddy brick there you go. Feel really good about each other. Yeah.
All right. But I believe it is time. Round number 4 is coming your way, the 4th round of Swiss. And we've got another high-impact digital kind of match coming right down the tubes. And here it is.
Are you ready,
I'm
ladies
ready.
and gentlemen?
Oh, I'm so excited. I didn't even see it was El Rathian. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry.
It is El Rathian. No apologies needed. Man, the myth, the legend, El Rathian, one of the, I believe, a Ruby Am guy for a long time, an innovator in that space versus local legend Daryl. Do either of you know anything about Daryl?
I know Daryl. Like I said, he's Ink. He's representing the team who is sponsoring this event, and he's usually playing a lot of Sapphire and Amethyst throughout previous sets, but now he is adopted to go to the more premier control strategy of the format, the Amber and Sapphire deck. So he's going to be out here getting active, and I know he likes to play a lot of beautiful cards as well.
Did you see the Let It Go?
I see the Let It Go.
Did you see the Let It? It's the Let It Go.
I'm
it's
pretty
not
confident
all Let It Go.
He's got them all in there. The deck's going to be maxed out rarity. I actually wanted to see this match on stream specifically so I could see this Illumineers deck. He completely maxed them out every single set. I don't know how he does it. but he doesn't. I'm happy for
I
him.
I hope you're ready.
I'm sorry. I know. I like the problem is Amber, Sapphire. Obviously, if like I mean, I've been Ruby still gaming for a couple weeks now, but Amber, Sapphire is where I've been sitting since set 1, and I will force this deck whenever I can to. So to see this be 3-0 going into round 4 at the Ink Open is so exciting, and I promise, and I'm gonna immediately break that promise that I won't interrupt you guys that much.
Blurple versus Blello.
Don't do that again. God.
Is it Blello or
No,
Bello? What
it's
are we
not.
doing there?
I like Blello.
Blello sounds
fun
kinda
to
nice.
say.
Let's lock that in, everyone at
Let's
home.
lock it in.
I do like Blello better than what was the other one?
Bello?
You?
Bello.
Yalu?
No, but seriously, this Amber Sapphire strategy did kind of really get supercharged. We saw it get played a little bit last set, but going into Winterspell, it kind of got picked up with some of the new cards that have come, that have been released. We're talking about the Cauldron now is getting some playability. We got the Raging Storm. This deck can play that card the best because it can ramp. It also can play the Moana new card coming in from Winterspell. So let's see how many cards Daryl has added into this deck to really push it over the top. I don't know. I think this deck has a lot of legs.
It probably has 60 cards in it.
I think that this deck actually is very. I got a feeling that it's pretty favored into Blurple because Blurple's going to try to go wide, but now Elrathian kind of has to work around the fact that there is a board wipe once again. There's no way. We're not doing any Mowgli stuff. We're not doing any Ludwig von Drakes out here, right? So it's going to be hard to contend with because you always have to be worried that Daryl is going to wipe your entire board, no matter how wide you go, no matter how effective you are. Maybe reminiscent of the old Blurple into Ruby Sapphire. Obviously, two completely different decks, right? But the Amber Sapphire threat of a board wipe always going to be on Elrathian's mind.
Now, I think that's something interesting too here with the Amber Sapphire deck. A lot of people keep equating it to Ruby Sapphire of old, but I think that it's very, very similar, but it's inherently not, right? We have this deck that can feel quite like that control aspect of it, and there is a controls aspect, but then now you're using the power of Amber, and the power of Amber is you can go low, and you can have card draw, which is crazy to say now in Amber. So there are a lot of like different things in this, and these matches can go long, especially if we got a control against a control, but we're about to see some fun and spicy cards, and I don't use that word lightly.
I would love to see a nice long game. I would see it go all the way to time, for crying out loud, just so we can make sure we keep the high impact matches happening on stream as we're going to excel play sell. But yeah, I think you're absolutely correct, Color. I think we got to stop making those comparisons because Ruby M of the past is gone. I don't think we'll ever see that play style being brought back into Lorcana. I thought that deck was super cool and groovy. I know Brent's upset, and you're probably upset to see that gone as well. But we got to go to the future. Let's lean on what we have coming up. And this deck, maybe there is a way that this deck can be optimized. I still don't think we're there yet, but this Amber and Sapphire deck has so many cool, unique cards and tools, especially going into that late game. But I don't like the comparisons myself either.
Yeah, because I think we get stuck and kind of pigeonholed, and I definitely love that. But I kind of like swallowed my tongue just now because I'm pretty sure that Daryl is holding an iconic Moana.
I said max rarity, okay? Everything.
That is another level, though. If Daryl's rolling up with 4 iconic Moanas, that's another level.
Yeah, he did it last set. I'm telling you, I want to be on. Look at that, beautiful and enchanted Cinderella comes in on a little bit behind on curve. No, a little bit behind curve there. No, on curve. There she is.
Right on curve. Yeah.
Yep. And then he just passed real fast. He's an absolute professional, passing his turn, inking it, and then being able to draw a card. But again, gosh, dreams really do come true. Look at her shining on the battlefield there. She bored. Thing. Oh my God!
On the Bortle field.
The Bortle field is our Cinderella dreams come true. Oh, so powerful.
Let's get that judge in there. Let Ink come in ready as well. Okay. any more?
Daryl already.
He's like, hey, bro. Look at that. Oh, we are not making deals with this Hades. Looking for a deal. Nuh-uh, not here. I will go ahead and bottom my Cinderella, and you may not draw 2 cards.
Which is fine. I mean, you've already gotten the value from your Cinderella, and giving your opponent 2 more cards in this situation seems like she is right on curve, too.
Holy iconic.
It's so beautiful. Brent, please tell us about this card before I die.
Oh, this card is the newest iconic card from the set Winterspell. This card is going to allow Daryl to each turn ink from his discard pile, as you just saw him do. So he won't have to use the resources from his hand. He can use all of the nice cards inside of his discard, and it makes me wonder. Man, he must know the lines better than almost anybody, because he put that Cinderella underneath quick, and I would have had to think about it, especially because Moana is a princess. It would have worked. You could have hyper ramped. Daryl may be saying, I don't really need that much. You go ahead. I don't want you to draw 2 cards and get ahead of me on card advantage here.
Right, but Cinderella and Moana, you still would have to ink. The Cinderella inking would have to come from your hand, but I do agree with you, just being able to ink twice. But at this point, I guess you feel you are kind of matching wits with the tempo of the game. So giving your opponent 2 cards in this situation might have just been insurmountable for you.
As we did see the develop your brain calm down, which is an inkable card now for Moana, but we also saw that he pulled the let it go off of that. We go ahead and ink it, but she is at 5 cost, so she can start singing let it go if she so choose, or we could hard play it, or we could just play the Stitch, the Carefree Snowboarder, as we sing the let it go.
To the Hades. It should go into the inkwell. There we go.
Yeah.
Yo.
And Daryl says pass.
I will say El Arathion is showing a very nice poker face, not showing any reaction to see the amount of
bling.
And I don't want to talk about the secondary market too much, but these are some incredibly rare cards, and they can fetch a fair price if you elect to buy them. But I would be kind of fangirling out there watching what Daryl is doing.
It's an actual flex. It is a flex and an intimidate. This is a metagame within a metagame in here. I'll tell you that. If you just pull out a max rarity deck.
Yeah.
As we did see last turn, Alrethian was able to pop the guidebook, and we see Hades Inferno Schemer coming down on that Carefree Snowboard before we get to see him do his quest and draw a card ability. But yeah, Alrethian was able to refill his hand quite handily that last turn with popping a few guidebooks and moving on, as Daryl passes back to him and goes ahead and Hades his Hades after inking the let it go from the Moana. Oh my goodness.
Hades into Hades. We are familiar with this Sapphire matchup. I mean, JDZ, you were saying that you want a long match. Sapphire mirrors tend to be pretty long, and I think we might be looking at a world where we're using all 43 of the rest of these minutes here, because plays like Hades into Hades, if Arathian has another Hades, I mean,
absolutely. Hey,
just go back and forth.
Sign me up. I'll even take a deck out scenario here. Give me a deck out. Go all the way. Let's run this clock all the way to 0, because the fans at home, they love us. They love seeing Pack Rush, but they really want to see the action on the screen. So the more action we can give, the better it will be for all of us. As now El Arathion is starting to get to that point where at the point in the match where you have to start to include. You have to start being extremely careful for those board clears. Those Raging Storms can start flowing in as well.
Look at this perfect use of ink as Alrathian brings in the oh my gosh, that's so good. Brings in Elsa, pops the Moana, which brings 2 damage back, and then we're able to go ahead and clear that because it's a 2/2.
Did we put a card underneath that Cheshire Cat? Because that Cheshire Cat is supposed to have a card underneath
Right,
it.
that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, there we go.
There it is. Okay, we did boost the Cheshire Cat, making sure that the damage did come off of our Elsa back onto the Moana and going in like that. So that was a really clean play, showing why the Cheshire Cat can be inexplicably a pain in the behind.
Quick shout out to the judges. I believe that was a judge. Oh, and right back the answer with the Horseman Strikes. I mean, this is the classic control, right? We're seeing turn after turn, threat being deployed, answer to the threat. Threat being deployed, answer to the threat. And the real question is,
oh my gosh, it's here.
Yeah.
It's here. It's the Enchanted Cauldron, and he put an iconic Moana underneath it. JDZ, help.
This is where it gets a little difficult. I don't know. I think the Sapphire Amethyst player does have lines where they can win. It's closer to a 50-50 than people would like to admit. But when we get to these situations, these very late games, the later the game goes, I think inevitability will shift towards the Amber and Sapphire player, as now the Cauldron has been installed. Maybe you have Wasabi technology in there, and the punish can be swift and imminent.
Don't you put that evil on us over here. Let's watch that Cauldron work forever and ever.
The problem with Wasabi, though, is that even if we it goes to the inkwell, right?
No, it does not. It just gets banished.
You're right. You gain a lore. I was confusing it with the Judy Hopps.
Oh, yeah. That would be so good right now. You're like, fine, ramp me by 2 of the best-looking cards in the – I mean, look at that Cauldron. I know. You pay 1, you exert it, and you can just play her right back out of there to get your value. And now you can ink out of the discard, which is that Horseman Strikes that did so much work. Cauldron is good, people. I told you. It wasn't Ursula's Cauldron. I made the wrong call back in the day. the Black Cauldron is the card, especially in these long control matchups, to where you can just bring everything out of the discard, put it under the Cauldron, and bring it back again.
That's the Cauldron to rule them all. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
for sure. I mean, iconic Moana, welcome back to the board. But now we're going
She's
to...
gone.
we can't Cauldron something that's in the inkwell,
Wow.
unfortunately. And Magical Maneuvers comes down, and we bounce back the Hades to the hand. We have the constant threat of a Hades. Elrathian showcasing why Blurple is such a strong deck. I mean, Daryl's struggling here a little bit. Amber Sapphire needs to find a way to turn this around.
And that's one of those things. Like, the Cauldron is good, but it's only going to be as good as what you can put inside of it. And you need to figure out a way to get that Hades the Inferno Schemer into the discard pile. And it's going to be very difficult to do that when you don't have...
And we have the Let It Go down on there as we tempo out a Cusco that I'm assuming has to be for dogs, because if you pay for him, he does banish an item when he comes into play. I have popped many a dime with Cusco right there. But we see that Daryl's just kind of trying to fill the board. Again, we're looking for some card advantage here that is not a Cauldron.
Oh, interesting.
I think interesting spot. Yeah, I think you can definitely give up the cards in this exact scenario. Your opponent has already played Hades a few times. You saw one get bounced back to the hand as well, so you know another Hades is imminent whenever he decides to send it. No, he sends it to the bottom.
He sends it. He's like, I can't give you any more cards, as we do play Tigger bouncing around. So he bounces that Eidolon Wee right back to Daryl's hand, and we can see if Daryl can maybe get some card advantage here. I know we have, again, Ohana is like conditional. Pete, there we go, coming on in, boosting it, throwing Eidolon Wee under the Cauldron. Okay, now we are doing Amber Sapphire gaming.
Okay, and yeah, I mean, this Pete, Ghost of Christmas Future, going to be one of the new cards from Winterspell as well. Whenever he quests, you can look at any number of cards that are under him, look at the same number of cards off the top of your deck, and put one into your hand from those. But where it's a non-starter because Hades Infernal Schemer's coming down. Daryl probably knew it was coming. That's why he boosted him a little bit early, knowing that 2 ink is better than 1.
Right, getting that immediate value from that Hades. And you also had to put a big enough threat out there to ensure that your opposition would use that Hades. But now you might be able to get to your own Hades to send the Hades, and I believe the Elder Rathian is already believing as the Raging Storm.
And that is why the Cauldron is good, because Daryl he exerted 8, and Raging Storm is our new board wipe. It says banish all characters, which now means that you're able to go ahead and refill the Cauldron.
Did Elrathian just pass? He just drew a card and passed, I think.
Oh my gosh. And then we played 2 Eidolon Wees out from under the Cauldron, because that's how the Cauldron works. So you pay 1, exert it, and now you can play everything out from under it at once. And then that was able to go ahead and have enough characters on board to play our Surfer Stitch, which says whenever you have 2 or more characters, when you play this character, you just draw 2 cards. And then we play Nakoma on top of it. All right. Okay, I got to calm down.
Nakoma, a new card from Winterspell as well. The power creep is real. 4 cost, 4/6, 1 lore on the board here.
I love that Daryl is not making any deals. Like, Elrathian is looking for a deal, and Dale says, nah.
And that might be to Daryl's benefit, too, because this game can go long, and you just get adding more cards for me to draw from my deck again later on to not lose. I mean, that is a legitimate winning condition for Sapphire Amethyst in this matchup, is just going for a long, drawn-out deck out as we do get to another Hades. Beautiful and enchanted as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm still flowing over that Cauldron. Like, that thing is amazing. And again, I think I read that thing wrong the first time. JDZ, you were actually the person that taught me that once you exert the Cauldron, it's flowing open. You can actually just play everything out from under it.
I wish they would have let you put as many as you want in there as well. As Hades into Hades again. Oh, my goodness. That is the third one, I believe. Hades sends Hades into the unknown.
Into the unknown. And now Daryl's closely reaching, I believe, 1,000 ink. I'm looking at the board.
Approximately, yes. I think
if my counting's right. He'll be able to play a whole bunch, but the problem is that Elrathian just keeps on finding answers regardless of Daryl not being able to draw cards off of his Hades making a deal. Daryl, though...
Another one.
Another one comes down, and we've Hades, which Hades, your Hades, to Hades, another one. But just kidding, this is a Cinderella, but look at the foiling on these enchanteds. I swear they're some of the best ones as a royal card as my follow-up to your Hades and to your Cindy. So
that's the last thing you want to see, though. You're in top deck mode. You are struggling. You're fighting with everything you have, and now your one-cost characters start to flow in a bit late. And now you're staring down these Hades. You got the Cinderella. You have the Island island with, so that's a pretty favorable trade, but this is just looking pretty poor for the Sapphire and Amethyst player. What does he need to do to get out of this? I mean, is it Demona time? Is that your – but it feels bad too.
Because Daryl is sitting at low resources, yeah.
Right.
And you even saw Elrathian kind of hesitate with the challenge into the island way, because he's like, man, all I'm going to do is I'm going to lose my character, and then you're just going to exert one, put her back under the cauldron, and I'm going to have to see her again next turn. So is it even worth me trading this, or do I not? But now Daryl is at 11, and Elrathian is sitting at 7, so we got to do something.
This does make me feel filled with joy seeing this cauldron being used. And I'm like you, Color. We were very early adopters of the cauldron, and I believed, and I tried to make this card work previous times and when it came out because I thought the card was good. I'm glad it's finally has a chance.
Oh my gosh. So sorry. We got a Dumbo off the top, which is exactly what we needed, but we couldn't activate it till next turn. But it doesn't matter because Daryl had the Horseman Strikes ready and waiting for that evasive Dumbo. And oh, by the way, you get to draw a card off the Horseman Strikes.
Daryl in full control here. Yeah.
And the Carefree Surfer comes down, and then the Carefree Snowboarder comes down, and those also draw cards because guess what? Amber draws cards.
Then we're going to quest for 3 here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on board.
And we'll pass the turn and trigger Cindy so we can also ink and draw a card. You know, in the early days of this, I would say early days is like a couple weeks ago because Winterspell just came out. I actually threw Mufasa in here just so I could like draw some cards out of my inkwell because like look how much ink Daryl has. Imagine if you just like Mufasa'd yourself. It's bad, don't do it. But at the same time, imagine.
You could. I mean, that card seems like if it can't have a home in this deck, I don't know where it will ever find its final place to be played. Maybe there's a green-blue deck I can play it, or I think if someone can play one of Mufasa in this deck, it would for sure work.
Thank you.
Slide them in there. Make it happen. Mufasa from the Cauldron. That sounds fun.
Bro.
Let's do it. We're eating good in the neighborhood there, as we are going to put that Surfer Stitch down into the inkwell. We got Snowboarder Stitch, his smaller cousin, who's still hanging out there, ready to draw some more cards. This is looking so nice for Daryl as
I think that's a
Elrathian.
scoop here.
Yeah.
I think so too, and that is so good. I just want to like go off a little bit more about the cauldron because Daryl kept putting the Eilonwees underneath the cauldron, right? So all you have to do is pay 1, you exert the cauldron. Eilonwee costs 1. So anytime that you want, you can actually pull 1 or both out from under them to make sure that the Carefree Snowboarder triggers and that the Carefree Surfer triggers. So that's actually the issue a lot of times when you get into with the Carefree Surfer is it costs a lot, and sometimes if you get your board wipe or if you don't have characters, then he comes into play and you don't get your 2 cards, and that's the reason to play him. But if you literally have Cauldron just sitting there waiting with 2 low 1-cost characters, you can literally always have it. You can always have it.
Yeah. So I think what Elrathian was doing, he did quite well, and it does happen quite often in the Sapphire and Amethyst match, is that you can put characters into your opponent's inkwell. You have 12 cards that can do that, Into the Unknown, Let It Go, and Hades the Infernal Schemer. So maybe that's a part of the strategy as well. Maybe if you see your opponent establish the Cauldron, typically play it at 1. I've seen some decks go as much as 2 copies of that card. If you see that card get activated, then you got to start to try to get their characters not to discard pile but into the inkwell, and I think that's a good way to kind of play around that. But
do you know what new card actually does? Just like cook this right in half, other than actual item removal.
The Taran, dude, throw that in your deck.
Come out and fight.
Come out and fight.
Yep.
I don't know that
It's an
card.
amethyst card that says you can take all of the cards from chosen opponent's thing and you basically just put them back in there. I think maybe you put them under their
any card
deck.
underneath into your inkwell, or into the discard pile or into the inkwell.
The bottom of their deck or something. I don't know. And even the new Anna as well. There's a lot. So basically what happens when you get into this cauldron situation, yes, the counterplay to any kind of I don't want to say like revive or arise or any kind of like, the Horn King shenanigans is you do put the card back in their deck or under their deck or something like that. So that's when we start getting into like Anna, the new little Anna that does like, when you play her, you get target
discard
card.
matters.
Yes, like discard matters. Like, where you start manipulating their discard before they can manipulate their discard.
Hit to the shift 0,
Yep, exactly.
And that's a great point, Color. I like to kind of put myself into the mind of the game developers from time to time and see what, based on what the cards they're designing, based on what they do, sometimes you can kind of get an idea of where they want the game to go. At least in my theory, it might be wrong, but they print a card, that Queen. There's a Queen that when she quests, she can get into your discard and
you
gain
take 3
lore.
cards out.
Right. And they got Tehran as another card that can do that. They
Terran,
got
yeah, the 5 cost.
I would say Tehran. Give him a little
I
flavor.
don't know, man. He was like really. He's Tehran. Okay, but if you
I
watch
call
the
him
movie,
T-Rain.
I was like,
T-Rain.
but like,
Yeah, there you go.
if you watch the movie, he's a Terran. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't get character growth until like the end, but it's
Okay,
fine. Shout
okay.
out to like, it's such a good
I
movie.
call him
Read the books,
T-Rain,
though.
like T-Pain's brother.
Agree.
Closely related too.
I do want to say I find it very fascinating that how little thought Daryl had to putting cards at the bottom of his deck and not allowing Arathian to draw
loved
cards.
that.
What
Oh.
a smart. I mean, this is
Yes.
a man who's probably studied this matchup and knows them drawing 2 cards, Blurple getting another 2 cards is almost never worth putting a card.
I completely agree. I think there's a lot of situations, and I think that's why that Hades Looking for a Deal is such a good card, because it puts people into these positions. But this is a joke that I've made time and time again, and maybe it's because I like playing this card where you know you're going to be refilling your hand in really like kind of unique ways. I'm not making a deal with you. You can look for a deal all day. I don't make deals with the Lord of the Underworld. Take your 2 cards, bottom my best one. I'll figure it out.
And knowing Daryl, sorry, Brandon,
No,
cut you
please.
off, but knowing Daryl, I know he played Sapphire Amethyst
Oh,
all
yeah,
the
that's
way
his deck.
before like it was cool. Like he's been playing Blurple for a long time, all the way up until now. I think this is maybe last set. I think he played some Ruby and Sapphire, but now he's on Amber Sapphire, so I know he knows this deck inside and out, probably just as good as his opponent. So that's a very interesting point to see that there was almost no hesitation, like immediately just
You're
get
like,
rid of it.
this isn't my card. Yeah, and kind of like to your point, Brent, like 2 cards is a huge advantage. And you did see that Elrathian was kind of getting low on resources because Daryl is playing such a heavy control strategy. Genie comes in, it's gone. Horseman strikes. Dumbo comes in, immediately Horseman strikes. And so there's so much removal in this. And actually, we haven't even seen World's Greatest Criminal Mind, even though we've seen the double Eidolon Wheeze. So at that point, if you have 2 Eidolon Wheeze on the board, World's Greatest Criminal Mind is live all the time.
Mm-hmm. You can take out basically anything that doesn't have ward. I mean, another thing I'm noticing about this matchup, and probably why I think Amber Sapphire is a little bit favored, is because for Blurple, the main mechanic of removal is putting cards into your opponent's inkwell. But when you have stuff like the Black Cauldron, where you are going very slow and you can utilize all of that ink that your opponent is giving you, I mean, it just feels like a slam dunk against Blurple.
And we did go ahead and ink the Royal Guard and pass. I think Elrathian kind of recognizing that we are in a long game control match. So maybe playing down something that early that isn't a Basil, we don't really care about that.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
And Daryl saying, I am Eilonwy.
Princess of Lear.
They could also be telling a story about the hand as well. I mean, he might not have the inkable cards required to go the distance, as when Tipo goes down as another ramping option is going to get sent in early. Maybe you got a ton of genies, and you have, I saw Hades in there, potentially.
Yeah, I maybe the uninkable thing, maybe again, I know there's like a few schools of thought with the with the Blurple strategy is like, hey, I don't really mind if you draw a card. Did Daryl just pass? Did Daryl just pass?
I think Daryl quested and passed.
Oh, no. Okay, so now there is a thing with this deck that I will say that I have built it in the past to where I didn't have to hit ramp onto. Now, there are other things that you can be doing. I haven't seen Daryl's list specifically, but if you ramp at this point, I think you're kind of fine. But if you do nothing and put in an Enchanted Ohana... Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Okay, that's probably bad.
Yeah. That's not how you drew it up. Like, I think this deck is a 2-4-5 deck, or 2-4 Moana, or ramp on 2, Cindy on 4, and then you're at 50 billion ink before you can do anything. But doing nothing on turn number 2 and nothing on turn number 3, it's not a cool way to play. Back to you guys in the booth. I mean.
I was going to say, Cindy does help, that kind of helps us catch up. But again, if we could have potentially, like, even if we would have missed turn 2 ramp, I think we're fine. And then turn 3, we could have played Horseman Strikes on the Genie, and it would have been fine. And then turn 4, we play Cinderella, and then we start to catch up, because we do know that a lot of Blurple's answers are going to ramp us. And this game is you're kind of fine. You see what I'm saying? So, like, missing turn 2 ramp in Amber Sapphire isn't actually a huge deal, especially if you have the cards that you need. However, we didn't have the Horseman Strike, so that Genie's going to get a little out of control at this point.
When it is 2 control decks up against each other, the first few turns typically don't seem to matter as much. It's more who's going to win out the middle game, right? Who's going to succeed in the ultimate removal to get the widest board. And again, like I was saying, even if Elrathian, let's say Elrathian gets to a position where he has a humongous board, well, Daryl is always going to have the Raging Storm on the table.
No deal for you, Daryl.
Yeah.
Don't do deals, Daryl. I think that's what I'm going to call him now. He'll probably say no.
Rolls off the tongue.
Yeah. Don't do deals, Daryl.
Yeah, triple D.
Yeah.
The triple D. You're stroking your beard there, JDZ. You look
like
like you're thinking, what are you thinking about
liking
here?
I'm liking it. I'm thinking about if we go into a Moana on this next turn, how good is that? Because that is a pretty solid five cost play, but you don't have anything in your discard in order to get any value from her right away. So I was hoping for like a vision or a future or something, vision from the future, or maybe
looking for my family.
Look
oh
at
my
this
gosh,
family.
I'm sorry. Looking for my families. It's so shiny.
You're foaming at the mouth.
I know.
What's going on?
It's crazy. It's such a good card. But again, we did see another Cindy Dreams come true, and another reason why that's kind of good is now if we have Horseman Strikes now. We got 2 Horseman Strikes.
Wow.
We're being real patient with these cards. JDZ, what are we saying?
Maybe he's trying to think. I think he's just contemplating on using it now, but building up a board and getting characters I think might be a little bit more important on Daryl's on his mind right now to see if we can potentially, I don't know. Why would he blast Horseman there? Just get another card, clear that Genie, who's putting a lot of questing pressure in. That's very interesting.
I have an idea.
I do see the. I see we have Stitch, so I think we were maybe hoping to play Stitch next turn, so we could draw into a little bit more, or then we could go ahead and so maybe now we'll take the Horseman Strikes line, so we can go ahead and maybe double Horseman Strikes, like you get rid of the Genie and maybe get rid of like whatever else is coming in. But now we've taken away that ability to play that, and so I guess we'll go ahead and do it now.
Ooh,
okay.
I was gonna say we are the turn right before we could play a Raging Storm, and
and he just snapped it right off the top, just like you drew it up.
Look at Elrathian's face. I think he actually knew. He kind of smirked a little bit as soon as Daryl picked that card very quickly, so he might know that that it's coming. I would assume if Elrathian has something like Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook, he's going to take the turn off in order to play it. Elrathian's a smart guy. He knows that Raging Storm is going to be incoming probably soon as Daryl can find it. And maybe Daryl choosing it that fast is a little bit of a tell to Elrathian. Who knows?
A very good point, Brent. And that's something that a lot of people might mess up, to include myself. Something to think about when you're playing and you're making these decisions. It's always maybe it's something too, even if the decision is very clear, to take a little bit of time to ensure that your opponent isn't clocking that, because a lot of these players are picking up on everything. All information is information.
Brent, you were so right. Yeah, just taking this time to develop and go ahead and questing out. Elrathian is a just historical Ruby Amethyst player, so it's not like he doesn't know how to play against a board wipe. So
you got to play around it. And
absolutely did.
In doing so, he didn't get a chance to play as much to the board in this turn. See, so like Amber Sapphire has some legs here. I'm excited. I am quite excited.
I'm telling you, that's what it is.
Yeah, and it does have some bad. Obviously, it has bad matchups too, but every deck does. But I think this deck has a lot to be explored here in this color combination. As we
Elrathian is so ready, and it is an enchanted Raging Storm coming down, wiping the board. Elrathian was even ready and waiting for it. Elrathian's like, all right, fine, play your Queen's Castles, everything. Oh, wait, no, wrong format.
I wonder why he didn't pop the Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook on that turn.
He's just ready. I think he still has a chance too. I think he's just inked.
No, but I mean, like last turn, he only used 2 ink. He didn't really do anything. He could have popped the Junior Woodchuck. Who knows? Who knows?
Because there could be Mowgli in this deck as well. So if he ends up and plays Mowgli, and he also wanted Demona, so he didn't want to have his hands super full. That's why Elrathian's doing the big game and things. Again, being able to play that Demona down and draw more cards, and then next turn he will have that ability to refill his hand.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Black Cauldron coming down, and this is what I'm talking about. You clear your own board, but now you have a bunch of characters in there. You can start refilling it with the Black Cauldron. You know, if let's say Elrathian starts using some of the Into the Unknowns, into the Let It Goes, right? Some of these Hades, like Daryl's just going to have infinite ink to be able to play everything.
Ooh.
Now that doesn't seem to be the case, and it looks like Elrathian smartly decides that he has to be the beatdown deck here. He's the one who has to aggro out.
So he is going to go ahead and bounce back his own. Oh, because he's going to reset it. That is something in the days of old. That's a Ruby, oh my gosh, Amethyst gamer right there. Going ahead and using that Tigger to bounce back his Royal Guard after it's been quested to then reset it to kind of protect it from any kind of weird thing that you might do with that Tipo, trying to keep it around as long as possible.
And you probably just don't want to send it back to your opponent's hand, too, just to give them some additional free ink. Granted, you're already at a pretty sustainable ink total right now, but just having more is probably going to be better than less, as well as we're going to crack the cauldron open. Ultimately, springs forward. I think that's
there he is.
That's cool to see some theming there, too, the Black Cauldron.
I know. We just need Gurgi climbing out of there one time, and it'll be complete. But again, kind of going back to what I was saying before about putting Eilon Wee in there in preparation for the searched Carefree Surfer and the Stitch Surfer. He's a searcher. I don't know. But yeah, making sure that you're able to get that ability and draw the 2 cards, which is like in this matchup, I keep saying it. I'm like, Eilon Wee is uninkable. She is absolutely uninkable in this deck. No matter what you think, you cannot ink Eilon Wee.
Oh, yeah. I think this game's over.
Yeah.
If you're Daryl, you kind of want to scoop probably after this turn. Give yourself 20 full minutes to be on the play.
I would concur with that. I think I would have scooped this one a few turns back. I think when I miss ramp, I'm just giving it up right there, honestly. maybe I need to be a little bit more tougher.
Have some faith, JD. Let the deck bail you out. Let it build you, And I think that the thing is like, I think Elrathian expertly predicted that Raging Storm. And that's like a credit to him being a good player and what he said, what Brent said about being like, hey, I'm just going to take this Junior Woodchuck's guidebook and I'm going to set it up for later turns. And there you go, JDZ.
Yeah, take it right on into Scoop Town, as Daryl will be on the plate. Again, incredible matchup. I like this matchup.
It's so fun.
I do like a bit of a control, maybe not the Sapphire Amethyst mirror, but having this Amber and Sapphire versus Sapphire and Amethyst match, I think it's very cool because both of these Lumineers have a point that they're trying to get to. They have a very clear win condition. They have counterplay against each other, and I think it sets up for some really intricate and cool, thought-provoking lines. Like you said, Cole, you brought up that Raging Storm play. I think if Daryl maybe holds that, it gets a little bit more value from that Raging Storm. Maybe it gets a little bit better, but maybe Elrathia never plays another card into it. So
no, he would not.
There was just a great gamesmanship there from both of these players, and those are the things that I enjoy to see most as a commentator and broadcaster.
That was absolutely watching Elrathian's like Ruby Amethyst Roots in play, where he was like, okay, I see the be prepared, I see it's coming, I'm going to develop my hand, I'm going to start using my turns to develop and fill my hand to where after you board wipe, now I'm going to flood the board and you had better continue to board wipe or I'm just going to win the game. And that's again like Raging Storm is really, really good, and I love that card because you can utilize it so well in this Amber Sapphire deck. However, you have to have a backup plan. You have to have something that you're doing, and the Cauldron does that really, really well. But again, like it has to be explosive. That's why back in the day we would play Queen's Castle. We would drop a couple libraries. We would just like land locations and laugh after our board wipe because it was something impactful that was going to be very painful to deal with after we got rid of all your characters.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, welcome. You are here at the Ink Open. It is a CCQ. The winner of this entire tournament will be getting an invite to the North American Championships this August 28th to the 30th in Disneyland. Please plan your trips. Come on down. You're going to want to watch some high-level Lorcana. You might even get a chance to play some high-level Lorcana yourself if you win a CCQ. In fact, round 4, we are here. Both of these players known within the community. Daryl, part of Team Ink at 3-0. Elrathian, one of the original Ruby Amethyst guys here today on Blurple. It is one game apiece. We are playing for everything.
I love this, man. And there's no place I'd rather be than in a Disney Lorcana tournament when some stakes are on the line. Look at them. But still, like we said in all the rounds that I've seen today, and I've seen, throughout my many, many weeks of doing this, is like even at the moments where they're at their tightest, both the players seem like they're super calm, they're chipper, they're having a good time. They both have nice, well-groomed beards. They both have on nice, well-groomed sweatshirts.
Yeah.
And it's just a good time.
They are doing
it definitely looks like a good time. I'm trying to count the cards, but the blue is blending in with the blue and then the more blue. So
shout out to whoever designed these mats, by the way. This Winterspell theming of the Ink and the Ink's Frozen, I think is genius. It's fun. Look at it. And Daryl starts once again with the Eilon Wee.
Princess of Lear is the most uninkable princess that you could probably put in this deck. And I do say that with the utility of World's Greatest Criminal Mind, which we haven't seen, and you have the utility of bringing it back for Stir for Stitch. Like,
I don't
again,
know if
this
he
card.
has it.
I know, I was about to say, I haven't seen it. Maybe he just said, I don't like Dragonfire on a stick. I don't like it. It's not my favorite.
Nope, not at all. As we ink the Pete Ghost of Christmas Future and play in the Sail the Azurite Sea here. I mean, okay, Elrathian, this is the make or break here because it's all about ramping in the Blurple matchups here, especially when you're playing against another control deck.
And
Does he have it? It looks like it's coming down.
Into the unknown, and we play a Tipo. It is there. Is the ghost of future past, for Christmas past from the future is kind of what I've been saying, Brent. So it is the ghost of future
He
past.
looks like he's from the past, doesn't he? He's wearing
'cause
all old-timey clothes.
Yeah, he's wearing the old-timey clothes. He's in a graveyard, but he's actually the ghost of Christmas future. And
If
I
he's
had
really from the future, he'd be a robot by now. That's my thought.
the ghost of Christmas past from the future.
Cinderella's coming to, Ghost of Christmas Future, but dressed like the Ghost of Christmas Past, doing some cosplaying as the Cinderella Dream Come True is going to come down. Daryl will be able to ink a card, draw an additional card, another form of ramp here as the Tipo is going to go into the Eilon Wii.
Absolutely. You take that trade 100% of the time because you don't want that staying on there just in case. I know I keep touting it. I'm going to ask Daryl after this, hey, do you have World's Greatest Criminal Mind in your deck? And he's going to be like, nah.
I don't think he does because you would want to not quest out, right?
Yeah.
That's my guess, is that he doesn't because you want to protect your Eilon Wii. If not, and the Moana! Let's go!
And now that works with the Cindy. So at the end of his turn, he will also be able to go ahead and ink a card from his hand to draw another card. So again, showing why Moana and Cindy work so well together. And I will say that I did have the Belle Snowball Strategist in here as well because I was like, it's a princess deck. It's a princess deck. And then I realized it's not a princess deck. It's just it's a kind of princess deck.
It's a deck that happens to have some princesses in it.
It's true. But it's still good.
But that is a pretty powerful curve, though. Having Cinderella on 4, being able to get that extra ink in, and then bring the Moana in, and being able to ink from your discard and from your hand to continue to accelerate. Powerful play to really set up. And you see that card. Look at my family. This is my family. This is my family. 7 cost sing together song.
Look at this family.
Look at this family.
Look at this family.
Look at this family. They have a "This Is My Family" as well. They have a lot of lyrics from that song.
There's a lot of family.
Yeah, it is.
There's a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
think it
looking
is
as well.
because I think her arms are open, so she's like, look at this family, like as if she were Vin Diesel. But we do see that the genie is going to go on a quest to clean up the Cinderella Dreams Come True, and the Cheshire Cat is going to come in and boost that damage right off and have that into the discard. So that was a really clean line from Elrathian there.
Yeah, but look at Daryl. I mean, we got Carson, he's just going to hard cast the look at this family. Another enchanted, by the way.
I know. As we go ahead and grab all of the... Wow, that was a big old whiff.
No, it wasn't. That was a big old super mega hit.
Wait, you only take 2, right?
Grab 2 Hades.
No. Okay. So you look at the top 60 billion and then you only take 2 characters?
You look at the top 5 and you add 2. No, you look at top 7 and add 2 to your hand.
Okay. That's what it was. I thought it was like all like the new Bambi with the Bambi. We'll just put all the characters in there. That card would be bananas busted. But grabbing 2 Hades off of that out of 2 Hades out of your possible choices is oh gosh, that's pretty good.
Yep, and we got to ink from the discard using the Moana's ability. This curious explorer exploring the discard and finding some ink. As we pass over to Elrathian, I mean, we're still early in turns here, but it looks like it looks like Elrathian needs to find a few answers here because Daryl is getting maximum value. This Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, coming down. Not a bad start here. Gain a lore, draw a card off of the genie.
Pay 1, gain 1, draw 1. Am I right, JDZ?
Oh, that's my favorite guy. Dumbino is out here doing his thing, coming in from Fabled, being evasive, being a menace. I think this card has gotten even better, if that's even possible. But is he as good as back-to-back runner, known, confirmed Hades? And we got a board clear as well. So Daryl has the option to just go ahead and get that quest in and just clears the board right now. And I think that might be some value to do. Yeah, just do it.
You think so?
Get into Hades War. Why not?
Yeah,
I don't
Raging Storm. Get it out of here.
3 for 1.
Get your plus in, and now you got targeted pinpoint removal 1 for 1 on Hades. I don't hate that play at all. Coming in from Daryl. Now Elrathian has a very serious hill to climb as your Hades is
We
going
got
to.
a full hand. We got a full hand. Now Rathian has some tricks up them sleeves.
And speaking of a full hand, I want you guys to look at Daryl's hand. He's got a full grip too, and that's because of the Moana.
Yeah.
The power of
Yeah.
Moana showcasing here how powerful it is when you get to keep all the cards in your hand and still ink the cards. People think that drawing is the only form of card advantage, but there's many. There's many. You can discard your opponent. You can just keep the cards that are in your hand and keep gaining resources off the Moana. People were a little iffy on the Moana, but Daryl showcasing that especially in combination.
Ooh.
Ow, jeez.
But
Yeah,
that
we knew that was
Demona,
a-
Demona did seem like a little bit of bait, though. It
So-
seemed like you try to get your card, and then you're trying to pull some of these Hades from your opponent's hand. You know he has 2 already.
So the thing that I noticed there is like I definitely agree with you, JDZ, in saying like, hey, here's my Demona, and I know you have these Hades, but that is also something that Elrathian is doing as kind of like another. I hate to keep saying this, but this is a very Ruby Amethyst kind of like way of thinking. Is he really spent that turn like filling up his hand and kind of making sure and sculpting his hand. So the Demona was out there, is thrown out there just to draw another card to kind of get a little bit deeper into his deck. He sailed for the turn. He's sailing again. And it's kind of like this is Elrathian taking these turns off while Daryl has no board to go ahead and shape his hand for the later game.
And Daryl turns down the deal once again. Let's see if he. I mean, here's the thing. Elrathian knows that there is another Hades inside of Daryl's hand, and that just that knowledge alone is a little bit crazy. But we're gonna play the Surfer Stitch.
He was like, wait a minute. Elrathian was ready. He's like, oh, do you want this? No, no, we're just gonna throw on this raw Surfer Stitch. So now if you Hades my Surfer Stitch, there we go. Get that out of the way. So now we are in that intricate Hades on Hades. Which target is going to be the most like plentiful? I don't know, like the most impactful, meaty. I don't know. I got words.
But now we're getting to that spot where you know that there could be a potential another copy of Raging Storm could come through and clear your board again, and you know there's another Hades. Maybe you're trying to pull that through, and then Let It Go is going to do its best Hades impersonation. Nakoma is the follow-up. Nakoma, have you guys had a chance to use this card?
She's a
house.
Yes,
especially
100%.
unlimited. She's
4/6.
a brick house.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's got a lot on her, basically.
I see what you did there.
Thank you.
And the thing about this Nakoma, the character from that film, I don't remember having that much of a 4/6 kind of impact.
She did. She was like a rock in this in this situation. It was, you see the magical maneuvers coming down and putting that Hades back into her hand, and so we can just go ahead and put that Nakoma on the bottom of our deck because we know Daryl ain't making no deals. But Nakoma actually, she was the one that kind of helped Elsa and Anna figure out. That's from Frozen, right?
Lock in color.
If it's the same person, it's the people who told if they're from the. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna tell you, when it comes to Frozen, I'm a little unlocked. What I do want to say is,
can we go back to this Nakoma being in Frozen?
No, it's Pocahontas, right?
Thank you.
Okay, so it's Pocahontas.
Pocahontas.
They had the same vibe. The one from the tribe, and then the one like because they were both telling stories, and they were both the best friend of the kind of looking for a family.
Okay. But here's the thing I want to point out to both of you guys.
Okay.
We are at 8 minutes and 30 seconds here. These guys are on a clock, literally here. So we are sure we can find the Hades, we can find a few other character cards, but Daryl's gonna use the Cusco.
Yeah, because you have to get. You got Hades first, and then I think he's taking a little bit of time because is that an Eilon in there? And there's not a lot of character choices in his hand.
I mean, he does have stats, and he can quest.
Nakoma.
If we are going to grab the Nakoma, maybe we can
Stitch.
You're probably thinking about
grab the Stitch.
Yeah, always grab the Stitch.
You're probably thinking about stats here. And I'm looking at this, This Is My Family, and I'm thinking, why is that card not being played more? That card seems incredible. And I mean, people are not building decks around it. It seems like it's a very strong card. Maybe that's the missing piece that its Amber Sapphire strategy needed to push yourself over the top.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's essentially like a dig a little deeper, but inkable
and guaranteed. Like you're going to find what you want more often than not, especially when you have these very consistent decks.
Yeah,
cool card.
Being able to find characters in this moment is actually very, very imperative, right? Because we're sitting here and we're like, okay, I have removal spell, removal thing, removal, blah 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 blah, and after a while you're like, okay, well I've got the board controlled, but now I need to have a board.
Yeah.
So that's going to be able to get past all of the cauldrons and this and that and the other thing, just to get you to the raw and characters situation. But we need a cauldron right now.
Speaking of having a board, I do know that Daryl has the Raging Storm in his hand. I did see it earlier. So Elrathian in a kind of awkward position here where you do want to develop your board, but if he was to go too wide, he'd be walking right into a Raging Storm, and I'm sure that's what Daryl is considering here. Is this where you pull the trigger on the Raging Storm, maybe do a Raging Storm? I think we're at enough ink to play a Raging Storm if we have the Black Cauldron.
Yeah. Oh, I see it.
I want to say there's 2 copies in hand as well.
No, I think that's actually because that's inkable. I see the inkable symbol on where you think it is. So I think that's the Surfer Stitch.
Okay, so he is still inking from hand, which is also kind of wild to see, as we are going to send that Hades down and that P. So that explains why you need to ink from hand, and you don't have enough to boost right now, which is a bit on the unfortunate side for Daryl. But now Elrathion back firmly placed against the wall. You got to start questing though. 6 minutes left in round.
Exactly, and the thing is, Elrathion has to play again. You have to play around the Raging Storm, but at the same time, you don't want to. And here's the deal: if he goes too wide again here, if he plays even one more character, it's going to. Ooh, okay.
Okay, so now it's definitely giving Daryl a lot of juice, and it's like now, that Raging Storm is looking even better because he's like, I made you use a few pieces of removal. There it is. There's the Raging Storm. Made you use a few pieces of removal. Now you spent your turn trying to control me. I have enough ink to go ahead, play the Raging Storm, and actually develop my board now.
Stitch, Carefree, Snowboard are going to come down, and it's only going to be 2 characters needed. Oh,
I will have to talk to Daryl after this match is over, because he's doing one of my bigger pet peeves in the whole game. Readying your ink after turn. Absolutely can't stand it. Okay, if you're doing it against me, I'm gonna call you out, and I gotta call Daryl. He's the homie, but still, we can't be out here doing that. Let's keep that ink exerted, and let's wait till our own turn. Granted, we are getting close to time being running out, but
this is getting so scary. Now we just play a Tigger, bouncing nothing back to our hand because we are just trying. We're just getting hard up for characters, and I think Daryl is probably at that point in the game, which we just need more time. We need more time because Daryl's in that point in the game where he's like, this is where the deck turns, and I think that's probably the problem. Is as control decks go, this is one of the slowest ones in history as we Hades, and you can't look for a deal because you're in the inkwell. Tipo
coming down. Yeah, I mean, here's the deal. Illumineers, if you are unfamiliar with the rules, if it's been a minute since you've been to a tournament, if we get to time, if we get to the end of this 4.5 minutes, a paltry 4.5 minutes, then the characters, the players will go to turns. And in those turns, they have 5 turns, starting from turn 0 to finish out the game. If they don't, they are going to be at a draw, and a draw.
Oh my gosh! Look at he played Tipo. He already had Tipo. He played the Island Wii, and then immediately rips into the Surfer Stitch, which we saw Arathian kind of laugh about. But then he drew 2 cards and played another Surfer Stitch. So that's 2 more cards, and now he has an insane board. Arathian doesn't have any board wipes in his deck, so now he has to start dealing with 2 Surfer Stitches, an Island Wii, and a Tipo. And he just goes ahead and plays a guidebook, which is a good start to refilling our hand. But I actually don't know how many cards we have in hand as Elrathian. Oh, what's a Hades looking for a deal? Bro, you know you're not getting cards out of Daryl.
Yeah,
don't
Daryl.
do Dale's Daryl.
Wow, Daryl just says, I don't even care, bro.
It's so quick. I mean, I would think about it a little bit. I'd ponder ever so slightly. Daryl's giving no thought at all, just completely sending these things right to the bottom of the deck because he just knows exactly where he's trying to be. There's the Moana again, getting a chance to continue to get some
and the sail, oh my gosh, you're able to ramp twice out of the discard with the sail. Oh, I'm so sorry, JDZ. I just got excited. Oh my gosh.
That is an incredible, and you get to, wow. And the Cinderella, we're going to be able to dig a little bit deeper with it, draw another card. I mean, Daryl's in a dominant position, but again, both of these players working against the clock. If this goes to time.
He's not. Daryl's at 10 with 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. If Elrathian passes out and doesn't do anything. However, now we know that this deck has so many things to do. As Carefree Searcher is sideways. So JDZ, like, what is Daryl? What does Elrathian need?
I'm trying to figure that out. It's got to be something involving a Demona has to come through. It has to be something. I don't. Maybe the Genie's a great start as well to be able to get some 2 questions in. Maybe there's a world where you can get just a huge flood of lore in play, and maybe you can kind of quest out. Elsa is not bad to take some of these characters off the board, but this is looking pretty gruesome and grim for the Sapphire Amethyst player.
True, but I mean, you might have
into the
enough
unknown. Into the unknown.
Yep.
Okay, that's exactly what we're looking for. Into the unknown. I can't sing, but it's fine. But we are going to be able to trade our Tigger into the Moana, clean it up a little bit. Hades is going to be able to take out the Island Wii because that is it was the Tipo. Interesting.
And then save the 2 damage for the Elsa here because we're going to rush in, and just like that, the board is completely wiped. This is what Blurple does.
Wow.
What a turn.
What a turn. That was
Shout
a great
out
turn.
Junior Woodchuck's guidebook. Whew.
Way to pick apart that very tumultuous situation.
The last Hades. The last Hades, JDZ. You look stunned. And another that doubled. Cindy's triggering each other.
Being able to ink the card, and then he could just do that because, oh my gosh, he's able to draw. He's able to ink from hand, draw a card, decide whether he likes that, and then the second trigger from the Cindy would be able to ink that card to draw another one. So we just got to dig 2 more cards deeper to find exactly what we need to close out this game.
I think Daryl's at 20 ink here, but it's not going to matter. You can have all the ink in the world. The real question is, we're getting down to less than a minute and a half here. This game is going to go to turns.
Yeah, I think another draw here for Arathion is something you absolutely don't want either.
2
so
books.
I think you're going to have to get to a point where you can find a way to at least slow down Daryl. I don't know what you can do. I mean, you need genies.
Well, the Let It Go is a great start.
Yeah, we need to get lore though. That's the problem. We need to get to lore, and the fact that he didn't sing it, he just hard cast it, I think is
it's pretty good because
showing.
he's able, because he's like, oh, I'm not going to lose out on the lore. I don't need to be singing. I've got a ton of ink. I'm not, we do see. Okay, well,
let it go.
Let it go to. Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Oh my gosh!
Is that Tamatoa?
It's Tamatoa. That is the Tamatoa that says whenever you boost a character, you are able to then he gets +1 for each thing boosted this turn, which is actually insane. But the thing is this sucker has ward.
Yeah, and that's we were talking about a good win condition. That's one right there. He can speed this thing up pretty quick. Granted, you only boost once per turn, and also not a lot of ways that you can cheat boost in this strategy. I would only assume. So over time, this is going to be the way that Daryl can win. Elrathia needs to present a way that he can win now.
Does Cauldron count for the Tamatoa? Whenever you put a card underneath another card,
it has to be under him.
Yeah.
No, it does not have to be under him. Whenever you boost, period, he gets +1 lore.
Oh man. And now
Read it, Elrathian.
We're at negative
Read
time
it,
here. We are
Read
at negative time. We have hit time. We are into turns. This is turn 0. As far as I understand, unless somebody is going to come up to me and tell me otherwise, I'm checking with production. Nope, it looks like production is checking in as well. Hold on, I'm getting a call from New York City.
We're patching you in. We're patching you in.
We're getting patched in here. I believe that we are at turns, and the deal is, what is the deal?
It is
Boost 2, whenever a card is put under one of your characters
or locations, this character gets +1 this turn. So we are going to go ahead and we played a Demonis. So even though that Tamatoa has ward, it is now exerted. But it is a whopping 6/6.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to take our Elsa and our Genie into that 6/6. I don't think there's an.
I mean, you can do it. You can do it.
You can,
he
but
he won't get banished.
That's not how you win. You doing 4 damage to a 6/6 and taking out your 2/5 and your 2/4 are not it. But we are going to go ahead and challenge into that Cinderella, notably being kind of a pretty, like, it's shiny and intimidating, but we got to get it out of here as he probably has a cat in hand, I would assume, JDZ.
A cat, a Cheshire cat. Daryl has
Let it
to.
go.
We're gonna let it go.
He's got 4
These are
DLC Let It Goes in there.
Yes, he does. He literally is max rarity as we
That's-
boost it. And so Tamatoa now he
That's
quests
3.
for 3. Sorry, I am
for
like,
4.
oh gosh, I am so excited about that.
Okay.
And it says whenever you put a card under one of your characters, I was like, man, if we could do some things like, and then another one, and another one,
All
and
right,
another
so
one.
This is game on board. Presented to Elrathion. Let's see if they can get something done here to kind of break up some of this question power that Daryl has accumulated. I believe our time is going to be what we have here in the booth, but the judge is keeping their own time.
I just
Is
got
this
word. We actually
Okay.
have 5 more minutes, so Daryl
my
is about
gosh.
to stack this
oh
away.
Oh my gosh.
Half
Okay.
his deck is in the inkwell. What's up, Color?
I'm just so
Talk
excited
to me.
about. Okay, so this Tamatoa JDZ, if Daryl wins this, I'm gonna be in shambles because this Tamatoa was how I was gonna beat you in Masters of Disaster.
God.
I'm telling you what, if he has Scrooge in this deck, I will flip this table and do a victory lap because Scrooge says when you play him, you can put a card under every single one of your characters, and when you do that, and regardless of whether they have boost or not, Tamatoa triggers for each individual time. So then Tamatoa, in usual fashion, can then quest for game because that's what Tamatoa loves to do.
This Tamatoa,
It's
I read this card wrong. I was way lower on this card, but now I am supercharged with this Tamatoa. I'm all in, and he looks like he's in a position to win.
And he has ward. And he has ward.
Ward is just such a powerful keyword in this metagame. Ward and Rush, I think, are 2 of the most powerful keywords that we have, and it just aren't used enough because there just aren't that many quality cards, I would suppose, that get as much value out of those keywords as we would like. Elsa being probably one of the better ones. Look at this. Look how much it takes.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. He was like, okay. Daryl's like, yeah, if you want to keep on keeping on, you 100% can.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Give me some
You
more.
have to.
Yeah, you have to.
I'm sorry, you do. You're gonna have to lose your Cindy. I would keep don't do the. Oh, interesting. You're taking the one with the 2 lore and you're keeping so you can then challenge.
So we can challenge into
yeah.
Wait,
Now-
that Elsa, how much damage
Wait,
was on that Elsa?
Did that Elsa?
She's a
I
6.
thought that Elsa was going to survive.
The Elsa should have survived that challenge, I believe. I don't know if it matters very much, but I believe that Elsa. Can we get a just ask a question on that Elsa? How much damage was there? This has been a super long and grindy match, so maybe the players are a bit fatigued.
Oh, are we
but Elsa
inking
should
to let it go? Oh, we're
Elsa should
inking to
still
let it
be
go
a-
out of there, off of Moana. Sorry, I apologize.
We are we are in the midst here of a crazy
Okay, so yeah.
Blurple versus Blello. I'm calling it. Pete, Ghost of Christmas Past of Future, is coming down here. We're going to boost him up. That would have been actually backbreaking for the Tamatoa. We would have been questing up to 4 or 5.
Man. Yeah, Tamatoa is a 6/6, so when it cracks in.
But he challenged the Elsa into the
Cinderella?
The Cinderella.
The Cinderella.
Okay.
Oh,
Never
okay.
mind.
Well,
Okay. I mean, he
hold
knows.
on. I'm getting a call from New York.
Yeah,
What's New York saying, Brent? Talk to us about New York over there.
New York is saying it is cold, as cold as Winterspell, perhaps, as we come back down here.
Ooh.
Wasabi's going to come down as well as the basil, but I think it's going to be too late
He's at
here.
16.
He's at 16.
Okay. Oh, and that Tamatoa would have been so good for the Pete. Oh my gosh. And now, because Pete is questing, he has 2 cards under him. Daryl gets to look at the top 2 cards of his deck and put one to his hand, and one of them Spooky
He's got
Sight.
Spooky
We
Sight.
don't care about
That's
that. That's going right to the bottom. What did we grab? Did we grab a Tipo? Because Tipo does have lore on it. Put him on the board. Cauldron. I see it. It's in your hand. It's in your hand. And you get back the Tamatoa because the Tamatoa has ward. Okay, I'm sorry about that, guys. I really apologize, but it's
No,
fine.
you're great. This is,
Oh my
I
God.
mean, Daryl,
Oh
I
my
think,
God.
has 30 ink.
Oh, give it. It is the Tamatoa. I told you, JDZ. I'm so sorry. I just.
And this game is basically over.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the royal card slammed down by
This-
Elrathian. Look at the sportsmanship of these guys. Excellent players, excellent match, but Daryl was able to squeak it and eke it out right at the end there.
I really love Daryl's deck. The way that he put that strategy together, it seems like a good direction that these colors can go. Because I know a lot of people have speculated wildly that this deck could be a vibrational pick, and myself included. I thought very early on in this set that Sapphire and Amethyst or Sapphire and Amber could be a viable pick. It has a lot of tools. It got upgraded quite nicely coming into this set, and seeing it perform well there was nice to see. So huge shout out to Daryl. Kudos to him. Kudos to look at this family. I think that card overperformed. I thought the Cauldron overperformed. The Moanas looked great. The Hades and also the management of those resources looked great. The Tamatoa was the highlight of the day, I think.
I'm like trying to pull it up because I have it. I have the deck for you, JDZ, and it's cooking. I'll go ahead and show it and spoil it, but I was so excited about it.
So for an update, there was a miscommunication there. They thought I was asking the other thing. The Elsa should have survived.
Okay.
But as Elrathian himself even said, it would not have.
Okay.
It would not have helped him.
So Elrathian, yeah.
Okay, so we're
yeah.
not great. We were like,
Okay,
okay,
I was wondering
maybe-
because it
maybe-
did challenge
maybe there
him
was
to
something,
it,
maybe
but-
there was something that we missed, but that Elsa should, just for the viewers at home, especially the newer players, that Elsa should have been on the game board. But as we all could see, the writing was pretty much on the wall, and it would not have
Even
mattered.
Elrathian, in a sign of good sportsmanship, said yes, it might have even been wrong, but the game was lost, and I think everybody at home could see it too. People, I mean, we might be looking at at an increase. You might be wanting to get those.
I told you, I
those
literally.
look at this families. I mean, you might be wanting to grab a Tamatoa here. I mean, this is not financial advice by any means, but if
I found this Tamatoa in the bulk box, and look at this. This is the deck that I have built.
That's gorgeous.
And it's literally it's the Pete, it's Scrooge, it's Tamatoa and then the Morty is actually cracked in half. If you guys have like read Morty Field Mouse,
I have.
Yeah,
I know
once during
exactly
your
what you're
turn, whenever you
talking
put a card under one of your other characters, put the top card of your deck face down and under this character. So if you have the Morty out and you have a board, and then you play the Scrooge with the Tamatoa out, you get all of the triggers for the Tamatoa for the Scrooge being played, right? And then if the Morty's out, it doubles it because the Morty is out, and it works for all that. So
And
then
also
all of a
good
sudden,
cooking.
your Tamatoa is questing just like the good old days, just like So Shiny for every single item that you have, and just like the just Tamatoa
There are
is still a house.
To your point, there are so many cards that are offering boost synergies that I think we've barely even cracked the surface. And with more sets coming out, much like Wilds Unknown, the next set of Disney Lorcana that you are not going to want to miss, coming out in a few months here. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I'm very excited about that. Winterspell has been so nice.
Be amazing.
Yes. Very, 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 very much so. But also, not even that, even a little bit closer, because we're still very early on in the Winterspell. This is the second week of a high-impact, super competitive play. Last week we had a DLC. We also had a CCQ in Leicester. Now this week we have another CCQ this week and all the other tournaments happening over the world. But next week, what's going on?
Ghent.
Oh, I know. I'm so excited. And it's like this week, like the first weekend we had Australia. So we're going to take all the data from Australia and then we're going to morph into this weekend, which is the Ink Open. And there's a couple other events going. So we're going to take the data from here. We're going to morph it into Ghent. And then Ghent is going to be such a great showing of this set. And I am so excited to see what everybody comes up with, because I know that there are some actual there's ridiculous people here. There's ridiculous people going to Ghent. And we just saw the Tamatoa come down on the board. And I'm so excited.
And I'm going to say that I think that we are witnessing some history being made here that may influence and impact the meta over in Ghent. I'm sure a lot of Illumineers who are planning to go to Ghent are watching this weekend to see what the spice is.
Absolutely.
I don't know about you, JDZ, but I want to hear more about what this spice was. Do you think we have an interview queued up?
I think we do. I think we got Garrick over in the interview booth ready to talk to our round 4 winner. So he's going to give me a quick little thumbs up, let us know that he's ready, and we're going to kick it over to Garrick. Take it away, Garrick and Daryl.
What's up, everybody? I am here with Daryl after round number 4. He's undefeated. This is my teammate. I taught him everything he knows. Daryl, why don't you talk to us about the Amber Sapphire list? It's really interesting. You're playing Look at This Family, a card that I don't think a lot of Amber Sapphire players had on their radar, and it was really, really good for you in that match.
Yeah, so I got to give that shout out to my teammate Scott. Like originally, like I didn't have it in my deck, and he was like, "Oh, that card is so good," and like I was like, "All right, well I'll try 2," and then almost every time I played a card, I found 2 Hades, and it's just like, all right, cool, wipe the board, play 2 Hades, like whatever you do after the game, after the board, like I get to just establish another board and remove your board. I just love this deck. Like, I came from originally Blurple, went to red blue for a while, and then went back to Blurple, and it just didn't serve me well over the last few events. So I switched to this deck, and I was just like, okay, yeah, this deck has legs, even though most of my teammates said it wasn't.
This just in, Sapphire decks with board wipes are pretty good. Shout out Emerald Sapphire, Ruby Sapphire. I think those decks were pretty good back in the day. How do you feel about Raging Storm? How has it been for you today? Has it been a key card that has sort of flipped matchups? I mean, we just saw you do really, really well with it there in that matchup. Control grindy matchups, it has to be great. But how about your other matchups throughout the day?
The card's been amazing. So this is my 3rd Blurple in a row. So like I love playing against Blurple. Obviously, like my deck is tuned to beat Blurple, especially with the Tamatoa tech that I put in. But yeah, Raging Storm has just been amazing. Like every time I play that card, it just never feels bad. Even if I'm winning on board, like, and I can stop you from winning. Yeah. My opponent got to 19 one game, and I just kept him at 19, and like just chaining Hades and like let it go, and just like easily took over the game. So yeah, Raging Storm like was probably a mistake putting that back in the format, but at the same time, like it's great for me because I love ramping and playing big things. So yeah, Raging Storm has been really good.
Yeah, you're one of the few Amber Sapphire believers in this tournament, but I think maybe you've been converting people throughout the day, and definitely after that match. I mean, you showed the ultimate control deck beats the kind of mid-range control deck, but you anticipated a lot of Blurple being in this tournament, I'm sure, and that was probably the reason why you brought this deck. How do you feel about the rest of the field? If you have to go against Dogs, Purple Steel, how do those feel?
Dogs is not favorable. Obviously, like that deck's just super fast, and they can go quick. But that's what was it Nakoma? That's what she's in the deck for. 4/6 on turn 3 is pretty good against their deck. And then like I get the challenge and then remove the damage with Ohana. Still not like a very good matchup, but like I would say it's probably like a 70-30 in their favor. Amber still like it's winnable for me, but it's a little tough. purple steel, I haven't lost to yet, so keeping my fingers crossed that I do well into that as well. But I definitely want to keep going into any purple deck. Like any purple deck, I feel favored because like they can't really recover as well as I can after a Raging Storm, especially when I like have multiple Hades in hand, and then just like I draw so many cards naturally off of my cards being played. Yeah, it's just really good.
Yeah. We saw you had Spooky Sight in there. How many Spooky Sights are you running? Is that pretty effective into the dog strategy, or does Mowgli kind of throw that off, or you have so many actions you can kind of disguise it or prevent it from being taken?
So I can disguise it. I have roughly 26, 28 actions. So typically, like in that match, I'll ensure I keep two actions in my hand, unless they just double Mowgli me, then like you get wrecked by that. But it's good in that match. Like I would rather Spooky Sight than Raging Storm against them early because it shuts down their late game. So putting it into the ink, yes, you give them a ton of ink, but dogs doesn't have a way to like rebound outside of lady. So like their tramp is only filtering. So draw 5 cards, discard 5 cards. Like you're not netting cards off of that. So if I'm able to stabilize the board and then control the board after that, it usually works out in my favor. And those are usually the games that I win.
Okay. Last question for you here. The Cauldron, a legendary card that came out in Whispers of the Well. A lot of people feeling really underwhelmed by it, but Amber Sapphire has seemingly unlocked the card. You don't have to tell us how many you're running, but how has it felt today? Would you want to play more? Would you want to play fewer than what you're playing? It seemed really impactful in that matchup. How do you feel about it overall?
Card's pretty good. So it's my secondary like win condition. Like I don't like relying on like an item essentially. So it's my secondary. So once they start like controlling the board, like I'm putting Hades under there. And a lot of times if I know I'm playing against a deck that can't remove it, I stack as many characters under it as possible to one-shot it and then Raging Storm and then play those characters the next turn. So the card's been amazing. It's won me several of my matches today. But yeah, I would not go more than what I'm currently on. Okay. Like just the uninkable count is just crazy. So you can't really afford too much uninkable. So
okay. That was Daryl from Team. What is the total value of the deck?
It's probably around 6 to 7K.
It's got to be more than that.
Yeah, I mean, it might be.
The Let It Goes are like 1,000 each.
I know. I was rounding around. Yeah.
It's got to be at least 10.
Yeah, because Moanas are about 2,400.
It's got to be close to 10.
I'm not counting because then if I count, then I feel bad because like that's money on the table and not in my pocket. But
Daryl's got it like that. He's not worried about it. This has been Daryl from Team Ink Inc. He's trying to keep it going. He did top the second event, trying to recreate that, but go even further, win that national championship qualification. I'm wishing him the best of luck. No bias. I'll cover my pin here. Good luck, Daryl. Any shout outs?
Shout out Ink Inc. Shout out my wife and daughter at home holding it down. And yeah, that's it.
Good luck.
Appreciate you.
I did it too. Okay, I did it too. Everyone gets one. Okay, I make a mistake. We don't pretend that didn't happen. All right, I did that, but we were just talking about the deck and how beautiful and max rarity it was, and how all of us were lamenting how we don't think we could ever do it. Like even if I could do it, I don't think I would.
If you could do it, I feel like that's like. No, I can't do it. Yeah, and even if like I'm thinking about it, and my accountant is already calling me, being like, "Girl, you know you don't got it like that."
You got an accountant?
Well, I do own a business, so yeah, I can't do math. I'm one of those people that'll oopsie themselves into a bad situation, so I have to have and it's not because on purpose. It's because I just don't know math.
So Color's rich, everyone.
I'm
She'll talk
not
to her
rich. That's the
accountant
problem.
and her butler.
She's
and
actually mad at me right now for everything. Honestly.
Yeah. For skipping a mortgage payment on the mansion. I know.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, for not taking her to the Maldives
Color
for
is
Christmas again this year. There it is. Color being rich, everyone.
I'm so excited about our next matchup. Can we talk about it? Are we allowed to talk about it? Can we
Please,
talk about
go
it?
ahead. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
I don't know the matchup, but I know this player. We saw him a little bit earlier, but I did tell him, hey, if you are still doing well after this round, come and find us because you, my friend, are one of the only surviving, slowly going extinct Amber Steel Song players.
What? Did you say Amber Steel Aggro? I must have
No,
heard you.
no, Steel Song.
Amber Steel Song is
yes.
back. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not telling you he was back. I'm saying that we have one of the rare and indigenous, he's on the extinction list, as it were. But again, we have this Illumineer that is trying to thrive and bring it back, and we've got a really good conservation effort coming in here from this Illumineer.
I got a question for you guys. Thoughts on throwing it to Katie in the interview room eating chips?
Yeah, I
Any
kind of
thoughts on
wanted
that?
to do that. I was also kind of thinking about that.
Any thoughts on that?
Let's
No, she'll kill you.
Don't even-
No.
No, she's not doing it now. No, she's meat mugging the camera. Okay, there's Katie.
Her natural habitat. You're
Observe.
witnessing. Right, yes. You're
observe.
seeing a caster in their natural habitat.
Grazing on the feed. Oh, now she seems threatened. She can see.
She's going to the microphone as her instincts have told her. Her crafted instincts are casting. She's seen the camera. Oh no! Can you imagine? Can you imagine watching like some monkeys out in the middle of the Sahara and they're just they start seeing the camera and start goofing around? They're playing Lorcana. They're like, oh no!
Okay, Katie's natural instinct. She's like, oh, there's a camera. I'm supposed to be casting something. Yeah. Chips, you're like, welcome back to the booth. Thank you, Katie, for being a good sport. She is going to actually throttle all of us for that later. But yeah, no, we do. We have our next income coming in. A few of you Illumineers will know this Illuminaire. Again, we've already seen him once today, but I am so excited because we're going to see some aerials. We're going to see some singing. We're going to see some slinging. And I am so excited as we are going to actually just kick me right on out of here and then they get to talk about it. All right, well.
Yeah, I am sticking around. Are we still on us or are we on the players right now?
You're on. Oh, you can't see. You're on us. They can see you.
They can see me.
They can see you right now.
Shall I do the JDZ challenge right here?
Can you?
Is
got
this,
what it takes,
is
Brent?
this dangerous?
Yeah, let's lock in.
Dangerous. We're locking in. I am about to cast. The stakes could not be higher for a caster.
Idea.
I am going to one-shot this. That is the JDZ challenge while these players shuffle up. And before the other two come in, I am going to finish this. Let's go.
All right, I'm giving you a head start.
Not so bad. Not so bad. The jelly is there. Oh.
That sounds great in the headset.
You really got it. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen at home, for the noises you are witnessing, did you just one-shot it too? Okay.
I'm not built like that.
Oh, it's tough.
Y'all need some water? Here.
Oh, it is hard.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm not going to drink this water. I'm not going to do it.
It's for the weak.
But I got it.
You did it. You're all done. I still have some scraps left. Whew.
I think I'm the fastest of the casters.
Put your headset on.
You don't need to breathe for a second.
Your mic's making a bunch of noise, bro.
I'm sorry, chat.
Lock it in.
I'm
Lock
sorry,
it
your
in.
chat.
Lock it in,
But
bro.
we did it for you. We did it for everybody at home saying we need more entertainment in between. You casters just put in an entire Uncrustable in their mouth. Oh, shout out Smuckers.
I'm not doing that.
I'm holding
That's
now.
fair. That's
Am I
fair.
drinking the water? Let's go. Amber Steel, Songs, Braden, 4-0 against
Songs?
Shane. 4-0, huh?
Is it songs?
It's Songs. That's what Color was saying.
That's what the streets are saying. The streets are saying, hey, we're gonna sing a little song.
Do a little dance.
No, just sing.
A little prayer for me.
Yeah. Oh, that would be a great keyword.
What?
Dance. There's a lot of dances in things like dancer as a keyword. Like I don't know what it's going to do. Exert to do something awesome. Maybe unexert, ready to do an ability. So you could, it's kind of like an on quest, but then it's more. So it's like you quest, you get 2 lore, and then you pay like 3 and unready it to get some ability.
This guy's trying to get a job while
Ravensburger, I hope you're listening right now. Who is this picture of on Shane's sleeves is my question.
That is Royce.
Royce.
That just gives me a new question.
Who's Royce? Royce is a dogs player on Shane's team he's really solid.
I would
really
have loved
solid.
if you just said Royce is the best friend of Jay. Just kept it going.
Jake?
Sorry, please continue, Garrick.
No, he's a well-known dogs player up here in the Northeast. Very good player.
Do we have the right colors up?
I believe we do.
Amethyst Steel, so he switched from dogs.
No, Royce is dogs player. Shane.
Royce is Shane's friend.
Got you.
Who's on first?
Well, who's Jay? All right, Palace Guard is going to come down, and
an angel
we inked an angel. Experiment 624.
Ooh.
Let's see how this Amber Steel songs works. Garrick, why don't you set the tone a little bit here? I mean, you tell me, because you were playing around, you were goofing around. You sent me a little bit of a list to look at and study. Ooh, Angel comes down, the underdog.
Oh, please tell me we have a coup into the other angel, which, if you'll remind me which one that was, you so amazingly said a few moments ago.
Yeah, the angel is Experiment 624. In these Amber Steel sort of songs deck, I mean, it's not quite what it used to be, but in the version that I was playing, at least, that Sky had built and showed on Podcana, he was playing the Ariel Ethereal Voice, which also has the iconic card. If you boost her anytime you sing, or sorry, for the first time you sing a song.
You did it. It's going to happen. Luke, you called it.
You draw a card.
Angel 624 coming down, and then we discard to
No,
do
he's
two
gonna
damage?
play. He's gonna play Ariel for sure.
You think?
Yes. Turn 2 Ariel is insane.
That's also really yes.
Yeah, that also is
okay,
crazy.
so there is the Ariel, the ethereal voice. As I was saying, whenever has a card underneath her, the first time you sing a song, you draw a card. So she is your draw engine, your real value engine. And if you can start singing songs and removing your opponent's threats while drawing cards, that's really good.
Yeah.
The fun never ends. And there's so many vanishing characters that if we start seeing, like, I don't care how many characters I have. I'm targeting that with strength. It's going away, and I'm drawing a new card to replace it.
Bye-bye, Giant Cobra. Meanwhile, let's see here. We are going to boost up the Ariel. We're going to sing another song with Angel here.
Strength of Raging Fire comes down and removes the Giant Cobra, and we get to draw a card off the Ariel because it was boosted, and down comes the Troubadour, one of the classic Amber Steel song cards that was added here.
Singer 4.
So one consideration that Shane could have thought about there was actually trading the Pocahontas with the Angel to try to, like, maybe give a world where we could then challenge the Ariel and play removal from our hand to deal a last point or two.
Yeah.
It still would have been rough. We would have only had the Palace Guard, but it would have at least exerted it if maybe Sven or something was in Shane's deck. We don't know. He didn't do it that way, so he probably doesn't have it.
Interesting to note here that Shane has also inked 2 of his angels, so 2 of those gone right now. Braden needs to get rid of this Yzma before it starts drawing a ton of cards. We're going to put the Chief down onto the board and get to questing. This is a really interesting inclusion in this deck, able to protect your Singer cards, and we have 3 great singers on the board, and the Chief also a pretty good singer himself at that 4 cost 5/5. Can't challenge, but can quest and can still sing.
Yep,
And
definitely
a
has Singer
powerful
4.
bodyguard, yeah. I mean, the Elsa's going to come down. Everything is already exerted here. I got to imagine we're going to draw off of this conniving chemist, the Yzma. Another.
Oh, we're going to sing. Strength of a Raging Fire removes the Ariel, the ethereal voice, and we had a Rhino Power Hamster underneath. And we're going to get a quest in with the Palace Guard. We cannot challenge into that Chief.
Bye-bye draw engine here. And curiously, we're not going to quest at the Pocahontas. Shane saying it's not time yet, but getting up on the board here with 2 lore. Braden.
This is rough. I actually think Braden's probably just going to send both of his characters into Yzma unless he has more removal, which we're going to find out if he can draw it here. But like Shane was put in a really rough spot where he had to play the Elsa, and it
looks like he does. He hurled his Thunderbolt 4 damage into the Yzma.
And because he wasn't able to draw with it, now he's out of gas, and Braden has almost everything.
Yeah, I love Braden's build of the deck as well. I think it obviously it's a deck that has some legs. If you're playing against other mid-range decks or aggressive decks, it's so good. You can outvalue them. And we're seeing that right now with all of these removal songs that Braden has access to, and has, kept his hand pretty healthy with a combination of Aerial and Doc.
And interesting enough, Braden didn't even need to actually sing the removal. He could have just chosen to trade his Angel with the Yzma and then use the Troubadour, and he has that amazing resistibility. So he would have stuck around, forcing Shane to have an answer to the Chief, which, as we did just see, happened.
Had the strength, but did have to challenge with the Elsa into it as well.
Okay.
Just keeping this Pocahontas around as long as possible. I wonder why you wouldn't just crash in with your Pocahontas instead of the Elsa, just valuing it. But here, maybe this is the reason why we can gain an insane amount of lore if this genie is able to remain on the board.
Yes, the Magical Researcher, the new card from Winterspell, that when you boost it, it gains a lore for each card under it. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Oh, no, it's fine. Another thing we know is like the Rhino Strength, the Pocahontas, because the Pocahontas was also kind of preventing the Doc from questing, saving maybe a lore, as we see now both of them going in to take it out. And that could be one reason why we chose to keep the Pocahontas instead, and it stacks more damage. It trades with the Angel. Well, it's not going to trade with the Rhino if we have Shift or take out the 2/1/3s, but it does a little bit more possibly than the Elsa does there.
Interesting moment to challenge in with the Pocahontas after leaving it readied for so many turns. Now getting exerted here and offering it up to one of these Troubadours, which will take it out and live to tell the tale. Looks like we have another. He hurled his Thunderbolt, and if this comes down on this genie, it might just be all over for Shane. I know we're only at 10, but like, Braden can wipe the board here.
Yeah, it also explains why he chose to sing it last turn as well instead of trading in, because he just had another song. So he gets to just clean up a little bit, sing the removal, and challenge away, as you were saying. And now there's nothing in play for Shane. So he kind of just needs to top deck the Doc, And
now we're racing.
He's really on his back foot here.
Doesn't even care about the Palace Guard, says, I'm questing right past that guy. He is not a big deal. And the Doc off the top for Shane. Is he able to find something that can get him into the game? I did see a Demona in the hand, but opts to go for the Christopher Robin here instead of inking it, hoping to find one maybe next turn. But you have to keep in mind, Demona comes down, Braden's also going to get to draw 3.
And the bigger issue is that we don't have any of the big challengers. All of our strength on Shane's side is 1.
I do believe it's called a rock in a hard place. You do what you just need to do. So, like, he can't really ink the Christopher Robin. He's going to draw a card, and if he plays Demona, that's one less card he gets to draw anyways. So his only way in his mind to win is play Christopher Robin, then Demona, draw 3 insane cards, and maybe use Christopher Robin and Doc together to take out one character to prevent the winning the game.
Yeah, you don't even have a good singer, even if you draw into your Strength of a Raging Fire or anything. Shane probably going through the play lines right now, realizing that he needs to play the Demona.
There it was.
Draw 3 fresh cards. I mean, but the game's over.
It's still just not enough here. Even so, if we had played the Strength, we get to take out a character. Even if each character was 1,000 and could take anything out, Braden still kind of just had
too many characters on board.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, Braden showcasing. Is Amber Steel songs back?
Amber Steel aggro's back. Amber Steel songs is back. We're
Ruby
back.
Steel has never been here before.
Ruby Steel update, just so all the people that are interested.
Talk to me, Garrick.
Sky's still undefeated.
4-0 on the Ruby Steel. Let's go.
Yeah.
But
I believe he's playing one of a fan favorite, Mr. Burns, this round, I do believe.
Interesting.
Wow.
That's another interesting. I mean, this whole tournament, Nothing but interesting matchups all the way up and down, and that's why I really love these CCQs. You get the people bringing their best decks, spicy decks, because those are the ones that you need to spike the tournament. You need something unexpected, right? You need to get first to get the qualification here.
It also just shows how good of a set Winterspell was. There's so many playable cards in the colors that needed a boost to see some play. Amber Sapphire is not an archetype we really saw before, but we just saw, what was that, last round?
Yeah.
And a gorgeous deck, by the way. I know I don't talk about how pretty things are, but when, someone's playing every card as an enchanted, it's just like, oh, man.
Yeah.
You just want to rip.
I don't even think Daryl wanted to.
You Magic players and your ripple shovels.
I don't think he even wanted to play that deck specifically. I think he was just going for what's the highest,
what's the prettiest,
what's
deck
the
I
highest
can play.
value I could get out of my.
He told me the name of it is Mortgage in a Deck Box.
It's like if I can blind my opponents from how shiny my cards are, maybe that's how I'll win.
Yeah, the first place prize for this is actually Daryl's deck.
Yeah.
That's the $6,500 on the poster.
I don't know why he cares about it when he's already got it sitting in his deck box.
He's got to get first to keep it. But
I hear that if he wins, he's going to buy another deck.
Oh, yes. I'll have 2 decks to play with now.
Yeah, exactly. The players are shuffling up. I mean, Garrick, you're something of an Amber Steel. I mean, both you guys. Amber Steel masters in your own right. I mean, what is Shane to do here? Because that looked dominant.
Yeah, Angel's really good, and this is underdog doing just saying Winterspell.
We're talking
awesome
about
things.
the singer, the underdog singer.
The 2-cost singer being able to basically be a better Cindy when you're on the draw, kind of steals the tempo, lets you be on the play. And that's kind of what Amber Steel did these last few sets, Truby Tuesdays, the tech in that deck was playing Troubadour to be able to sing Strength a turn sooner. We weren't playing any other songs, basically, but just the ability to Strength before your opponent is huge. So that's kind of what Shane needs to do, the traditional 1, 2, 3, 4 Strength, and he needs to hope that Braden doesn't have a way to cheat out removal sooner to take out his characters using singers, and we see already in Braden's hand at least a Troubadour.
2 Troubadours, no 1-drop here. He's got a lot of songs in hand. He's got a Cood available to him. I think 2 Thunderbolts potentially. He's got the Chief in his hand as well. So we're going to see a Troubadour here on 2. Maybe sing a Cood and get something out a little bit earlier.
And you know what's interesting? I haven't seen Braden's deck list, but I haven't seen a Mowgli yet. And I'm wondering if you just don't play Mowgli and just assume that your opponents are going to try to play around the Mowgli and start inking stuff, maybe a viable strategy here is nobody knows this is not open deck lists.
I mean, it's just like the good old days. I mean, I guess we're still in the good old days. Ursula Deceiver is still a card that people play, and I remember playing against that card all the time. If you are playing songs in your deck and you see that your opponent is playing Emerald, you just ink them. It's not worth for the Ursula to grab your Strength of Raging Fire. You could lose the game on the spot. Use it as ink before it's gone. We see the Cheshire Cat come down. This is going to be a really valuable card, I think, in this matchup. Mid-range decks going up against each other, but we can Thunderbolt this thing if we want to. We're going to go for a Cood instead. We'll see what Braden is favoring here. I did see a Stitch Snowboarder in the hands.
That's a big character that draws a few cards, but we would lose our Troubadour.
He's got the Chief as well. He can slap that down right now in bodyguard position, defend our Troubadour, and we do that. A big 5/5.
I mean, you will be able to neatly and effectively kind of challenge in with the Captain Hook into the Chief Powhatan and then transfer. I guess you won't have anything to transfer over damage with.
Yeah.
You can,
move 2 damage onto the Troubadour, but that's not going to get it done.
So smartly seeing it,
So you double challenge, you lose your 2 characters, then Cheshire Cat puts 2 damage on Troubadour, Troubadour puts 1 damage on Cheshire Cat, you pay 2, move the 1 damage off Cheshire Cat onto Troubadour, you get rid of both characters, but you only have a once boosted cat in play, and then whatever 2-drop you'll play, and Shane opts to just add a Genie for more card draw and tempo and just let the Troubadour survive.
Yeah, put a 2-quester that's evasive out there. Never a bad idea, I assume.
But letting your opponent have singers is not always a great place to be. And now the Troubadour is definitely surviving. No
We
way
have
to get
two
beat down.
Thunderbolts? No, we have another Chief. That's explosive. That's defensive. I love this Chief. We've seen it 2 matches here today and has just been absolutely incredible. Who needs to challenge when you need to force your opponent to challenge into you? And we just saw him get incredible value on that last turn, taking out 2 characters for just himself.
You said it correct. Who needs to challenge when you're forcing your opponent to challenge? And that's what Shane's doing. He's just playing some evasive threats that Chief here can't challenge.
Amber Steel typically does struggle with these evasive characters, so using up one of those Thunderbolts onto a Cheshire Cat was necessary. But I mean,
when you have all the songs,
yeah, that is true.
But no aerial to keep drawing more.
Yep.
But we're going to rely on that snowboarder Stitch here. I love it. We're surfing. We're snowboarding. We're a rock star. Stitch has all the fun.
And the snowboard Stitch is going to be able to draw a card whenever he quests, and you have 2 other characters in play. One of the new cards from Winterspell. Speaking of, we have Pocahontas. I believe that is Following the Wind. And she's following it right to a victory, it seems, with Shane ahead on board here 5-1, and some dangerous questing about to be taking place.
Pocahontas has been the card that people have misread. Or do you ever read a card and you read like half of it and you're like, oh, I know what this does?
Yeah.
And then the next turn your opponent's like, but it also says your characters. Yeah, and it's like, oh, whoops, I shouldn't have exerted that Vincenzo. I shouldn't have exerted this other character. Like I personally also in testing yesterday exerted something. My opponent's like, oh, you just lost.
You can use it with your opponent's exerted characters.
Yeah, my Rockstar exerted in that quest for 3.
We found a dock here off the Nani play, and I think importantly, we saw Shane play 2 Strength of Raging Fires to remove the Stitch to prevent the card draw. Now Shane is empty-handed. 2 Strengths are now in the discard, had to use on 1 singular character just because the math wasn't right. And now Braden is finding everything he needs, and there goes the genie to the discard pile off of the Strength of a Raging Fire.
The only consolation prize is that Braden did, in order to get the max value of the dock, have to ink the Angel 624, which means that that's 1 less Angel that Braden has in his deck, which is going to be, kind of nice. But now the Pocahontas is going to quest. It's going to take a lore off of Chief Powhatan. But this is a good old-fashioned race here.
And, normally you don't like playing Cobra like this, but this is just challenger mode Cobra.
Yeah.
And, we saw Braden top deck that Nani into Doc. I used to hate seeing my opponent top deck Doc, but when they top deck the 3/3 into Doc, it's just as bad as Doc into Doc. It's so brutal.
I mean, what do we think about not questing out the Captain Hook here?
I think that's perfectly reasonable. Braden's only at 2 lore. He will happily skip a quest and challenge that Captain Hook with the Nani.
True. When instead you can make a nice trade, probably.
We're going to double challenge here. Get rid of the dock, which is interesting. I think that's a pretty good play. I mean, you still have the Chief to protect your Troubadour here, so all you lose is a 1/3, and you retain your 3/3 on the board. So I like that move. We're going to quest with the Cobra here. Just try and keep some pressure on. The Chief is really just a huge problem right now.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you don't want to see. A couple of Cobras off the top without a card to discard. I mean, Shane in a maximum pain situation here. You can't quest out the Captain Hook. You're not very far ahead.
Are we singing?
Lore.
Oh, we're singing a Cood. We're going to draw a card. That is an underrated part of that card.
See, this is something he didn't need to pay ink for that. It was technically free. It does not matter, but I myself did that earlier, I think, on the Pack Wars.
That Troubadour was free, so we should have all of our ink, but no cards in hand, nothing to boost, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Deciding what we're going to do here, do we want to challenge into this Cobra or just keep it pushing? Questing here is not the worst thing in the world. You got to get through the Chief.
But what happens when there's no way that Shane doesn't do that. So what happens is the Hook and the...
Why trade?
You have to double into the Chief anyway.
Why not just quest
Is the
out?
Chief just too valuable?
So it could just be that the Troubadour is probably easy prey anyways. Might as well get the trades that we want a little bit more than what Shane wants. And it does look like Shane's now the aggressor. Oh.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Rhino changes things.
Yep.
Changes the
That
texture
power
of this
hamster.
match by a lot. Now, let's keep in mind we do have the Angel Experiment 624 on the board right now. We can turn any card that we have in hand into a Fire the Cannons, but a Hades is looking for a deal.
On to the bottom.
Yikes! And
Maybe.
now we find the answer.
That's
Maybe a few turns too late.
Letting him draw.
Yeah, Braden says go ahead and draw. You can't play anything else this turn. I mean, this might be some fodder for the Angel.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, 2 damage will be able to be dealt as soon as you discard a card with Angel. It is optional, though.
Elsa, that's a valuable Fire the Cannons, as we're going to put 2 onto the Chief here and challenge in with our Captain Hook. Finally removing that from the board. Is Angel going to challenge here? She is
Angel
going
on
into
Angel.
the Siren
Nope.
Singer.
Oh, you don't have...
That is
Oh.
unfortunate for Shane. He forgot to ink first.
We're not going to take out the... Yeah. Troubadour, I was going to say. I think we already had inked, had we not? Or no.
We chose not to.
You're right.
And that could also be a thing that Braden realized that, if I draw him 2 cards, this Angel cannot challenge profitably, and maybe I can get it off the board. And it ended up working out for him in that manner.
He has a Rhino here as an available option, can take that, reduce the strength of Angel, challenge in with Rhino, and get a really favorable trade here.
Yeah.
Or
And
could
we just trade the Nani with the...
well, Nani came down this turn.
Oh, yes.
Challenge in. The resist +2 of the power hamster in full effect here. Ooh, man.
The power of the 1/16th Wolf should not be understated. I think that card is still in a really great position. Can be played in the Dogs deck, can be played in this type of deck. I still really like it. When it came out, it was like undeniable. Everybody was playing this card and the shift line. Here comes Genie Wish Fulfilled, speaking of undeniable. But how do you feel about the 1/16th Wolf in this current meta?
I think that people are starting to wake up and realize it's a great card again, right? Like, we're seeing it in some of the Dogs lists, especially the ones that are playing the Under the Sea stuff. I mean, works as a somewhat Delamoon lullaby on a body, so it can't be too bad.
I just want to mention, we were talking about how does it feel to see Nani into Doc. Yeah, it feels
Genie
worse
into
to
Doc.
see Genie into Doc. I mean, it's just like Braden's like, I got this, and Shane just like, hold my card draw, like, let's go.
I know, getting another Genie out is pretty clutch here because now you have another 2-quester. There's nothing really Braden can do about it. I mean, Braden is probably hoping to see Doc off the top. I mean, one time? Is that what we're looking for here?
I mean, one time? You mean the second time?
You mean the 100th time for some of you guys?
Strength of Raging Fire, I believe, is what was drawn here off the top. That's a big draw, but unfortunately, you're one character short to hit the Genie or hit the Hades. You can challenge in with your Rhino Power Hamster here into the Hades and remove it, retain your Rhino, and also use Strength of Raging Fire on Cobra if you'd like. But it's a tough decision for Braden to make here. Do you hold on to it? Do you hold firm and do nothing? It's tough.
Yeah, it's like, do I just take out the Doc with it, then throw Hamster into Cobra, and then throw...
He passes.
Rhino.
Whoa!
Oh, he goes the
We don't make-
conservative route.
I guess you don't want to get
one
any
more
characters
character
off the
and
board.
it's so much more valuable. You just have to hope your opponent doesn't have the strength or a removal piece here, an Elsa, another
It's
Angel.
respecting the Genie.
Yeah, but we're going to go ahead and quest for 5 here.
Get some favorable trades next turn, though.
Oh, no.
Not the Benja. The Benja coming down.
Get these items out of here.
We're not stressing about Dogs. Benja has arrived along with an Olaf. Now you really got to get the Doc off the board. Here comes Lilo, and we have the Strength of a Raging Fire in hand.
Yeah, but we take out the Genie. We can make some favorable
It's not
trades
enough.
here, but it's not enough.
It's so close, but so far. But, Braden gets to be on the play for Game 3.
Yep.
It is kind of a tempo versus tempo, and they're both steel decks with interaction. and Shane stumbled for half a second, but was able to like claw his way back in there. A burst of card draw attached to threats when he already was above 10 lore, gave him the little bit of a push he needed there at the end.
Yeah, if you don't draw the dock off the top there, I think the game might be close to over.
Yeah.
Like, that was an incredibly well-timed dock.
Yeah, Braden was taking over the game. I mean, it's not just the dock; it was the genie on top of it, which gave more lore pressure and
more draw. I mean,
and this is what the song decks always do. You spend the game answering every threat your opponent does, and then trying to win in one or two quests. Or you sing a few removal and slowly quest at the same time, but you are the reactive control tempo deck. You kind of switch from one role to another. It's like, do I need to be the beatdown? Do I need to be the control? Am I like matching what they're doing and then racing a little and then blowing them out with 2 songs in a turn, giving me that extra turn needed to win before they do?
Absolutely. And I think it's important to note that Braden did not see his aerials that game and did not have the powerful underdog angel into a 4-drop on 2. That's what you really want to do. You're on the play here. I'm going to be honest. When I was playing this deck, I kind of liked being on the draw. Like turn 2
I do too.
with a Akud angel into your 4-drop on 2 is nuts.
But that said, we still have 8 2-drops that can sing 3 or 4.
Yeah.
We can play that angel on 2 and then play our 4-drop on 3, which is still good. I think the main issue is that, Braden did see multiple 4-drops, but they were all chief. And he was on the back foot, and that he showed a prime example of how balanced Chief is. Because if Chief was just a 4-cost 5/5 bodyguard that could challenge, that quested for 1, it's just like, wow, that's a 4 of in every single Amber deck.
Yeah.
You take away its ability to challenge, and all of a sudden, okay, it's a 2 to 4 of in these very aggressive decks that need something to prevent something weird. Although that card would have been insane in sets like 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 when you needed a card that would trade 1 for 1 with Maui and still be a bodyguard.
Right.
Like, it would have been so good then.
In the Maui meta, right? I mean, kind of taking the place of the Pluto, right? I can't the sub name is escaping me, but the Steel Pluto, that's a 5/5 bodyguard, but when he's only 5/5 when he has no damage on.
Yes, very
Chief
good.
Powhatan, I mean, showcasing that he's just the new kid in town and a little bit better.
I mean, Pluto was pretty good when you had Rapunzel as well.
Yeah.
Man, anything was good.
Anything
with big willpower was good.
If you had 4 willpower, you synergized with Rapunzel for sure.
Did we see any Hanas from Daryl? Did he play Ohana in his deck? It has Enchanted, so I assume he did play at least one.
Did he?
He did.
Okay.
Right into the Inkwell?
Into the Inkwell.
Okay.
Never played.
Yeah. I mean, you probably just played it for the swag of it, but that
like
card
it.
has not really made the impact that I think people thought it was going to because it's not attached to that body. And being attached to the body is so imperative. You get a 1/5 that quests for 2. So good, especially in aggressive decks. You could play her in control decks, mid-range decks. Like Rapunzel was the Swiss Army knife that made Amber go. That's the reason why the color was playable, I think.
100%. That and Ariel Spectacular Singer, I feel, allowing you to do a whole new world. And we see an Ariel there, a different one of sorts.
We have the Willow as well, which can help get that Ariel down earlier as well. So we won't necessarily need to sing the Akud to get the Ariel down a turn earlier if we have the Grandmother Willow. So getting that onto the board and boosting at the same turn, though, also pretty good. But you need that singer established to make her really shine. You want a troubadour down, so she doesn't necessarily have to be exerted into an opponent's threat.
Luke, as a DLC champion, I'm curious on your analysis of today. I mean, we are looking at a meta or a tournament where Amber Steel songs, not really at the top of the meta. Amber Sapphire, not really at the top of the meta. Ruby Steel, definitely not at the top of anyone's tier list. I mean, doing 4-0 today. What do you think? What do you think? Something special is going on?
We need to at least put an asterisk next to this.
Okay.
I mean, we are picking matches to watch that are not just Blurple mirrors. and Dogs Mirrors. The meta is mostly the big three. And most of the rounds we've seen cool decks, they've been playing one of the big threes. So we've gotten to the point where everyone kind of has the expected meta of these three decks, so you can fine-tune your rogue deck to try to attack two of the three decks. If you can beat all three, obviously you're going to win the event, most likely. But most of these decks are going to try to beat two of the three decks and then hope to dodge the third or draw well, win the die roll, and hope it's a play-draw dependency here. But we're off to the races here.
We are off to the races. No real singers right now for Braden, but Chief Powhatan.
Again. An Angel there would have been so good. Like, we play Angel, we discard, take out this pesky Pocahontas that Shane played on 2, and then, like, the Hook is just sitting there like, oh, I guess I do nothing because then I'm gone the next turn. Followed by such plays as a Doc would just, like, almost make the game over or at least put Shane in a rough spot.
This next turn might be absolutely explosive for Braden. You got to imagine he still has the Ariel in hand. He just established the 4-cost Singer. We put Ariel down because she costs 1 less thanks to the Grandmother Willow. We boost her. We sing. He hurled his Thunderbolt on the cat. We draw a card. That, I think, is what Braden is setting up here. And if he does it, he might run away with the game.
He might. Well, he won't be able to play the air. Oh, you're right. He will be able to because
she costs 1 less.
I keep forgetting the math, the Willow math. Sorry, go ahead, Luke.
Oh, I was just going to say it's still pretty good. The only threat is this Pocahontas and this Hook. It would be nice if we could somehow also challenge, but we cannot. Like, but
there she
this is going to be a good turn.
Does he have it? Angel into the Inkwell.
We got it. It's got to be. You called it.
Turning
you called
it sideways.
Garrick, you called
Thunderbolt.
Imagine if that Angel had been in play over the Chief right now, though, and been able to do all of this.
Oh, yeah, that would have been
throw
nuts.
a snowball and knock out the Pocahontas. That very, very powerful Experiment 624. Let's bring up the Ariel on screen. You can take a look at the beautiful, iconic art. Not to brag, I did open one of these on stream.
Oh, my goodness.
I do have to give massive shout-outs. The Enchanteds, every set, I feel like, have been going up and up. And then once they started doing these iconics, they kind of added the gold trim on all the Enchanteds.
And now the silver and Winterspell.
Yes, and I love it. I love that treatment aspect.
It also, from a collector's perspective, is amazing because I don't have to worry as much about somebody counterfeiting these cards.
Yes, much harder.
Because it's going to be so hard to.
Do we have another? We don't.
Okay,
It's a coup. We are all holding our breath for a second.
Did he draw 2 cards? Oh, yes, he did because he has Ariel. Silly me.
Yep. Draw 2 because the Ariel draws 1 and a coup draws 1 normally. Let's put a Nani down.
We're going to find some Doc in here, some Doc action.
Free Nani.
There's at least a Troubadour in that grip to grab. I hate seeing songs in that because he wants to draw those.
Yeah.
I wonder what the rest of his hand is looking like if you're playing Nani here. That seems like a card you want to play to find Doc specifically, and not necessarily risk putting songs to the bottom of the deck, but maybe didn't really have anything to go with here.
So there's 2 things. He might just already have enough songs mixed with Ariel that he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Or he already has the Doc, and he's just trying to empty his hand to get to the Doc point.
Could be.
Full grip of cards, though, for Braden. I mean, just look at this. Slowly getting into a dominating position. Has not used a single ink yet, showcasing the power of the song Stitch. Carefree Snowboarder coming down here, providing another lore threat and more draw.
Oh, I was like, why are we challenging with this? Oh, yeah, we have a 5/5.
We got
bodyguard,
Chief, man.
Yeah, and we're gonna quest here with the Willow. I mean, there's some risk here, though. This isn't a risk-free proposition. Imagine Shane drops 2 characters here, sings Strength of Raging Fire onto the Chief. Now we can start challenging in, but Captain Hook and Pocahontas would have to go into
2 for
Ariel.
1, yeah. So you're still in a great position here.
Here's Angel.
So that at least allows our Hook to take out the Chief, and then we could send the Genie and the Pocahontas into the Ariel to answer it, and that leaves 2 characters down, so Stitch is still drawing. We could also just take out the Grandmother Willow to keep our characters around. But I think I'm really apt to want to get this Ariel out of here.
Yeah, you don't want to keep a draw engine going. Braden, I do think, has another Ariel in hand, though.
Which makes sense.
2 draw engines on the board right now with the Stitch and the Aerial.
3 a turn. very good.
It's something that Shane definitely wants to deal with here, as our Genie is going to go into the Inkwell.
Not for this matchup, definitely.
Yeah, we saw him get absolutely
Demolished.
electrified.
Yeah. The hurling of a thunderbolt can have that effect, but I think Shane's thinking over, is it worth it to 2 for 1 almost? I mean...
Well, you don't.
Thinking about the Willow, does go for it.
Okay.
You wouldn't necessarily lose the Genie, but
True.
you would be stacking 3 damage. But I would have to assume at this point in the game, Strength is always taking it down. So unless Braden is on Fire the Cannons, any amount of damage on Genie might not actually matter.
Do you take out the aerial there, Wonder, if you're Shane? I mean...
I maybe. There's a world I don't if I have a Strength, or I'm hoping to hit a Strength so then I can Strength and do something else.
Gotcha.
But I kind of want to. Drawing 3 cards this turn, maybe even 4. If he plays the other aerial, boosts it, and then sings Strength.
Ooh,
There's a Thunderbolt.
Take out the Angel.
And we're going to draw
another
a card. Drew off the Stitch, drew off of the aerial, so these double draw engines are working out really well. If they can stay on the board, you're seeing the power of Amber's drawing ability, and we're going to draw another.
Oh, this Nani card is so good.
Yeah.
It is quite the power crept Maleficent, if you think about it. A Maleficent, a 3-cost 2/2 draw card. This is a 3-cost 3/3 that you look at the top 4 and choose a character,
card, yeah.
which is almost always hitting. Like, I've not seen very many decks that play more than 10. Like, the Songs decks played around 20-ish non-character cards.
Yeah, I mean, in this deck, you're not going to hit as often as you would in something like the Dave's deck. I've played a lot of this Amber Steel Song strategy, and I've hit like 2 songs and like 2 aerials a couple times. I'm just like, ugh, that didn't feel good. But here's Strength of a Raging Fire. We're going to hit
Onto the
Pocahontas.
Pocahontas.
That's your best challenger, so... Get rid of that. You're not really worried about this Genie. He's not going to quest for the game. Look how wide our board is. Hey, just shift him too.
Wow, 1 card left in hand for Braden and I.
What a turn.
What a turn indeed.
It feels like 2 turns have passed.
Yeah.
He had so much stuff to do there.
That was crazy.
I mean, if this is a dock in hand for Braden and he's able to ink, play dock, and then draw everything again off of the snowboard Stitch, it's going to be insane. Speaking of dock, Shane is going to be able to draw 2 fresh new cards, and this game is not over. I mean, it's still 5-4 here. But Shane is going to have to start finding some answers because Braden is getting very, very wide with some very, very high challenging, high willpower characters.
He's got a dock.
He's got 8 lore on the board as well. Nani might as well here.
He's playing it so fast. I was like, oh, he's trying to empty his hand.
Akuda and Strength of a Raging Fire are going to go to the bottom here. Just as a note, we find our Lilo Escape Artist. I think this is one of the best cards ever printed in Disney Lorcana.
Oh, quite powerful.
Assuming we're going to quest out the Stitch in a little bit here.
Discarder.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Pretty good turn. Pretty good turn. We're going to draw a card. If one of those is a song in Braden's hand, he'll be able to sing it, draw again off of the aerial. I mean, that's just maximum pain because he can sing basically. There's so many good cards to sing.
And Braden here's a master of the deck. As I was saying, he definitely sequenced his cards properly. He emptied his hand, played the dock draw, then activates his quest with his Stitch to be able to draw a card. Then if he draws a song, he can play it and then draw off the aerial.
Yeah.
Is he gonna draw off of the Stitch?
He already did.
Oh, he already did.
Yep. He quested on the Stitch, drew, and then quested with everybody else, and that's how you draw it up. That's how you sequence it. Pay attention if you're watching at home. Sequencing really important in decks like these. I think this is something Braden's just really used to doing because he played Emerald Steel for so long, and that was a deck, Luke, required a lot of proper sequencing to pilot properly.
You make one, and the thing with these reactive decks like this, they are very difficult to play because one mistake could actually cost you so many cards because it just like amplifies over turns. It's like, oh yes, because I waited 1 turn to do this and had to sing the next turn, I didn't have the singer to sing this other song, and it's basically like you skipped an entire turn, and that can be backbreaking. So you really need to just calm down and take your time and figure out your best sequences, and then after playing for a while, You get those down, it's like second nature, and then you're able to play quickly and still sequence in the correct time.
We need to remove at least 2 characters or find a way to remove one of the 2 questers here, because we are at 8 lore on board.
Yeah.
Braden is about to win this if Shane can't do anything about that.
He can challenge into the Stitch and remove it with his 3 characters.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good, though.
No, not at all.
Never feels good.
That'll put Braden up to 19. That's literally the only thing he can do here unless there's a song in hand. But if he had one, surely he would be singing it right now. And that is the game. The handshake goes out. Braden is 5-0 with Amber Steel songs.
Whew, 4 rounds to go. We are looking at a 9-round day. We just ended round 5, the feature match. Braden, MTG, shout outs with the Amber Steel songs.
Yeah.
Bringing it back.
Absolutely. And we need to interview him. I don't see any other casters. Luke, you want to go over there and talk to Braden, your buddy old pal? And here we back are on the screen as Luke, DLC Wonderland champion, is going to go over there and talk to Braden about that amazing match. But this was a deck that you and I were playing, and I just felt like it wasn't there, but Braden is proving me wrong right now.
Why didn't you think it was there?
Well, I played against Blurple a lot and got beat up a lot, so that is truly the answer. It felt like there were really explosive things that you could do getting into your Akud and your Aerial on 2 or your Angel on 2. I think really, honestly, the missing piece to the puzzle there, I think, was that Chief. I think he really brought everything together in a way that I didn't see when I was playing the deck previously. But we do have some awesome stuff here from some of the artists that we have out on the show floor.
That is correct. We have It's Not the Year's Studio, Tiffany Tackett, with some beautiful artwork on this binder, a Tinkerbell, and speaking of some carefree surfboards and some snowboards, the Stitch.
Yeah.
Right here. Gorgeous, gorgeous pieces being sold here. I mean, look at this. This is a green binder. Goes with the theme, the Tinkerbell with the flowers and a little sparkle inside of each one of these. I mean, the detail of this, absolutely insane. And then this is where you put your cards. It's a binder.
Let's go.
People. Lot of space in here. You know, you want to make your Tinkerbell themed binder full of Tinkerbell only cards. This is the binder you want. we got the Stitch. We got the Stitch in here. Look at this. Purple.
That's making a lot of noise.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
That's why I picked the microphone up. It was rumbling. Yeah,
Okay.
this is a deck box / dice box. You screw this open, and your dice and your deck go in here somehow. I'm gonna keep screwing until it comes off.
And it says on the
there
in
it
the
is.
side,
Oh no, it's a
inking
play.
open Winterspell.
It holds dice in a play mat. It holds a play mat.
Oh, what did you think it held?
A deck for some reason.
Yeah, when you roll your deck up and then put it inside.
I thought it.
It's
anyway,
been a long day.
it
We're
does.
halfway through. We're more than halfway through the day here, but look
And
at
then-
this. Gorgeous.
Arcane
from Arcane
Trading Company.
Trading Company.
Beautiful.
Look at this. I mean, what a smiley dragon.
A
Look at
smiley
this
little
guy.
dragon.
He's in a box. There's crystals on the side. I mean, just the amount. I wish you could all be here, because when I walk out there, it is so much fun to see a bunch of players that I've gotten to see, some that I've met in person, a lot that I haven't, getting to shake some hands, do the whole, oh my gosh, you're this person? Speaking of you're this person, we have MNI-hedral.
Omnihedral.
Oh, there's an O.
Yeah.
The O looks so nice that I thought that it was just a logo.
Yeah, they're out here vending, and they're a game store in Savage, Maryland. They actually hosted the first 2 Ink events, the 2 invitationals. So they didn't have enough space for quite this many players, but shout out to Omnihedral. Just wanted to give them some love.
Tabletop games, STEM, 3D printing, and enriching life, learning, and doing through curated creative play.
Boom. You heard it here.
What more could you ask for?
First, Omnihedral. Shout out to all of our great vendors and artists out there who help make the Ink Open possible. But I believe that Luke Wonderland is over there with our winner, Braden 5-0, on the bombastic, electric, Amber Steel Songs. It's back, everybody. Sending it over right now.
How's it feel to have your favorite deck back?
Oh, it's great. The Thunderbolts are back. Everything's wonderful. I'm singing. I'm slinging. It's great.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the aerial, just drawing cards when you're singing. Yeah. Nanny didn't get the dock. It feels like your deck now from the last few sets has all this card advantage all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's great. You get to be an actual mid-range deck, and you don't have to constantly be trying to like get a Tiana out on turn 2 or try to, be this like aggro deck. You get to actually just like draw your cards, play your removal cards, just have a lot of fun.
Yeah, you get to that point where it's like, I could draw this into this into this and maybe still be in the game. And those aggro decks they don't have that necessarily.
Yeah. So they have like dock into dock into dock into dock, but you have like curve out into Stitch and then draw a removal spell in another Stitch or draw a removal spell in a Chief. And you just have you're like high rolls, at least in the mid game, are way more just like I drew good cards every turn rather than like I had to draw like
Oh yeah, and that's kind of what like Blurple was doing. It's kind of what the blue steel players, they're all doing that. It's like they ramp and then every card they play is just so impactful. And this mid range gets to do that. You get a Cood into that 5 cost. And speaking of that, Snowboarder Stitch, how has that been for you today?
That card is amazing. It's so big that it lives. That's like a really important thing right now. So like if you don't die to a Cobra and they have to send a Cobra and like a Captain Hook or a Cobra and a Calhoun or a Cobra and a Pocahontas, they really don't want to do that. They want to like, maybe they want to Angel plus the Cobra, but then you're still getting that extra card and you quested with the Stitch already. The Thunderbolt doesn't get rid of it. There's just a lot of the way 4/5 breaks down, and that number 5 in particular, because of the way a Cood works, your 2 cost singers can sing a Cood and then you get the Stitch in play on turn 3. And so if you're on the play and you do that, like you're turning your 4/5 sideways and they might have a lot of big stuff, but it's not as big as the Stitch. Like the Chief is a 5/5, but he doesn't get to challenge. And most of the other 5/5s that are out that early have some huge downsides. So they don't really see play.
And they're like using that with the Chief. You're creating multiple big characters that they have to kind of all get through at once. And like a deck such as Dogs, it's like they're only going to have so many Tramps to be able to push through, so many Demonas that can actually quest. And since you're kind of playing removal turn after turn, you're preventing that Demona from fully blowing you out of the game, hopefully.
There's like 5 is a lot. And you think like, oh, well, they just strength it. But if your Angel's getting rid of their Pocahontas, if your first Thunderbolt is getting rid of their Genie, all of a sudden it's really hard for them to keep more than 2 or 3 characters in play. If you looked at the games I won, it was basically my opponent really struggled to keep more than 3 characters in play. And so the Chief got so big that it required like 2 strengths or a Captain Hook plus a strength. And then when you just draw a couple cards and play the next Chief or the next Stitch or the next Aerial, and they all have like 4 or more health, it just kind of builds up to like a huge problem.
Yeah, it kind of seems that's also how you lost the game in game 2, is your opponent did the same thing. It's like the steal tempo method of trying to win these games. But Akud's been just like a solid card for you. It hasn't seen very much play, had tons of hype when people first saw it. I love seeing Angel come down. Like in game 1, it's like that's what you want to do. Akud turn 2 plays giant character, sing songs with it, protect itself, protect your next character, just have everything you want. Was there any other cards that have been like shining examples and things that you're like, oh, I'm so glad I put this in this deck?
The Chief Powhatan, I think that's how you say it. The Chief is, I just added him in the last couple days. I was struggling a lot with protecting these like cards that draw cards like Aerial and Stitch, and I was playing actually the like aggressive Tiana version of the deck, and that deck had a couple of the Chiefs, and so I was so impressed by that card. I was like, I'll try it in the mid range deck, and just like made the deck so much more consistent because it's a 4 singer. It costs 4, so it's like it actually plays well with the Grandma Willows, and it plays well with the Angels, and
every roll.
Yeah,
and it has Singer 4. People forget that a 4-cost character has Singer 4.
Yeah, exactly. That's like the really critical thing in the deck is you like against like the Elsa decks and any deck with a lot of exerting, you like want to play this big thing that draws cards and put it behind a bodyguard, because even if it's ready, they can still Elsa it and get rid of it. But if they have to get through this big bodyguard first, the chances they have anything left over.
Yeah.
And then if they like let it go, well, that's great because our deck is full with really high cost like mid-range cards. And so when they let it go the Stitch, it's like awesome. I'm gonna play out an aerial and boost it a couple times. Now if you let it go that's what I'm like ramping even more. And then my docks get better because like once you're at like 10 ink and you can like dock and just play your 2 big guys out, it's pretty great.
Dock into
double Rhino or something.
Dock again. Yeah, we kind of saw that in game 2. It was like you had the Nani into the dock, and then it was like, oh, he's got it. And then your opponent was obviously like, well, I've got Genie in the dock.
Yeah.
How about that?
I actually think that game was like really close. Like
it was very, very fun to watch and very haymakery back and forth, just answering things about that.
I actually said to my opponent at the end of game 2, that was like a really fun game. Like I was I don't know if I was upset, but I was like counting out the Nanis plus how many cards I drew. I was like, I saw like 32 cards. Like I only saw 1 dock. Like it was really close. But despite that, like it was really fun. Like we both had a lot of swingy plays, and there was a lot of times where we both had no cards in hand. I used to play Green Steel, and I love games where we're like kind of low resource and we're just grinding it out and like seeing who draws what. And I also think that's like because I have that Green Steel experience, I kind of like playing those games.
Yeah, it gives you more predictive things. It's like if you play to the proper outs, you can get rewarded. And sometimes people are just like, well, that's the scariest thing. It's like, well, is that the scariest thing over 4 turns?
Exactly.
Because that's what you need to answer. And you, in the second game, I think, or one of the games, you did not play a strength. You waited a turn, played the 4th character, strength the Genie, and then did some stuff. And it was just showing respect for the Genie that you're like, well, how else am I going to answer this? I have to draw this other card, but at least I can challenge these other things out of it.
Yeah. I was just trying to go wide enough that maybe I could get rid of a couple things. But once the Purple Steel deck is ahead in this matchup, it's really hard for us to claw back in. But I think because we have the Akuds and the Willows, we're actually able to, even on the draw, come out ahead. Like, this deck almost like it's like a mid-range deck with variance where like, you know, a big problem that a lot of mid-range decks have into like decks like Dogs is they have these like really high roll plays where they like play 7 characters on turn 3 and you just lose. And this deck, because it has a Kun Angel, it actually gets to sort of like do the high roll thing sometimes where we like play our 4-drop on turn 2 and then we play a 5-drop on turn 3. And then on, 4, we play another 4-drop and it's almost like we took the play and we did the high roll thing.
Yeah, so you're saying to beat Dogs playing a 4-cost Angel experiment 6-2-4 is pretty dang good to then hit their Willow when they were on the play.
Yeah. It feels like you're stealing it when you do that.
So should we be calling the deck like Alien Songs instead of Seal Song or something of the sort?
I think like Angel Song is like probably pretty good. Like it is an Angel deck. It actually like the Angels are some of the most influential cards in the deck, and like the most powerful things you're doing on the draw are Angel on 1, Angel on 2, and then like maybe Nani, or if you have another Akud, another
Akud to then play the Snowboarder Stitch.
Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah. I actually have thought about adding Pleakleys multiple times. There's a new Pleakley that's a 3-cost 2/4 that draws a card if you have an alien, and we do have like 12 aliens, and it's like is the kind of card this kind of deck wants, like a 3-drop that draws a card. But the Nani is so powerful, it sort of outclasses.
Well, chat, you let us know. Should it be Alien Steel Song or?
I'm like shooting for Angels. Angel Song
sounds good.
It sounds good, and like Angel is like I think it is like the card of the set, or at least it's one of them.
I think it's the most expensive legendary. Non-fancy. And luckily for us, the 2-cost one is just an uncommon.
It's a good one.
Really like that all the underdog cards, which have the potential to just be very impactful in this meta, to be uncommon. So it's not this super expensive chase rare. And that's another nice thing about the Enchanteds is, the more packs open for those to play competitively like this, the cards are much more reasonable to play. So financially, your deck's actually fairly cheap to build. So if you're looking for something easy,
I guess
wallet, I mean.
Yeah,
hard to play though. It is
hard to play. I've had a friend who like has been helping me a lot with this, and there was like a week ago I was like, hey, can we just like log on to Discord and play over webcam for like 4 hours? And we did that, and it helped a lot. But it's a challenging deck. Also knowing like, for example, against Dogs, a lot of time you like mulligan like a maniac. You're like trying to high roll. You're not looking to like curve out. You're looking to like
I need the best to stop this.
Exactly.
The deck is so consistent.
But like today I had a game where I went Angel, sing Akud, Angel, sing Akud, Aerial, and then sang a song, and then activated the Angel against Dogs, and they just lost. Like that was just it. And
do you think that matchup is would you say it's favorable or play draw dependent?
It depends on the like uninkables they're playing. So the like more Chromicons are on, the worse it gets. But that's actually something we can kind of adjust for. There's like numerous steel cards that are pretty close. There's hot potato, which is like looks really bad, but actually it's kind of an interesting card. It's
Deal 2 or destroy or banish an item.
Yep. So it's deal 2 or banish an item. So like does the angel thing. It's inkable. So it does like it actually isn't like a terrible card. And then the other one is there's a new card. It's a 6 cost 4/6 that quests for 2. It's a Donald Duck, and it banishes an item. So it's like a Benja, but it costs 6. And in our deck, a 6 cost 4/6 that quests for 2 is actually like more appealing.
I think that only costs 5.
Is it 5?
It's literally
you're right.
a
It's
hard-headed beast
Yeah.
with 2 more.
You're right.
willpower.
It is 5. So yeah, a 5 cost especially. Sorry, but it's being a 4/6 is like huge because like you saw how big Chief was. A 4/6 is even bigger
for dogs, especially.
Yeah, and like they can Delos by it, but if they like Chromicon, and then like that's kind of the game plan they're on. Like they're inking their Delos, they're not going to try to undersea. They're just going to try to like Chromicon you out. A 4/6 is real, especially if you're getting rid of the Chromicon, right? If they play another one outside, kind of a big deal.
Maybe it's a reason to play Ohana. Now that you have this 5/5, I mean, I guess you
They
can't
never-
challenge to put
they-
damage on
yeah.
yourself. They're never giving you that.
They never
extra.
give it to you, and like the only card that really comes up with that is Angel. Sometimes people will put 2 damage on something, but I'm honestly more tempted to play like Penny, because like if you can Penny the Chief or Penny a Stitch or an Ariel, she gives resist and heals for 2. So if they're trying to like set up an Angel where they deal 2 damage to something and then hoping the next turn they can do it again, if you Penny where you remove all the damage and then give it resist, like that is big.
Super resist.
Yeah.
Like resist 3.
Well, on the Angel, it would.
Yeah. So that also means maybe Rockstar Lilo, if we play it correctly this time, could make. I think it's when you shift it, you get it right.
Yeah. That we learned that one today.
Yeah.
I think that card, unfortunately, is like it sort of is like not big enough. So like if that was a 4/6, I'd be like interested. But being a 3/5 is actually a stat line that like
3/5.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Rockstar Lilo.
I was thinking it was 4/5.
It's a 3/5. So I'm pretty
thinking
sure
of the snowboarder.
Yeah,
probably.
the snowboarder is a 4/5, and that eats the Cobras. The problem that a lot of the cards you would want to play in this deck that aren't in here is that if the thing challenging it survives, they get to use Cat. So the big thing about Chief is they never get to Cat it.
Yeah.
Because they can't Elsa challenge it. They can't.
So you might not be aware, but we did watch someone else actually play on stream before you, who was also running Chief, and against Cat, it would come down on turn 4, and Cat couldn't do anything.
Yeah,
and like a prime example of how powerful that was.
I was playing with someone today, and they were on yellow purple, and they just kept inking their Cats. And at first, I was like, "Why are they doing this?" And I was like, "Oh, it's because like there hasn't been a single board of this entire match where Cat would be good
Did anything
because I just keep slamming the Chiefs down." So yeah,
and that's a clear example of when a card is so powerful, people will adapt and start putting things. It's like Sisu's super big, so all of a sudden you have decks try to put a bunch of characters that don't get Sisu'd, and then you're like, oh, I lost because my Sisu did nothing. It's like, well, it's because you did so well with Sisu for so long.
Yeah,
it's
for example, yellow purple. A lot of them used to be on World's Greatest Criminal Mind, which is really good against the Chief. And I don't play that deck, so I don't know why. What's changed made that card less or more attractive, but they're not on it right now. It seems I played against it twice today, and neither of my opponents had World's Greatest Criminal Mind, and that card would have been huge. Like it would have been massive in all the games I played, but they weren't on it, and so I just kind of oppressed it.
It doesn't really do anything against Blurple. You kind of only hit the Demona. It's unlikely you get to keep your the
Ellen
combo
Lee.
with the Ellen Lee. As cute as it is, it's one of those cards that kind of seems to be better on paper. Because I mean, if it was super good, wouldn't you be playing it in your song deck?
I was before, and
so why did you cut it?
Basically, I found that my deck was so good at playing into Demona that I
didn't care.
I didn't care about Demona. They like ink Demona on turn 4. They never get to 6 and like Demona me because like the best part about Demona is when you have like a Basil or a Royal Guard and like maybe like a.
I mean, my favorite thing about Demona is saying, my Demona.
Yeah, that me too. So yeah, but when they have a Royal Guard and they like it pumps for 4 and then it kills a cat or
it's devastating.
But my deck never lets them do that. Like the combination of the aerials, meaning that all my songs are kind of drawing extra card, or the angel, meaning I can kind of pick off those like problems in the turns before the Demona, means that like that card's like never a problem, and it never even goes into play.
And for those who've played Amethyst Steel before, it's like the same concept. It's like the Demona Wars are an aspect of it. It's like, how do I not let Demona punish me? It's why sometimes you'll see people ink, and if you're not playing around Demona or knowing, you're just like, why would they ink that card? They have 2 cards in hand, 1 card in hand. They max out. They ink for no reason. It's just not a fantastic card in their position. And if their opponent plays Demona, which is already backbreaking, they want to at least try to draw a few cards.
That was the one thing on my mind in the game where I didn't play the strength, is I was like, man, Demona here will be awful. And I was like, well, I'm drawing 2 cards, and I'm probably dead no matter what I do with this Demona.
Yeah.
So gotta hope they don't draw it.
Yeah, don't have it, please.
Yeah. So yeah, I think one of the parts of this deck that is good is like, if you think of Purple Steel versus Borpal, the Borpal deck doesn't get to play Let It Go because they don't want to feed the Demonas in the docks. Our Purple Steel opponent doesn't want to play Demona because we're playing so low resource, because we're singing and playing so many cards out so fast that they don't want to play their Demonas. And so like we actually make them a worse mid-range deck by just playing so much removal and playing so many characters that are so big. They're like, I'll draw my way out of this problem. Game plan actually gets worse.
So you have been playing this deck for a while. Did you play this in the ICL last week?
I did. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Or this
Yeah.
week?
Yeah.
How did that go for you?
I won. I went 2-1 against Borpal on the play. I think it might have been on the draw.
And that was I remember you saying that's your worst
Yeah,
matchup.
for sure.
How much of that has changed? I was talking to the Dave earlier, and he was saying, yeah, Blurple was rough for Amber Steel until I started playing Chief, and
Yeah.
Blurple's no longer bad. Is that what really made you happy about your choice today? Is adding Chief to the deck?
Chief is the thing that made me. I was gonna play the Tiana version of Amber Steel, and then 2 days ago, after playing the Tiana version and feeling
And
seeing
the
the Chief, I decided I just wanted to try Chief, and I don't think I've lost on any like
clients.
Yeah, any client. Yeah, and yeah, it's been really fun, and I do think that Chief is a card they have to like spend, Let It Go, or Into the Unknown. And an interesting thing that's happened is that the better card against us is Into the Unknown, because the Genie sings it and it doesn't put any damage on their
You
stuff.
can actually tempo.
Yeah, but the way the format's developed is that Let It Go is seen as the better card, and so our deck is like currently in this like weird niche where like there aren't any other decks like ours, it seems, where Into the Unknown is the better card for the matchup.
Yeah, you get into this crazy scenario where you're forcing them to pay for their Let It Go.
Yeah.
And the moment that happens,
you're really good.
As long as you don't stumble, you've got that.
And Chief is the card in the deck. Their Chief and Stitch are the 2 cards in the deck that force that. The problem with Stitch in the matchup, it's really good, is that there is a combination where they can like send let's say they already have a cat in play, they play a Genie. So now they have a Royal Guard, a cat, and a Genie in play. They might be in a spot where they can like move 2 damage and then attack for 3 into your Stitch, and they like get a really nice clean trade. Where the Chief into the Stitch means that all gets way more complicated, and now they need something like an Into the Unknown to clean up. And a lot of them are playing like 4 Let It Goes, 2 Into the Unknowns, and so like we're in a really tight moment where like, and it might be forever, but it might not be if the deck if
you heard it here. Play 4 of both.
Yeah, maybe. It depends, right? The more popular Purple Steel is, which it just wanted. Well, it didn't want a DLC. It won a CCQ.
Did pretty well.
Yeah. That deck being popular, especially with the Pocahontas, means that they don't want to play as many of those effects, and our deck punishes that like really harshly.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel good to Into the Unknown and Yzma after it's already drawn 3 cards.
Exactly.
And you're giving them the ink to then like
Play
deploy those extra
exactly.
cards.
Where our deck is like, we like the ink a lot, but our card draw is more methodical. Like Ariel says once a turn, Stitch is on quest. We have Doc and we have Nani Doc, which are both really, that's our explosive card draw, but the
consistent
our
hard
deck
to deal.
Yeah, our deck is like what it's trying to do is set up a board state that is complicated and difficult for our opponent to navigate, and draw an extra card every turn while we're doing it.
Yep.
And what Purple Steel's trying to do is like go like thing, kill your thing, draw 3 cards,
Well,
thing.
tempo.
Yeah.
We were talking early on stream. It's the more more options you give your opponent to make, the better chance of them possibly choosing wrong, taking the wrong 50-50. You're like, oh, play around this or this. What you going to do? I've heard some complaints online about other games having issues where it's like, oh, there's 1,000 things they can do. Luckily, we're not in that thing where we don't have to play around things like that.
Yeah.
But like, it's a great strategy to just be like, well, I could have one of 5 cards and each of them wins me the game if you don't play around
Exactly, yeah.
Which one do you play around, friend?
Yeah, and what our deck tries to do is put something like that, get them in that situation, and the chief is the snow globe that we're shaking that just adds a whole bunch of problems. It's
kind of the glue that's like
Yeah.
holding a 1.5, a second tier deck, and pushing it that extra to be that tier 1. Maybe not tier 0, but it could be tier 0 on the day.
Yeah.
If we expected, because like going up this matchup or this weekend, everyone is just like, what is the best deck in the format? It feels like dogs. But is Amethyst Steel going to be able to find the build to answer dogs? Is Chromacon the way? Are they going to have all these items to answer it? If everyone's packing item removal, does dogs just get rid of their items? Do they still play it?
All right, look, you're done. Wrap it up.
I was waiting for the signal for about 5 minutes, but so there it is right there.
I love to yap. Thanks for letting me yap. I'm sorry to the entire casting team, production, Ravensburger. I'll never be on again.
All right, and we're going back to the booth right now.
All right.
We're back.
We love them.
Yeah, nothing crazy happened. That was a completely normal transition back at the Ink Open. Thank you for your winner, Brayden, with Amber Steel songs. Katie, how's that make you feel?
Good. It's so happy.
Yeah.
There was a time in life where the song was just enough for you to know. You're
Yeah.
like, I hear a song, I know it's Amber Steel.
Mhm,
We
mhm.
actually, Luke has quit. So now we only have 5 casters here on this team.
No.
Luke-
He knows I was joking. Okay, I'm sorry
Yes.
if you guys heard that. We don't have the facilities to do the natural transition process, of which we would normally like to do. So we have a rudimentary system, a little bit of yelling. And if you enjoyed the Luke Wonderland podcast along with Brayden, please make sure you go and throw a follow. We'll get
Was
another
that like,
episode
did
in
we
next
get
week.
like a little bit of the Marine JDZ in that one? Is
He
that what
did
just
knife
happened?
hand. There's
He's
no
just
knife
like-
hand.
This is the Army, okay? Army.
Yeah, Army.
Look at my shirt. It says Army. I'm kidding. No, joke.
He's an army of one.
Oh, okay.
But
It was incredible to see Amber Steel's song Mid-Range coming back, and a lot of people thought it would be a part of the meta, and now to see a player like Brayden bring that to this event and winning with it, it'll inspire a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, I was really excited. I kind of went out there, and Brayden, I was like, are you playing Steel Song? And he goes, yeah. And I was like, if you win this round, you will find me, because I need to see this deck work. He was playing it on the ICL the other night, and it did a really good showing there, and really good showing here at the Ink Open.
It was nice to see. I love to see it.
Love it.
What do you got?
pretty sure they just give me presents. I'm just pretty sure. So we have a little vendor room out here, which is very nice. And sometimes you're like, oh, it's Lorcana cards. Yeah, but it's also art and trinkets and little goods that people make.
Doodads.
And
No
so
dabs.
Bashful TCG Workshop had their little booth out here, and they have little pens. Look at this. I'll show you.
Okay.
Ooh, and then you can hold it. Model, please. Thank you.
Oh, it's Elsa, and it's on a pin, and it's a what kind of a? Oh, it's a favorite designed pin.
My favorite
okay.
kind.
It's a
Favorite. And then the theme of it keeps going. It's got the Ink Lore Total pad, which is quite fun. So look at this. Look at this. You can model
Look at
this
this.
one.
Oh, look at
I
that.
know, I like that
Together.
one.
As you can
we're,
see.
we're doing it.
So,
They have a
again,
little dark
come
green
on
duck out
down
there too.
to
so
the Marley Station Mall, or you can go to Bashful's TCG Workshop. That's Bashful S TCG Workshop. On
apostrophe S. Yeah.
Well, on Instagram, there's no apostrophe.
Oh no.
Yeah. So it's just Bashful's TCG Workshop, or Facebook Bashful's Workshop. So you can go there and see their little gibbets and jabbets galore, which we love that here, and
We
I
love
will not
things.
be giving that back. Don't
Yeah,
you?
there we go. They have a little chibi Darkwing Duck over there, and he is real cute. He's so
I
cute.
mean, this event is very similar to that of a DLC. Imagine a DLC, but it's inside of a mall. A mall that peaked in the early to mid 80s. Okay,
and has kind of, but hey, that means there's plenty of space
it's a lot
to
of
play
space,
cards in.
a lot of room. I mean, maybe we just turn this into like a Lorcana Stadium, first of its kind. I think that would be a great use for this.
Yeah,
utility
there could
space.
be in the Sears, you can have Core, and then in the Macy's, we're gonna have the Infinity Stadium.
Yeah,
And it's gonna
yeah.
be
We are in
incredible.
a.
And each ink color could have its
What
own
store are we in
slot.
right now? We're in a.
We are in
Shoe Carnival. What are we in right now?
It had to have been a shoe store, correct?
It's got to be a shoe store for
I don't know,
sure.
man.
I'm not certain exactly what the
There's
store
little
was.
Jordan of
Garrett,
Michael
what store are we
stores.
in right now?
Was
What
this
did this
a
store used to
shoe
be?
Station?
This was a. This had to have
Garrett
been a.
doesn't
Is this what is? I don't know what this is.
The
but-
actual, I know that the actual event is being held in a Rue 21.
Yeah, so the event is in Route 21, which is
Uh-huh.
amazing.
Yeah, yeah. There's like Rue 21 stickers everywhere, and I'm like, half of these people would have never walked
My
into a
favorite
Rue
thing
21.
I saw is like there's a player and there's mirror on the wall, but they had to put a cardboard box over it because if you're playing against your
Oh, you
opponent and
kidding
there's a
me?
mirror behind them, you're like, oh,
So that's a
interesting.
real-
That's kinda cool.
interesting.
I
Like, it's
kinda
good
like
that
that.
somebody thought about that.
This is going on my list of cool places that I've participated in a Disney Lorcana tournament. Maybe not at the top tier, but it's definitely high tier. So again, all the sponsors we have for this event on this T-shirt right here, I want to shout out a few of them right now. Huge shout out to Sharp Gaming. Sharp Gaming just got qualified to get their own CCQ happening in
exciting.
July 11th to July 12th. So make sure you guys go over and check them out. Game Haven, Mats by Liz.
Beautiful mats. PPG events, JDZ. You're on the shirt. I keep forgetting that you're
Sponsored by you.
on the shirt.
What?
He's on the shirt.
Dude,
guys.
shout out to Garrett. Garrett's a real one for getting me
Sponsored
on.
by Garrick. Sponsored by me? Did I?
Like,
I don't remember what
what?
that EFT was for.
We're on the production. This is the production crew
I
right
mean,
here.
to be fair,
Yeah.
it is produced. And
is.
this
I
is
mean,
like
you
when it
guys have
says
been producing it.
directed, written,
Oh, yeah,
produced
it's
by
like-
JDZ.
It just
is a
says JDZ,
production.
JDZ all the way down.
Acted.
This is a Quest World production as well, along with Podcana, and we couldn't do it without Katie from the Lord Keepers Inn as well as Colors Law,
Oh,
Brett
I did
Mackay.
Yeah, like she was pre-mad.
like-
She's
I
like,
was
how
like-
dare you say one name before the other?
Well, I didn't know because I don't have a cool name. I don't have like a cool place to go. You know what I mean?
It was the Champs. This was the Champs? I never would have guessed.
That's why all the Air Jordan stickers are.
What's champs? What do they
Shoe
do at
store.
champs?
They had champs. They have like a little bit of sportswear, a little bit of hats, and a whole lot of shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So
And
it's basically a shoe store,
it
right?
is- yeah.
They do sports stuff. But we also have Tournament City Games, Quibble TCG. They got a bunch of cards out there. This is the one that we can't read. That's probably Tink Illustrates, maybe Fink. I don't know. Damn, we got messed up. Omnihedral. I want to talk about Omnihedral is here, and they're one of the vendors and everything. And that's actually where the first and second inking were.
Yeah.
And that's where this guy came from. Do you remember this guy, JDZ?
I do remember the gelatinous cube.
My
that
emotional support cube that I found in the back of the Omnihedral games, and then Matt actually had this like reverse engineered because he couldn't find the original. So this is a stepson, but this is
He
actually
reversed
from,
it, like he cast it out.
no,
of-
like I guess he found it and then like took a picture and then did a bunch of like image Google searching and then like figured out with
Oh,
like
he didn't
the
make it.
birthplace.
Okay,
well, no, I
that'd
don't
be
know if he
crazy.
made. I know, right? But yeah,
he
so
could have made that. I think he could have made that. The guy he outsourced it and got it done.
Yeah,
So-
he did.
That's the
got it
kind
done.
of work that you want to see in life. You know what?
Yep.
We got it done. So it doesn't really matter the details, does it?
So
But we
shout out to Omnihedral. Yeah.
let's see. We also got Arcane Trading Co. Magic Music, maybe Magic Made, and then we have our BBWGTB, which I hope that stands for Nothing Inappropriate. Bashfuls we just talked about, and the last one is the artist who made this, which
Formerly
is
known as
Chinawith Ricky.
Chenoweth.
Chinawith.
Oh, that's the one that does all of the splatter
the watercolors.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
their
okay. So I have
sponsor,
my,
and ta-da! Color is covered by colors. Anyway,
Hey,
they
I
have
see
these
what you did
really
there.
pretty
I have a
watercolor.
Baymax one of those, and I have the Donald Duck Sorcerer of that, and they're both in my room, and I love them.
But
It's been nice though. But here we go.
yeah, I'm
But-
looking. I'm like,
Okay.
but guys, you know what? You know what's more important than stuff?
Thanks.
Things. I was
Stuff
you took
and
the words
things.
right out of my
Stuff
mouth.
and things. As I got really excited about these sleeves, so I don't know if we can talk about the sleeves, but if you know, you know.
And just but we are going into round number 6, and we do have some Sapphire, and still we've been doing a pretty impressive job of going through and finding some nice, unique strategies to show. And I think this tournament so far, we've seen more color combinations paired against each other than we've seen all season, or maybe even last season. We did see Ruby Steel being featured in the first match. We've seen Amber and Emerald. We've seen Amber and Steel in a multitude of different ways. We've seen Blurple. We've seen Amber and Sapphire.
Yeah, we
and
did.
the list goes on. Okay, so we're kind of trying to find it, and thank you to these players for coming out and trying new unique strategies. So that's very interesting to see that in this metagame, there still is an opportunity to try to make cool and unique decks. There is a Snowfort deck that's doing pretty well out there.
No, grow up, Snowfort.
Grow
when I
up,
see
sorry.
when I see
Oh my
Chromacon
gosh.
or Snowfort, I say please.
That's what I said. I was like, every time I play against Snowfort, I know this is not true, but I'm always like, this card isn't even good. It's just annoying as I lose the game. So it's clearly
quite
a good
good.
card. It's quite a good card, but it is still a very annoying card. You know what
It
I mean?
is. Any card that causes you to have to do math, quite frankly, I'm against. But on the screen where I believe we already have them up for the viewers, but
Yes.
we have them here. So as you're seeing here, this is a matchup that we've seen so much. Just kidding. It is Sapphire Steel, which we see. Here's the thing. Every set you will see a Sapphire Steel in the early tournaments. In fact, you'll probably see them in every tournament. And it doesn't matter what tier the deck is. And tiers referring to how good it is compared to other decks. It will be there because they are many. They are Legion. They are Sapphire Steel players. Have you ran into one of these in the wild before?
Yeah, I'm actively bullied by one on a daily basis. I don't know if you've heard of him. His name is R&B.
And I think, honestly, I think the Sapphire Steel community gets a bad rap. I think there's poor marketing there.
They
in
do
the
have bad
Sapphire-
marketing. Like
It's
because of
terrible
R&B.
marketing.
Yeah, because of
I-
R&B.
He's not helping.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the colors are good. I think there are some loyal people. I don't think that there is a color combination in the community that
Like
has
this.
such a loyal following to the point where, hey, let's get together.
Group
let's,
photo.
Let's go on a group photo. Let's
Name
go on,
another group photo in combination.
Name another ink combination that plans a trip to Disney.
Amber Sapphire, we need to get out there.
I'm
What
not.
are we doing?
Amber Sapphire will never do let's do an Amber Sapphire Disney trip together.
Kim, you and I are
pull it
going
off.
to you and I are going to
That's
Disney
just
World. I know it. Kim, you're out there. As we
Amber Sapphire confirmed. Well, maybe that's the new hot one. That's your new. Or I guess
Maybe.
the Amber Sapphire. That's you. That's your group.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like me
My
and
brain
Kim is
couldn't
going to
even
get out there.
process it. Amber
Yeah.
Sapphire is in combination that I forget. It's here. It's real.
Oh, we just saw it destroy on stream. So now
Exactly.
we are actually. Oh, look at that Cusco's poison tattoo. I love that. Look at it. It's cool. It's a Pusco, and it's always with you now.
A Pusco.
A Pusco.
little poison
It's
for
a poison
Cusco.
for Cusco. It's a Pusco. My brain did it. We're trying to save time.
But we this matchup is going to be kind of interesting because when we see Sapphire Steel, your brain is going to automatically go two ways. You're going to start seeing the classic double ramping, or you're going to see something called Kiwi Birds. Now, if somebody said to you Kiwi Birds, this is a difficult thing to describe, so I'm sorry to lob it, so I'll lob it to both of you. How would you describe Kiwi succinctly to somebody who's like, I don't know what you're talking about?
I would describe it as a play to the curve, aggressive tempo deck, okay, that is using ward and high questing power to win fast.
Yeah.
Is what I would say. In a lack. Did I miss
Yeah,
up? What do you
I was
think
going to say,
there?
that seemed like a test. Kitty was like, correct, you passed. You may continue to be in this booth. I was going to say late night decks brewed with people that are way better than me. So
Yeah, so that social context may be difficult to explain to children.
Yeah.
But I will say that you are correct. So these are all decks that are passion projects by a lot of these creators. However, Major Basil is sitting there and he is doing I think I see some ramps. So it makes me believe it is not Kiwi variant. We're looking at one that wants to do ramping, which is going ahead and making sure you get that Tipo and Sail on turn 2, and perchance something like a Pleakley or Cinderella later to get even higher lore, while Christian might just absolutely run away with the game.
But there are a couple of versions of this 2-4-6 variety. I mean, some have been playing Jasmine, saw how prolific that
That's
card was
true.
in previous sets, and some are now just going with the go for the Cindy into Goliath play. I think that could be another nice way to build this deck. So it's quite powerful and consistent, but in this Dogs matchup, Color, what do you think about the match? Is it decent?
I mean, anytime you have like a low to the ground thing here, as we did see the Bobby, which is not really like a turn one thing you want to be doing in Dogs, but you did get to discard the Lilo, which is a great thing to discard. So, I mean, the problem is Dogs can go wide and can go fast. Now, with Angel as a new addition to that card, you're able to start pew-pewing down some of these things that actually only, like Bobby here, have 2 willpower. So, I think that if Christian continues to go slow, which he's not going to, because we just see a Grandmother Willow come down, and if he doesn't have another 1 cost, that's kind of slow, but that's still fair Lorcana, and Sapphire Steel takes advantage of non-fair Lorcana decks.
And speaking of non-fair, that is another super powerful turn to play. You got the Willow out. Willow onto into a free 1-cost character, into a double Lilo setup with Willow. You got Chromacon coming down, and that could be the last piece of the puzzle that Christian needs to really put some pressure onto the Basil right there. Not playing Basil, named Module Basil. Thoughts?
That is, yeah, right. I think you're supposed to, but I will say that everything on Christian's board happens to quest for 1, which as a Dogs player is kind of not really where you want to be, right, Katie?
Yeah, I mean, one of the difficulties is you talk about, like, how can I get rid of and deal with my opponent's problems? So Christian is generally going to have access possibly to Under the Sea, which becomes a bigger or less and less helpful as the game goes on, because everything's going to get stronger and stronger, generally speaking, into Sapphire Steel. You reach a point where you're like, oh, it's just giant beefy beaters. The difference, though, is generally they're only playing 1, maybe 2 characters at a time. When Christian is dropping 2 to 3 even per turn, the way he can value his ink. But we'll see how wide he chooses to go, but it looks pretty wide so far.
It does look extremely wide, as I feel like we're trying and thinking maybe we should ink that Mowgli, but I mean, playing against any steel deck, I'm not trying to ink Mowgli. That's crazy. I need it.
Inking the Mowgli, or maybe he could be trying to set up for a tramp as well. I mean, getting a big tramp down is a good path to victory for the Amber Emerald dog play. We do slam the Mowgli here, and it will whiff.
Ooh, and there
bad
is
Mowgli.
Ooh, a dog and a Jasmine with evasive and a Vinny that's giant. Now, unfortunately, actually the Jasmine is a princess, so she'll go ahead and she'll be able to get us a little bit more ramp. He's like, I got the Vinny. Look at him. He's big.
But that is a good. But that's for he does have the Vinny, so that's a good thing. But not as sorry. I'm glad that he got a chance to see the hand and see that there's no Tinkerbell, because that's a card that Sapphire Steel deck has been playing since set 1, and when Tinkerbell hits the board, that's going to really throw your Lilo timing off, and you're not going to be able to quest, and then Tinkerbell can just get loose and active over your whole life and existence. So that's a sign of life for Christian here, who's still in a pretty commanding spot.
Yeah, because we want to see like how much. I mean, I'll talk about this all the time. Is how much value can you get, and the value that Major Basil is looking for is the ramp. But then he really wants to get as much removal as he can, because one Cinderella by herself, she can sing that along, or her Heraldus Thunderbolts. She can sing strength, but her strength is very weak right now. That he doesn't have any of it in hand. So basically, he can't get a lot of value about what's on the board. Now, like you said, there's a synergy with the princess if he chooses Aladdin, Jasmine.
Here it comes.
But will he have time to do any of that, knowing that Christian's board is just getting wider and wider and more problematic? So we'll start the party, though, with that Jasmine.
Yeah, she's going to come in. She's going to be evasive on your turn, but she's also going to be a princess. So she does say that when, that Cindy triggers, so she'll be able to get that again as we send our Cindy into our Lilo, which we know she can always come right on back. But because she's a princess, we'll go ahead and ink from our hand and draw a card, and hopefully draw a better card. And I think I saw her Strength of Raging Fire, which seems like a fine card.
Yeah, keeping that board very narrow. Christian's board only have 4 cards right now, and I'm taking that. If I'm anybody playing against dogs, and I look across my opponent's board going into this turn, and they're not double layered. Actually, we do put a character on the bottom row. I'm fine with it. I think I can fight back from this spot. You look over at the lore total. You see Christian's only hanging on to 2 lore. You're feeling very confident if you're a Majo Basil. What does Christian need? Maybe you can find your Emerald Chromacon. I think that's what you're gonna need if you wanna win this match at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to see if maybe we're gonna take another. Like he saw an Ursula and he saw a Mowgli, which are able to. And if that is a Strength of a Raging Fire, we are gonna take the Ursula, which is going to be a perfect counter to that Strength of a Raging Fire. Just get that out of the hand. But again, I mean, I think if we're Sapphire Steel, like we're trying to get to our big things, and Angel in combination with Strength of Raging Fire and things like that. Not just like, here's my big 2 princesses.
Yeah. And you know that Vincenzo's inbound, I believe, next turn.
Got him.
And that's such a smart play. You'll see this, and it's kind of stressful as a Amber Emerald player, because you want to do that Mowgli, you want to do the Ursula, but it can be scary to do it more than once, because, I mean, you're not getting a ton of value with a Mowgli and Ursula after they're played. Except for the fact they count towards the tramp, they can help sing under the sea, but it's just stressful. But it's a smart thing to do, because one simple strength could be absolutely devastating, and it's inkable, which is something that Major Basil likes as he's building towards those heavy hitters. But he's getting closer with the help of Cinderella.
And we're there now. We're at that fateful threshold of 7. Really, when this deck can come alive to start playing some high impact cards. Speaking of which, one goes down to the Inkwell. There is that Pete to play this dock that you've been hanging on to for a while. Can you follow it up with something cool?
I think so.
There
I mean,
she
it's
is.
a Tinkerbell,
Wow,
the
that's something
giant fairy coming in, doing 1 damage to everything and just annihilating at least 2, banishing those characters out and then putting a damage on everything, just sprinkling it on in. As not being able to deal with this Tinkerbell is going to be a problem for this deck.
Yeah, this is when the game gets really, really weird for Christian, because now you can't quest. You can't really do anything. Even Chromacon on Tinkerbell seems quite poor. So this is looking like, if this is the chess evaluation, it's going all Sapphire and Steel right now. Christian still has a few outs remaining. I think Tramp, build a massive board and continue to quest is going to be the way that you find victory here, but it is looking uphill for the Amber Emerald player.
Do you think there's Chromacons in this deck?
It could be.
Are we talking about an item that shall never come? Because I know that I've seen a couple different variants today about potentially like, are we on Chromacon? Are we on Under the Sea? Are we shrinking? Or are we bouncing? So there's a few different options. So Christian is going to need to find one of those options and then something that quests for more than one.
How much singing power is there now?
2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. There's Tramp.
More than ever with Tramp on the board. More than ever.
Enough. He has enough.
Now, Tramp is a wonderful tool in this kind of matchup. First thing he grabs is another one of those Tramps, but the reason that it's valuable is because you're basically filtering. When you have cards in hand and you play this Tramp, you're able to draw cards to the amount of characters you have on the board, then go ahead and discard that many cards, looking for exactly what you need to weasel out of whatever you're going through. Now, that is a little bit problematic in this situation because everything that Major Basil plays from now on is going to be pretty substantial and probably pretty punishing, so Christian needs to be careful because anything he plays could get immediately Hades on the spot. So he just has to dig and see what is the thing that's going to possibly get me the most I can. Maybe something like a Lady, Street Smart Dog, something that brings something back from the discard and just basically keeps him in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see that he drew a Lady there, so he was able to draw 4 cards, and now he has to discard 4 cards, which means that he only gets 2 more in hand. So you got to make the best decision, and I think that probably, I would assume that Lady, so we are going to keep the Lady. And sending all 4. Now, if we were playing a different game, having 3 of a kind is probably fine, but
that's not in this situation. You would love to have that Tramp to be able to potentially assist in some challenges on this Tinkerbell if Majo Basil were to exert that giant fairy to get her off the board, because she's going to keep you nailed down for a while unless you right color. Maybe go Delamoon Lullaby into this Tinkerbell, and then you can see the Under the Sea, clear her off the board, and you're so back. But right now, this Tinkerbell, he's keeping you in a compromised spot. Mulan.
Ooh, filtering, more filtering, drawing, and discarding. And by the way, she is a princess, so she will be able to trigger that Cinderella another time as we throw a Cinderella into the discard. So whatever we got must be way better than that.
Yeah, and I mean, that Cinderella is quite good in the mid-game. She could be a little less fun in the end because right here we got is that Angel?
That's Angel.
Yeah. We love this Angel because she absolutely loves throwing snowballs at dogs. We've seen her do it all day in all sorts of decks. But as long as he can keep drawing a couple cards here, he can use any card he wants to deal 2 damage. It's fire the cannons as long as you got cards.
Yeah, it's like 50. Yeah, it's a 4 Angels and then 57 fire the cannons. That is what your deck
Very
becomes.
True. That's literally, that would be a funny meme if someone makes that like Angel, then the
my
rest.
deck list, yeah.
Hey, look at my deck. What do you guys think? 4 Angels and then the rest just fire the cannons. That'd be pretty hilarious. But Majo Basil showing some discipline, though, electing not to exert this Tinkerbell, even though you saw that there were 4 copies or 3 copies of the Tramp in the discard pile, saying, I don't want to risk it. Keep my Tinkerbell around because she's really, really doing a number on your questing ability right now. As we get that Lady, maybe you can grab him back.
Yeah, we can get him on back. And that is one good thing about Lady is when you play her, you can go get 1 or 2 cost characters back out of the discard, opting for the Bobby and the Tramp that we discarded. So, again, that's why Lady, Tramp, Dogs, like all of this synergy is so potent and powerful for that reason, because we can go ahead and ink the Bobby and just play the Tramp for free.
This is
for
looking
one, right?
better now.
Well, yeah, that's basically free.
It's a deep discount, but
Yeah,
nothing's free in this world. But yeah, I mean, he's just looking to keep that viability open, so he goes ahead and digs through 6, 7 cards here.
And chucks them
6.
all into, oh, wait, no, we have 2 in hand. We get to keep 2.
Yeah, and remember that chess needle evaluator I was talking about? It's starting to lean more towards Christian now as more and more bodies are being added to the board. I'd like to see if Majo is taking in something that can engage with ready characters. Maybe a lot of times I've seen the Sapphire Steel players lean on that King Arthur Victorious coming in now with that Tinkerbell to take down even that Tramp from the back row and then splash some damage onto one of these ready characters just to take some of that questing power off the board, because I do feel if this Tinkerbell falls, I think your position starts to falter. You do have that Angel, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was about to say, she's hiding over there under that beautiful Ink logo. But, yeah, she is on the board. And notably, if you check it out, Dogs is at 2.
Yeah, and Dogs generally is a deck that wants to take advantage of the first half of the game because it's very hard to get to a point where Blue Steel just stops doing stuff.
He's like, look at all these cards I got to throw away. So here, check them out.
Yeah.
Throw them in the discard.
Of all the decks, it's always scary when your opponent keeps their discard like this because that means it's not gone.
Yes.
It is a very good sign if they have it fanned out that they plan to come back. They're and he's doing a very smart thing. If you're ever playing a deck with this Lilo Escape Artist, it's very smart to keep it visible because if you put it in your discard and you just keep it stacked, there's a good chance she's gone forever to your brain, and you are allowed.
For those of us with object permanence.
Yes,
absolutely
yes, like a little baby.
I'm surprised they haven't made that. I'm honestly, Katie, And Cole, I'm surprised they haven't made that
Note-taking.
illegal.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Like, I'd be like, no,
Well,
no.
no, I don't think you can set her like on the top, but if you fan
Yeah.
out
But that's
the
still
thing, you know.
yeah. But either way, I mean,
Well,
here's
he just did the thing. Okay, now he's taking notes, but it's fine because we're all little babies and we have object permanence problems. That's why we play TCGs, and that's why we can't ever read the cards. But the Tinkerbell is sitting there menacingly.
Still.
So, woo, and we still just have damage. And even if you chroma, oh man, yeah.
I love the little mini game though. Of,
Yes.
Is this card better than Fire the Cannon? Stay tuned to find out. Because it's top decking. I mean, you could just completely rip it every single time, and I think you probably should because it will give your angel that resist too, which is actually quite important in this situation too. With that lady sitting there ready to challenge if necessary, angel seems like a very viable target to take down. With that resist 2, she still can do it. No, she can't. She's a 4/4, so she will be resisted if you were able to move that card from your hand. So I think it's either ink it, play it, or angel it.
Interesting there. Did we quest with
it's
the
another
angel?
one.
Have you ever
Oh,
thought
it's
about
another one.
second
Okay,
angel?
my bad. I was like, that's so crazy that we quest with that because we saw that the tramp went back to hand, so you're going to be able to cut. Never mind, he has another one. So yeah, another one down. So we're not scared of that angel doing a thing. We're just going to make the other angel do a thing. And we can do 2 things. Yeah, we just have to have the cards for it. Yeah, so we need to be able to start finding cards. So if I'm Christian, I'm yeeting that angel into the discard pile as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, it's difficult at this point because, I mean, looking at Major Basil's board, we talk about board clears. Unless he is having a Raging Storm, even if he's able to slam down a Under the Sea, which he's able to do that with his fingers, it is at the point where Major Basil firmly has momentum in his direction. Christian can do a few different things, but it's going to be very difficult to keep him completely out of the game, wipe his board, challenge away. And so he says, you go ahead, figure out the math here. And before he goes ahead and draws for turn, he does go ahead and deploy those Lilos.
Yeah, and we are going to see, I thought we had the tramp in hand because, I mean, that is going to come in and make whatever character you choose about a 37 strength character as we throw a free tramp down just for the fun of it, just to get 3 on the board because 2 wasn't enough. And, yeah, I'm going to draw all these cards and keep 2 still. You just still have 2 cards in hand. That's actually pretty, that seems good.
But now we're pod racing, though. So you have a giant, massive board, and you have to dig and find. There's a Della Moon's Lullaby.
Okay. And a Chromacon, which is in the deck, but I think we're
We
trying
might be
to
too
find.
late for that Chromacon now at this point.
It's the too
And we
late get
didn't
out.
get
It's
it.
the end of you and me. But here we go. He's picking which of these 2 cards are the ones that's going to win him the game. Like we said, he has lots of tools. This Amber.
Oh, it's in there. Did he not keep the Della?
He kept the Della, and he kept the
Under the Sea. Okay, I was like, I was making sure, but yeah, that's actually pretty good. But then Jasmine is probably pretty fine. So
The Angels, the Jasmine, and that's it. It lives, I believe, going into that next turn. So you have 2 Angels and a Jasmine, and that's still. How much lore is that? That is only 4 lore coming back. So you will get another turn for sure if you make this Under the Sea play. But how much questing will you be able to get done with that as well? And there is the Della Moon on the Tinkerbell as prescribed, and Under the Sea coming through as prescribed.
And a Rhino off the top.
Never mind.
Oh my goodness! And we're gonna go ahead and shrink that giant Jasmine down, so where the Under the Sea is going to actually obliterate the Jasmine and the Tinkerbell, leaving only
double
the angel. Only there's a hidden angel just in the corner there. Double angel.
2 angels. And
he's like, I don't care, man. Put him on the bottom of your deck. I just don't want to see him again. That order is not something that matters to him
Honestly,
right now.
I think I would put that Tinkerbell closer to the top as high as I could in that situation. My opponent didn't care. I dragged Tinkerbell to the top there.
yeah, I'll see you again, my love. Because, I mean, there's going to be the most impactful cards you can have. And so in this case, he doesn't even look at because he's like, all right, what's going on over there? Because
that's about like 26 lore on the board, right? Is that how math works? My goodness, let's go.
Yeah, and so he says, oh, look. Nope. Okay, he did look already. He's just not showing us he's so scared right now. So let's see. Now, if it was a Tinkerbell, that'd be pretty cool in this situation. Still not
clearing everything, but you definitely would clear some off. Right now, how much lore is that coming back? Did we do a count? That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
And we're just going to go to game 2.
Wow, what a freaking game coming in from Christian. That was insane.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, we saw 3 training the yeah, I can't even say it anymore. Chaining tramps back to back like that is so powerful because that you're just basically digging through your entire deck at that point. You're just taking a tour of the whole thing and seeing what's the best 2 cards I can keep in my hand. And since Christian did that, I don't know, 3 times in a row, it kind of took that slow start and made it not matter anymore.
Yeah. And somebody in the chat said something I really, really like. They said, and that's why Dogs is not an aggro deck. And that is such a good thing to point out. It has aggro abilities, but it's very combo-y. It can be very control-y. I mean, that was a board wipe, which is something we say control decks do. So it is one of those decks that on the label, you pick it up, you're like, oh, a deck for beginners. And then you start playing it, and you go, oh, okay, this is a deck. And this deck only got more powerful this set because, I think, of that Nani stage manager. That card has given so much gas to it because we had that tramp that said, I can go look for cards. And then Nani says, go look some more. And it's basically like putting Visions of the Future in some ways where you basically are able to say, yeah, it's a combo and I'll go get whatever combo piece I'm missing right now.
Well, in any other color, you're sitting there thinking, you're like, oh, this card, I put a 3/3 down for 3. And I get to look at the top 4 cards and then pick out a 2-drop. That's not enough for me. And Dogs went, no, that's enough. That's me. That's me. That's what I want. And Nani was like, I'm just looking for my Lilo Escape Artist. And you're like, sick. What about everything else in this deck besides Tramp that enables me to play Tramp? So cards pretty good.
It seems like I don't know. The deck seems to me, I have gathered enough information in the last 2 weeks of Disney Lorcana to conclude that Amber and Emerald is the best deck. I think it can do everything that you want to do in this game. It can sing now. It can challenge. Okay. It can quest. It can search. It can draw. It can do it all. Like what? I don't get it, man. And I think we have to come up with new ways to encounter this deck. But Christian did have to get a little bit fortunate there with the way that those tramps kind of resolve. Majo is going to have a short-term memory and really get back into a comfortable position to ensure, and we get no ramp on 2 in the first starting hand. A little bit of frustration coming in from, would he just hard keep all that, or would he send it all back?
Yeah, well, I hope not. Well, he just started shuffling, right?
Yeah.
Or you're getting draw. Either way, I mean, one of the things we talk about ramping once is critical, but I have talked to another Blue Steel player that says they don't want to play it because the fact that your whole game lives and succeeds or fails by that Cinderella can be so frustrating because, I mean, you were trying to get to this big, meaty end game, and Christian's deck kind of makes you almost not want to do that. You want to go wide. You want to go to hand challenging. But, yeah, it's just frustrating because you're watching the deck kind of get away with the momentum if you let him. Or
sorry, I'm so sorry. Oh, my God. Okay. He was like, I'm going to throw back 2. Like, 2 seems like a reasonable number. Draws a 1-drop Daisy and then a Willow to be able to play the Daisy for free. So if he wanted to play the Daisy on 1, he's fine. Or if he wants to play the Willow on 2 plus the Daisy, he can. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that was gross. You know what I mean?
He hasn't done it yet. Maybe he's going to ink ink one of those, the Willow or something.
Ink the Willow or the Daisy that are uninkable?
Okay, well, I don't know. I'm trying to think positive.
No, but no. If they were inkable, I'd quit the game. All right, let's go on to game 2 of round 6.
There you go.
I'm just saying maybe Christian isn't like that, all right?
Yeah,
we don't know what he's like. But either way, he did take down that game 1, so we'll get that updated for Pipwatch. Pipwatch 2026.
Shout out to Pipwatch.
Shout out to Pipwatch everywhere. A vintage term here. But the starts of the game generally look a little, there we go.
Yeah.
And he's taking advantage of that momentum early with Daisy, who can be a menace in the early game.
And also something to take of note, that clock that's running at the top of the screen, it is not 100% accurate. We will have some clock issues to start this round off, so we will get the more accurate time as it goes on. The judge is keeping the perfect time, but you guys are not missing anything. Just know that clock's not right. Please don't take us to jail for having the wrong time. I do apologize.
Oh, and Daisy's date, that she did actually get a gift for Major Basil there within the form of the Pete Ghost of Christmas Past and Future. Oh my gosh! But there's the Willow, Katie.
Willow. And she is notably very uninkable and that free Daisy, like you said. And so this is a very, 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 very good start for Christian and a very slow start for Major Basil. Now, he can come back. It is hard. We are seeing him ink that Strength of Raging Fire.
Nah.
Okay, he can come back. I was like, he can come back. And why'd you say not, JD?
Man.
Explain to me other... Yeah, you're right.
I'm so sorry.
Honestly, the audience gets it.
And listen. Usually, your job as a commentator from the booth is to be positive. You got to spread the love. You have to be like,
and
hey,
he just
look.
bought him a strength and only gave him a Mulan.
When you come out and your line is ink strength, play Doc on 4 ink. You're like, that's not the heads up way to win. I mean, your hand is clearly bricked and unplayable. You're having your opponent is just doing everything. Got an early tramp double daisy. Like, what is even happening here?
And then the discount from the Grandmother Willow, letting that tramp come in way faster than it ever should happen. And we have so many cards in hand that we just actually get to keep a ton of our cards.
Yeah, and I mean, this is why I think some blue steel players, the Sapphire Steel players, don't play it, because it can be a heartbreaker of a deck with the uninkability, the not hitting your ramp, not hitting your ideal ramp when you need it, because we say, oh, it's just Tipo or Sail. Well, you really might want a body in this situation. You might want to have a Sail with a hook or something, but in this case, he's just got a dock, no card draw, and the board is egregiously wide on Christian's side.
And when you're drawing poor, you need your opponent to draw somewhat poor as well. And Christian is opening with probably the best possible lines that you can get to start this thing off.
This is like amazing.
And you're playing dock with 4 ink and passing that with 5 cards in hand. That's not equality there. Okay,
that's pain incarnate. Yeah,
this hurts.
And there's a go-go and a Delim's Moon Lullaby. So basically, we'll be able to shrink whatever it is. It's probably going to be it's
not
a
that.
Not that. That's got ward.
Hold. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Christian, you got
everything. We're back, okay? We might be super back. We have Scuttle down. Warded Scuttle. He should be able to do a little bit of board fighting and start clearing some of these characters, and this could stop Christian from questing for a little bit, this Scuttle.
Yeah, he's at 5/5. Sorry. Go ahead. I just got excited.
He's 5/5. But he is 5/5. You are correct, which is a great stat line against Daisy, Grandmother Willow, and also other Daisy. Now, that being said, Scuttle is great, but he is not pure magic, so we do need other cavalry to come in. Tinkerbell, if you're
That's fine. We're going to get one off the top. It's Cinderella. It's fine. We're going to do it. We have so many cards in hand. Please be good, all of them.
Yeah, and please, Christian, no more good cards from this point forward. No, hint, he has some good cards.
He does. He's got it all at this point with the tramp that can boof things up to get rid of that Scuttle as soon as it turns sideways. So Christian's got some tricks, and he's got stuff and things.
And we're still questing, and we're still missing. Why is this happening to Majo? What did Majo do to deserve this?
He played Blue Steel on stream, and that is something that unfortunately...
There is a curse. There is a curse. We do love our Sapphire Steel community, but we know that anytime we get excited about them being at the top tables and then we drag them out of the main area onto stream, you're probably going to lose.
People at home, you couldn't see this because it wasn't filmed, but we had production came in and said, there's a Sapphire Steel at the top tables. We said, get him on! We were very excited. So I want you to know, no one believes in this deck more than we do. Look how excited we are about Scuttle.
Yeah.
Scuttle is going to put in overtime tonight.
Let's go ahead and shrink down. Now, Doc is actually approximately a -1 strength as we go ahead and draw a card, and then we are just going to go ahead and slam down the Chromacon, which is making that Scuttle look a little bit worse.
No, it's actually making him look better. That Ward notably will not be able to send the Scuttle back to the hand because of the
That
Ward.
is true. That's how Ward works.
But you can, and also you can maybe coerce your opponent to send the dock back to your hand. Maybe, I don't know, if you want to just hypnotize them
be
a
like,
little
hey,
bit.
bro, can I get this dock back into my hand? What if you did? And is that a Wonder Sign dock?
It might be. It does look to be so. Maybe a McPhilly sign
It could
dock.
also be the artist. I believe the artist was at the DLC Milwaukee.
Ah.
But yeah, so that the Ward is going to be a very important thing on that Scuttle, but it's so hard. We're putting so much on this Scuttle's back.
But he's singing. Let it go onto the tramp. Now hold up. That doesn't trigger Chromacon at all. And it takes all of that 2/7 off of the board, giving us a total of 3 strength back. So, I mean, if you want to slam all 3 of your characters just to do 3 damage to my 5/5 and get rid of them, that's totally fine with me. As it does have a -2.
He has been hit with the Delamoon's Lullaby, so that's what's going on.
Just play the Tinkerbell. Let's go.
Bounce the Tinkerbell. I'm taking that too. Put the Tinkerbell back in my hand. I don't mind. As if Majo Basil can pull, you're at 13. You're about to go to 17 next turn. Ouch, baby. Very ouch. But I think you do it? I mean, can you stabilize here and make a game out of this? You're at 1 lore. That'll be one of the most impressive comebacks I think I've ever seen in this game. It's very unlikely, but you're still alive. You're telling me there's a chance.
Yeah, and I mean, those daisies, one of the biggest problems of them is so we got our second Tinkerbell And then also Cinderella. Now the problem is he has 6 ink. He's been fighting for his life, trying to make sure he stays in this game. And you can't really have it all the time, especially he can't have anything right now in this matchup. So the board is going wider. We have that lady coming in and another tramp and says, you know what? I'm fine. I'm chilling here. I only need 3 more lore, and I have more than 2 upright with the synergy between the lady and the tramp. So
now a Tinkerbell is a shift 4,
Shift
right?
4, so you need
can't.
10.
Yeah, so we'd need 10 to be able to shift the Tinkerbell onto herself, doing the 2 damage, which would be a build your own, grab your swords of ye old, which I don't think that we're going to be able to do here. So we're trying to sit here and think about what we can do.
Yeah, you have 3 lore ready right now, and you have 4 lore exerted that you cannot get through. So I believe this one is just going straight to Joverville. Unfortunately, Majo Basil had a very, very poor start, poor mid game, poor everything, and Christian just seemed to have all of the energy in this one. So shout out to Majo for coming out and having some resolve. But Christian,
hold on, we're not done yet.
Yeah, did you hear a bell?
Oh.
Hey,
did you hear a bell, JDZ?
I ain't heard no bell,
You
and
ain't
that
heard no
does
bell?
not trigger. So we did put that daisy
It's not
into it.
Jover?
It might
medium
not
Jover,
be,
but
because we go ahead and quest with that dock, getting ourselves up to a respectable 2 lore, and then we go ahead and take out the daisy. Now, what are you going to bounce? Now, shift lady, and we are cooked.
Bounce Hades or bounce nothing and just quest to win
yeah,
the
because
game.
the daisy has a synergy.
Oh yeah,
or not daisy. Lady has a synergy
Yeah.
with her best friend Tramp.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that was. I mean, I love when people they say like playing pure outs, playing all the way through, because at the end of the day, there's no reason to scoop and say I'm cooked. And we believed in Scuttle more than anyone. I think that was the most hopes hung on a single seabird ever was in that game. But them's the breaks for Sapphire Steel. Now they are not out completely. This is 9 rounds until we cut to the top 32, and this was just round 6. So they 2 losses doesn't mean you're out. It means you very well can make top 32, make day 2, and then run away with a win. So Major Basil, chin up and all that.
And I do feel bad because I do know Majo Basil, and seeing him on the feature match did bring me a little bit of joy playing Sapphire Steel. It's still it's always a forever rogue kind of pick, but having it perform so poorly, I think, and not perform poorly. It's just the deck didn't do what the deck was designed to do. And unfortunate breaking situation. I hate to see those happen here live on stream. But taking nothing away from Christian, I think Christian played incredibly well. It just ended up poorly for Majo in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things we talk about going into these tournaments is which decks are the most consistent. I mean, one of the most consistent decks you'll ever hear is that Amethyst Steel deck. It pretty is consistent most of the time. But Dogs is becoming more and more consistent with, like I said, that Nani stage manager. It's really hard to catch a bad day with a Dogs deck. But I feel like Sapphire Steel just has it. It's a little bit of a diva deck, and it has days where it says, I don't want to. I don't want to do the things. I'm going to give you Doc on 2. Thank you. And then that's rough. Or he had Doc on turn 3. 3 ink, and he just played
4. I think it was 4 ink, and he played a Doc. And then I think that's all, I think that's why we got it so excited. But shout out to this art. This is a Kindle Hail Scuttle. And I know it's like, I feel like we definitely want to go ahead and just give this Scuttle a little bit more love and shout out for like just the colors in it. And also the look on his face, like the Scuttle. Like, I don't know if you had that pulled up, JDZ, but, like, that Scuttle, he looks like he's living his best life, and that's all how we felt when we saw the Scuttle as well.
That's how I always feel when I see Scuttle, man. He could have brought this thing back. I think he could have done something. He could have hard carried a little bit. But what we are setting up here, so, again, we are doing the production as well as doing the commentary at the same time. So, hopefully, you guys are all enjoying the show. But what we're about to bring you guys is another special match. Since that one ended relatively quickly, we're about to bring you guys the finals. The finals of the youth event that has just transpired. In this tournament, there are a multitude of different things that are happening all over the venue, like we said. But one of the things that's a highlight of the Ink Open is that there is always going to be a youth event to showcase some of the young Illumineers that we have in the community, and they're very prolific players. And this is the finals. Okay.
This is our young Illumineers. We had our top 8. I heard it. It was really, really cool because they all got super, super excited. And then also now this is our finals. So our champion will be receiving
color is censored.
Champion. I almost actually myself with it, but there is the champion mat, which is this nice Reign of Jafar foiled out. Shout out to Mad Liz, I think is the foil. She's, oh my gosh, those mats are so pretty. And I'm pretty sure there's like a 4K something or another. I don't know.
Yeah, they think they were playing for 4 cases. Of
4 cases. And then like a bunch of promos and stuff like that. So like if you are a young Illumineer, you basically like, man.
And okay, this is like I'm old kind of statement, but like it is such an important thing to have kids play in tournaments like this because it's first off, reading comprehension, incredible. TCGs will make your reading comprehension insane. Second, I didn't play games like this when I was younger, and it is hard to, when you're older, go into tournaments. So I think it's like so good to get yourself out there, just say, I'm going to play, and these two Lumineers have been playing all day, and they are ready to play it out in the finals, and we're excited to commentate a little bit. See, I love watching the children because they're so dynamic.
Well, I went over there, and I was just kind of watching all of them sitting around, and I actually walked by, and I was like, whose mat is this? And it was like one of the most beautiful Kingdom Hearts mats I had ever seen in my entire life. And I was like, whose mat is this? And they pointed at this young Illumineer where I was like, you weren't born when this game came out. You weren't even born when the third one came out or even the subsequent insane sequels.
But like, what is this? This is what.
And then I looked at him and he goes like this and he's got a Kingdom Hearts shirt on. And then he makes top 8. I was like, yo, this kid is going.
And they hit you with
all right.
Oh, they hit you with hey man, this is what the dinosaurs used to play, Unk.
No,
chopped.
No, absolutely. Did you just say a word that you thought?
Chopped. Well, no, I'm chopped.
You chopped.
Okay.
That's real. It's a word.
That's a real thing.
Okay.
My kids call me Unk all the time, and I thought it was a term of endearment.
You're like,
Apparently,
I am
they're making
your
fun
father.
of me. Dang, you're chopped, Unk.
I ain't your uncle, pal.
Dang. But speaking of, I'm gonna go set up over there real quick to help out a little bit. So
Chit-chat.
I'll BRB.
Yeah, no, I mean, and then I went over there, and there was another little Illuminator. She, like, walked over, and I was like, how you doing in the tournament? She's like, I'm not doing that great, but I'm having the best time. I won the raffle. And I was like, really? And she won an enchanted Todd from the newest set, and she was so, so excited about that. And then I was like, oh, well, what deck are you playing? And she was like, mono green.
You heard it
Deadpan
her
me.
first.
Just-
She's not doing well, but she won a Todd, so they say it's a deck to bring if you want to win the raffle.
Yeah,
Mono
the mono green. Yeah, and then she was opening her packs too, and she basically opened a foil Beast Castle, and of course a Ruby Steel shout out. I was excited about that, and she was like, "Well, if I was a Ruby player, but I'm not. I play green." And I was like, "Well, Emerald all the way then." But we do have JDZ going up to set up our finals of our Young Illumineers tournament here, and now with the Young Illumineers tournament, we will not have any face cams. The parents kind of deliberated, and I kind of love that. So to protect their privacy, we will not have face cams, only hand cams. So,
yeah, I mean, because these are the Young Illumineers. So we've got Tiago out there. No, I'm just kidding. Tiago's from the Young Illumineers division. Tiago and Jonathan Lamb are out there duking it out. That's why we can't show their faces because we don't want to out them as our youngest Lumineers.
Tiago just was like shuffling up, and he just went, huh?
Everyone seems really. It's cool to be amongst my peers. And we're like, Tiago, these are children. And he was like, crap, I'm in the wrong one. But no, it's exciting because it's been in the same room. So they're even playing in the same room. And I'm excited to see what they're playing because I hinted at this. Children play with a lot less fear and anxiety than. It's kind of like, have you ever seen a child go down a water slide? And they just go on and that's how they play the deck. So they don't play with the pain that an adult has experienced.
I had the pleasure of casting the finals. And they were like, hey, we're going to cast the finals. We're going to, check all this stuff. We don't want to, do anything. We want to protect the kids, but we also want to, show that these Young Illumineers are out here. These are my Winterspell gloves. Sorry,
I know. She gloved up. I like it.
I gloved up for this. And I will say it was an amethyst steel mirror match last time. And while we were casting, Baker and Kawa and I were blown away at the efficiency, at how precise and how they would literally draw a card, look at it, knew exactly, is it in an inkwell, is it behind this, whatever. They played so fast that I'm like, oh, their brains work so much more efficiently.
Like a person whose heart has never been broken before.
I know. These kids have never had to pay taxes, and they play fast because they got nothing. Oh my gosh!
But these winnings are taxable, so these children will be receiving 1099s on the way out. No,
agreed.
Yeah, we better learn about. But I will say,
you gonna learn today if you were gonna be a winner.
Now, are these inks you're hinting at on the screen accurate?
Yes, those are accurate. I just punched those in, and this is what the finals is going to be. We have two Young Illumineers locked in, ready to play.
I know who I'm rooting for. I don't want to
root for the home team.
Root for one child until the other child I'm not rooting for him. But
you're rooting for the color pairing, and we know it. But if it's the aggro version, then I'm rooting for the other Emmett here. So 5-0.
The other Emmett.
Oh. Is that real? Is that real?
That's real. I asked, and that's what they said their record was. I asked Fitz Dog. That's what they're.
Fitz the OG.
Fitz the OG.
Oh, the OG.
Fitz dog.
And he's gonna be like, all right, can you go from Unk to
Okay.
Gramps? Like,
Okay,
what's after that? Because you just read that.
Joking.
Let's
Fitz
get
dog.
you back to
Fitz
bed.
the
Gramps.
Og.
Fitz the Og. He can't be Fitz the Og, dude. No, I'm
Fitz the
kidding.
OG.
It fits the OG.
The
okay?
original gangster.
You gotta put some. I let them type it in there. Okay.
That was
I
your
let
first
him- that was
mistake.
the first
so
mistake.
low key. That's the thing. Have you hung out with Fitz? He's so chill.
We gotta give him some capitalization in there.
He's chill. He's chill like that. He doesn't
Okay.
care about. He's not gonna show off.
So since you did inappropriate punctuation and capitalization, okay, no underscore, anything like that, you're gonna be Fitz dog, dude. Fitz the Og, dude. That's it.
The
Fitz
chat
dog.
did say that's why you're called Unk.
Come on, man.
Yeah, no, see, I
Bagel
was
fire. Bagel fire's coming for your lunch.
Dang, dude.
It's shooting fire in the
Come on,
chat
man.
Fire with a
there.
straight
Can I?
fire.
Get
Can I?
after
Can I
him.
live? Can I live, please?
You can, but
Can I
just
breathe?
Thank you. Let me breathe.
No. But I
No.
will say that I'm excited to have a breath of fresh air with these young Lumineers. But this is a tale
Punch.
of two scores. We have a 5-0 and a 3-2, and I like that because it shows that one person had a day where they're like, I'm on fire, I'm unbeatable. But then another person's like, 2-0. And then now they're here in the finals.
in the finals,
So,
absolutely.
2 losses don't feel good, but it doesn't mean 2 people. You just need to make it to the top and then keep winning from there. So,
Yeah, bubble into the top cut and just rattle off some victories in the top cut. That's
Yeah.
all it takes.
all it takes. But don't let the loss, especially 1, definitely 2, just keep playing. And
7
then
losses is fine.
sometimes they cut you off at that point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They will.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's like
You
on
are a
on
lot better
marathon,
at-
like the stragglers they put on a bus and say you're going home.
You're much better at tournament math than I am. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Sorry, it was just like
I'm
are
sorry.
we on color or on camera? As colors doing up close magic, but they're doing their altar here, and this is a matchup where. You mentioned, is it aggro or is it not? I don't know.
I saw a lot of daisies just
I
then.
don't know. I sometimes I typecast young Illuminators a lot of
as
times,
aggro.
going into straight playing aggro decks, and I mean that happens a lot of times, but they don't always have to do that. I've seen some Illuminators can get busy and active playing these control decks, but what I have noticed, they always play very fast and very decisive, very
Love it.
deliberate with no fear, and they usually play quite accurately as well.
Yeah, I
Oh.
mean, Aiden is a great example of that. He was toe-to-toe with some of the greatest Lorcana players, and by some of the, I mean DKP.
Literally our world champion, yeah.
And he played deliberately, and they see it differently. I think when you're older, you kind of play every memory you've ever had of every tournament in your head. And so
Yeah,
they haven't
yeah.
had a chance to have bad memories like
Yeah.
we have yet.
Yeah.
And also, they're just good. And so...
And that's some of the things you also get with a lack of when your frontal cortex hasn't fully grown yet, you just have no risk management. You just send it, okay? And usually sending it works out. When you think too much, sometimes you can think yourself out of
100%.
situations.
Absolutely. That is basically exactly what I'll do. Is I'm like, well, if I have this, and I metagame before they even play their first card. So I'm like, if they have this and I have this, and then if I play this and then this, and then I'm just gonna sit here and cry into my cards. As Fitz, the OG, just says, you know what, I'm gonna play a turn 1 Daisy. That feels right.
Yeah, and for those tuning in, you might say, what am I watching here? This is the finals of the youth tournament. So if you're kind of like, following the last was the end of round 6, but this is a whole different tournament where they are playing the finals of the youth tournament, which is why the records are different. They're the finals, but here we go. We have that Mulan coming down, able to draw and discard a card and even play another 1 cost. But that Black Heron is probably going to keep those characters a little in check.
Yeah, as we did see that he went ahead and discarded a dog because they have another dog, but it's okay because we have a Daisy and we're going to start questing, and it gave you a doc. So Doc Goose?
Doc Goose.
Yeah.
She did it, folks. Doc Heron.
Yeah.
But yeah, now that being said, oh my goodness. That being said, on Evan's side, he is going to start heating up. We know that Amethyst Steel is known for kind of taking away a lot of dreams once it gets to turn 4 because it's able to sing that strength. It's able to challenge. If we get another kind of substantial character out there, and that's a great example of
Gigi,
one.
best in
Gigi.
snow, best in puns for Winterspell as she comes out. And now, much debated, the 4/4 alert with, is she better than Lexington? Is she not better than Lexington? You know, it just depends.
I think so. I think that debate for me is clear. I think Gigi's just superior. I think that being able to quest with her and have her ready, it just adds up over time. I think Gigi, once the smoke clears, I think there's going to be no more Lexington. It's going to be all Gigi as we're all Nala right now. Board is getting very questable. I would say. A lot of lore in place. Let's see if Fitz the Og is going to get this thing moving, and he will.
Oh, you just go turn them sideways. Let's go give you a black heron. That's fine. You can have the black heron. What else are you going to get? You're going to get another dock, so that's going to break up your hand a little bit. I guess that's fine. As we go ahead and we quest out for that. So yeah, now we are up to 7-1, and we are going to ink the black heron that you just so graciously gave us on our date with Daisy there for the angel. Oh, this angel's here.
Yeah, and Angel is known to just really start throwing those snowballs fast and loose. So if I am Fitz the OG, I'd be a little bit nervous at this point, but still, I mean, they're able to get a little bit of an advantage, but it's getting smaller and smaller. Basically, his time of pre-questing is getting minute.
Yeah, and we're going to do a little bit of a read because he's like, I think they're like, this card might cook me because, yes, we will be able to then throw some of those cards into the discard, turning them straight right into Fire the Cannons, which is going to kind of like that Daisy's going to work with Angel at this point and a lot of these cards. So we will get rid of the dock that the Daisy gave us and put 2 damage on that, and then go ahead, challenge in with a black heron and take out that Daisy, taking 1 damage back to our black heron, which, by the way, I guess that 2-cost 3/3 is good. Thoughts?
I think it's a pretty great. And we get a chance to sing before the Nala can even get that 3 lore added back to the score. So this is looking amazing for Emmett in this spot, especially when you've paired the Daisy Duck questing, giving more characters to discard with this angel. It just becomes even more problematic. So now your questing power has been completely neutralized. Your hand is looking fatigued. You do have that dock in hand to be able to gain some more resources, but your board has started to falter as Lilo has joined the fray as well. More questing. You're going to keep racing it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keep on going. I mean, if you got too many cards in hand, I don't even care. But this Lilo all bundled up is going to make your angel math a little bit worse. You'll have to get rid of 2 cards in hand because the first time Lilo's not going to take that damage, and then the second time, all right, she'll take it.
She will. She says knock twice if you mean it, but here's a good way to take care of that a little faster.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of dealer's choice because one can go ahead and do a challenge, and then Angel can throw a snowball to seal the final deal here. Discarding a dock, which is very
crazy,
hurts
but
me to see. But
it's kind of a flex.
It is a huge flex to say, I don't need this one.
Yeah.
I'm so
I got
good.
another one. Don't worry.
Well, that would be the third one because I was about to say they already discarded 1 dock, and so that would be the second dock that they have discarded. So either they have the third one or they don't need it.
A wealth of docks.
And I love the Emmett hand challenging. I think I'm going to steal that when I start playing again. You just a little exert and a nice hand point to indicate what has been removed.
You've been challenged, sir.
Yes.
You've
it
been
is
served.
like the backward, like the glove, like you take off the glove and slap. As we see the dock come down. Now, are we going to use that ability? Because this has basically been, oh dear.
The hand just break on the uninkables. You got 2 Tianas and another dock in hand. You only have 3 ink. You're hard stuck at 2 ink. So this is very unfortunate for Fitz the Og. I think that is just not how you want to. Again, this is the second game in a row where we've seen a double tempo dock come out with no ability just to sit here and stare down Oblivion.
Bricked into oblivion, and here we see a Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, coming on down, and unfortunately, because Fitz has so many cards in hand, they will not be able to get any cards off the Demona as this board is looking really wide, and Black Heron actually sticking around doing some more challenging. Angel can go on a quest. Gigi can go on a quest, and Elsa can go on a quest. Now we are up to 5-10, and notably, as Amber Steel, we still have a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, and I think, and so Tiana's coming down, and normally she likes to come down a little bit earlier to protect her friends, but man, we're seeing kind of the pain that can happen when you are an aggressive player playing aggressively, is that as long as you're patient, and Emin has been patient and saying, listen, I just need to clean up, you start to lose the momentum. So at this point, Fitz is able to play cards, but they're feeling the pain.
Yeah. Yeah, and we did see that the Daisy was coming in at the very beginning of the game and kind of giving Emmett a lot of card advantage, was able to just start using it to take care of that Tiana with a bolt from Zeus, and we're just going to turn sideways.
Yeah, now the questing has begun. Yes. It is going to be difficult for Fitz the OG to get back into this. I think there's another dock in there, and at a certain point, you might have to just spam it and send it. I believe this one might be a GG-style situation, but we play it all the way through to the finish line. You never know. as Mowgli's going to come on out, take a peek in the hand, and see all these characters and probably just throw himself into the inkwell. See, that's what I do.
Yeah.
I'm out of there. I'm going back into the deck.
Yeah, Mowgli can be fun because it's sometimes you just want to see, like, please just tell me, what are you doing over there?
Yeah, like let me get like perfect information is like, and a lot of people say that is like what you were saying is like a lot of people are like, oh, I don't think that Mowgli's good here. Well, I still have perfect information on how I'm about to.
Yes, I can see into the future now, and the future's looking a little good for Emmett, a little stressful for FitzyOG, who got a little stalled out on card and ink. Now this is game one.
This is game one.
So this is something where Emmett had a pretty good time here. Oh, but he puts on a Cheshire Cat just for good measure. He says,
for funsies.
Why? While I'm here, let me show you this card.
Yeah, and these are a whole bunch of uninkable in Fit's hand, as we saw with the metric ton of docks and quite a few, situations here, as we're only able to kind of play one thing per turn. But hey, we'll go ahead and ink, and we'll play the dock, and we'll discard the Tiana because that has been ruining our life, and we'll draw 2 cards. Maybe one of them's a ink dropple and one. Whew. I got lost.
Yeah. Okay. I see. There's something. I mean, we do have an inkable and a 1-cost character, which is what I think you said. So I think you nailed it, and that was probably the most optimal play that Fitz the OG could have mustered there in this terrible spot. But just with that Cheshire Cat, and then the game is just over. I mean, there's really not a lot you can do. But play it all the way through, I suppose, as GG1 goes to Emmett. Amethyst Steel. Was there anything in that Amethyst Steel deck that jumped out to you guys from that previous round? I mean, I saw Madam Mim Skater coming through. I'm glad to see that card still seeing some playability here in Winterspell. Whispers in the Well.
I mean, I think Emmett's deck is built perfectly to try to punish what Fitz is up to on his side. Emmett's deck is built to challenge and live to tell the tale. If you put something like Lilo in there, it kind of telegraphs that you're looking to just go fast. But Emmett's deck with the GG, the Black Heron, it makes me believe that Emmett said, I'm going to outlast any dog or any aggro deck I come across today. And we saw it in play right there.
And that is a fair point. I liked seeing the Black Heron come back into play. That was a card that last set when it was released, it was pretty much a staple in all the Amethyst Steel decks that you saw. But in this set, for some reason in Winterspell, Black Heron has fallen off of a cliff. I have no idea why that is. But seeing Emmett still using it and having some great effects in the aggro matchup.
Yeah, definitely it being a 2-cost 3/3 does have a lot. I think there's just like a lot of other things. Again, the vanilla curve has kind of just like creeped up in the past few sets to where we're like a 3-cost 3/3 is what I demand or and expect. A 2-cost 3/3 is good, but I'd also like it to have 2 lore, please. You gave it to Ruby, so I mean we're getting a little greedier with our cards, but again, it's solid. I mean, and we also just got our 1-cost 3/3 in the form of Gontu, which you guys really are sleeping on that card, but that's fine. That's
fine. Gontu, what's so powerful you like him? I just hate the discarding. How do you get around that?
You just play good cards.
Or just have it play them
I
when
know
you
I
already
play
discard.
good cards. I want to keep them. I don't want to discard them.
It's at the end of your curve,
have them in my hand.
No, I like them at the beginning.
Wow, you're crazy.
I don't care.
She's crazy.
I don't care. I don't need
I
those
like
cards.
my cards. I like my cards, and I want cash back, and I need a structured settlement. I want them now, okay? I want to keep them in my hand.
They're my cards, and I want them now.
I want them now. I don't want to throw them away. I want to keep them.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes you got to throw them away. It's like literally again, I am a true 2-heart discard player. So anything in my discard is just fuel for the fire later. So if I gone to it, I've got a 1-cost 3/3 on the board, and my discard is set up for the shenanigans that you will have to deal with later.
I can see it. I can see the vision. As speaking of vision, the Aurora is trying to take a vision of a Tiana into the next turn. We have that FTC fire to cannons. We're talking about a tempo neutralizer right here. This could be a great turn if you can exert this Aurora, bring out a 1-cost princess, and get a fire to cannons off. Mulan, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, here we go. We're going to start.
We're just going to get rid of it.
Before I say anything, get out. Now we were able to do some free questing, get a Mulan for free, and even play a Daisy. But in this case,
but
no.
We didn't quest.
We just kind of, you're done. And honestly, fair. There's been times where I just want to get rid of a Captain Hook. We did that here.
Yeah, we got rid of it, and unfortunately, that is not a Lilo, so the Pudge that we just have in our hand cannot come out and be any type of deity yet for free. We'll have to pay full value for that because that is only going to trigger off of a Lilo of all things.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate circumstance. We do get to another Lilo there, so keeping that Pudge seems okay, but now you are going to play
Lilo,
2 for another Lilo and Pudge.
Yeah.
There you go. So
Pudging
making up for
it
that down tempo turn, and we get a quest in now. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, it's so powerful. Everybody was like, wait, is free good? And it turns like free is good. Now that's a foil angel into the the Inkwell, sorry. So as Emmett balling out harder than I can in my decks already, as this young Illuminator goes on and plays the Calhoun and challenges double into that Aurora, getting her off the board, and she won't be holding any more court.
But it looks like Emmett is taking a hearkening to the past. We did add those Angels, but you're still on Calhoun as well. Calhoun, another quality 2-cost character that's been removed from a lot of these Amethyst Steel decks. Emmett saying, no, I know what the meta is going to be like. And I'm prepared because I know that a lot of my youth cohorts might be playing Amber and Steel aggro. Let me bring the Calhouns back. Let me bring these Black Herons back. A little bit of youth metagame thoughts.
I mean, I like the. I don't like that. I'm like,
It's almost like I like how Fitz almost hid the Nala on the other side. I was like, do not perceive this until it's dry. And they were like, no, I actually have the answer for this. So let me go ahead, exert, go on a quest, take out the Lilo with our 1-2 punch, as we did go with Palace Guard, and then the Calhoun, because Lilo has to, you said 2 knocks on the door before Lilo will go home. So Daisy to follow it up, and then hopefully we're just going to get another quest in. We're going to keep on rocking and rolling.
I don't hate it. I mean, at this point, you're already pot committed. You got to keep sending it. I don't think I necessarily enjoy sending more food for Calhoun to feast upon, just gaining you lore and getting a plus value that resists working overtime. So that does feel bad if I'm Fitz the OG. But at the same time, I guess you do what must be done, as Calhoun will take a little tasty treat, send the Pudge on back to the ocean, and get another quest in with those Palace Guards.
Oh, no. Did we forget about the resist on the Calhoun?
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Calhoun takes out an entire deity, man. That she is doing work. Calhoun, shout out. Nice uninkable thing, as we are going to go ahead and ink this Pudge to then play our Tiana.
Yeah, and Tiana is best when paired with a wide board and some momentum. So unfortunately, exerting that Daisy before Tiana's ready to protect her, it's a little scary, especially in the face of so many angry little guys on the Amethyst Steel side. But Fitz said, I came here to go fast, and going fast they are. But unfortunately, we have Emmett who says, I'm here to punish people who choose to go fast in front of me. And we got Pete coming down and says, you're going to want to read this, pal.
Yeah, it's going to be important.
And it is. Its card can be a little, I mean, you don't know. Tiana can sing Strength of Raging Fire.
For sure.
And you can you can pay the full price for He Hurls the Thunderbolt, and now you can't do either of those things.
And we did see a Fire to Cannons as well on turn number 1.
That's true.
So you get a Fire to Cannons now to maybe clean up this dock. That won't be able to be a play that you can make. We have that Mulan. Better late than never, but again, the board has just gone so wide, and those Calhouns have gone plus ultra and gained a significant amount of lore as well. So this one, again, fits the OG just in a compromised spot. It looks like Emmett is sitting quite comfortably to get those 4 cases, or their portion of those 4 cases, and take this thing on home as the youth champion.
And we are going to go ahead and play the dock to discard that Rockstar Lilo, which we saw and all got to read earlier. Wait, hold up. Now, we did draw a Strength and a Mulan, so we will be able to sing in with our Tiana and potentially take out one of the Calhouns. But Pete.
So we go ahead and ink the Strength,
Yep,
then
yep.
we play a Mulan, draw and discard a card onto nothing. So basically just saying, Lilo, get down. And he says, that's what I got for now, and I will go ahead and pass. Now, Emmett has a very impressive 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on board. Not necessarily enough to win, but enough to definitely put the pressure on, where Fitz has to respond again next turn to keep Emmett from winning.
Yeah, unless you got like another challenge coming through with another one of these Calhouns, they continue to get in one more time. So this is looking. This was looking. I don't know. It's a tough spot. I believe this is just a really difficult matchup for
Amber Steel.
Amber Steel. In this situation, maybe it's kind of close. Some points have been gained, but the way that Emmett has this deck constructed, it has just seemed like it's designed to really get after Amber Steel aggro specifically. Okay,
Yeah.
There's a lot of cards in there for this deck.
Do you like to quest? No, is the answer. In front of this deck, you do not, because every card, it feels like it's designed to punish anything that fits the OG would want to do. So in this case, he's able to go ahead and look at the hand, pick some fun cards, and any card is fun when it is just straight up spot removal. That channel would have been very nice to protect your friends. You have to pay that tax, but in this case, I'm just going to quest out, says Emmett, and is at a comfortable 19.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was kind of the thing. Fitz showing some restraint there and not necessarily questing out with the Tiana, so maybe we could get a little bit here. And Then, of course, off the top is always removal. It's always removal off the top as we go ahead and put our Pudge in there and get a nice little 3-quester off on our turn.
Just to save a little bit of face and say, you know what, I did my very best, taking nothing away from Fitzy OG. You made it to the finals. You got a second-place prize, so you still got to keep your head up.
A nice little handshake.
A nice handshake coming in from both of those young Lumineers. But Emmett comes out and get it done. Did Emmett go back-to-back? I think Emmett won the last youth event as well.
No, really?
Was it? Well, I believe so. I have to check. I have to make sure that's correct. I could be incorrect, and that's a very high chance that that's true. But still, taking nothing away from them, they won this one and they got it done. So incredible tournament, incredible run. Amethyst Steel is back in a major way, winning its second major event of the year. Thoughts?
I mean, I love to see it.
I mean, deck good. Yeah.
I mean, that's why I mean, we talked about it in the last match. What decks are the most consistent? And I think Amethyst Steel just time and time again, it shows up and it says, I am going to provide basically either the pressure where you can't quest or the pressure where you have to deal with my cards with resist. And then I'm going to be drawing cards. And those three things are really good. And we saw why it's good there, especially in the face of a deck that says, I'd like to just have fun and get done with this game quickly.
I just want to do silly little things. And they say no, because I have draw, I have removal, I have consistency, and and again, I think we've made that comparison too. It's our new Ruby Amethyst. That's really what
Amethyst Steel's a new Ruby Amethyst?
I think so.
Says the Ruby Amethyst player. You know the new best deck is as good as this one deck, which was definitely the best.
It was the best. It's
I know,
not the
at
best
one time.
anymore.
It was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Set 3?
It was literally last year. That's not that long.
Was it last year? Was it set 3?
It has been Katie just said that Ruby Amethyst was only good in set 3?
Peaked. But
wow,
it was a spring. But I will say that was exciting to walk because at the end of the day, these two Lumineers, they played a full tournament, and one of them
they did.
I know
won a whole tournament.
I can barely get through a whole tournament.
That is, I mean, honestly, that is a skill and a half to be able to do the thing all day, and then it's incredible to be able to say I did it all day and then I won it. So I'm very.
And then being on a stream match, I still get like my hands shake when I'm on stream matches, and though man, like you said, well, okay, yeah, I was like, just going on there, having a stream match, getting in there, getting it done, playing, and again, I'm pretty sure the pricing for this tournament is insane and makes me upset that I am old.
Yeah, and just I don't know, just put some emphasis on the youth that play this game, because a lot of people like to get caught up in all the pro players and what's going on, who's doing what, and just keeping in mind that this is a game and there are people of all shapes and sizes and ages and backgrounds that can play and have fun, and having an area where the kids can come together and just play people that they might feel a bit more comfortable with. I think that's a cool thing to do. So shout out to Ink for putting this event together, and shout out to Emmett for coming through and playing very decisively as well, getting it done. Fitz had a terrible matchup. It goes like that from time to time. You guys know how it is, and the game is just going to be like that more often than not.
It is. I mean, and that's one of the things. I mean, every player that you talk to today, I mean, I talked to last night over the past couple of days. I'm like, what deck are you going to bring? They're like this, but I'm so afraid of it. And like, every deck has a nemesis in the room. Some decks have several nemesis. So it's just the natural way of things that when you see your turn 1 and 2 and you see what they're playing, you're like, okay, all right, that's my nightmare. And sometimes things do come up, and it's very exciting when you beat your bad matchup. But then when you don't, you go, well, that makes sense. Statistically speaking, I was climbing up a big hill there. But for those tuning in, that was the end of the youth finals. But we're now going to go whoosh, not like right now, but we are going to have our next round here. We're cutting to round 7, I believe it is.
We should be going into round number 7, and we'll be doing 9 rounds of Swiss style tournament today, and then we'll be going into the top cut tomorrow. Tomorrow, starting around the same time, I believe we're going to be going live around 10 a.m. to a top 8. We're cutting to the top 16.
32.
We're cutting the top 32.
There's 4 rounds, so 32, 16. No. 16 then?
It's got to be top 16, I would say. I would hope, because, huh? Yeah, top 16.
Sorry, everyone. It's got the top 16, so 16 people just said, what?
Yeah, 16 people are like, yo, I'm still in.
Yeah, so to cut the top 16, so that is a pretty substantial cut. We had 304 or 247 players. So,
I think it was 70-something.
What?
Yeah.
274, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to see. What is that math here? It is only 5.8% of people who are in that room get to play Lorcana tomorrow. But wait, There's an Infinity tournament for the players that go ahead and don't make day 2. So they better sleeve up their Infinity deck. It's real. It's happening. There's going to be qualifiers, CCQs, DLC Indianapolis, DLC Dortmund, which tickets went on sale today. Those are going to be Infinity DLCs. So tomorrow is a tournament where if you don't win today, you probably should try.
Yeah.
Try it. You might like it.
You would love. You're gonna love it.
You're gonna love it. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna like the way you play. I guarantee it.
Please don't sue us. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I mean, again, I'm a big fan of Infinity just for that reason. I because it just feels good brewing your deck, playing all the cards that they told you that you can't play with anymore in core. I'm just kidding. It's not that bad. But at the same time, they're like, all of the new cards that we get to play from Winterspell in core, you can put them in your Infinity deck, and you can put them next to the other cards that you used to be like, man, this is bananas broken. And wait a minute, if I put these things together, that's double the fun. You know what I mean? So I'm a big fan of Infinity. So that's coming in at you tomorrow, which, hey, maybe Sapphire Steel will have a little bit better look there.
Honestly, yeah, that's Sapphire Steel. That is the place where they show up and show out, because that is a deck where I am non-ironically saying is probably the best deck in format, at least in contention with a couple other of the greatest, most painful hits of all time. Everybody remembers being beat by some of the greatest decks in Infinity. And
I know.
Seeing this, that magic.
Coming back from the chat, Lurkon Spins is saying Diablo and Snowfort is real broken.
No.
And then keeping the ancient ways is what I want.
Yes.
I want Diablo on 1. I want to shift Diablo on 2, and then I want to sing Keep the Ancient Ways, and then do
Lock
some
them
other
out,
things.
yeah.
And then you can play Snowfort.
JC, what are you thinking? You look so deep in
Oh, no. I was thinking,
I wanna know what's going on
I'm trying to piece together what is happening out there, because we did a whole round.
We did.
The Majo Basil thing happened this round.
It did.
And then we did a whole youth round.
Mm-hmm. They have not started round 7 yet. I've been following it. They just got pairings right now.
Just making sure. But what we can do, shout out to Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn again, because she made something for us, and we could try it. Are you ready?
Yeah,
does it work?
All right,
If it
might
doesn't
work.
I didn't make it. Actually, if I did, Derek added it, so that's
we're gonna
his fault.
throw it, and we'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, we're going to come right back. If it does work, we're still going to come right back, and I need you guys to tell us what you think about it. Okay, so here it is. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Ooh.
Oh, he didn't loop it.
Okay, wait. That doesn't count.
You have to put on infinite loop. Oh, no. Yeah, it's like properties, and then, there we go. Listen, folks.
They still can hear us
Oh,
right now.
good.
Hold on,
I said listen,
How about
folks.
that?
I
What do you
want
guys
them
think?
to be with us in it. You know?
How's that?
I like
We should
it.
put like some Jingle Bell music in there to really.
I'll
so
sing
that
the whole
you guys
time.
can turn
you guys
down,
go
yeah.
get. I'm gonna actually go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay, I'm still here.
Okay.
This
All
is
right,
honestly
all right.
nightmarish.
All right, throw it back to a break so we can use it for real. We're gonna get this right.
Oh, we're gonna
hold,
get back
hold,
and
wait.
just
Let me cue it. Okay. Take it away.
And we're gonna go to a quick break and come back with an exciting round 7 in just a bit. And we are back, and joined with me is it looks like we're in the play here. So we're not here physically, but just so you guys know, we're just right into round 7, which means we're trying to play. And there is a familiar face. We have Ian, but also we have Josh Paltry, which everyone here has their favorite Josh Paltry deck moment time. He's a DLC champion, and he is also known for just making decks that people go, write that down, write that down. Color, is there when you think of Josh Paltry, we already talked about Amethyst. Emerald or Amethyst Amber.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he did have the Detective Amber Sapphire deck that was a last set. He also pretty much won a DLC. I'm pretty sure at one point with also another
Amber Amethyst.
Yes.
And so
Well, I remember the last Ink in the core constructed portion where he was playing Amber Emerald. And it was a crazy deck with the 3-cost Aurora, and he sang Under the Sea and was playing Circle of Life, and it was some crazy stuff. And so I'm wondering if he's maybe on something like that still.
Yeah, he's somebody that kind of looks at the cards, looks at the meta, and says, I see what these decks can do, or these cards rather can do, and tries to synergize them in an interesting way. So I imagine we are going to see some dogs in his deck, because that'd be crazy to not see the powerhouse that is Lady and Tramp and their synergies. But it'd be pretty funny, though. He plays the most standard dogs list we've ever seen. And that could happen. That'd be the ultimate long con, right? We're like, what's the spice? What's the spice? And he says, the spice is,
The spice is meta.
Yeah, the spice is ketchup. That's literally what I was about to say. You don't get any spice. You get ketchup because that is spicy for us in Winterspell. But I don't think that's the case. We've seen some pretty decently innovative deck building as we have this. So I want to see, like, Snowford. I want to see Mulan. I want to see, you know what I mean? Like, I'm out here dreaming. I know that we are already down into round 7, but my dreams are still spicy.
My dreams are spicy, and I've been having nightmares.
Todd, too. I want to see stuff.
Oh, and we're off.
We are, and so we do have your traditional Amethyst Sapphire Blurple build, and that is a deck that you don't really get to see a lot of fun and funky things. It is a deck that kind of stays the course. The fun and funky things is it Palace Guard or Royal Guard?
The fun and funky things is like it just wins or whatever.
Yeah. They figured out the science on that one. But there is a Webby, which is a nice indication of what might be there, but that doesn't tell the whole story. That tells a little bit more. 2 ducks.
Yep, duck typal. That is what we're playing
yes,
today.
it is a only duck decks. Oops, all duck. But here we go. Starting the party, doing what you're supposed to do. Not doing a 1 cost, which can be a little punishing in an aggressive matchup, but not the end of the world. He can go ahead and ink here and possibly play a 1-drop now if he so chooses.
Yeah, we definitely have that around, and maybe he does. Maybe he's figured. And it's Basil. It's the best 1-drop you can put down in a matchup like this.
Yeah, there's not very many non-character cards for this Daisy to not hit, and we've already kind of drawn a few, so we're going to gamble the top card. Oh.
And it's another Basil, which is good, but we had this nightmare situation coming for Ian, but from Josh is the Willow into a Daisy. So now you got your double Daisy and Willow, and hey, guess what? I only have 2 ink on the board, but I have 3 characters, and they're all crimes.
You are truly able to get a profound amount of value out of this Amber Emerald combo. But coming up next is their own value engine, which is that Cheshire Cat Inexplicable and another Basil that we saw off that Daisy Donald State. And those can synergize pretty well. At the end of the day, Josh wants to quest generally with these types of cards, but the Cheshire Cat wants some damage.
Absolutely. And Bobby coming in. I don't know why I call him Basil. I just Basil, Daisy, Bobby. Blah, blah, blah. Got all these things. And being able to draw a card and then discard Lilo, the escape artist, which name a better duo, Luke, the Bobby escape artist.
Yeah, they go together quite well.
Nani Doc. I like that more.
It's not. You won't be seeing that in today's menu.
I like the fact that you were psychic and you predicted the spice is meta.
It is the most. Yeah. He said, guess what? It's pretty good the way they cooked it in the kitchen. I'll have what they're having.
Yeah.
And that is fair because ultimately Josh is the kind of player that what he plays, I think he's a player that plays what he likes and what he believes in. So it kind of is to me is exciting. And
he
I don't
likes to win.
Yeah. So I'm kind of hoping that he does win because I want to hear, was it a situation where he's like, I like this deck. It does good.
Right.
I don't need to break something. If it ain't fixed, don't broke it.
Yeah.
But speaking of, the play lines that we have been seeing a lot, it does add some pressure. Josh is not necessarily having a absolutely runaway game, and there's something that could happen next turn that changes the math of everything.
Oh, and there's 2 of them.
That changes some.
Rough for Ian. He's 2 ink away.
Yeah,
he
is at 5 ink right now.
Yeah.
So Demona could happen next turn, but then you can't ink, so that's a bad sign. Not the end of the world, but
Yeah, basically Ian has to go like Genie, draw an inkable, ink it.
Yes, and
into
then
inkable.
But still isn't great because I mean I'd love to hit a Demona on this turn because I mean he's trying to save up value. Josh is on his side for Under the Sea, but Dumbo's a great place to start. That's a great answer.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Well, because I was like, like, because in my brain I was like, what can we do? And I mean, like, oh, well, that's a pretty good one. We
Well-
can absolutely go ahead and gain one, draw one, and pay one. Not in that order. That'd be terrible. But we are going to ink the Let It Go and just kind of pass. Now we're setting this up to get probably properly Under the Seed.
Yeah, I mean, of all the boards, this one is a tempting one. I mean, we say how much are you going to get for it? In this case, you would get 3 total targets, but there is a chance of a Della Duck's Moon Lullaby or even that a Rhino. Sometimes people put Rhino with no shift just for that -1 ability. But let's see what he elects to do. With only 3 ink, he was able to do so much, but I'm sure he's about to do more.
Yeah, losing that Grandmother Willow is kind of frustrating, but we do, as you were mentioning, have the capability to play multiple things to sing. We can shift the lady, get back both of those characters, even give us another ink if we need to, and we just have the Under the Sea.
Just a raw Under the Sea. You might as well. You don't need to shrink anything because the scariest things are kind of gone. Yeah, oh, it's definitely the Elsa. He's like, no, it's definitely the Elsa. He's like...
Well, he's like, you pick the
okay,
order.
okay. He's letting him do the proper thing.
For you, my sir.
This is round 7, so they do it the proper way. You don't just scoop up your cards and angrily throw them at the bottom of your deck. You let your opponent then do.
Oh, and this is just to say, have you been
Still
up
the
to
same
anything?
cards?
He's like, no, I hate to tell you this, but it is still those 2 uninkable 7-cost cards you saw previously. So here we go. He still, okay, he has that 6, so here we go. We are now able to Hades, but...
Sure, just pick a target. Which target is
I'm
it?
going for Lady because I don't want to bring back any. Well, he hasn't actually gotten rid of that much.
Did we miscount ink 2 turns ago? I thought for sure he only had 5 ink.
Yeah, but he inked last turn to go ahead and deploy
He played Dumbo, though. That's
Oh.
that's an inkable he had in his hand.
This has been a long day, Luke. I cannot remember everything.
I feel like
well,
I
he has a
blinked and
Dumbo
another
in the
ink
ink.
appeared.
He has a Dumbo in the inkwell, and then he also has a Dumbo on the board. So
Well, yes, he
clearly
just inked that Dumbo this turn. So he just when I initially said he had 5, he must have had 6.
Oh, fair enough. And then so we are going to go ahead and choose something. I missed it. That was important, but I guess it doesn't matter.
So the lady, which has the ability to be shifted into that lady.
But she did go into the ink. She went to the discard, so that's kind of where I was wondering.
Oh well, we were doing some challenge. We're going to the banish. So here we go. We're looking. That's what happens when we think backwards. Is we go, what happened? Where am I? And the answer is, it's still a pretty big board on Josh's side. Josh is going to be at a point where he is able to be a little bit more relaxed. In this case, Cheshire Cat is a problem, so that is something he probably wants to get rid of because there's a lot of benefits that Cheshire Cat can have an lasting impact, especially with damage carried on that Dumbo. And now you can quest a little bit more freely because that Dumbo doesn't want to do challenging. Dumbo wants to draw cards off himself because there's no other evasives on the board right now.
And we just turn them sideways. Get a guidebook on the bottom of your deck. Daisy didn't give you any gifts off of that quest. As Josh said, deal with it. I got a whole board. Some of them quest for 1. Some of them quest for 2. Most of them quest for more than you want them to because we are at 9 and you're at 0 and Hades comes down. It's the other Hades, which is a great target. We'll get rid of that Lilo escape artist so she can't keep nimbly bimbly jumping back out of the discard.
We definitely needed to answer that, and that was one of the main reasons Josh took down that Cheshire Cat, is if he's planning on bringing back both Lilos each turn, the cat's going to be able to take it down and then move the damage. And normally bringing back Lilo each turn, you get to slowly build up damage, and then they're going to eventually lose those characters. But Cat just takes that entire advantage away. So Josh, he acknowledged that was a threat and had to challenge it. You don't always want to do that.
As Chromicon does come in and combo exceedingly well with the Lilo, so it is really heads up of Josh or Ian to get rid of that second Lilo because he's like, hey, do I have another one? Because again, whenever you challenge and banish that exerted Lilo that's going to pop out of the discard, the Chromicon's going to say, let me bounce that thing.
Exactly. I mean, as we saw, there are some effects that can get around that. The Let It Go, Into the Unknown. 2 Hades have already come down. Now we have access to that Royal Guard. But yeah, the Royal, the Emerald Chronicon is going to change the math quite a bit. And there we go. There is one of those. Get around it and get rid of it.
Good.
Yes.
Into the Unknown, straight into the hand. And we are actually going to have Dumbo sing that. It doesn't matter. Get rid of that because that was the 2 1-punch combo that's going to be a big problem with that Chromicon. And now, go ahead and bounce that Dumbo, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that Dumbo... Well, I mean, drawing cards is what Ian is looking to do. Every card is a little bit more punishing than the last in this type of deck, and he's been able to do pretty good cleanup on Josh's board. So it can get to a point where Ian doesn't care about challenging Josh anymore, and then the Chromacon's nothing at that point.
I was about to say, now this is kind of what Blurp will be doing as far as like that traditional thing is like now Josh is going to be drawing 1 card a turn and playing 1 card a turn. And Ian has built up the board of 3 2-questers and then a little palace guard that is good enough where we can maybe buff that up and do some things. Actually, we're just going to play a Tigger, which will go ahead and bounce that back to Josh's hand, and then we'll play a Dumbo just for funsies.
Yeah.
So, Blurple, Blurplin.
We love to see this Tigger card. I mean, we meaning the bounce lovers of Amethyst, because it is very fun to see what you can do. Because you think about bouncing, you're like, oh, my own stuff. I want to bounce it back to my hand. But it is so great in this instance because it serves as a little tempo disruptor saying, I know you had plans. How about a little bit later? Maybe next turn. And then you get a body, meaning that you have a character on the board to do some things with later. So Ian is having great value on his side. And now we have Josh with just 2 cards, 2 good ones, 4 lore, but not necessarily.
Being just kidding. Here is the 3rd Hades because there are 4 in the deck, but why don't you go ahead and get rid of that as we do see
Wasabi. There's only a few cards in this game that can deal with Emerald Chromacon because this isn't an item meta, right?
I don't think he's going to play it.
He doesn't have to, but it is funny to know it's here.
Yeah, he should.
I wouldn't play it. I wouldn't.
Yeah, you got to keep that hidden.
Yeah,
don't
right?
let Josh know.
But that is so good to know because I mean that's such a. I mean, you can tell a little bit about that, Luke. I mean, that's a card you don't see in every deck, but we did see it start to almost come in overnight before DLC Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Or
and
Richmond, right?
especially
DKP had it in
because
his.
Yeah, sorry, Indianapolis.
Okay.
It really was relevant there, especially with the uptick of Amber Amethyst also playing Lanterns. So there was kind of actually targets, Blurple decks were playing the book, and they're playing it pre-Demona to lower their hand. So it gave you a turn to try to do that.
Yeah, as we're sitting here shuffling up, going to game 2 of round 7. Now we have these 2 Illumineers that are both X1, which anybody's game at this point. I'm pretty sure we're getting so close that all of those undefeated. I actually don't even know how many undefeated I have. I'm just assuming that there are like 30 undefeated people and they're having a battle royale right now, and that's why they're not playing.
4.
Oh, so there are 4, and they are.
They've been, I think, on camera. I think so. Normally, what we're doing. So I mean, for those at home who are like, "Oh, these people are undefeated," but they're generally going to be decks that are very interesting that you're going to want to watch. Sometimes when we look at the top tables, it'll be a matchup you've already seen, like quite frankly, the round right before. So it's to kind of break up and to tell different stories because I mean, these are 2 players that still are very much a chance to make that top 16.
Yeah, I mean, there's one of them is most likely almost guaranteed at this point. It is round 6. There is 3 more rounds. Round 7. They already have 6 under the belt. One of them will be 6-1. There's the possibility of winning 1 more and drawing in. They're obviously good at playing their decks, and they're at this point already. They've been winning, and almost guaranteed to make it.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's very important because tomorrow we really can't pick too much about what kind of decks. At the end of the day, the top 16 is going to be a certain makeup of decks, and we can't get very fun with it. There's going to be 4 options for round 1, 8, then 4, then 2, then there's no more options on round 1. So this is when we get to say, Josh, what are you up to? And the surprise of the century is Josh said, oh, I saw this really cool list called Dogs.
Yeah, I mean,
have you heard of it?
If I'm going to watch Blurple versus Dogs, I'd like to see a Worlds competitor playing.
100%. And I mean, here we go. We have that Ursula Deceiver right into a daisy saying, I'm going to go pretty fast this game. I'm going first, and I want to take advantage of it. But that Royal Guard can be a menace against a deck with so much card draw.
Oh, we see.
And the card draw actually came in the form of the whiffing there on the first quest in the daisy. I was about to say the card draw that pairs really well with that Royal Guard went straight into the Inko in the form of that guidebook. So that's going to hopefully be something that we can make up for later. That was probably not a tool that we want to use right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is something where right now he's just trying to make he keeps on that pressure. Guidebook is great for later when you're investing, you have extra ink, things like that. In this case, it's just keep the pressure on Josh. Don't let him get away with too much early. In this case, he can technically get the Royal Guard up to 3 this turn with a sail, but otherwise he just has to build up his board.
Yeah, There's also the fact that it seemed to be his only non-character card, and there's a world that Josh just plays a Mowgli, and you don't want to get hit by that, and all of a sudden your card advantage is card disadvantage because you did not ink it. So it's also a heads-up play by Ian. He's not really going to play it for a few turns, but we do get to see that Wasabi hiding in his hand. So if Josh tries to get tricky with the Chromacon on this next turn and turn everything sideways, he could get punished, and that could get Ian the ability to flop the tempo from play to draw, or draw to play.
Yeah.
I was to say, sorry, I did black out for a second. I was like, Nani costs 3, but then there's a Grandmother Willow on the board, and that does reduce it by 1. So Nani, Grandmother Willow, pretty good. Getting to look at the top 4 cards of your deck, and then just kind of Aerial Spectacular Singer tutor up the best card from that. That does cost 2 or less. So Grandmother Willow good, Nani good. Thoughts?
Yes. And I mean, speaking of good, we have this lady coming in who's known to be a shift target and get as much value as you can off of questing. Now, we talked about showing information in the first game. We said that Wasabi is better to hold it than to play it or ink it or do anything. But here we see Josh inking or discarding that Go-Go Tamago, which is kind of telegraphing a Go-Go can come at any time. Now, that could be a 1 of, there could be a 4 of, but it's all about influencing your opponent into doing things they may or may not have.
Completely put weird scenarios where he's like, well, I can't stack damage for the rest
Yeah,
of the game.
I don't want to turn anything sideways because what if he gets 4 damage on my guy? In this case, he will go ahead and deploy that beautiful, beautiful Tigger, bouncing the Willow to the
back
hand.
to the hand. Yeah, absolutely. That's because that is the other one is like, okay, you're getting that cost reduction for free. So you're just sitting there doing her thing. I want you to have to replay that and maybe mess up the curve of your next turn, as we know that this deck can do some powerful, powerful things at 3 ink. So Grandmother Willow, get her up and out of here. If you want to use that, you're going to have to play her again, which does, like, again, mess that up. Tigger, I mean, being a 4/3 is kind of good. I mean, these cards are so good in Winterspell. I love what they're pushing with this, except for this card wasn't Winterspell, but it is a house.
It is, and it's like we've talked about. I mean, you can't talk about this deck without, I mean, I remember Sailor, a teammate of yours, Luke.
Oh, yes.
He posted
I've
a
heard of him.
picture with 6 cards and said the 6 cards you see and you want to scoop. And it had Tramp. And this was like, oh gosh, like 4 or 5 months ago. And I said, why? I remember saying why. And then I saw it the first time and I went, that's why. And the reason is because you've got a Singer. You're able to filter through your deck to get exactly what you want. So you're shaping your hand, you're drawing, you have a Singer, and then it's a quest for 2. And it's got a nice body on it.
I've played
nice
card
body.
games for a long time. Free cards are good cards.
Yes.
Free is good. Yeah, that was my chanting during spoiler season of Winterspell set 11 here, is every time they spoil a card, I'm like, free is good. Free is good. Free is a problem, but it's fine. We'll all get around it because you know what? We're at the beginning of the meta. We've had the cards for approximately 20 seconds, so we are going to learn how to have counterplay against this. So basically, I mean, we go ahead and draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards and discard 5 cards, but leaving the best of those cards in our hand, as we do have 1 left in hand.
And to your point, no Lilos. We like to put the Lilos in the discards because it's kind of like cheeky card draw. Card draw is the name of the game, and Lilo of all flavors now, Lilo Escape Artist, Lilo Rockstar, is able to say, listen, maybe you can't draw cards, but you can go ahead and do some recycling. But we're able to get that wide board. Ian doesn't have any super efficient ways to deal with a wide board until he can get to Demona and start challenging. So he's getting his soldiers ready, but he still has a long journey to go. But luckily, this willpower that you mentioned, Color, is keeping Josh from doing anything too bold. He's being very, very calm and saying, listen, as we saw, I saw it in the chat, and I 100% agree. Dogs is not an aggro deck. It looks like an aggro deck. It barks like an aggro deck, but it
but
it
actually
can be played
duck.
like
I
one.
was gonna say it's kind of a duck.
It
you
can
know,
play like one.
Some of the most oppressive openings, it plays like an aggro deck. And that's why people are just like, oh, Daisy, no, Daisy into Willow Daisy. It's like, oh, no.
Yeah, look at that. It's aggro. And it's like, but wait, there's more. And
But
then
wait, it
becomes
gets worse. And that's actually a good hallmark of a decent dogs player, if not a great dogs player, is knowing when to turn sideways and let yourself get that advantage. Because now we go on to our 5 ink turn where Elsa, Spirit of Winter, just kidding, 5th Spirit comes on in and shows us that we have to exert one thing at this point, which Josh has done a very, very good job of making sure that he is not going to exert anything important so we can keep everything on the board. And that's kind of what I was talking about, that patience, because that Tramp was really important.
Exactly, and that's why Amethyst can be very troubling because it has that card drop, but it also has forced interaction. So much of Steel mirrors can be two players looking at each other going, no, you go, no, you go.
Oh, no.
And anytime Amethyst is around, that gets changed, and you said, oh, no, because it's everybody's favorite card, Emerald Chromacon.
Oh, no,
I said
except
oh,
for...
no because I know it's going to happen.
It's got that wasabi. He's got a hidden wasabi. It's got a special tool.
That's a
that will
mouse
help-
tool.
Yeah, there you go, Katie. Exactly.
That's a mouse tool. It's a special tool for later.
Yeah, we'll use for later.
But as we saw, that wasabi is a card that didn't get a lot of play. It was actually a promo card that I remember people saying, like, oh, well, people don't play this card. And then people said, but what if there's a Chromacon everywhere? And it's so funny. We have other Chromacons. We have 6 of them. We've seen Amethyst a couple times, but it's crazy how ubiquitous Chromacon is, where it's usually just this
The
Emerald one.
Chromacon. Yeah, it's very ominous. It's like the Chromacon. You're like, oh, I know which one you're
Did you
talking
just
about.
draw another wasabi?
Did he draw the wasabi, or was he giving it off of the daisy? Oh, no, he drew it.
He
Doesn't matter.
says
It's there.
here. And Josh says, hey, that was kind of like the cool thing I was planning to do. I
He
turned my cards-
scratching the back of the head like, that's not what I needed you to do. And I didn't see that
Yeah,
game
it
one.
is.
And here it is. It's the wasabi cutter of items. That's not his name, but it might as well be. And he does have evasive on your turn, which does trigger with Dumbo. It's not like alert.
Unfortunately. And I think that is why we have alert.
Unfortunately, yeah. Alert, I do remember feeling like that's too good when we had it. It's evasive on your turn. So alert did say, okay, I'm sorry. But in this case, we don't need a lot of tricks here. We were able to just challenge a natural challenge. I believe I heard you say earlier, like, we're going to challenge naturally, the good old-fashioned way.
No tricks,
Yeah,
nothing
clean,
fancy.
Yeah,
feral
clean
challenge.
happening, yeah.
And so Josh was able to get to a nice healthy 8th, but his board has been reduced. We do have a shift target of Lady on the board. Rather than that, he has to be very careful here because Ian is in the driver's seat firmly at this point.
Yeah, this is what Blurple wants to be doing. Little aggressive characters that are able to get some good trades. You force the Dogs player to stop questing for a few turns, stabilize between 8 and 10.
That was a crazy sound.
We see Clarabelle come into play.
Clarabelle, clumsy guess.
We got sound
in
effects.
This deck. Sorry, I just feel like that. Oh, no, she's
That's
the
a-
3
that's a
drop one.
wallflower.
That's a wallflower. Sorry.
She's seen a little less play recently because of Nani, but sometimes you just want all of the 3-cost singers that can trip.
And you are
playing
able to
it
draw
under
a
the
card
sea is
because
amazing.
Ian does have more cards in hand, so Josh was able to draw a card.
And believe
That's
it or
pretty
not,
good. It
this
triggered.
Clarabelle is the spice.
There you
the
go.
spice.
That's the spice we've been waiting for.
That was the noise that I made.
Yeah.
That was the
Ooh.
spice noise. So
Ooh, just a little
I'll have
spicy.
to refine that one.
She
But
sent
yeah,
it back to the waiter and said, I said no spice.
this isn't ketchup.
But you're right. That's a card that we don't always see teched in. There's a few cards that get slotted in these decks that you don't see in every build, but you're not surprised when you see them. This Clarabelle can help address the hand, or you ink if their opponent has more ink, or you draw if their opponent has more ink.
Draw.
If they,
Draw.
yeah, you draw if they have more cards in hand.
thinking of
Hey
Webby.
Hey is the one. Hey Hey is
Is it?
our yeah.
People
Hey Hey
aren't
is
brave
like-
enough for that
No,
yet.
I love that Hey Hey. Put him in your deck. It's like way worse than Webby, but it does give you that ink advantage if your opponent does have more ink than you, which hey, it would trigger and Clarabelle triggered. So listen, what if he has shift Clarabelle in this deck? What if he
Can't
does
wait
that?
for Power Creep Tay and
Power
it
Creep
costs 2.
I can't
And
wait
he's
to
got little
see-
muscles though. I need
Yeah.
him to
see a
have
Hey
like
Hey in
little
a deck.
muscles.
Let's just see that. It's crazy.
Have
how
you
many
seen
we
the Oops All Hey Hey deck? Sorry, I'll stop. I'll
People
stop.
watching
I'll
are like,
stop.
have you seen that? It's not in this tournament or any. But here we go. There's
That's a
that.
good draw.
That is Into the Unknown is a great answer for so many. Now Josh gets some ink, which is nice, but I believe he only has one card.
I don't think he cares about
yeah,
that ink.
it's nice. I think that's one thing when I'm playing against Sapphire. I'm like, well, at least you're gonna ramp me, maybe. But my goodness, it's
Now,
just punishing.
What if the spice is that he's playing the shift line
I just said that.
and he has
We
it?
blacked. That was so long ago.
I knew it. I knew it. When I talk, no one listens. All right, as Wasabi is going to sing Into the Unknown, and what are we picking? Are we picking the Daisy?
Wasabi.
Are we pick?
What?
That was a joke.
Oh God! Oh God! I was like, and Nani goes into the inkwell with, off of Into the Unknown, which is not. You're not. It's not bleakly. Like we're not. Oh my gosh! And we're just gonna challenge in like the good old days.
The good old days. And to your point, I mean, every turn we're losing more and more value. Now, we've talked about, well, what if there's a Clarabelle shift? And Clarabelle non-shift here, the Wallflower, is showing that we know there's greedy decks in the meta. We know there's Amethyst decks, and so people have started to build their decks around the
Just kidding,
the
Tramp.
uber greed. But in this case, no. We'll go ahead and filter our hands, see what we can get to possibly deal with this board. But the window is slowly closing. It's like watching a train, and the doors on the train are closing. You're running with your suitcase, and you're like, I might be able to make it, but you also might get your leg stuck in there, and it
Yeah,
could feel bad.
And we're at that spot
Have
where
you
we're
got train
paying
problems, Katie?
5
Yes.
for a tramp.
That tells me something about Katie specifically. Also, don't go near the train. They literally announced, do not go near the doors. The doors are closing.
People zig, I zag.
All right, Katie. But we did get a little bit of a 2-cost reduction on that tramp. Do we have any cards in hand? Okay, we have 1 card in hand, so we will be able to chuck back the Webby and the Under the Sea, keeping a mystery card.
The Under the Sea is not that bad here. It answers
Unless it's
quite a
another
few
Under the
things.
Sea.
Yeah, I kind of feel it, but we're turning things sideways, which makes me feel like it's not an Under the Sea.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah. I was like, well, maybe just one thing, and he's holding back one, which telegraphs it even harder for me if they hold back one thing. Because we talk about telegraphing, and it's kind of like you want your opponent, like, for example, I was playing against an opponent, and you can tell very much they're going to do Under the Sea because they just hold everything back. They're like, oh, I'm not doing anything.
They're
Don't
like,
worry about
I'll
it.
pass. And
Yeah.
you're like,
okay.
So you're saying he's trying to bait him into playing into Under the Sea, deploy a few more underseeable threats.
Yes, I wouldn't do it. Why would I quest or challenge if I? So I mean, I don't know what the 40 chess of it all is. I think he's kind of seen the writing of the wall that Ian is just a few card draws away from having really anything he wants. Hades would just kind of be a very hard thing right now. There's so many things that are I can't name them all. They're all bad, but Tigger could get rid of
19,
that
20.
lady.
Okay, hold on. He could go.
he
He could go here.
Go-Go would not be bad.
Okay, wait a minute. So you're going 12. Well, okay.
Puts us at 18.
Yeah, you just had to have Ian forget about the other 2 characters on board. You know what I mean?
Go-Go?
But like, I mean, Go-Go's not pretty. Like, oh, okay, it's naughty.
Well, we can find the Go-Go, but it's possible that we're going to be able to turn that Elsa sideways and not have it in play anymore to gain all that lore off of.
Yeah. But I mean, that was the thing is like that's something that you have to worry about, right? Like that is an Elsa. She's big, she's beefy, she's just sitting there with, hey, just kidding. It's just another Wasabi and a Tigger, just taking a tour of your hand, letting me know. Now I have 3-4 lore on the board, and then that Elsa with 4 damage. So you have to figure out a way to get rid of your. Okay, that's a good way to get rid of your Elsa at that point.
I'm just now realizing I was not paying close enough attention to make sure that Josh gained a lore from the Wasabi, because I almost never remember that personally.
Oh, I did forget about that too.
They gain a lore if you destroy an item?
Yep, they gain a lore. That is the consolation prize for Wasabi coming in.
I'm going to trust. Josh won it. He's a world's competitor. And if he forgot,
So am
guess
I, and
what?
I forget all the time.
Well, listen.
We have faith in you. You guys are the chosen ones. But yeah, we do see Dumbo coming in and using his own ability to pay 1, gain 1, and draw 1. Now, if he doesn't do something about it, get rid of this this Elsa. I mean, that's kind of like Josh is just look at Josh. He is locked in. That is a go-go in his hand. The screen could be frozen or okay, he's there. Okay, he's there.
He's
it's
just locked in.
Yeah, locked in, laser focused. Don't touch that dial. I'm JDZ. I'm on a quest.
JDZ, is that you?
JDZ. Well, I'm JDZ. I know I'm on a quest. But yeah, the go-go would be quite nice.
Okay, here's a guidebook. That's still not dealing with your own Elsa. Okay, and we are going to have to send some things into the tramp. So that would go 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So that is literally.
Maybe it isn't a go-go, and he's like, I'll just keep looking and see. Are you a go-go? Please tell me. Are you? And one thing I think that's kind of interesting is I keep thinking about Cheshire Cat and how Cheshire Cat can kind of heal.
Okay, that's a genie.
In this
That's
case,
a genie.
That's not it. But that is such an interesting thing that you could, in theory, use Cheshire Cat to get rid of damage you're afraid of a go-go. But in this case, we're just going to go ahead and try to do what we can.
Did he just like pin trick him with the? Oh, he did. He did. He's like, yeah, go ahead and challenge him.
Oh, there we go.
He
So
did.
now it's just
Okay.
2 lore if there is a go-go.
I didn't see that Iago over there, but all right. That
He
was
said-
a creepy little Iago sitting there waiting there.
I think that Elsa was doing that no matter what we do.
She was just gonna go in there and yep. All right, getting rid of that.
Which is the fear of playing of questing there for the 2 lore. But since he didn't find the go-go, he's going to take that 2 lore when he can get it and just kind of hope to get these last few characters, 1 or 2 of them, to stick around.
What if it's
and
2
turn sideways.
go-go's? What if you like go-go and
2 go-go's in a
chromacons?
trench coat?
Yeah, 2 go-go's and a chromacon.
I mean, if he has 2 go-go's, the game's over because he quests to 16, plays a go-go, gains 2, and I don't think this Iago can be banished.
And then Wasabi can probably get after, let's see, the Nani. And I mean, it's not. He's just going to quest out.
So he's questing.
Questing out.
So this
questing
is
out. Going to the
Chromacon's also
questioning.
not a bad draw, even
It's
though he
a tramp,
knows the
and it's
Wasabi's
a,
there.
Oh, wait, it's a
So
Webby.
some might call those
My
a no-go.
dude, yeah.
No-go Tamago. But those are 2 cards. I mean, at the end of the day, they are upright. Both of them can shift. Now, we haven't seen the shift target of either one, so they probably won't shift. However, he is saying, Ian, you have to respond. These are the cards I have. And I could Go-Go at any time. You don't know.
You could. I could, and I would, and I will when it comes. And I mean, where is it? Because that's another thing too. Is like, how many Go-Gos have we seen? How many have we inked? Are they just floating at the bottom of the deck? Because at this point, we've kind of gone through quite a bit of cards. So she's due. We are due.
It's possible that a Go-Go was discarded to the Tramp for 5 earlier in the game.
And that is a challenge into the Mowgli. Putting the 3 damage on the Iago. Okay, sick. Oh, just kidding. Cheshire Cat coming in to clean up a lot of this damage. But it's okay. We'll be able to move the 3 damage onto the Webby, get rid of the Webby, and potentially, actually, no, the Tramp, because the Tramp is a 1-3 or is he a 1-2?
You can only move 2 damage with the cat, so...
Oh, he's not Bell. Just kidding. Not Bell. Card's not great. Get it out of your decks, you guys. It's not Bell. That was a joke. I'm just kidding.
Nobel Peace Prize. Have you said it 4,000 times? It'll never stop. But yeah, I mean, it's so tricky. I hate when we get to Go-Go's such a fascinating card because she's like so miserable when you don't need her. But then every card he draws, we're like, is it?
Yeah, right.
Are you Go-Go?
Because we're probably in a world where the Wasabi trades with Nani, and then we move 2 damage off of Iago. So the Go-Go's only gaining 1.
Yeah.
Max we can get to is 18. Go-Go's only going to be able to quest to 19. So we'd have to draw Go-Go into Go-Go. I think might be the only way Josh wins this game. And honestly, that might not be enough because Ian's taken his time here, and I think it's because he's counting the race. He's like, I trade here and I quest and I do this. Like his Genie and Dumbo get to gain some lore. That puts us up to 9 and then 10 off of Tipo. And then the next turn we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not enough unless we deploy 4 more lore. So maybe Josh has this on double Go-Go.
Maybe, or he has a Dapper Rascal in there. That might get us 1 more lore. He's a shiftable little guy.
What do you got in there? Empty your pockets right now.
But as we're sitting here thinking about it for a little bit now because we do have 25 minutes left on the round, and you could probably literally think about for 20 more. But it is 6-16 as Josh kind of sits there as the Dogs players do when they start to not have as many resources in hand, and they're just kind of like, what do I look at?
Yeah, truly the most insufferable thing when you're playing against a deck with lots of card draw and you finish the card draw time of your life, and you're like, I wish I had decisions to make. I'd love to make decisions right now.
As a Tigger does return that right back to our hand, so we're not going to actually do anything about the Tramp except for get it on up out of here as we try to think about the other things, as that's just adding more lore to the board.
I will say that Tramp... Oh, sorry.
Go for it.
Well, I mean, that Tramp can be devious because, I mean, if you leave the Webby and the Tramp, suddenly now that Go-Go target could be more valuable. So, I mean, there also, I mean, you were saying a Webby trigger as well as another thing.
Yeah, but we're sadly 1 ink short because the Tramp costs 2 and we only have 5, so we can't actually play Go-Go and Tramp on this turn. If we could, that would be a way to get 1 extra lore.
Yeah, because I was thinking like, you can just pump everything up, but I mean, it is a battle of so many resources where Ian has so much ink, and meanwhile Josh has 5 to deal with.
He wins if he draws Go-Go though, not taking this out and leaving the 3 damage. He's just not respecting the Go-Go.
What?
And
and Josh says, okay,
magic of the cards. Let's see it.
Did you see the smile?
Disney magic time.
Hold up, no.
Go-Go Tamago.
He drew a card and then looked a little less excited.
No,
so.
Wasn't it less excited? I mean, that was his most emotion I've seen out of Josh.
That Go-Go like
yeah,
it's my.
I think he would have played it.
Yeah. Oh man.
It's my structured settlement, and I want it now. If I
yeah,
have Go-Go.
I know, basically. And now we're looking in. We're gonna challenge. There ain't nothing we can do about this.
That was very. The fact he had that moment though of like, oh, I am so in this.
Oh no, it's a Tramp and then a. Oh wait,
is that a Willow?
Wait. What are we doing?
We're just playing.
How much ink do we have?
He's deciding.
I hope he just quests and plays Go-Go right now.
Yeah, right. He's like, I'm just.
I would appreciate. I don't even care if you slow roll it. Like, have at it.
6, 7, 8. So there's 8 on board. So yeah, I guess he's saying you don't have game on board. All I need is 1 more turn to draw Go-Go and just keep you not getting rid of Iago.
He's like, where the are my Go-Gos? Like, where are they?
He did a shake. I do say,
like, can I see this thing?
If you're ever at a tournament and you're watching 2 players and you want to know who won and who lost and you don't want to ask, just look for the player desperately looking through the top players of their card. They lost.
Oh, my gosh.
That is the hallmark of a player who just said, where is my dog? In this case, he's going to deploy the cards he has.
19, hopefully. I mean, we are just fuming for a Go-Go at this point as we do get Ian off of the ability to win next turn, and then just kind of like praying that our deck builds us out.
This is an interesting thing.
Ian said you didn't have it, and Josh said, "No, I don't have it."
I think Josh is hoping that Ian
Forgets
maybe
how to win?
does not do the cat again properly.
Exactly.
So like
He has to
if
play the
Ian just challenges the Yago into the Nani and then just activates cat to move a damage over, there's no go profit, because if either of these characters challenge, it's only one, so it's the same as questing, and so that just makes it so you don't lose to go. But if he leaves any damage on his characters, like if he tries to value and move the damage off of Iago and then challenge, Go-Go's an out.
So, I mean, it is so interesting because you have to play that's the play to your out definition, is being like, well, you might not, but this is not
that's
helping.
A Hades. That's a Hades.
But he still, here we go. He moves the cat, which he knows it's there.
He might
He
challenge
does,
with
though.
cat and then move the damage off cat onto the...
But then that still
Oh.
leaves. Okay, so
See, we're value trading.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And there we go. And he moved it, so now there's not enough go damage to seal the game. So he said, I didn't forget about math.
We could trade with Tigger.
Oh,
I
wait,
think
what are
he's
we
trading
doing?
with Tipo, so he's still leaving
Oh,
only one.
yeah.
Questing
Yep.
and then supporting.
So we're still
No,
out of
our hopes and
go-go
dreams are
range.
gone.
Yes.
All right.
And there we go. And there's one turn for it to work out. So Go had one chance. You don't get two turns, Go. Think about it.
I know. You had to show up now.
If it's the go-go
Go-Go.
off top, I'm going to
I
be
would
heartbroken.
actually
I
have
would
to.
eat it. On
Oh, Go. Honestly, if you're at home, go yell at your Go-Go's because they don't
My
deserve to be
goodness.
here.
Line them up, fan them out, and say, "We needed you. You were the chosen
I
one."
called for help 10 times.
My goodness.
That was
Oh.
really something.
He-
Something.
oh,
The heartbreak.
man.
Yeah, and you could tell. That moment where he passed, and he's like, "You're saying there's a chance."
Yeah. He was like, "Wait a minute," and then he's like, "I'm just gonna draw Tipo, or Willow, and Tramp."
Willow
so
said,
that's not
what am I
wanted.
supposed to do? I'm supposed to be out on turn 2. So yeah, that was a spectacular round 7. It shows that Dogs is good, but not infallible. Now we might be able to get an interview. We'll go ahead and see because it's all dependent on who's available, and it is. It's a dinner hour, so we're kind of in a room, and the casters have to come to us. We're kind of
we
but
have
you can
no
go ahead and
idea,
cut
but-
to us here in the booth and
you
let
wanna
these
look
players.
at
well, I just
us?
don't. Eventually, Josh and Ian probably want to say, I don't know, relax.
Right, yeah, we're gonna cut to us, and you see Josh just fly across the table at Ian.
Yeah,
No,
he
I'm
was
just
holding
kidding.
it together,
and he just feeds
and
him the
now
Go-Go.
he
I'm
can
just kidding, I'm
really
kidding, I'm
let
kidding,
those feelings out here.
Yeah,
but
we're
that
in a
was
safe spot. We are in a safe place. As yet, Go-Go just kind of
no good.
She no-goed. She no-goed Tomagoed.
Yeah.
To the bottom of the deck.
She did. She said, I'm scared. And don't be scared, Go-Go. And that's why I think a lot of players, I have heard say, I don't like Go-Go because it is scary to put your win condition on a top deck and to say, it'll work as long as the cat's not around. They don't move the damage. They forget about this. I top deck it. I have enough ink. So that can be precarious. It's a good backup win condition, but not necessarily a fun total win condition.
She's a I got you thing. And it is very much an I got you thing. But the thing is you had to. And again, there was a lines where Ian kind of didn't respect it to begin with, but then the next turn went, oh wait, I'm gonna respect it.
You see that hope in your opponent's eyes, and you're like,
and you're
wait,
like,
what
oh
did
wait,
I miss?
yeah, exactly. Like,
What
wait a
did I
minute.
miss?
Oh my God, this deck plays Go-Go. So yeah, we saw him clean up that damage that second turn, and Josh went no. So yeah.
So if you guys want to orientate yourself in the day, we got about 20-ish minutes of round 7 left. We have had Lucas like, let me open a pack. I'm not
Just
oriented
one
in
pack.
nothing. Let
Well,
me finish
one
the orientation.
pack? Where'd you get this pack?
Technically, I have
one pack.
a pepper challenge that I need to open a pack for.
Okay, so I'll tell
okay.
you guys how this tournament's
All
going
right,
later.
and
after
we're
this
gonna
band.
do that while they set up the interview.
Okay.
And
Do you have a
I
pepper?
honestly I don't remember. Well, I'm not gonna.
You have to
lose.
beat a legendary.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not from hers, but I don't remember what it was.
So
that
you're
was
doing a pepper
open.
challenge, no knowledge and no pepper.
I can eat a pepper later.
All right. Well, everybody tune
put
in
it
to
on
watch a man
stream.
open a
Yeah.
pack.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Exactly. They want to see it.
So what are we doing?
Foil rare.
You started with the highest one, so.
So
all
you're
right.
cooked. You were actually
I
fried.
open packs the proper way.
You were
the
actually
last
fried.
3. These cards, that they don't want to see them. They want
Yeah,
to
but you
see.
started with
I
the.
was
This
like,
could have been an enchanted. You
I'm
start
a
with an
bit-
Yeah, and I would love to start
Okay,
with an
that's
enchanted.
true.
I'm an
And
actual gremlin.
What
It
is it?
is-
What is it, chat?
It is. It looks like a coot. No, it's Raging Storm.
I mean, that's a cool card.
It doesn't
is very
count. It needs to be a
cool.
legendary, but that's fine.
Who are you
Does
trying
it?
to beat? He doesn't know who he's been challenged by. I'd like to know.
I challenged him.
You did?
The
Oh,
second time or the first time?
he's
You
doing pepper
didn't-
pack
you
challenge.
never did the
doesn't
first
know
time
who he's
proper.
challenged, and he doesn't have a pepper. It is crazy
Well, it
work.
looks like apparently I lose then
He
if
lost.
we're going off of
But he doesn't have a
rarity.
Because
pepper, and
I
he doesn't know
opened
who
a
he's
Goliath,
challenged
a
by.
foil Goliath. Not a foil. I'm lying. It was a non-foil Goliath, and I was like,
So
all right, I challenge you.
$10 was the beat. Yeah, Raging Storm does not
Well,
hit that.
we
No.
are. Yeah, no.
It's rarity, but then.
It is rarity.
Okay, so we are ready to go ahead and get to an interview. We'll go ahead and click on that interview here, and we'll get the winner here in 3, 2, 1.
Yo, and here we are at the interview. Shout out to Ian for winning that 7th round match against a pretty terrible matchup. Ian, you're on Sapphire Amethyst. Why?
Well, I really wanted to play yellow blue actually, but my week of testing showed that I could not consistently beat the new purple steel, and I just lost very badly to dogs. So I kind of just had to suck it up and choose on something else. And I was like, Blurple's the easiest to get together. That's all what I have the cards for.
So it sounds like you got scared. Okay, do you let fear run your life normally? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
A little bit.
I'm kidding. So you are on Sapphire Amethyst. You are now X1 in this event. It's a pretty safe, comfortable spot to be in. Can you just talk about this matchup in particular? Historically, this has not been a good Sapphire Amethyst showing, but you were able to win in pretty convincing fashion against one of the best players we have in the game. So can you talk about your deck against this Dogs deck?
Yeah, well, I mean, in the past, no Sapphire Amethyst deck really tried to tech for dogs all that much. They didn't really have any answers for anything. When I picked back up Blurple for the week to test for this, I was like, okay, I'm gonna see dogs. Dogs just want a DLC. I need to make sure that I don't get blown out by dogs because I'm just worried about the mirror. So I'm initially put in Wasabi's, Tiggers, and Sven's to be like, I refuse to lose to dogs. I can lose to anything else, but I refuse to lose to dogs. And the Sven's just ended up being too clunky because they were uninkable and in the slot of Genie. But the Tiggers and Tigger and Wasabi was really what carried me to the victory.
And it showed up in that match. You saw how effective those Tiggers can be, and being able to just reset some of those 2-cost characters and stop the Trent plays from coming in too early. But was there any other techs that you have in your deck, or everything else is pretty standard?
No, it's just the Wasabis and the Tiggers.
How many Wasabis?
2.
Okay. Nice having those Wasabis. But Ian, where are you coming from? Is this your first time coming to an inking event?
Yeah, this is my first inking event. I'm originally from Dayton, Ohio.
Okay.
So a little bit of a drive, but.
And did you drive by yourself?
Yes, I did.
No way you came down from Dayton, Ohio by yourself for a Lorcana tournament. That's really cool. What inspired you to do that? Just wanted to play?
This has been something I've gotten pretty passionate about. I spend arguably too much time around this game. It's the first thing I've really felt like I have a natural skill towards, and like I could actually become one of the best players.
Oh, wow.
So I really wanted to give myself a chance.
Dude, that's pretty impressive. That's what, believe in yourself, okay? Trust in yourself. You don't need anybody. Lock in, get in the car, drive down. How many hours is that?
8 hours.
8 hours by yourself, show up to the event and really prove yourself. So that's really, really cool, Ian. I'm glad that you did that, man. But before I let you go, I know we got another round that you have to get prepared for to get ready to play in. Any special shout outs that you want to give? Who didn't join that 8-hour ride with you back home in Ohio that you want to help? Shout out for getting you here.
Well, I want to shout out my local game store, No Limit Gaming in Dayton, Ohio. They give out insane store credit for their weeklies, and it allows to attract the best of the best in our area. So I get a lot of good practice with a bunch of different people. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to use my own play mat, but I have a Look at This Family mat signed by a bunch of people from my local store.
That's really cool
for all these big tournaments.
That's really cool, man. Shout out to your local game store, and shout out to you again for coming through. That was a Disney Lorcana Challenge champion that you just took down in that round. So maybe since you've beaten one, now you can go become one yourself. Who knows? There are a lot of DLC Ghent coming up next week. I don't know. You can't probably drive to that one, but
I wish I could.
maybe you get the DLC in Indianapolis. It's going to be Infinity. Do you play a little bit of Infinity as well?
Not really, no. I played that one Infinity weekend for the promos, and I was like, this wasn't for me. I'll stick to
now you gotta lock back in. But Ian, we'll let you go, brother. It was so nice to meet you, man, and good luck in the rest of the event. And we're probably gonna kick it back over to the booth if they're ready. If not, we're gonna sit here for a little while and just do a little bit of posing and modeling. Okay, and take it away.
didn't go anywhere at all because we're always watching. But Katie, I want you to help me out with the tournament math and tell me what's going on.
So, I mean, it's tricky because right now everybody's doing like their little, okay, not everybody, like 3 people are doing math and everybody's going to those 3 people and saying, oh, what do I do?
Those people are doing math too.
Exactly. They're doing math, but it's a little more fuzzy. So basically at this point, we just finished round 7 and there's 2 more rounds today before we all go home. We eat some little crab cakes in bed. We fall asleep.
Whoa, no.
That's a good idea.
You're forgetting something.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
karaoke tonight, but that's fine.
Karaoke.
I'd like to note that these 2 have a hard time staying on task, but we're here, we're back. He baited her. It's fine. But we will have our top 16 tomorrow morning. 10 a.m. is when we're going to start, and we'll start with our top 16, top 8, top 4, top 2.
We're not done yet today.
No,
we have 2 more
yeah,
rounds.
we have 2 more
We
rounds.
already
Yeah.
said that.
So
We
we have
said
2
that.
more
We're
rounds
onto it.
today.
We're on it.
And so those 2 rounds, what happens is people are going to start doing the math. At this point, there was 4 undefeated people going into this round. So statistically speaking, there should only be 2, maybe 1, maybe none undefeated if they happen to tie. That's pizza here. This is
Color
quite the
is
brief.
pizza. Go ahead and tell me whatever you want, Katie.
Shout out to Ink Ink and Sabaro Pizza. It's in a mall everywhere, especially this dead one. Crazy that Sabaro survived, and they have good pizza. But all that to say, these players are going to be doing the math. These players were at 5-1, meaning they had 1 loss. Now Joshua Poultry is sitting at X2 is what they call it, but it's 5-2.
Right.
So he possibly, there might be some players that have 2 losses and make it in. It just all depends on how these next couple rounds
Them
go.
tiebreakers.
Exactly. Who did you win against? Who did you lose against? And who did those people win and lose against? It's not. It's really something I've seen where people they'll lose against somebody and say, you better do really good.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, and it's like, and then you find out that the person that you lost into so you lose round 1 and then you're just winning out, and then you find out that the person that you lost to in round 1 went home after round 2, and you're like,
No,
so
honestly, actually, it's better for you. I would much rather my opponent drop than continue and not do well. It does make your tiebreakers worse, actually. Real talk.
I thought
there.
the drop was worse than
No.
just them playing it out.
I
and
don't think so.
potentially
Maybe
winning a
I'm
couple
wrong,
more
but it
times.
feels the other way.
That's why tournament math is left for Katie and not
Yeah,
me.
and-
I don't
we don't
vibe
do
it
the
out.
math.
I go
Yeah.
on
I
what
just go the
feels bad,
vibes.
and that's
Yeah.
why I stop. I
But-
scoop at round 1 and I go home.
It's definitely something I like to say to my opponent. It's just like, I'll try to keep your breakers up, please. I'll try
And
to
then
do
then
you
they
a
watch
favor.
you and you're in the parking lot.
Yeah,
and
and
you
I'm
gotta
over
say,
the drop. And it's like, I failed you. I'm sorry.
Thanks, buddy. But yes, that's where we're at. So we are going to take a tiny little break because we have our other 3 casters that are, 2 other casters and Luke will be here.
And pizza.
Color's going to eat pizza. I'm going to go say, where the heck is that pizza? I've had 2 slices.
I won't
Why
be
not
back.
4? You're not coming back for
I'm done for the night. You'll see
Oh.
me tomorrow. You might see me do a pack rush. We don't know exactly what we're going to do. It depends on when
Do
the
we have
rounds
packs
fire.
or pack rush, or are you just going to be
Just
like,
the
pack
cube
rush?
pack rush.
Oh.
Yeah, you're just gonna say pack rush.
Yeah, pack rush. But either way,
Pack me, please.
we'll go to a quick break, and then we will come back with 2 more exciting rounds of Disney Lorcana. Go eat your pizza.
Okay.
I see
I don't
ya.
know if it's supposed to be for you too, so I don't want to.
We'll see you back in a little bit.
Bye. Just kidding. Come back. What the.
We are back in the building at the Ink Open, the Winterspell event. Thus far, I think it's gone really, really well. We're seeing some of the best players in the world playing very interesting decks. We've been trying to keep the variety up for you guys.
For sure, and I think we've done a pretty decent job at that, showcasing a lot of shout out to the cameraman over there. Go and step into that cameraman, please, if you can.
Say hi.
We're over here trying to have a production over here. The cameraman's over here tearing up the facilities.
Trying to make us look good.
We're going to get thrown out of the mall. We got Bally's Total Fitness going to come by and take these shells back over here. The cameraman. But seriously, it's been a really amazing tournament, and that's why I've had so much joy coming to these events, and this one is just exceeding those expectations like some of the other events that we've had, because there's just been a multitude of different decks, and the gameplay has been pretty good as well.
Yeah, some really, really crazy clutch finishes. Some, it's a thrill of victory and then the defeat, man, the anguish that you feel on these top decks. I mean, I still think back to that Let It Go that we found early on in the tournament. I believe that was the Dave got bested by that in his match against Anthony. There's just been so much drama.
Did you just see the last round?
I didn't. What happened?
He had the go-go out for like 3 turns. And then the turn when it didn't matter anymore, he top decked the go-go on the last turn and couldn't win. But it would have been 4-game, multiple turns in a row. It was so heartbreaking. He just kept playing a character that did nothing. His opponent answered it. He got to 17 or 18 lore. It was just,
that's brutal.
That hurts. That hurts. It stings, but still, what I have, and I spoke about this a bit earlier too. Even though these matches have been very tight, very competitive, all the players seem like they're in still very good spirits. But I think we're getting where we're at now in the tournament. This is where it gets a little bit sweaty,
heartbreaky.
Yeah, because this is where people can start to draw in at the top, but there's just clawing each other's eyes out here at the lower tables as we're trying to fight our way into that top 16.
And then you have the pair ups and pair downs where you think you're going to get to split and you're guaranteed a lock, and all of a sudden your opponent has to play in 2-0 to get in. And it's just like, well, I guess good luck, have fun. We're going to play it out.
But Luke, as our resident DLC champion, is there any superstition? Obviously you'd rather be at the top, but is there any thought to staying hot, staying fresh, going in and getting a chain of wins, or would you rather draw in? Do you feel like you get cold or get out of your rhythm?
They definitely both have their positives and negatives. I take the splits a lot. I do not necessarily do what Sky or Zach Biven does, where they want the high seed. I'd rather just guarantee the top cut. That said, if I'm feeling really good, I broke the format, and I think I beat every single deck in the format, yeah, I might still play for sure.
Yeah, play it out and keep that. I like a rhythm. I feel like I'm in a good rhythm, and my deck's going well. If I take a break, then I feel that my deck might just betray me, and when I come back.
I've been in a situation where I had won my round very quickly and was in a top 8, and both of our half of the bracket was done. They let us play ahead almost. I had to wait almost 2 hours for my finals match.
Oh, that's even worse.
I basically crashed out. I was almost asleep by the time I got to play. And so that's kind of frustrating. So sometimes not splitting just to stay fresh, as you're saying, is worth it.
Yeah.
Sometimes getting an early dinner before the top 8 is amazing.
Yeah, you get some calories in you, get a little refresh, get your mind right. That's the way to go. In my book, that's what I like. But I'm talking set champs top 8.
Yeah, right. Those DLCs, man, they can be daunting. People don't talk about that enough. How to manage. You're managing your calorie intake. You're managing your fatigue level. You're managing your hydration level. You're trying to, because it's an endurance event. I mean, I'll be interested to see how many calories people burn throughout the day just by attending a DLC and playing in those DLCs. So every little micro decision you make outside of not necessarily just the decision that happened on the field, but just all those auxiliary things that take place going to round and round and round. I'll be interested to see people put more information out about that stuff and how to prepare to get those long endurance events done.
Oh, they've done studies on chess players, I do believe, and they burn an insane amount of calories, 1,000 plus more than on a normal day, and that's a big reason why you should not be fasting on the event. Don't just drink a bunch of soda and forget to eat food. You're gonna feel terrible later. You're gonna get headaches, or you're just gonna get exhausted. And a big thing is you're not doing your normal day to day and maintaining a fresh thing. You should be guzzling water down all day long and staying hydrated and in best shape you can.
For sure. I'm walking the venue too. These venues, this is the whole mall that we're at right now. So you got to walk all the way around and the bathrooms and all that kind of stuff. Just managing all of that, and because we focus on the gameplay a lot, and that's obviously super important. But all the other things kind of really come into play.
Yeah. I think that having an event in this mall, though, is a nice place to have it because you can get out away from all the hustle and bustle and just have a little nice walk through the mall while they play some Michelle Branch, you know, and you can feel good about yourself.
Yeah, I
Stretch your
definitely
legs.
feel young. Like this, I feel like I'm 25 because that's the last time I've been in a mall like this.
The last time you were in a mall, you were 25. How long
That
ago
looked
was
like
that?
this. This mall is like a relic of the 90s.
That was last year.
It still has it still has like the neon lights up and everything. It's a really cool and quaint little spot out here in Glen Burnie. Out in the suburbs of Maryland. It's so great to be here. Again, thank you so much for the Ink Inc. crew for putting this event on. It has been a spectacular success, and Garrick and I were pontificating and going down memory lane about Ink Inc. and where it started and how these events have continued to grow and compound and where it is now. You just have to, the grind is going to be the grind, but sometimes you have to look back and see where you come and where you ended up. And I think this event has just been another absolute success. So thank the Ink Inc. crew for putting this thing on, and all the judges and staff and all the wonderful sponsors that we have here and all the vendors that are out there. If you're in the event and you're watching this in the future, thank you so much. Make sure you come back to the next one. And if you're watching at home, if you can make it to the next Ink Inc. Open, make sure you do that, man, because it's a phenomenal tournament. As you guys are not missing any action, we're still waiting on round number 8
All right,
to begin here soon.
Let's do a 3-person heart for Ink Inc. You go like this.
Okay.
Put like this. So it's a V, the bottom
How
part
are
of
you
the heart.
doing that?
And then Garrick and I do the
get in on
yeah,
this, bro.
do it in the middle, the upside inverted V. Yeah.
Oh, there it is right there.
Quad heart.
That's a
Yeah,
love.
oh, you're here. I'll let you in. You can sit back in my spot.
And there is but thank you so much, Luke Wonderland. Got the jacket on. You look so professional, man.
I think I looked better in Garrick's amazing
Sweater, yeah.
snazzy, man. Snazzy.
Very beautiful.
You know who we need? We need Chirag over here for a good old time's
Yeah,
sake.
where is Chirag? Find him, because that was the original. People don't remember the OG, triple OG, super OG, Ink Inc. Invitational.
64 players.
Yep.
Locked in, laser focused, just the best players in the DMV area. That's it. That's who was getting the invite. And the winner of that was Richie, and that was an amazing final. I remember that because all day we had a hot hands blurple. He got the bell on one.
Bro, the bell on one.
Oh,
we
man.
were
He
just
top
waiting.
decked it.
Yeah, and then immediately played it like nothing. Oh, that was one of the
I
best
remember.
moments.
Oh, but shout out to poor Richie. He was getting absolutely violated today in this tournament. It did not
Yeah.
go well for him.
That's all right.
As the Ink Inc. First Ink Inc. champion came through, but he's still in great spirit. Shout out to Richie. Outfit looked amazing. I think his aesthetic is
Richie's
top
got to. I got to go to him for fashion advice.
The man
He
can
knows
dress.
what he's doing.
He looks
he
put
dresses
together.
well.
He dresses very well. I like his style. I don't really say that too often. Great aesthetic on Richie, I think.
Yeah, he's crushing
he
it.
can put it together.
And he's also another person that is like, we need to play some ball.
He can ball?
Yeah.
Is he a talker or is he a doer? Have you seen him out there?
I
What's his
haven't,
moves?
but I can imagine. I mean, his profile picture is a basketball player on Discord. You got to think.
Okay.
Maybe he can put up some shots and get some efficient looks at the basket.
I mean, he does have the drip, so maybe I think I associate dressing nice.
His profile picture is him dunking on Jordan, actually, in a pickup game.
Non-Photoshop.
No.
That actually happened in the Space Jam match. He's actually Bugs Bunny.
But do you think you can beat Michael Jordan in a basketball game right now?
No.
I think I could.
You're delusional.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. He cooked me right now. He's like
He's
90.
6'6".
He's still like
he's in his 60s.
Yeah, he put paws on me, dude. I don't think
What are you talking
I
about?
don't
It's
think
Michael
mine.
Jeffrey
Okay.
Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
He put you in a blender. What are you
Yeah,
talking
you're
about?
right. I mean, but he's old.
You
though,
might
man.
be able to take Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
You know what, though? I have not seen you play basketball, so there exists.
That's what I'm
There is
saying.
a universe that exists where JD's. I mean, what are we talking? Horse?
No, we're talking,
I'm talking straight
run
up.
the ones.
Just 1v1, first
Yeah.
to 11, make it, take it. I think I'm beating Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Do you hear what you're saying?
That's
Say
insane.
that.
I can't even repeat that.
Listen. MJ, we know you're here. We know you're a big
He's
Lorcana
watching.
fan.
How about we do 1-1 basketball, and then we do some Lorcana.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
he cooks me in both, dude. What if he cooks me in both?
It's like chess boxing, but
He's-
somehow more.
He's playing
More
Ruby
crazy.
Steel. That's probably the closest thing to the Bulls colors, and we know
Okay.
that it's back.
It is clearly back again. He is X2 now, though. Still alive and well to make it.
Sky is still alive. As for our bounty player, I think Kurt is still alive. Our former champions, 2 are out. The Dave, unfortunately, lost last round and is now X3. Richie is out. Kurt is our only champion remaining. He is X1-1.
Wow, the
Or not-
Spice Man.
Yeah, he's
cometh.
X1-1. So he's still in, and I believe we still have a couple more bounty players out there that are still perusing. Well, we have Attack for 2.
Yeah.
If he's still in, Sky's still in, Kurt's still in, so that's 3 out of the 6 that
Bounty
are still
players looking good.
locked in.
Bounty players looking good. We might have just get Sky back in here and get another Sky. Just turn this thing into a Sky feature until he goes down. Thoughts?
just Ruby Steel. Chat, what do you think? Just Ruby Steel for the next 2 rounds.
I can't see any
Ruby
chat, but let's
Steel.
see if we can find some chat. Just a Ruby Steel showcase until he falls out of the tournament.
Until
Chad,
the
how
next
are you
2
feeling?
rounds.
How are you? What do you want to see, chat?
No, but we do have a nice special feature match that should be coming in. The pairings have not been posted yet for the next round, if I recall. They still should be getting the next one here in the next spot. But we do have a feature match that's picked out. We're going to talk about that player once we get it set up because there's a pretty.
I think we could throw his first name out here, and I don't think 10% of the chat would know who we're talking about.
Okay, throw it out there. Let's see what we got.
We're gonna get Pierre out here on the feature match, and if you know who that player is, drop it in the chat. If you're a real one, first one to drop it in the chat gets a
shout out from the JDZ.
Yeah, that we might have to give him a little slam poetry.
Yo, Matt Lunar comes in, gets it right. Sailor came all the way down for beautiful Quebec. I think that's French Canada. Comes down and is participating in this CCQ, and he said, hey, I'm coming down there and taking this thing back to Canada, and then I'm going to go to Canada and take the one from Canada, and I'm going to Ghent next week, and I'm taking that one as well. He did say it just like that with that
With the
same
woo.
speed.
With the Ric Flair.
He said,
Rick, you got to hit him with
he
the
did.
woo.
He said, woo. He said, coming down. He said, listen up, brother. I'm coming to America. Just like that. That's exactly how he talks. If you've never heard Sailor speak before, I mean, he is French-Canadian, so
That's how they talk up there. They all talk in WWE speak.
Let me tell you what, brother. I'm coming down here to America, and I tell you what, brother, I'm coming to Hey Geek, and I'm taking that CCQ title back to the North, baby. Woo, and then I'm going to.
I love how small yours is. That's a Richard Flair. That's not a Ric Flair.
That's the French-Canadian accent. That's all. That's all. Woo, then I'm going over to Ghent next weekend. We're going to bring the DLC champion back home to Canada as well. Woo, and we're.
I'm going to say this. I think that CCQs, DLCs, I think that all the tournaments, when we get to the finals, we should cut together like the players doing a WWE smack talk. You know what I mean?
I'm with
like,
it.
let them know like what's coming. Like, I want to see that.
But I think if you do it, you have to be careful because I don't want to make it like any kind of negativity.
Mean.
If everyone is in on it,
we'd have to vet the people. Like, you know who would be great at that, Kurt? Because he actually did wrestling.
Kurt Spice did wrestling?
Yes. Yes, he did like
Wow.
semi-professional wrestling.
That feels right.
It does.
The second you said that, I was like, how did I not know that? Kurt
You talked
Spice.
about that in the interview you did with him, right?
Yeah, and he has the personality for it.
He had a name and everything.
I've seen.
He had an outfit.
I've also seen the pictures. Okay, he will not share these pictures, but I've seen the pictures, and it is real. Okay, it is legit, and the costumes and the mask and the
That
paint.
was the second Ink, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Because me, you, and him went to the bar after, and he was just regaling. We were all talking about our favorite wrestlers and stuff. Do you have a favorite wrestler from back in the day? Did you watch WWE? Brett?
I didn't really, but I love a good Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh, yeah.
He rises to the top.
Talk to my wife, Elizabeth. Yeah. Elizabeth. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got you for 3. Plate does. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's the battling Macho Man.
Yeah, let's get it. Let's chat vote who's got the best
Intercontinental champion. Yeah.
He's in a flow state. I think his body was possessed by Macho Man there for a second. Can we snap it to a Slim Jim?
Heavyweight Intercontinental champion. Macho Man.
Let's get the
Randy
handshake in.
Savage.
Get the hand.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, brother. I'm talking about a little bit of Daisy Duck, Donald Steaks. Big prize. Big prize. Ooh, yeah. You put that thing right in the trash can. Yeah. You tell me you playing dogs? It's going in the trash can.
Yeah, let's do Macho Man talking about Lorcana.
I just ripped an iconic Mickey. So I sit down and my opponent's playing Blurple. I'm like, what am I doing? It's the second mirror in a row.
What? Macho Man's not playing Blurple.
I alter my hand and miss ramp again.
He's a purple steel player, I think.
Macho Man's definitely playing Amber Ruby, dude.
Yeah, no, he is. He
Mufasa.
was playing it. He was stubborn, that Macho Man.
He's still in it. Okay, so we got Macho Man for Brent. Who's your favorite?
My favorite was probably The Rock, dude. Dwayne The Rock Johnson, dude. Stone.
Yeah, you gotta say the whole name.
I'm sorry, dude.
I get it.
I'm sorry, dude. Please, I know I'm basic.
The Rock is a crazy, crazy pick.
You're not rocking with The Rock?
No, I mean it's just. I don't feel like I hear a lot of people say The Rock is their favorite.
You're kidding.
I think that's kind of a underrated pick at this moment in time.
I like The Undertaker. Okay, I didn't mind The Undertaker. I like Goldberg because I was a WCW guy. Goldberg was my guy there for a minute.
My fave?
Who's that?
Sting.
Sting was.
I was about to say
he
Sting.
had the crow mask,
Yeah.
the baseball bat. I went to see so much live because my dad would take me. I was obsessed with it, and it was during the era where Sting was not showing up.
Yeah.
He was like MIA. That was part of the storyline. And every time we went, I would be delusional little kid and like look in the rafters. I was like, he's up there. He's coming down. He's coming. Look, Dad.
no,
And
that's
there's
heartbreak.
nothing there. It's a light, or the key grip is up there. Walking on the catwalk or something. The lead gaffer is up there, and I'm like, there he is. And my dad's like, yeah, he's coming. He's got. He never showed up.
Yeah.
He never showed up. But Sting was my favorite for sure.
Not Fandango. Anybody a Fandango fan?
Fandango. I've never heard. That's some
Who-
deep. That's some deep
that-
cuts.
I buy my movie tickets from them.
I think Brett is making up wrestlers. I've
No,
never heard
that's
of Fandango.
No, man, I'm not making up wrestlers. Grimbo Scrimbo.
Grimbo Scrimbo?
No, I'm just joking. That's a made up one.
It's like that. That's not real.
The cantankerous Crunk.
Oh.
So the two players that we selected for the stream match decided to get deck checked right as they were on
That's crazy.
What, is one of those players Sailor?
Yes.
Okay. Because we promised the chat that.
Okay, no, it is Sailor. I just
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
They're being deck checked right now. Okay.
I'm getting deck checked. To my feature match. You busted my chops here. I'm on a heater.
No.
They got me in the deck check. Boot. I'm fighting for my life. The Hades always rises to the top. They're making me re-sleeve all 60.
God, dude, this is so. The wheels are falling off.
No, dude, the wheels always have to fall off at inking.
At a certain point.
The wheels are falling off, but it's a party limo, man. That's the thing you got to remember.
You're right.
We don't need no wheels where we're going.
But we did get some votes in, and some people did want to see a Ruby Steel Power Hour.
Did we?
We got a couple
If,
votes.
if Sky is still alive, we got to get him to on the final round. Does Ruby Steel make top cut?
I think we need to. I think we do.
I think
think
we just
need
play
to-
it back. We got this round. So this is round 7. We got round. No, we're going into round 8.
So Sky final round if he's X2.
Even if he's X3, just throw him in there and let's see what happens.
The people want to see that deck.
Even when there's zero stakes possible.
There's 5 other people sweating it out playing for top cut.
Got Sky in there.
Let's see if he gets 2-0'd.
What are we top cutting to?
He's still got his playmat. Let's see if he loses it. Those are the stakes.
What are we top cutting to?
16.
This is a good time to
16.
16?
Okay. Top 16.
From 200 over. 200, almost
274.
300.
274, top 16.
Top 16.
Hey, to be fair, 2,000 cuts to top 32. So
Facts.
That's a good point.
That is fair. That is fair. But also, I got to tell oh my God, I can't talk. I failed to mention, and I want to thank all of you guys who are watching this. We've broken over 1,000 live viewers multiple times throughout the day. So I want to thank you guys all for the support. If you guys are enjoying the Ink Ink, if you're enjoying on Twitch, make sure you are also supporting the YouTube stream as well, just for a little algorithmic manipulation. I mean,
you throw a like out there because it genuinely helps. And if you're enjoying the product, if you don't like the product, please feel free to dislike.
Cut that out.
Okay.
No,
I'm being honest.
I mean, listen.
If you like what you see, like. If you don't, you can throw a dislike on
No,
there. Be
you
honest.
keep it to yourself. No, I'm with JDZ here, man.
This guy, hey, what is this
You
guy
don't take those thumbs down back.
There's no dislikes on Twitch.
I don't
They're
wanna
only
see
disliking
no dislikes
You
in this
don't
chat
like
room.
it? Take a hike.
Yeah.
I want your feedback. Leave a comment too. I don't know.
Okay, but for real though,
Being
for
genuine.
real, this is serious.
Like and
Kurt
subscribe.
Spice is in the finals. Can we get him to do a WWE? Can we?
I would like to see that.
He will.
Would he be willing to do a Lorcana-themed WWE SmackDown? talk?
Guarantee he would do it. And also,
yeah.
for tomorrow, we got a crazy hallway here. We were talking about maybe doing like WWE walk-ins to the top 16.
Yeah.
But we might just have to make it happen for the finals for sure. Maybe we'll test it for the top.
We can
4,
try it. We can try it.
Top
I mean,
8.
when we're on Ink Ink 50, looking back on Ink Ink 4, or this is 4.
This is 4.
When we were on Ink Ink 50, and we got like animatronics, blow up dolls. You got freaking fireworks and a whole crowd in the stadium.
Smoke machine,
ice machine, smoke machine, popcorn machine.
Yeah,
like the whole thing.
Root beer machine.
Root beer. We have the root beer machine already.
Yeah, that's true. We did have some root beer floats.
I almost cried when the root beer float showed up.
Tell the story
Let me
about
take-
the loft.
Can I?
Let him cook.
We're gonna,
No, let him go ahead.
ISO. All right. So here at the Ink Ink, what's up, Mister? What's up, sir? How are you?
That was
Yo!
famed Disney
All right.
Lorcana artist, Solid Nate.
You should have invited him on. Talking about some art. Go
Okay,
ahead.
So here it is. So an Ink Ink staple, okay, of this location, if you've come here, there's a place that is notorious. It's called the Lorcana Loft, okay? It is a very exclusive place to get into. A lot of high-profile Lorcana action goes on there. But what also happens there is that there are handcrafted root beer floats that take place with some of the best root beer you've ever consumed in your life, okay? To be fair, I love Ink Ink. I love being here. I love Baltimore. I love all of the Old Bay and the crabs and everything that happens here in Baltimore. But my favorite thing is going to Gordy's and having a root beer float.
And it's fresh tap.
It's fresh
it's
tap.
It's not in the bottle.
It's fresh. It is the
It's
best.
out the tap?
He's got root beer on tap.
Tap. Okay.
Where does
it
he
is-
get the ice cream from?
Oh,
there
it's
someone
hand-
in the back
It's
that's
probably
making it?
handmade from someone.
It's
with
really,
love.
really good. I forget what it's called, but like just the straight vanilla
Yeah.
is insane.
Straight
Top
vanilla.
tier.
That's
Top
the
tier.
name of it.
Here's the flogging right here. Shout out to Katie. This is the flogging of root beer here.
Yeah.
So we can show you guys that was brought in by Gordo today. Okay. So this Ink Ink, I'm like, hey, Garrick, I'm getting there on Friday. Are we going to be able to go to the loft? Because that's really all I want to do. The tournament, actually, who cares? I got to get to the loft to get the root beer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's like, look, JD, we're doing the root beer thing on Thursday.
Yeah.
The tournament's too far away. I'm sorry, you're not going to make it. We're not going to reschedule this for you. Like, who are you?
I did not say that,
Literally
but go
what
ahead.
Garrick said. He's like, who are you?
No, I remember him. He said that verbatim. He looked
Literally.
you straight in the eye. I couldn't believe it.
So I was like, okay, I'm super sad about it. I'm just heartbroken. I'm like, Garrett, please, is there anything we can do to get over to the loft? He's like, no, man, I'm sorry. It's done. And I'm sad.
Yeah.
My heart's broken,
Mhm.
okay? And this
I
whole
hated to
time-
do that to you.
And I get over there, and these guys are at the loft. They have the root beer party, and I'm just on the plane coming here, sad, watching it. And I'm like, man, this is very sad. And my heart is broken, okay? And I wept a little bit. I wept a little bit.
A single
Just
tear.
A sad tear dropped from my eye. Guess what Gordo did? They bring the root beer to the venue for your boy and all the other people who didn't get a chance to participate. And we had a nice little root beer float ice cream party. And now my day is made, and I cried 2 tears of joy.
Yeah. He brought the root beer on tap in the portable, and he brought a cooler full of ice cream that was packed with ice as well because it was sitting in his car for most of the day today, and we were going to bring it out for a surprise. So I'm happy that Gordo was able to make that happen, and shout out to him for always hosting on the Thursday night. So you guys got to get in on Thursday next time you come. And Katie was there at the loft. She knows. We were playing some rock band. We were singing some Creed. Because I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm drinking a root beer float.
So far down. You guys are not missing anything just yet. Okay, we are still. Oh, I see some bodies.
They're actually in game 3 right now. We've just been talking.
The game is almost over. It's 19-19.
Oh God!
It's actually crazy. The game is insane, but we wish you guys were watching it. But we got more
Big
important.
Tramp, another one. Oh my God! Whatever.
We didn't want to break up the awesome content of Macho Man Randy Savage / JDZ's ice cream root beer floats.
Oh, and it looks like the game is getting over right now. They're wrapping up. We missed the whole thing. Oh man.
Wait, hold up. Do my eyes deceive me?
Let's see. Is
Is this the gentleman that played the Dave in the final of the last Ink Inc. that's about to be sitting down? What was his name? Doug?
It might be.
I think it was Doug because we were doing the Doug thing with Kim.
That is Doug.
That
is Doug.
Is that him?
That might be. Let's find out. I think
the
so.
beards
That
are very
beard.
similar.
That is definitely.
You don't cut a beard like that.
I was watching the whole thing.
They can't see what we're looking at, obviously.
I'm pretty sure that is
If
him.
that's not Doug, that's his brother.
Yo.
Does Doug have a brother?
This is going to be a great match, dude.
Yeah. The ZZ Top. He got the whole beard. You don't forget a beard like that.
Yo, Sailor's got a pretty nice beard, though, too.
I know.
Sailor's got great hair.
Sailor's got great everything.
beard.
It's just unfair.
Great style.
He's got the salt and pepper going on in there. The grayed out. He looks like very distinguished, like he's a teacher.
I've seen
History
younger
teacher.
pictures of him. He showed me.
Stunning.
That's
I
a
bet.
different person. It's actually a different guy.
Really?
He was replaced at some point.
Glow up or fall off.
That is it. That is Doug.
That's him.
Only
The
glow
Dave
up.
just came in and told us that his rival Doug is actually on the stream, and Doug didn't shave his beard. What? I thought that was the plan last event.
Well, what
or
do
he
you
grew
know,
it back
man?
really quickly.
No, he shaved it off 2 nights ago, and
And
it
it-
grew back in the last 2.
It just,
And maybe it's like a Santa Claus situation. You cut it and it just grows back instantly.
yeah.
Yo, Doug's crushing.
Shout out Tim Allen. Shout out Buzz Lightyear.
Shout out Doug. Did you say Bug Lightyear?
I said Buzz Lightyear.
Oh.
Dude, shout out Tim Allen, dude.
Yeah.
Shout out to what's the network show he was on there? Needs Home Improvement.
Home Improvement. Yeah. Can you do the?
I tried it.
Yeah. We're in there. We're locked. We'll lock in when the game starts, guys. Just
all right, we're back. Yeah, we're back.
we're back.
We're round 8 though. I think this is.
We are. Let
should be round
me.
As the players are seated and we're getting all the information set up, and we should be good to go. Thank you all so much again for dealing with us in that long break. We had a huge deck check, but now it is time to quest as we can go ahead and kick it over and see what these Illumineers are doing. On your right is a player that you definitely will recognize. It is Sailor, who had an incredible Hall of Fame level season in season number 1. Stellar performance, playing a lot of Ruby and Sapphire, but back at it again on Amber and Emerald versus the Doug. I think Doug is playing that Blurple. This has been the matchup of the entire format, I believe, so far.
I mean, and to set the stakes here, we are in the middle of round 8. There are 9 rounds. We got 2 more rounds for you here. It's coming down to this here because I correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think X2. I don't think many X2 people are going to make it.
Not many. A
if
couple
any
will.
at all.
Yeah.
You think a couple will? Okay, but this is still everything on the line.
Yeah, right now I believe we only have 2 X0s left in the tournament, and I'm pretty confident they're going to start drawing in at this portion of the event. So that means that I think more X2s probably will make it in this one than they typically do. But like you said, there are very few rooms for error. And I do have a fun fact about this Sailor gentleman. I don't think he's been on feature matches that many times.
We heard that from Tiago. Tiago was telling us that they had a little conversation, and Sailor was like, "You've been on more feature matches in the past 2 months than I ever have." And we heard word that Sailor's only feature match was a backup for Worlds, and it never got aired. So we are doing him a huge bonus here by putting him on. We thought, you know what, maybe we'll keep the streak alive. No Sailor, and then he begged. He begged a
no,
little.
I'm
No, I'm
kidding.
kidding. I'm kidding. We wanted him on.
It might be a curse. I mean, having such a prolific career and being at so many DLCs and doing so well for so long and not being featured, and that might be the reason why. He's so
What if he
successful.
levels up here? What if it's like they had to contain him a little bit and
This
keep
was
him
the
on?
secret, yeah.
Yeah, and now he's going to be unstoppable once he gets a taste of it.
But honestly, he is a great player, and
He
I've
is.
seen him
Amazing.
play, and I've heard him talk about the game, and just his approach and the way that he thinks about it. It thinks on a different level, and that's something that's indicative of all of these great players. But Doug is no slouch. He's no geek off the street. He's not going to just roll over and get banished by anybody. I don't think he's going to be intimidated. He has climbed this mountaintop before and fell ever so short at an inking event and trying to right those wrongs, playing his Sapphire and Amethyst strategy. So coming in, trying to win this thing. What's Doug need to do? Blurple has been kind of beating dogs a bit lately.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But they definitely have the tools to get it done. Sailor is playing a really interesting list. He and his teammates are all running dogs. No Chromacon.
Ooh,
No Chromacon.
Yeah, no Chromacon in this list.
I had to bring it back,
You
man.
did.
That's insane.
And you nailed it. But the interesting part is they're running 4 Under the Sea, and Blurple is a deck that can be pretty susceptible to that specific song because there are so many characters in the deck that are that 2 strength or fewer. You have all of your early characters. You've got your Genies, your Elsas. It can be really devastating. We saw that. You were casting it the finals of the DLC. You just play Under the Sea against Blurple, you can wipe half their board.
And yeah, the Genies, the Elsas, you have the low-cost Basils, you have the Royal Guard, you have the Tipo, you have a lot of characters that are very vulnerable to that, so that's a great point. Also, if you are playing the song version, a lot of times they'll be playing Delamoon's Lullaby, and they'll be playing those Rhinos, and they can reduce 3-2 is monumental to be able to get those Cheshire Cats. You can get some of the other cards, the Hades the Infernal Schemer can get sent under there as well, so very valid point.
This is a match that is highly favored for the Dogs player because you are going to be able to draw and I mean put some Lilos into your discard like that. You're going to be able to rush out a whole bunch of characters, cheat them out if you will, using cards like the Grandmother Willow. Meanwhile, Doug is going to have a slower start. As we see, he missed his 1. If he misses his ramp next turn, it will be absolutely brutal. Of course, we'll get to that when we get to that. But it's just going to be an uphill battle here for Doug. Sailor, also a phenomenal player who knows the matchup, I'm sure, extraordinarily well. This is probably exactly what he wants to see all day. Both these guys 6-1 here. What's Doug got to do? I'm not the biggest Blurple guy, but I mean we have cards like Tigger bouncing all the way that are going to be able to bounce and disrupt a little bit. Are there any other routes that Doug has to victory here?
I think that's what it has to be. It has to be ramp on 2. I think you have to play that Tigger and then go into Elsa and then maybe spiral that into a Demona and just continue to clear this board before Sailor can get that tramp train rolling. I think once the cat's out of the bag and we're tramping hard, it's hard to recover. As never.
Wait, hold on. We're playing Sapphire Steel.
Pause everything.
Hold on a second.
Wait a minute. You lied to me. Doug's on Sapphire Steel. Let's fix that.
Oh my goodness, we
changes
had no idea.
everything.
This does change absolutely everything here, but we do not hit anything with the Mowgli, and now this is a completely different situation. Now Sailor, I think, is in the deep end here because no Chromacon. Angel is going to have a field day against this Dogs deck, and we have 2 in our hand right now, and Tipo is going to ensure that the Angel comes down next turn and starts throwing snowballs.
Yeah, forget everything that I just said. Yeah, Sapphire Steel is a different matchup into Dogs because typically with Blurple, your only form of removal is going to be inking Sailor and ramping Sailor, which he can use all of that ink effectively. Now with Sapphire Steel, Steel actually is going to be a problem. That Angel you were talking about, yeah, it's going to be able to deliver 2 damage. We also saw that Jasmine Steady Strategist in hand, which is a card that will allow Doug to keep finding allies. Guess what's an ally? That angel.
Yeah. And this situation has gotten extremely. I don't know if Sailor. I'm sure he knew this information more than we did on what Doug was playing, and it was just a miscommunication on our part. But this is a very welcome circumstance now for Doug, as I think the matchup might be a little bit better than the Sapphire Amethyst. We wasted all that Sapphire Amethyst commentary, dude.
Yeah,
I need that. I can't be throwing that away, dude. You can't
I know.
I actually kind of like the surprise. I think it was fun for us
nice.
and everyone else,
nice.
For sure.
Shout out to Mowgli.
Shout out Mowgli for giving us that information, because Doug's kind of keeping the cards a little close to the vest there. But yeah, I mean, Sapphire Steel, this is the first time on the features today, and you guys are getting to see it here. It's still making a name for itself at the top tables, and yeah, it is trying to carve out a little bit of a niche here, and Doug might show everybody that it's still a viable deck.
But Sailor still, I mean, I don't think Sailor is affected by it at all. I think he's still doing everything that he wants to do. The board is quite wide. You have that Grandmother Willow, very problematic, troublesome card coming in from Winterspell, has really taken over the game, as a lot of these Amber strategies are leaning on this Grandmother Willow. And now you can probably start to set up for your Tramp plays in subsequent turns. And then once the Tramp starts rolling, it's difficult. It's so difficult to get that thing off, especially with that 6 willpower.
And we're off to the races here. Sailor is on the board. We're questing. We're getting up to 3. I'm trying to think, because now the whole idea and concept of Under the Sea sounds atrocious. I'm trying to think of the Sapphire Steel cards that are going to be affected by Under the Sea. Jasmine Steady Strategist is a 2/5, I believe.
Yeah.
We got Tipo, but
That's about it.
You're not exactly mad if your Tipo goes down.
Scuttle hitting the Inkwell here. That's an interesting inclusion. I think that's really, really good into a wide Blurple field. I mean, you can't use your Elsa to exert it. You can't use anything to remove it, like Hades or Into the Unknown or let it go.
Yeah, just having that war keyword is also good in this matchup, because they get the Chromacon down. They can't bounce that Scuttle back, and that 5/5 strength and willpower, being able to challenge a ton of different characters over time, seems like a nice pick. And it's also an ally. Pairs quite nicely with that Jasmine Steady Strategy that Britt Mukai was so high on. I haven't had a chance to play that card not much this set.
Yeah, I mean, well, and Sailor's coming back and saying, okay, well, I'm going to throw down the Tramp Street Smart Dog. I'm going to go 4 cards deep. Of course, I'll have to discard 4 cards. But now Sailor can actually pick and choose what cards are going to make his hand the best. Ooh, man, this changes the whole dynamic. I was ready for Blurple, the regular, the ordinary, but now Doug on a surprising Sapphire Steel here. This flips the whole script. My brain is still comprehending what is going on here.
I would have really liked, to that point though, I would have liked to keep that Scuttle around. I mean, because you still have Delamoon Lullaby plays, you still have just that 5/5, and they also quest for 2. So I'll be interested to see what was in the hand of
He has
Doug.
a Della in hand and an Under the Sea.
Gross.
So he got rid of a Lilo and 2 Daisies, now holding a Wombo combo, if you will. Has to get rid of the Della. So, which is super unfortunate.
Yeah.
I thought he was able to hold on to that. So just 1 card in hand, and it is, I believe, Under the Sea, if I saw accurately there. But you're only going to be able to hit the Tipo. If you're able to keep the Della, you could get rid of the Angel and the Tipo here on the next turn with that Under the Sea. Of course, Tramp singing for 7. He only needs 1 other person in the chorus there. And it could be any of these characters, but unfortunately have to get rid of the Dellas there and not able to use that. And now Sailor thinking about what is possibly going to come down on this turn. It could be a second Angel.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
I was going to say, this might be a genius play by Sailor because he saw the Jasmine Steady Strategist. He knows that is an important card to get down to start getting some card draw, getting it out there, and if Doug plays it, he will be walking straight into the plan of Sailor. Look at Sailor's body language.
I love that hand on head, double hand on head. He's like really activating his full brain capacity there as he's trying to mind meld with his card and dig and just see if he can connect with them on a mental level. Like it's almost like a hypnotist there, trying to hypnotize his characters to be better, it seems.
What's really troubling in the hand of Doug, if your Sailor is Tinkerbell, the giant fairy, is coming down on the next turn, and with no Chromacon, I think that card is going to absolutely feast on the Dog's deck here.
And it seems like now in this spot, this Angel can go card for card. You now have this Pete, Ghost of Christmas Future, able to give you more fuel for fire to continue to discard with this Angel. So basically, every single turn, you're going to lose a character over, and and that's when your strat starts to fall apart because you're not questing, you're not able to get tramps for cheap, and you're not able to sing as effectively either. So I think Sailor's actually on a pretty tight timeline to figure something out to get out of this Angel situation.
And this Pete is a brutal body. One of the new cards out of the latest set, Winterspell, the Ghost of Christmas Future, 5/5. Every time that you boost him, you're adding an additional card to his effect, which is for each card under him, you can look at the top number of cards in your deck and choose one of them, put the rest on the bottom of the deck anytime he quests. So not only are you getting to draw, you're getting to go deep with your draw, and you are there's not much you can do if you're Sailor against the body of a 5/5 beast in the form of Pete.
Yeah, you have to get to a point where you're just going to try to leg it out, and I think that's what Sailor realizes. Like, you can't. I don't think you can win by sitting around anymore. This Angel's just too problematic for you. So you got to start questing here and just seeing how far you can get before the door starts to slam shut. Pete will be able to fuel that Angel as well because it's just a strong card. And I thought this card would be significantly good this set, but I also earlier this set I thought Angel was going to be bad. That's one of my worst takes I think I've had.
It was tough to decide whether Angel was going to be good or not without actually seeing what the meta was going to be like and how consistently you could refill that hand. But there are so many different strategies in this game to sort of make that happen. In the Amethyst style decks, you're able to use Olaf and things like that, bounce cards back to your hand like Doc, redeploy Doc, draw cards, refill the ammo, if you will, for Angel. And then in this strategy, of course, you have cards like Goliath, which allows you to just play a card, dump a card every turn, draw two, and refill. So we've really seen the power of Angel in this format. Steel has just enough to fuel this card, and if you're able to play a deck with even more card draw, like we were talking about, Brent brought up the Pete, able to draw every single turn, and there is the Tinkerbell. This might spell tragedy for Sailor here.
I was gonna say as long as Doug draws ink to play the Tinkerbell down, he'll be able to take out the Tramp cleanly with the Pete, and now all of the math has completely changed. I mean, this Angel's gonna be able to go in here, and now Sailor has less characters on board than Doug, and more importantly, this Tinkerbell, anytime she challenges in and banishes a character, she'll be able to deal 2 damage to another one of Sailor's characters, causing more reason for Sailor not to quest, which is crazy because he needs to. He is the beatdown deck. He needs to get there before Doug can put out all of the goodies that Doug is looking for, and that Pete is going to be able to keep searching for more. It is your draw engine. It is a big body that can contest a lot of the characters on your side of the board. Just took out the Tramp, and what do we do?
I don't know. I mean, one silver lining you got, I guess you weren't able to boost the Pete last turn, so that's less cards you can look for. I guess
that's brutal.
Yeah. Just to try to cycle a card here.
If you had the Tramp, you could use the Delos, target the Tinkerbell, and sing the Under the Sea, but we lost the Tramp.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
I mean, I think that this game might be over. I mean, this Under the Sea now. I mean, what's the point?
Yeah, I think honestly, if I'm Sailor though, I don't think you wrap it up too soon. I think you're still like in a fact-finding expedition. You're just trying to see if you can see any more new cards because you have seen some of the tech. You've seen some of the Jasmine. You've seen the Angel. Maybe you're trying to see how much top end is there. Maybe you see a little bit more spice. Maybe you got like cards like Vision of the Future, Develop Your Brain. Maybe you can kind of plan around that kind of stuff. As Strength of Raging Fire is going to come out. Check that. It's going to be. Yeah, we'll just clear the board. Never mind, we're out of here. We're done.
Yeah. Sailor has seen enough, and Doug is going to take that game number 1 on Sapphire and Steel, coming out of nowhere. When we thought he was playing Blurple, he was playing Blurple at the last Ink event. It was up on the screen. We were all deceived, for there was a different deck that was forged in secret, and that was Sapphire Steel showing its power against the Dog strategy, and Angel in particular was very, very good in that match.
I got to say that was a pleasant surprise to see that.
Yeah.
Right? I was like, okay.
You were delighted.
I was ready to go. Honestly, I don't mind the Sapphire Amethyst versus the Amber and Emerald match. I think it's a pretty decent match to watch. It's pretty cool. But seeing Sapphire still alive and well at this point in the tournament, usually at this point you kind of got it solidified of what you're going to see in the top cut. I just like a little bit of variety in my life. I like to see different decks performing well, especially when you can have some new cards and get a new take. I think that's just a good way to play the game. So.
Absolutely. And in a meta where people are saying it's rock, paper, scissors, there's only 3 real decks. Well, move over because we got Sapphire Steel, we got Amber Steel Songs, and we got Ruby Steel today.
Ruby Steel could still be alive and well. Everyone is sending all their thoughts and prayers to Sky to continue to play. I know I am. I'm always going to cheer for the underdog. Ruby Steel hasn't. I think even the Sapphire Steel lovers out there and enjoyers, Sapphire Steel has had some success. It did win a CCQ. It did have something in, it did win some Golden Mickeys. But decks like Ruby Steel and Ruby Emerald and Ruby Amber to a lesser extent really haven't had the opportunity to do anything of note. And I don't like that. I want to see every deck get a chance to be represented. And I would like to see that deck continue to perform well.
Ruby is just in a bad spot right now. Hopefully, we've been saying it for a while, but hopefully the next set gives it something to give it some more legs here. But we are getting into game number 3. Brent, what do you think Sailor needs to do here to turn the tide and get this win on the play against what seems to be a pretty bad matchup?
I mean, that's a great question. With dogs, I mean, I didn't even – I'll say this. Doug is not even really playing anything that you can Mowgli away. I was going to say if you hit something with that Mowgli, maybe it changes a little bit. I mean, maybe – I did see a Sail the Azurite Sea.
Yeah.
I assume if Doug has a Tipo, he's going to ink that. Maybe that's one way. If Sailor's able to get to 2 ink and he's able to play out the Mowgli and take away the only ramp that Doug has, if Doug only has the Sail the Azurite Sea, that might be exactly what he needs. Get Doug off of his game plan, because if we get to a few turns too many, well, Sailor is going to be in an awkward position. So we're starting with the exact same play here. A Bobby Zimmerowski coming out, no Lilo to be able to throw into the discard, but
yeah, you gotta kick somebody.
We gotta play a full on rush game and hope Doug doesn't have the Angel. I think that's it, and hope that he doesn't have the Tinkerbell.
Opts to discard Daisy there, which is interesting. Inking Vincenzo here and passing it on, so we're not going to have the Jasmine shift onto. Grandmother Willow comes down. We have another Daisy that probably is going to follow up the Ancient Advisor here. Maybe not. Thinking about something else.
We didn't have
considering it's the lady.
Yeah. And Sailor maybe smartly identifying that he didn't see a lot of, I mean, there was Strength of a Raging Fire.
Yep.
Right? But not a lot of songs, it felt like. Not a lot of anything other than characters. So maybe this is Sailor's way of saying Daisy Duck, not as powerful, and you don't want to give your opponent too many cards in the hand.
I don't know, but that's still the Azurite Sea. If I'm on the play, I think if I hadn't, he probably just didn't have it. I'm always going to try to snap that thing onto just to get a chance to rip that Sail the Azurite Sea, stop them from ramping, and then you can probably punch your ticket to a win if you can knock that line off. But it's so funny that we're talking about Amber and Emerald struggling against the Sapphire and Steel deck. I believe in the previous sets, that matchup, I had a struggle mightily when I was the Sapphire Steel player going against the Dogs decks, but now it seems like this Angel has supercharged his deck to a level that is just so difficult for them to deal with this card coming in so early because you're able to ramp and play it a turn sooner.
Yeah, being able to get it down on that turn number 3 I think is imperative. Like, it's a pretty good card on turn 4, but on turn 3 it's kind of insane because on 3 you're typically playing a 3/3 that has an enter the battlefield ability, such as Pete or John Silver, etc., etc. But
And
this
we
is static.
got another Tramp Street Smart Dog. I think that he caught that off the top. Maybe I'm incorrect, but that's not a bad draw here. We are flooding the board. You asked Garrick, what can we do? We got to flood the board out.
Yeah.
We got to figure out some way to put Doug on the defense so that we can just keep on going.
And still able to keep one card in hand for Sailor. That's huge, and it is Della's there, which is going to make this Angel a lot weaker and not able to really challenge effectively. So Sailor now getting off to the start that you said he needed to.
Yeah, you can't challenge anything. I think I think Sailor's actually in a super comfortable spot to quest and win this game in the following turn, unless there's a card that I'm missing coming in at 5 ink. I just don't know what that exists. I don't know what that card could be. I guess you could take down the Lilo or the Bobby Zimmerowski this next turn, put 1 damage on someone if you want it, but you really need to get a double character here. How much lore is on board? 2, 4, 6. I think you lose here if you can't clear at least 2 things.
You can clear at least 2 things, though. We can challenge in with the Angel as well as discard with the Angel. But again,
that'll get 1 because he's got the Delaware Lullaby currently holding the Angel down.
Oh, you're right. We can't even. Oh, good, smart pickup. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's such a crafty card. I mean, I'm glad to see cards like that getting some play, and it slides quite nicely into what this dog strategy is trying to do, especially if you're on this all-in under the sea deck. And there's another little spicy piece of tech in Sailor's deck that we saw him discard with that tramp. I think there is a Mickey. Amber Champion is in the deck as well to help sing those songs and increase the willpower of these Amber characters.
Yeah.
Though, I mean, we're going 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're getting up to 18 lore here. And Doug doesn't have widespread removal either. He's not going to be able to.
The best he's got is Tinkerbell, which is in hand, important to note. But if we're able to get at least 1 more character out on the board here, that would be really, really good for Sailor. Doesn't find it. A dock and a hand, that's not really super relevant at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to get to a point where Doug can empty his whole hand and Doc makes a difference.
Yeah.
This game will be decided in the next 2 or 3 turns for sure, if not this
turn here. I think
turn,
this might be the last turn unless you can do.
We can clear Tramp with Pete and Tinkerbell. We can challenge in to Daisy with Angel and then throw a snowball
but you still
onto
have
something
2 characters.
else.
Yeah, you still have 3.
Yeah, there's still 4 lore on the board. It's just not going to happen.
Maybe he hurled his Thunderbolt could be involved in here somewhere. Maybe because you have to clear everything except for 1 ready Willow. And to get another turn, Sailor is all in. Though, wait a minute.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. Why is the boost? The
Fairy Godmother is in the building?
Why is the boost Fairy Godmother out here on display, getting active?
She is a 4-cost unequal 3/5 with boost 3. Whenever you put a card under this character, you may banish chosen opposing character. If you do, their player may reveal the top card of their deck. If that card is a character or item, they may play it for free. Otherwise, they put it at the bottom of their deck. So that is some super spice, some removal on demand with the Fairy Godmother to get rid of. I would assume in control matchups you want to get rid of pesky cards like Hades or Demona or what have you. Whatever is going to replace it's probably going to be worse. But we saw Sailor get off to an amazing start there and get over the finish line just how he needs to. But going to be on the draw this time, guys.
I don't know if I can play that Fairy Godmother versus this Amber Emerald Dogs deck. They're going to flip a go-go on me, and I'm just going to quit the game immediately because that is just not – that's some high-risk gambling I think you're doing. You're going to flip that big tramp, and now they're going to really cook you with another tramp. You get rid of the Daisy Duck, and they evolve that into a tramp from this Fairy Godmother. You absolutely hate to see it, but that was a phenomenal start for Sailor on the play. Now you're on the draw. Doug, I think Doug needs to come out, and maybe you can get – it seems like you're leaning on that Angel on turn number 4. Ramp to Angel seems like a pretty powerful, cohesive way to approach his deck. But is there anything else? We haven't seen any of the Jasmine, Shift Jasmine, Pleakley lines get into those Tinkerbells early. Maybe we can go that way with it this time if you're Doug.
Doug's actually been discarding the Cinderella as well. So he's smartly identifying that he needs to get bodies onto the board that will be able to contest the dogs, contest all of the high lore, high willpower characters that Sailor is going to be implementing here. I mean, we'll see how this works on the draw for Sailor, because this is going to be much tougher when Doug is the one who gets to go first.
I would like to ask Doug what's going on with this Fairy Godmother. Why is that in the deck?
I think it's just other control matchups. You know, you have a bunch of ink, just booster once she comes down. That costs 7 total. It's some on-demand removal. I don't hate it.
Or maybe late game too. Late tournament, your opponent has to read that card. They're not going to know.
They have to read it, and it's a lot to read.
And that's a whole whole.
It's a big paragraph.
And that's a whole. Yeah, that's more mental fatigue that you're taking away from them.
Doug just altered all 7 cards, guys.
You don't got ramp on 2. You know what to do. Ship them.
Yeah. But that shows me that there's probably. I mean, you probably keep an Angel.
I'm not keeping anything.
You got
bro.
it.
I cannot.
If you don't have ramp.
If you don't got that ramp on 2, you got to ship them, dude.
I don't know. You're going first, so maybe the Angel might be worth keeping, but Doug knows what he's
Ship 'em.
doing.
Like, if this is Blurple, you can take those risks, but Sapphire still, I think it's a bit more frail and fragile.
Okay.
I don't even think you have a 3-cost play in your deck without it. I don't think you can do anything. I think you can play Captain Hook. You can do something like that.
Yeah,
I don't think you have a
Jasmine, look for
3.
something.
I don't think you have a 3-cost character in your deck that you can put down.
Do we have
He missed it. Look at the body language. Oh no!
Wow. And Sailor only altered 1 card.
Oh no!
Sailor's gotten close to a dream hand here. You wouldn't know it by looking at his face. These players have been playing 7 grueling rounds. We're in the middle of the 8th. We have 1 more round to go after this. Then we're going to top cut to 16, which we will be bringing you tomorrow. But these players are playing for a lot at stake. Garrick, JDZ, what are these guys playing for?
They're playing for their portion of $6,500. That's USD. I know Sailor's coming in from the Great White North, but that's USD that they're going to go home with.
That's a lot of loonies and toonies, brother.
And I believe there's a playmat involved with this as well. And what else, Garrett? What else we got going on there?
Well, of course, the winner gets invited to the North American Championship for Disney Lorcana, and that is what most of these players are playing for. Yeah,
Absolutely.
the playmat's nice. Yeah, the money's nice. Yeah, the PPG buy is nice. But you want that North American qualification, and here is the Jasmine. If you don't have the ramp on 2, why not go ahead and shift a big Jasmine out here and maybe get a Pleakley down next turn and make up the difference? But I don't see it in hand right now. We do have Angel, we do have Cinderella, we do have Doc and Pete and Hades, so we might be running into a little bit of an uninkable issue as Sailor is doing exactly what he wants to do, going wide here.
Yeah, that's a powerful line. If you go Daisy on 1, Tree on 2, Tree and Daisy on 2, that's a powerful play. It's a lot of questing power coming through as we are getting another quest in with this Jasmine. Wait, Goliath is an ally?
No. It was
that
a
was
Daisy trigger, the big prize trigger.
Sorry, my brain is. I was like, wait a minute.
Goliath is a hero.
I was about to say, what is going on?
But this
Pete was an ally, though.
That's true, and that's why he took the Pete. This Jasmine steady strategist is going to be an issue, though, because regardless of Doug's hand, if he's able to keep questing with the Jasmine, not only will he be able to keep on grabbing new characters, but how is Sailor going to be able to? How will Sailor take out this Jasmine? That's my question.
I don't know. Good question. I think only Under the Sea. I think if he can manage to get to an Under the Sea in time, this board is very frail and a reactor to that card. So that'll be a good way to get through. But she's already done a tremendous amount of damage to you if that is the case. But also that 5 willpower allows her to challenge multiple times into these 2 questing characters. So you're going to be able to clear those off the board relatively easily as the questing has begun. Never mind. The Delamoon's Lullaby comes through, being sane, probably targeting this Jasmine to stop her from challenging.
Or maybe the Captain Hook?
Ooh.
Maybe the Captain Hook, well, no, because it's Challenger +2, I guess. So
I still think it goes into the negative. So you'll lose your 1 strength.
There's the Amber Champion, though, that you were talking about.
Goodness.
That's a big move here.
Wow.
That's a spicy piece of meatball there. That's a spicy little tech coming in as you now have bolstered all the strength, the willpower of all of your Amber cards, which if you look on the board, Brent, they're all Amber, and Daisy is doing you no favors.
But now you are giving him, with these double daisies, yes, we're getting up to 6 here, but Doug is being able to draw into the ink that he so desperately needs. He's going to be turning the problem for Doug into a solution is Sailor with these double daisy ducks, man. I mean, sure, the Mickey Mouse Amber Champion is going to put in some work. We will get an extra 2 willpower to all of the other Amber characters, of which Sailor only has Amber characters. But this is, I mean,
this seems like a
this
seems
is
like a
risky.
great game. This is a good game. You're in a decent spot. I think if I'm Doug, I'm going to send as many hits as I can towards this Mickey Mouse. If I can find more songs, maybe I can build a wide board and get a nice Strength of Raging Fire to get this Mickey Mouse Steel champion off, or excuse me, Amber champion off the board right as soon as I can. I would, oh man, I think that's priority number one, because this is going to make your challenging so cumbersome. As I think can you even get through anything right here on this turn?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you got to send your whole side in to take out one Daisy Duck, which is just, man, that's a valuable trade. Keeping that lore off the board and taking your opponent's entire turn to do so.
I want to say that if Sailor top decks the Under the Sea here, that would be the most brutal backbreaking
He probably
play
already has
because
it.
all of the two, it is not in his hand.
Oh.
He has two ladies. Two ladies miss Park Avenue. I mean, it looks like a rhino in there. I mean,
there's a Tinkerbell in the hand of Doug, which is going to come down next turn almost assuredly.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to strip away some of the willpower that Mickey Mouse is giving. I mean,
you cannot afford to exert just Mickey Mouse. I think he's too valuable to your entire process right here, just keeping your board as healthy as possible. And I think Sailor might not be under a tremendous amount of pressure. Maybe there's a world where you can start to build this board, and then you can get to that tramp, and then you can find it Under the Sea, and you can sing the Under the Sea, and you can just still steamroll this game away. So we have a lot of good we need, both players seem like they need good draws to get out of the situation that they're in, but this is the game. This is where we're at, and I like this kind of lore content. It looks like they're both playing game of chicken, and let's see who comes out on the other side.
Sailor is playing a very risky strategy here with those Daisy Ducks, doing the best he can with what he has, which is always the goal, right? But the fact that we could see Doug's hand and we could see that he had a lot of uninkables, and now he's just getting card after card. Sailor not happy about it. If you look at the body language, look at the facial expressions here. We are going to take out with that Grandmother Willow, but we're only up to 8, and we're on a turn here where Tinkerbell is almost assuredly going to be the next card to come down. That Jasmine's going to be able to get another quest in. We're going to be able to keep on getting cards. And look at the number of cards in Doug's hand. This is not looking good for Sailor.
At all. But I think we're in full challenge mode with this board currently that Doug has. So I think Jasmine might have to do some board fighting.
Well, right now, Doug's hand is full of a lot of characters that are going to take his entire turn to play. So he does have a lot of cards in hand, but he can't really make use of all of them. So I don't know if he's getting too punished here, Sailor that is, by deploying the Daisy Ducks and questing them out. You got to get to 20. Doug missed the ramp. As we all know, he has the Cinderella down. Now thinking about what am I going to do here on this turn number 6. I also like the challenge from Sailor there with the Grandmother Willow. Mm-hmm. You got to get rid of that Captain Hook, which is going to make things a lot more difficult. But what Sailor needs to get to, I think, is the Tramp. To dig through his deck and find the Under the Sea to try and equalize things here a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it's just how to hold out hope. And there's really not a lot of cards. Like, there's no Vision of the Future equivalent. And maybe there's a card, like, if I'm playing this deck and I have that Mickey Amber champion, I might try a card like Look at This Family. We saw how effective that was in an earlier Amber match that we saw on stream. Maybe the dogs can slot a couple of copies of that card to help you find that Tramp in situations like this, because that would be a really cool way to deploy it. But then you might be taking too much away from your actual win condition of what you're trying to do. But I don't know. So the board is starting to narrow again, and your Tramp becomes less and less effective as this time goes by, and the needle is moving closer and closer to Doug, who still has not delivered on that Tinkerbell promise that we were.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting here. He challenged in, so I don't think it's coming down. We're going with Scuttle instead, not feeling too much pressure because he challenged with the Dock. You would never do that if you're playing Tinkerbell because she will deal the damage that the Dock is dealing. So opting to go for the Scuttle here with Ward. Going to deal 2 to the Daisy Duck and pass it on over to Sailor. I kind of like the Scuttle here because if he does have Della's plus Under the Sea, your Scuttle is safe from that.
Yeah, keeping a board around, I think, is super important, and having your Tinkerbell as a
he does find
nice
the Tramp.
follow-up.
Oh, but he's not going to be able to take it from the Nani, so he's going to have to put that on the bottom of his deck. No, that's not where you want it.
Not like this.
True.
We are going to take the other Tramp, though.
And that could help you finally get through this. Jasmine, who was shifted in on turn number 2. Keep in mind, Doug did not find a ramp on 2 card this game. So now you probably have the ability to get through this Jasmine right now before she can continue to do tremendous damage to you, electing not to do so. And Mickey will sing the Under the Sea.
Wow!
He had it in hand.
He did. And now we're going to be able to quest out, and this kind of changes the dynamic of the game here.
Wow.
Just like that, Sailor is back in this. I mean, he's ahead on lore.
He's got a good board. He's ahead on lore, and now the Mickey is vulnerable, so you will be able to challenge that Mickey this turn, and another Tinkerbell comes through, so you can get through that Mickey and then set up your Tinkerbell, and that could potentially stop the questing again. But a lot of damage has already been done, and Sailor is in a comfortable spot now.
Yeah, like I mentioned, the Scuttle did get around the potential Della plus Under the Sea combo, which could have happened. If that happened, it would have been absolutely devastating for Doug. Sailor would have won the game on the spot if he played Tinkerbell down, opted for the Scuttle, but still had the Under the Sea. Maybe you just force your opponent to have it there. Get the Tinkerbell down. Imagine a Tinkerbell's on the board right now. You're able to take out both Lady and Daisy Duck. Instead, we're just going to go for the Amber champion here, and surely Tinkerbell will make a grand appearance. No, it is the Hades, as you mentioned there. That is a beautiful card to put down onto the board there. I absolutely love that decision.
But Sailor's going to get up to 17 this turn, and even if Doug is able to find a whole bunch of cards off of these daisies, oh my gosh, that Under the Sea, him drawing Under the Sea was like absolutely critical there.
Yeah.
Sailor is now in a position where he can easily take this game as long as he keeps drawing into stuff. He has another Lady Miss Park Avenue in hand. He will be able to recur back 2 cards from the discard if he only has the Grandmother Willow in there, but
if the daisies ever hit the discard, I think that's the moment to deploy the Miss Park Avenue. I don't think you really can a moment sooner. Let's get this tramp down onto the board. I don't think we're going to be challenging regardless. Let's just get our quest on and try and get over the finish line.
Throw a challenge together on this Scuttle just to get him out of the way
Scuttle
and
out,
then get a nice meaty quest in with everybody else. I don't hate that either. And Sailor is probably contemplating doing that very same thing because I don't know if there's probably not playing.
I think you want to get to 17 here, though. Don't you force your opponent to remove basically everything.
Yeah, but that could be some singing. Maybe you got Let It Go or something like that you're worried about. I'm not sure. There is some merits to both, but questing might just be correct.
I do think questing make him find all of the answers because you're currently at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's for you kids. Lore in Sailor's Court. I mean, getting to 17 means that Doug would then have to take 4 lore off the board, and that's going to be really tough to do.
He's going to have to find an additional removal. We know that Tinkerbell's in hand. So, for sure, if Tinkerbell comes down, both daisies can get removed. If Sailor quests to 17, that means he has 3 characters left on board, the Nani, the Willow, and the Tramp. So that means Doug would have to have an additional removal on top of Tinkerbell, which he really doesn't have the ink for.
Yeah.
So I think you just quest here to 17. You have 3 characters left on the board, Nani, Willow, Tramp, that are going to get over the finish line.
I like your line. It seems good. It seems complete. It doesn't lose to a lot, and you're on your way. Maybe you get a Baymax. Heal Skull. No, I'm kidding.
Force your opponent to have it.
And almost every card off the top of Sailor's deck is going to be a character, which will be a threat. Doug doesn't have a lot of the removal that Amethyst would have. Let's say if he was playing Blurple, just throwing it out there, right? Because he wouldn't be able to exert any of the characters. He'd need to find an immediate answer for every single character that Sailor top decks. If he gets to 17, we would be able to take out those. We would be able to take out both of the Daisy Ducks.
What if we go like a double Angel next turn? Ink, double Angel, and then discard 2? Is that good? I don't know. We'll see. That's possible. I mean, we haven't seen any Angels yet this turn. Doug looks like he is feeling the wall starting to close in. I believe we're having a judge chat here as both of the Illuminators are just talking about something, just trying to see. Maybe they're talking. I think Sailor may have paid too much ink for the Tramp.
Or
with the Willow, or maybe trying to find a target.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what the judge
He
is
paid
saying
3
right
here,
now.
2 for Willow, 1 for Tramp. I'm not sure what the issue could be.
You know
but
what? You
yes,
guys keep
Quest.
talking. I'm gonna. Okay, I was gonna go see if I could find it out, but it looks like this game is gonna be
Thunderbolt to the
pretty
bottom,
over.
Cinderella to hand. This is the turn. Like you said, JDZ, maybe you kind of do need Double Angel here to have a chance because Tinkerbell is not going to be enough. You have to challenge with Hades. You have to challenge with Scuttle. Singing with them doesn't make a difference.
Right.
I think Sailor is going to sail over the finish line here unless Doug can pull out a miracle. Let's see what he has.
That Under the Sea, it all goes back to the Under the Sea. We talked about that card earlier when we thought this was a Sapphire Amethyst match, but it ended up being Sapphire and Steel. Under the Sea, no matter, it still worked out quite nicely. And we did see that tech card, that Mickey Amber Champion coming through carrying the heavy bulk, being able to sing that song by himself. And that really is what kind of saved Sailor's entire game plan here. And that's what you put in techs and they work out. That's why you play the game. You build a deck, and you are rewarded for your deck building prowess. That is a skill expression, and shout out to him for doing that.
If I'm not mistaken, also, I do believe Doug still has that Vincenzo Santorini, so the explosives expert will be able to remove one more character.
There he is.
So we will only be getting up to 19, but again, Sailor is going to be able to.
He's going to grab both of those daisies back with the lady that you mentioned earlier.
Let's see. We're going to pay 4.
Is there a go-go in there?
Willow.
You got to watch out for
That's
go-go
a good
tomorrow
point.
as well.
Here comes the lady. She only costs 4.
Yeah. Sailor forgetting also that the grandmother Willow is going to take one off.
So if you have an Inkable in hand, you can play both daisies here. Pretty much guarantee this thing.
And there
they are.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Doug's shaking his head and drinking some water. He knows that the bad news is written all over that wall. And the name of that wall is Daisy Duck.
You remember double grab your swords? Remember that?
Oh,
Pepper Farm remembers. Bring it back, dude.
And what was that, set 2?
That's game.
That's game. Pierre-Marc Duguay.
He nailed it.
Coming out here and showing what for. He's looking for all of the loonies and toonies up top. And Doug was not able to pull it out. Yeah,
and that was, and again, he came all the way in from Canada. I think from Quebec, I believe the Montreal area. Shout out to them. There's a CCQ that just got granted to the Montreal area of Canada, and a lot of strong players are in that region and coming all the way down here to the Inc Open and being and staying alive. You're very much alive and well in this event. Punching your ticket all the way into round number 9. So the last round of Swiss, you will probably have to play, or maybe you can run some numbers and maybe potentially draw your way into that top 16. But what an incredible match.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a great match. I mean, it went back and forth. There was a lot of drama going on. We did not find the ramp, and it ended up biting Doug there in that situation. Opted for the Scuttle as well over the Tinkerbell. I wonder if maybe he should have just forced Sailor to have the Della and put the Tinkerbell out. But, Brent, what did you think of that match?
I mean, what can you say about a match where we have Sapphire Steel in here? Doug is still in this, by the way, but I thought that was incredible resilience by Sailor. There were many times during that game that I was starting to get a little worried for Sailor.
Yeah,
I mean,
me too.
It was looking pretty grim, but Sailor stuck in there. He found the Under the Sea play, and that sort of changed the tide of the rest of the match, and that was like the defining moment, I think.
That was one of those matches where, like, those are my favorite matches to watch, is where you don't know who's going to win. Because sometimes something happens and there's this, a blowout or a landslide victory in one way or the other. But those where it's, this person's got it, now they got it, now they got it back. And it just seems like that's where you get a chance to really demonstrate your skill, and the decisions matter that much more.
The
so very
swings
impressive
back
stuff.
and forth, of course.
The swings of time.
Mm-hmm. Swings of Sailor.
the swings of Sailor as he was sailing away. I'll go sailing no more as Sailor gets it done.
That would be if Sailor got knocked out. He'd go sailing no more. We're still sailing.
I'm not sailing. I'm winning.
Yeah.
Smoother seas ahead. It looks like Sailor is going to be able to, I believe, just intentionally draw into the top cut tomorrow. He's got to feel great about that. Doug has a consolation prize here because he's still going to be able to battle it out and possibly make it to tomorrow. We'll
But
see what
here
happens.
we have Sailor in the interview booth with his teammate. Luke Wonderland in the interview booth. We are sending it over to you right now.
Oh, so how does it feel?
It was a stressful match. He had a very good start, both game 1 and 2, and I was like, if he has that again, I'm cooked. But I changed my strategy a little bit in between. So the thing is that we wanted to have Ursula and not Mowgli in this matchup, and I played game 1 to cheese him out a little bit with the Mowgli on turn 2, and it didn't really. I was gonna build up a board for Tramp anyway. I didn't want to Tramp for 3 only, so I decided to go for the Mowgli and then the Willow into the Mowgli, but he didn't have any non-characters, and he had Angel to punish me.
Oh,
so it ended up being a very bad decision that was trickled down to the mulligan.
Yeah, one of those
where
decisions.
I under mulliganed a lot in game 1. In my opinion, I think I should have shipped 7 because that Willow without the Tramp 7 really doesn't do a whole lot unless I have Mickey champion, as we've seen in game 3. That gave me a win.
Oh,
it basically
that Mickey looked so good.
Yeah, and so I decided to ship on game 3 the 1-drop lady and just grind him out with the Lady 5 because I knew I was going to 5 ink, so I didn't want to shift. Just like get every bit of value that I could, right? And so I went for the daisies because I knew the daisies were with the Mickey, where it's gonna take him everything to take out, and then I was just gonna go Lady 5, take them back, and he would be like in big trouble.
6 lore
and it played really well into his start that didn't have any ramp and add the Jasmine, which can totally be fine when you're playing blue steel, right? Like missing ramp, but you have Jasmine shift. You can then maybe find the Pleakley or the Tipo and then just like get your ink back like a turn or 2 earlier. So I was not feeling like I had the win when he when he went for Jasmine. I was like, all right, maybe like he can sing the 4-cost song Thunderbolt, right? And he can get back into the games. But with me having the daisies that are hard to get through with the Mickey and the lady to back it up, I was like, I think I have enough to grind him out. And the plan just worked very
long
well.
were you holding the Under the Sea there?
Oh, I top decked it.
Oh, that's it was so good for you.
Yeah, well, so that was the plan too, is that I was trying to keep myself open the whole game for like Under the Sea because it really is a version of Dogs that is playing towards that. And so a lot of the time you see me thinking about inking my Rhino or not and the Delos, keeping the Delos or not. And I think that's something that game 1 I should have been more patient towards, is like maybe not firing off the Della too soon. But so I had
get all your characters challenged.
He had a very good start. I under mulligan. I got greedy with my Mowgli, and I learned from that game very quickly and adapted my play into game 2 and 3. And game 2 I kept 7. All right,
pretty good.
Like double Tramp 7 is gonna make it. Like I'm pretty sure on turn 3 and 4 it's just busted. So yeah, the deck's good.
Well, congratulations, great job. Good luck next round. You did a fantastic job of showing why Dogs is a hard deck to pilot. There's tons of choices, tons of options, and while you made it look easy to do, it was
I made
still
mistakes,
pretty
so
hard to do.
imagine,
Yeah, exactly. But I do believe we're going to go back to the booth here in a second and hear from some of our sponsors and the people running. Possibly here in a couple seconds, but we'll just sit here and look pretty while they swap it over.
All right, and we are back. That was round 8 of the Ink Inc. Open, and I am joined by the 2 Matts, the brains behind the Ink Inc. event. Again, I've told you guys how much I love this event, and these are the 2 gentlemen whose brainchild this is to get this thing off the ground in service and support for the digital arcana community. So really quick, gentlemen, if you start, just introduce yourself and kind of tell the story of how this event came to be.
Yeah, so I'm Matt Dixon, one of the co-managers for the Team Ink Inc. and the primary TO, and we do a lot to try to support the DMV community specifically, and one of the big things that we try to do is run these highly competitive events to get people ready and prepped to be able to go to DLCs and compete. And it's for the community, and so we try to do one every set, and the only set we missed was 10 out of the last 5
so far.
And yeah, just wanted to come on and thank everybody for all the support, and thank for the players for coming out, and all the sponsors, and yeah.
Absolutely, I do appreciate it. But I got you, Matt. What is it about this that drives you to do this? Because I know it's not this big financial thing. I know it's not this big, I'm famous thing. Why are you so drawn to give so much to this community and put on these events for us all?
Oh wait, there's no money in events and for charity and all of that. Okay, well, see. Okay, for me, it was more just a way to connect with the community with a game that I really enjoyed. There were a few people, just a few, that I liked in the community, and that made it a little easier. I just like to think about where we started a year ago, a little over a year ago now, and Dixon coming up to me and saying, "Hey, we should run events." And I'm like, no, I don't think so. And then he asked me again, and I was like, okay, fine. And here we are. We started in a little basement with 64 players, and people were fighting for spots, and we were like, this is kind of cool. We should probably do this again. And now we've got a almost 300 player event. We're a CCQ PPG qualifier. We've got loads of sponsors that we love, and it's a lot of fun. We're having a lot of fun out here.
There's no looking back, So I've had the pleasure and fortune and honor of being involved in all of the Ink events that you guys have thrown as a broadcaster, as a commentator, and I'm trying to tell you what you guys are doing here is nothing short of impressive. I mean, the love that you guys put in is truly appreciated by me and the rest of the community here in this region. You guys have one of the most solid regions. I mean, you guys locals are popping off, and I wish we can kind of take this as a blueprint to ship it out to the rest of the Lorcana community of something that could be emulated, man. So from me to you, I want to thank you guys both for your efforts and what you've done for Lorcana, and continue to do that, man, because it means a lot to a lot of people. But we do have a round that's about to get started, and I don't want to throw you guys out of here, but you guys got to hit the road. But before you leave, please, can you just give some more special shout-outs to some of the sponsors, maybe talk about the sponsors or anything else you want to say about your community before we let you guys go? We'll start with you, Matt, and we'll kick it over to Matt.
Shout out to Omnihedral. They came out today to vend, but they were the store that got us off the ground. They hosted our first 2 events at almost no cost. That gave us the flexibility to do it. It was fantastic. And then we had 7 artists here and the TCG vendors that helped support being able to have the cards early, which was a huge help. And shout out to Heavy Play, who sent us a bunch of product. So the sponsors were fantastic.
Yeah. And really shout out to Game Haven. Game Haven has really supported us pretty heavy through this. Every event they've always stepped up, especially for the youth event. Can't really say anything more other than I appreciate that. Thank you to all the people that showed up on Friday to help me set up.
Let's go.
Without that, there is no way we would have made it.
No
through
chance.
This. No shot. No shot. Other than that, we hope to see you all at the next one.
Absolutely. So if you can't come, make sure you come. But what we're going to do, we're going to throw it to a really quick break. We're going to get the casters in here, and we're going to get this action back on the screen. So if the players can slow down for a second, you guys are not missing anything, I promise. So really quick, we will be right back. Don't touch that dial. The Ink round number 9 is coming up soon.
And we are back at the Ink Open here at round, I guess, 9 probably. And we are about at the end. Katie's like, I'm disappointed in you. Those are Katie's disappointed eyeballs. But
I'm disappointed because the day's almost over, Colin. We don't get to hang out. This is my favorite place to be. Sitting here in this Oldsmobile front seat. I'm driving. You're in the middle. We put up the little cup things, and you're in the passenger seat.
And this is kind of crazy because I'm literally sitting in between 2 DLC casters. It's like a sandwich of unprofessional right in the middle, but it's
you're
fine.
next. No.
You're next. It's like we're gonna throw a bouquet.
Yeah.
But how has it been? Like, I mean, I haven't been in the booth with you since round 1, right? No, it was.
I
don't
saw
know.
you like 20
Well, I mean, I've
minutes
seen you
ago,
guys all
yeah.
day. Okay, but how has your day been going? Let's just get in the match. All right, I tried.
I tried small talk.
I know.
It didn't work.
It was terrible. As we develop your brain and play a Mulan, which is actually, this is Jack Shadow's thing. This is his deal. It is Sapphire Steel, and we are here in round 9 kind of doing it up. I mean, is that a technical term for what just happened?
It is definitely a technical term, I would say. It is Jack Shadows versus Rascal Adams. Both 2 names, if you will notice, that are too big for the screen to fit.
Their names, yeah. Only one of them can make day 2, and there's not enough room in this town for both of our handles. But we have seen Blue Steel on stream no less than 3 times today, and both times so far, they have been obliterated by the Dogs deck, but this is the 3rd time, and now it is against Sapphire Emerald. What are your thoughts about this matchup and what we just saw here, Color?
I don't really know a lot about this matchup. No, I'm just kidding. But it is more of like, I know that Jack Shadows, this is his deck, right? Sapphire Steel is what he does. And so if anyone knows how to navigate this matchup, it's actually going to be Jack Shadows. So this is going to be very interesting as we do see the Tinkerbell going down, and we get the Cinderella right on cue, right where she needs to be, and on the board with 4 ink in our inkwell.
The dreams are coming true, and I do want to point out that both of these players are 6 and 2. We probably are playing. This is the winning in right here, and it's not even a guaranteed win. And
it's a win, and I hope I get in.
It's a win, and your chances greatly
improve to get in.
However, whoever loses will for sure be out. So the stakes could not be higher, as Tipo's going to challenge into this Mulan disguised soldier.
Yeah, and I mean, we've said a couple times, I mean, this is Jack Shadow's deck, but I mean, this matchup, it's kind of interesting because, I mean, this is a deck that recently won a DLC and also that got 2nd place at a DLC, it's very solid. The Sapphire Emerald deck is one of the few decks that have a genuine government-issued board wipe. It's just, you can wipe the whole board, but it's very hard to do with what Jack Shadows did, which is removal with he hurled his Thunderbolt.
Interesting choice to take out the Cinderella. I would normally be afraid, but I guess Jax doesn't have a big enough hand.
He only has 1 card in hand. Look at him. He is he has 2 cards. He had a little hidden card there for as a secret, but at the same time, I think valuing that Cinderella is going to be continuing to be an engine for this, as well as a Clarabelle. So he's saying, hey, I can deal with this, but then I can better deal with that.
As the Clarabelle shift line does come down, Light on Her Hooves will appear, and that means that Rascal Adams will be able to draw at the end of his turn up until he has the same number of cards in his hand as Jack Shadows, which is 2. So drawing 1 additional card here.
1 + 1 = 2. So I think that.
Thank you. The commentary could not be more correct today.
We brought her on. This is our math analyst.
Thank you.
Live from Florida.
Yes, I shouldn't be doing math at all, but that is the top peak performance as Hades comes down onto that. That's why Justin was ready for it. He didn't care because he had Hades. I'll get rid of your Cinderella, and I'm gonna Hades that shifted Clarabelle. It's gone. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite things about these decks is it feels like nothing's happening for about 4 turns. You're like, I don't know, they're doing stuff, T-Bow, whatever. And then something's like, because the haymakers just start. They just start putting down these cards where all of them are gasp-worthy, unless they aren't. But even in those moments, some of these cards can add up to a stunning victory. In this case, he's looking for those stunning cards with his vision of the future, digging through 5 cards and saying, all right, which one is the one that's going to get me back into the dominant position here because right now he's a little bit on the back foot.
Absolutely. I think we went all in on the Clarabelle and Justin correctly predicting that. So then we said, hey, I'm just going to take this turn and I'll just vision the future, take a tour of my deck, and then play Cinderella Dreams Come True because you remember you got rid of this before. Do it again.
Yeah, I mean, the Dreams Come True card, she does help with singing together if you should so choose. However, in this matchup, the Under the Sea that is available to this color combination of Sapphire Emerald, a little less tempting. The favored board wiping technology is going to be the Malicious Meat and Scary Prince Philip, but we haven't really seen any of those items showing up quite yet.
No, we haven't seen it, but we are counting ink, and that's something I like to do. Just kidding. That's my hand. Just kidding. It's my ink. Ah, you got it there. You know what? I'm fine. And here is Angel Experiment 624 coming out as we discard the Mulan. And we discard the Mulan to pop the Clarabelle, and then because of Moana's ability, we immediately ink it and do another thing.
Let it go. Let it go. Putting that card into the inkwell. I mean, Rascal Adams now is struggling on board here. Jack Shadow's building up a nice dominant position, but let's not forget the whole point of Sapphire Emerald and the big appeal of playing that card especially is to set this up with the Prince Philip here, Royal Explorer. He has ward. There's nothing Jack Shadows can really do to that Prince Philip. However, if we get off the Malicious, Mean, and Scary into the Prince Philip Royal Vanquisher of Foes, we would be wiping the entirety of Jack's Shadow's nice big board here. So that's something Jax has to keep in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that at this point, too, we have to just kind of assume that the board wipe is coming. And when it is, what are we doing to build up afterwards? And I think, Jack, that's why he developed a brain into another brain until now we try to figure, is the Cinderella important as to where we can start to filter, or is the Angel important? And my guess would be the Cinderella, because I like the filtering aspect of just getting through that. Gosh, that Moana's doing stuff, and we're going to turn them all sideways. Get that lore.
This might be the last chance you're with these 4 characters. And so, like you said, I mean, what will he do? I mean, he has those 2 shift targets on the board. I mean, as Jack Shadows empties his hand, the less tempting a Clarabelle shift line becomes. And there we go.
Wait a minute. So we said, I don't even care about that Cinderella. Yeah. It didn't matter. It was in my hand because you know what I said? You don't have it. So I'm just going to get rid of that Clarabelle, and you better have the Malicious, Mean, and Scary Prince Philip combo now.
Exactly. I mean, he has the ink, he has the singing ability, he has so many things, but does he have the cards to do it?
Yeah.
He just
he
no,
didn't
he
have
doesn't.
it.
He says, I
he
don't.
didn't have it. Jack Shadows made him have it, and he said, no.
Yeah, Rascal was not able to get any kind of draw engine going. We didn't see the Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman. The Clarabelle was not able to stick around. Jax did a phenomenal job of keeping the Emerald Sapphire deck in check. I mean, this is not a common matchup, but definitely one I'm sure Jax was prepared for. I do also want to point out that we haven't seen a lot of Emerald Sapphire or Sapphire Steel, so it is nice to come back to this matchup. I agree.
It's so cool. And also, too, like, it's crazy. I mean, okay, listen. He literally said, you have to have it. I have no cards in hand. I'm going to take this and I'm going to pitch this. You had better have exactly Malicious, Mean, and Scary and Prince Philip combo right now because I just took away your Clarabelle ability and everything else. So it's like, you have to have that, and if you don't, you lose. And Rascal said, no, you got me. You got me. You called my bluff. Let's go to game 2. And that is crazy because anytime I'm like, you got it. You have to have it. They always have it, Katie.
Unless they don't, which Rascal didn't.
But Jax did.
Yeah, Jax had it.
That's why he won.
Exactly. So sometimes you have it and sometimes you don't. In this case, I mean, and shout out to Jack Shadows because, I mean, like you said, one of the reasons that you mentioned, you said, well, we haven't seen a lot of these 2 decks today, and it's because the other decks that we have seen a lot of today, we've seen so many Amber, Emerald, Dog decks, and those decks can feast on these kind of slower decks, but these 2 pilots have sat through a room of dogs, and even the Amethyst Emerald, and even as we've seen Amber Steel aggro. So they've gotten through that.
Amber Steel songs,
yes.
Ruby Steel aggro.
Yeah,
they
stayed the course.
Yeah.
These players are innovating. You're seeing it firsthand here. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out real quick to production. Shout out real quick to Ink Inc. for putting this event on. You are bringing out some of the most brilliant players who may be shaping the meta of what we see in Ghent right now as we speak, right? Like,
it's so exciting.
It is.
And it tells us kind of like what we believe is possible with these decks, because so much of the pre-tournament talk is, well, what do you think is possible? I mean, you can watch many podcasts, you can listen to many people pontificating about it, but a lot of it's just theoretical. It's like, okay, let's see what we can really do.
Yeah, this shouldn't work, but in the moment, you didn't have it.
Well, I mean,
And
as
they
far
did.
as the matchups, like what is the meta? And
Yeah.
the thing about the meta is it's ambiguous. It changes. In fact, the meta before this tournament started and the meta at the end of the tournament are two different things. So I think this has shown that aggro is good. Dogs are good. But you know what's even better than dogs? Getting rid
lucky.
of them.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, okay, yes. But yes, getting rid of them with
Yeah.
board wipes and
Uh-huh.
good old-fashioned steel removal. So now we're going and saying, Rascal says, what if I can show you what my deck does? And it inks a fill up and
Yeah.
passes, and which is not the
That is something that
hottest.
you can do. You can. You would have liked to see maybe a Clarabelle, but again, we know this is Sapphire Steel, and they're probably playing, I don't know, Fire the Cannons or any other such like. So maybe kind of preserving that. I know there's something that you can do where you can play the Clarabelle, and then you could shift on top of it in the same turn, getting, some stuff going on. So maybe you didn't have it. Maybe you're trying to protect it. Maybe you are going to ink a Tipo.
Yeah, and I think that the strategy, if I'm understanding correctly from the way Jack Shadows played that, was almost similar to Amethyst Steel against Emerald Sapphire with a few more powerful cards. You want to get your board wide, you want to quest out, and you are the beatdown deck. And I think Jax understands that completely as he is starting to establish, well, right now not a wide board, but a little more ink out there as Develop Your Brain comes down. And
There's
another
the wide
Mulan.
board. Yeah, we did all in one with the sail. We inked a Tipo, sailed, and then, played a Mulan. So we're actually doing the thing of what you said. He's doing both. He decided for both.
He's doing stuff and things.
Yeah, stuff and things.
Now, I will note that there should be a scientific study on the correlation of Sapphire players and foiled out decks. It has to be something
Yeah.
scientific, because whenever I see a Sapphire player, they're like, oh, God, I get these Hades foiled. And so I wonder if we did a market study, like of all the inks, statistically, which are the most expensive. I feel like it'd be Sapphire, but I digress. But here is a foil Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, which says, I don't have Clarabelle, but this will help when I do. We're gonna each get a big hand, and mine will eventually be bigger than yours. And a nice clean exchange here with a Tipo into one of those two Mulans.
Oh, and we are going to go for the Angel. Notably, we would have probably loved to have seen the Cindy, because that was definitely how we ran out and got ahead there. And it's a little bit of our filter, a little bit of our draw, a little bit of a ramp. But you know what? That Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman is actually going to draw us both cards. He's going to do us all a favor and be just the cutest little gentleman duck you've ever did see.
Good point. I mean, the card draw that you're going to be able to get, understanding in Emerald Sapphire that you're going to be able to keep on drawing cards that are better than your opponents, is a key component of this deck. And, I mean, Jack Shadows looks like he has a bit of a think. Does he want to discard? The answer seems to be no. He will draw off of that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman here, as Rascal Adams is now setting up. I mean, this is kind of where you want to be.
Ooh, we do see a little tiny baby Prince Philip in your hand, so maybe you're trying to set that up. Maybe you just ink it, because what I was saying was crazy. But
He
you're gonna
said I
play
have
it.
two.
You actually, actually, this is his third one, because he already inked one. He inked this other one, so now here's our third shot at Prince Philip.
Yeah, and I mean, ward is a very, very, very powerful keyword in this matchup, because it says, your snowballs, your thunderbolts, your strengths, keep them over there, pal. I have plans over here that I'd like to get you. That Donald doesn't have such a same luxury, but if he's able to get that singing and shifting. But before that, we have a card that is one of Color's favorite, and she moans quite a little bit.
Ghost of Christmas Future. It's not Ghost of Christmas Future Past or anything of the like. It is out here, and it's a really good card. And I guess we were just kind of like hoping against hope that you don't have it, because man, this is a board that I would love to have stick around, because we do have some songs that could be singing. We can have some other things in there too, but I think at this point we're probably just going to go ahead and quest, because I think part of you has to feel like we have it. Just kidding. You're going to get rid of the Donald a little bit.
Can't even get rid of the
No.
Donald. Only 4 damage, which is an interesting choice here. I guess we're going to follow it up with discarding a card here, so that Rascal Adams, if he does not already have the combo, but he is playing it. This is an important turn here for Rascal Adams, because 6 ink is what you need to be at in order to play the Prince Philip combo when you have the Prince Philip Royal Explorer out already, because you'll get up to 6. You will be able to sing it with the Prince Philip. If you have the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, ink a card and then get to 6. But Rascal Adams
says nope.
He's shaking his head a little bit here.
We have a John Silver. That's interesting. Oh my gosh, John Silver coming out and giving Pete Reckless, which kind of isn't great because we want to quest with Pete to be able to get to his ability, because if you boost one, you put a card under him, and then when he quests, you're able to then look at that many cards under it and then, do some crazy things like put them in your hand. But Goliath into this, Jack has constantly said, you don't have it.
The clan leader is going to come down, which will allow him at the end of the turn to draw 2 fresh new cards. And if Rascal Adams has more than 2 cards at the end of his turn, he will have to discard until he has 2. Now, I don't think that it'll be too much of an issue to dump, but that's something you always got to be doing with Goliath. It is both a draw engine as well as a discard engine if you happen to have more cards in hand. So we'll keep him in check. We are going to see the malicious, mean, and scary.
Are we going to?
How scary will it be? Not very, right?
Not very, because we don't have
a little mean and a little.
Interesting. They're both keeping their hand. I mean, you have to get rid of it, right? If you get rid of the malicious, mean, and scary, now everything has a damage on it. So if and when I draw the Prince Philip, I can shift it on, and you're kind of I've already got damage sprinkled all over. I don't got to do it again, and also it gets my hand down, so I don't have to discard it, and it kind of works with the Goliath. So I kind of love that, but also like we're working for the future here, of Christmas past.
Yeah, and I mean that Goliath thing is very interesting because Goliath can be very, very thwarted by a lovely little card called You're Welcome. So it is, like you said, I mean, it's a giveth, a taketh. It's a make sure you're using him with caution. We see him going ahead and playing a Tipo here and emptying out his cards, saying, I don't know. If you're going to do a Clarabelle, you're not going to be enriched with me. I'm going to get my 2 cards off my Goliath. But he is making that decision. Do I want to turn him sideways? He does have Reckless on that. No, he challenged, right?
Yeah.
So he's good now. He can do what he wants.
Can challenge
Yep.
in. Yep.
And then that Goliath probably wants to stay upright because if he goes side, well, okay, but he can technically if he goes ahead and does any You're Welcome type shenanigans, then that Goliath can't.
Right, and the Prince Philip is a 3/2, so he would not be able to take out the Goliath this turn, who has a 5 willpower. The more important thing here is, though, that Cinderella Dream Come True will trigger after the Goliath. So Jack Shadows will be able to draw 2 cards and then choose one of the 2 if he wants to, which it looks like he is, put it into his Inkwell, and Cinderella showcasing why it's such a powerful card, maybe the most powerful out of the last set.
Absolutely. I mean, it comes in and it does work, and you can just see the power of it as soon as you Sonic Warrior in hand. Okay, as soon as you see her, especially when you play the second Cinderella, you're like, man, this is bananas busted. As we are just going to go ahead and Under the Sea.
Hard casting, though. I mean, Rascal Adams.
Okay.
While he is doing his best here, just a lot of flat draws, not having the combo pieces. You can see it kind of written all over his face. And yeah, while it is good that we can remove 2 pieces from the board, I mean,
turning it sideways too. I mean, at this point, he knows.
He's like, I don't have it, man. I don't have it. I have another Under the Sea, and he has a Tipo. He's a Tipo and an Under the Sea. Stop right now. That ain't.
Oh, he's looking towards, I think, the Lord.
Like,
I mean, that was
oh, Disney Lorcana,
Great Illuminary.
Of the past.
He's looking to the Great Illuminary.
Great Illuminary. If you can hear me, please send me the thing that makes this deck work the way it's supposed to, and I designed.
Because it's not, and I mean, we saw Justin removed that Donald Duck early on, and he was like, "Hey, you can't have that anymore," and he's like, "But I need my cards."
I mean, we do have in the chat the biggest fanboy of Jack Shadows, Harlan Sweet, and you can see why. I mean, I love somebody that sticks with it in color throughout many sets, throughout the up and downs, and Jack Shadow has one of them to the point where I think he was almost like, "I'm waiting till infinity," but he said, "Wait, you're saying there's a chance," and it's much more than a chance. We're seeing him navigate this very good. He's able to clear Rascal Adams' board. Now he is doing a little Vision of the Future. Is there any card in this deck that says, "Wait a minute, let's start again at 0"?
I mean, like maybe like Ink
Prince
Geyser.
Philip.
Let's not do that. We all did a nice agreement this morning that nobody's gonna play with Ink Geyser in their deck. No, I'm just kidding, but you should have. Listen to you guys. All right, as we do Ink the Tipo where he belongs. I mean, we have another Under the Sea in our hand, but we can't do that because
Hades. Oh, Basil.
Ooh, okay, so we grab the Basil, and that's going to come in and bounce that Sonic Warrior back to our hand.
Yeah, that Sonic Warrior, I mean, she has been a value engine tool because if you're at the point in the game where you have ink and you have songs and you have some characters, and she is fantastic on getting to that little bit. Like, her and Angel are there just to put salt in the wound of how that damage can stack up. But here is Moana, which is a brand new card from this set. And she's a card that people were kind of like debating whether they liked him or not.
Oh, it's only 4 damage.
That was only 4 damage, but he is a 5/4.
Oh, it is a 5/4. I forgot.
Perfectly sized for a rat that size.
Yeah, that Thunderbolt will actually take him out, and he will not be able to do anything else past here. But yeah, Moana, again, coming down and giving you all that value out of your discard, where you can just start inking out of your discard, which, again, seems good, right?
Yeah, I mean, we like value. You get your value off of your discards, value off of your songs, value off of the cards in your discard pile. You're getting value everywhere, and even getting value off of drawing with Goliath. Now, your welcome is not really, that's rough, because, yeah, your welcome's going to say you get 2 more cards, Jack Shadows. Are they, please get 2 T-Pos. Actually, just kidding. 2 T-Pos can win you.
One thing that is going to do, though, is it will, because of the Stone by Day of Goliath, Goliath won't be able to quest again this turn, or at least for the next turn, having more than 3 cards in your hand at the start of your turn, which is going to benefit. But, I mean, is it worth Jack Shadows drawing a fresh 2 new cards, now having a full grip of cards? He will have to utilize it all, but he's got a ton of ink, so he will be able to use...
I mean, he's looking at his cards going, ooh, there's this, there's that.
So many options. Yeah. It's like a buffet.
The worst. Oh, gosh. And that's the problem, right? With Sapphire Steel, you're like, oh, man, it's usually sometimes is they get card starved. But if you give them cards, they're like, hey, you just fixed the worst problem about this deck. That's crazy. And again, watching Rascal Adams have to sail twice in a turn and then into your welcome and nothing to follow it up is kind of rough. The deck ain't doing the deck things.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Moana into Cinderella. So, Brent, will you just tell us about it while everybody has a moment of silence for
Well, he already did play the Sail the Azurite Sea, but he's not using the Moana effect because he's saying, you know what? Instead, I'll just grab the card off of Goliath and keep on drawing that way. You have to empty out your hand a little bit. You want your Goliath to be able to ready at the start of your next turn.
So, yeah, we just went ahead and inked the Captain Hook. We inked another card, and then we just got to draw and filter with that. So, like, it seems as though Goliath, Moana, and Cinderella are kind of working really nicely together as a team.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most synergistic combo in the entire planet. I mean, it's not wiping boards. Sorry, it's the sound of, all right, a little too late there, Prince Philip. His horse is like, what did we miss?
I'm vanquishing 1 foe. Oh, wait, I left 2 others. It's fine, though.
Vanquisher of foe, right. But he is an evasive that quests for 3.
He does.
So if Jack Shadow, a 6/6 also, so unless Jack Shadows has like exactly a Hades or a Let It Go, it's going to be tough to get rid of that much willpower.
As we do go ahead and put the Sonic Warrior into the discard off of the Mulan trigger, but then we are going to go ahead and what are we doing? It's got to be Hades. Okay.
Oh.
I was like, what are we? Oh,
and another Goliath.
That is so much ink. That is so much ink. And then Jack was like, you know what? Like, oh, I have no cards in hand. And then I just did some things. And I played a princess, so I also get to trigger the Cinderella with the Mulan. And then I'll do the Goliath shenanigans. And then look what my deck can do.
Rascal Adams making a sly little smirk afterwards.
He says, I'm the rascal. Stop doing rascal stuff over there, Jack Shadow Man. And it's truly tricky because both these decks have the ability to look silly. I think that's the thing with Sapphire decks is you oftentimes have this
little things.
I mean, you have the great plan and then you don't get to do it. Cinderella doesn't show up. You don't find your combo. And unfortunately, Rascal has had 2 games in a row where you want to tap on your deck and be like, come on, buddy, wake up. Yeah. We gotta play Disney Lorcana. But Jack Shadows says, I'm not asleep. And his deck has been doing exactly.
I'm locked in.
Yeah, and he's been doing the kind of punishing things that you would expect to see in a Sapphire Steel deck. So Rascal Adams has options, but not a lot. We have that Cinderella.
We got a Basil in there.
Yeah, well, that is one. And then
I don't want to give you any of those cards back. Maybe a Mulan. I guess you can have the Mulan back. I mean, maybe I'll.
But like, drawing and discarding.
You're just gonna make me put the Basil back. I could bounce the Goliath, and you could replay the Goliath because you have a metric ton of ink sitting on your side of the board, and you're sitting at 10 lower. I'm at 2. I'm thinking about I just inked it because whatever.
And
that's actually the technical term for it in Disney Lorcana.
I mean, we've all been there in this game.
Look at him.
We've all played this game.
No.
He's like, I'll play the Look, I love their disposition on this. He's like, hey, I'm going to play it and I'm going to filter. But anyway,
I'm
Went
having
through a little
fun.
bit. I mean, you really want to see the Prince Philip here, but as you pointed out earlier, Color, like 3 of them, 2 of them were already hit the inkwell, 1 of them's already in the discard. Like if you put a Prince Philip Royal Explorer on the board setting up the combo, maybe you have a way to get back into this. But this is looking pretty over to me.
Yeah, and I mean, the good news is Rascal's smiling, but man, he was so excited going into this match,
He
saying,
was.
listen, one more win is all I need. And Jack Shadow said, you want to see the Shadow Realm? And it's something where, I mean, he was built for this. I talked to one of his friends and teammates, Fumbles, and he said, you know who's going to win DLC Indianapolis? Jack Shadow.
is,
and
yeah,
he said, well,
absolutely.
I'd like to get a CCQ first. And so here's Jack Shadow.
Well, he's on his way.
Yeah, he's questing up to 18.
Oh, we
and
just
doing
hard
that
play
he didn't have to do that, but he did. He said,
he's just in case you start singing like malicious, mean, and scary.
It's
and
true.
then he puts his hands behind his head, relax, like come at me,
name
bro.
something more
Like,
when your opponent's like, I'm feeling kind of
when you
relaxed.
lay all the way back with it, like I feel like I know what's in your deck, and I feel like you won't. Oh, there it is. Oh, there's the malicious, mean, and scary. Gets rid of that, and then we play Cinderella into Clarabelle, and the fist bump goes out, and you have our round 9 winner, Jack Shadows on Sapphire Steel, holding it down. Harlan Sweet jumping for joy, way past his bedtime. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Absolutely.
Let's
Seeing some
go.
rogue decks squeak through today, doing well. A lot of them were undefeated during multiple portions of the day. I mean, I don't know how everything ended up, but this is a beautiful, beautiful meta that we are looking at here in Baltimore at the Ink Inc. Open. I could not be more happy to see the diversity of decks. What do you think? I mean, on what you've seen today, this was our last round. We are going to be doing a top cut tomorrow to 16. We'll be sharing all of those details with you all, and excited to cast, but as sort of a recap to the end of the day, how are you feeling?
Round 1 started with a Ruby Steel deck winning. Round 2, my final round of the day, started with Blue Steel.
We saw Amber Sapphire do crazy cauldron things, which is a highlight of my life, honestly, which is like telling for me. But it's also like this meta is incredible. We didn't have to. There's a thing that we as casters and production do where we're like, let's go find the fun decks, and then by the end of it, we're going to be watching Blurple mirrors. It's not the case.
Now, we think it's fun because we're watching it. Now, I imagine for players out there's a lot of players that are like, what are the lessons from today? And I think we're saying, like, anything can win. And I imagine if you're a player, there's a little bit of anything can win. And that's both inspiring and probably a little overwhelming, because that means that, like, you can sleeve up a deck and be like, listen, this is the deck. We saw 2 Blue Steel players that probably don't agree that Blue Steel is the best deck in format because the dogs bid all of their cards, but it's very fun to watch. But I am interested to talk to players and be like, how does this meta feel? Is it too, like, I mean, what does it just feel knowing that any deck, anyone can cook? What about you guys? What are your thoughts?
I mean, maybe that is like the absolute optimist in me, where I'm like, if you cook your deck in a correct manner and also dodge some of the more, nightmarish situations and then stay on this side of the bracket, anybody can win. But if you get cooked into, like, if you bring dogs and you just Ruby all the way, then, like, hey, maybe you might not win. I don't know. Maybe it's stressful. Maybe it's not. Maybe people like just, like, that triangle meta where you're like, this, or this. Done.
It's a quadratical. It's a pentagonal.
I was going to say an octagonal. No, I'm just kidding.
It's actually, if you draw it, it summons the great illuminary from the meta. But, I mean, Brent, you've heard us say, it's really good. It's kind of scary. Where are you landing? I mean, obviously, Jazz, Don Lorgana, but
it's good for the game.
Exactly.
Why did you sound so sad?
People are. I'm just.
He's reflective.
I'm just thinking about it.
Always wistful. My mistake.
Just because I don't scream, it doesn't mean I'm not having a good time. I need to tell that to everybody. Yeah, I know. People are so used to me screaming. Also, round 9, Brent, a little bit different than round 1, Brent, for sure.
That's fine. That's fine.
Are you okay? You haven't screamed today.
Yeah. What's up, buddy? Are you sad? It's like, no, I'm actually just chilling.
But yeah, I mean, it's good for the game. I mean, and when you say it's good for the game, are you referring for like more of a player stand or just all around, or where are you feeling?
I think all around. I think it's exciting to watch different decks do well, and I think that many people want to play something a little bit different. I think that it opens up the door for many people to say, hey, that deck kind of looks fun. Let me and in that, I think people that maybe haven't played for a little bit go, oh, Amber Steel Songs did well this weekend. I thought that deck was done.
That's not a deck.
Maybe I'll get back in.
So I
That's a
had
good point.
one of the young Illumineers like run up to me, and like his dad was like, "Oh, I want him to introduce himself." Like, and we were talking, and he's like, "I got top 8 in the youth tournament with Ruby Steel."
Wow.
He was like, yeah. He was like, and then I got aggroed out, but it's fine because
for
I
a
made,
moment.
Yeah, but for a moment, for a shining moment, I was literally in top 8 with Ruby Steel, and I heard that Skies also won Ruby Steel, and it was just like that moment was like, I love this. Like, you know what I mean?
What
like,
an incredible
it was
moment,
just
bridging the gap between the youth and
it
the
was
adult
just
players.
the youths. I think they're just young Illumineers. I don't know.
Young Illumineers.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm getting it.
From
hold
New
on.
York.
From
New
New
York.
York.
Yeah,
I'm
let
getting
me patch him in.
I think that there's an interview that is
Yeah.
about to be ready.
Oh, yes.
Oh, interview. You ready?
Let's throw it on over to
Interview.
Jack Shadows.
Oh, toodles. Sorry.
What about me? Hello, everyone. It's Garrick from Garrick.
Hey, Derek, I love you, buddy.
I love you too. Yeah, they don't care about me, but I'm here too. I'm here with Jack Shadows, who just got a win on the feature match with Sapphire Steel. We saw it go down the round before to the Dogs deck, but Jack Shadows is here to let everybody know that it's real and you should be scared of it. How do you feel about Sapphire Steel in this set? You've been a true believer for a long time.
Yeah, so I know when it's bad, I know when it's good. This time around, I did a bunch of testing coming into this tournament, and I was like, you know what? Some of these builds, I don't think quite work. They don't have enough removal. They don't have enough aggression when they need it, and like they're just kind of doing a lot of nothing sometimes. And so I set out to build something that was going to be able to quest a little bit more questing power. So I've got the Moanas, the Aerials, the Tinks, all of those are questing for 2, right? The Goliath. So like as we saw in that one against Blue Green, I am the aggressor there.
Yeah.
And so like the 2 questers, like the Moana put in a lot of work in both games in that regard. But then into like Purple Steel, which I've gone 3-0 against today. I noticed that like when I was playing the ally build, I didn't have enough removal. They would kill one of my card draw, and then I would just run out. I'd have like strength, maybe one thing, and then I'd like maybe I find a Thunderbolt, but like I just didn't have enough. And so there, I really wanted the aerial. And once I put all of that together, I found that my matchup spread felt actually really, really good. Dogs feels play draw, which is like kind of what you can hope for against Dogs right now. It's the best deck in the format, so that's right where I want to be. It feels very good in Purple Steel, which was very popular today. It feels even-ish to favored against Blurple. And then originally, I had a bunch of other tech cards for like blue, green, blue, yellow. Those did poorly in Melbourne and the CCQ over in England last weekend. So I swapped those out, put in more cards for what I expected the meta to be, and I was very happy with how the deck performed today.
Awesome. I mean, talking about that Emerald Sapphire deck that you took cards out because you weren't expecting to see that. So when you found out you were playing Emerald Sapphire, were you a little worried in this round? You're like, maybe I should have kept them in. They might be useful here.
Yeah. So I knew at that point, I was like, all right. So I took out like Headless Horseman. We didn't see, I don't know if I ever had a Beyond the Horizon in my hand in either of those 2 games, but I had 3 Beyonds at one point. I'm down to 2 right now. And so like I took out these cards that would disrupt the combo pieces. And so once I knew it was blue green, I was like, all right, well, I have to be the aggressor here. I took out the things that are going to allow me to disrupt him. And so I'm on a finite time scale of when I can win this game.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. While you were going through the Swiss round, you have 2 losses. What were those 2? And were they particularly troublesome matchups, or was it just a play draw, bad hands? What happened there?
Yeah, so round 1, I actually lost against green yellow. That was just play draw. On the play, the guy started with 2 questers. On the draw, or when he was on the play, when I was on the play, I don't think he got past 1 lore.
Yeah.
So like it's a very different matchup going from being on the play versus being on the draw. And then the other loss was to Blurple. And it was just one of those games where like you just see no card draw. Doesn't matter how many card draw cards you put in your deck, you just don't see it, you know? So that's all that happened there.
Okay, well, this has been Jack Shadows. Good luck. We hope you make it. He's going to be on the bubble. We'll see what happens. We're hoping that he makes it into the top 16 and represents Sapphire Steel in the top cut here and going for that national qualification. Good luck and great work.
Is this like those shows? Can I get people to vote for me and raise my...
Yeah, dial in 888 yeah. 888 Jack Shadows. Vote now. Thanks, everybody. We're going to kick it back.
Ready. We're here, and honestly, we were just talking about how actually Garrick's our favorite caster in the whole world, and it's kind of weird that he thinks that it's not. I mean, this is called the Garrick Invitational.
Is it?
No,
Yeah.
it isn't. But I do
was
feel
like,
bad.
I've been lied to all day.
It's the Garrick. Welcome to Garrick's. This is the Lurkana lair.
This is the
Oh, is
Lurkana
this
lair.
it? No, it would look like this. Yeah. Yeah.
Illumineers.
Hi.
You're here. You
We
did it.
are here. We are just finished the last round of Swiss. Tomorrow, we will be having a top cut to 16. Stay tuned on the details of all of that. 10 a.m. Eastern, right here. Same place, same channel. But I would love to get
Come on
all
in.
of the
Garrick, get
casters
in here.
in
Come
here.
here, Garrick.
Garrick's going to be a second.
Garrick,
Garrick-
stop it. Okay, get back out. Honestly, Garrick's been a diva all day. No.
All day or like always?
No.
All
This is
day
his
or
lair.
always?
What a
yeah,
man.
This is my
Yeah.
lair. But
What a man.
honestly, it's been a great day. I mean, and
Absolutely.
honestly, I will probably get your guys' thoughts tomorrow, but I mean, it's been very fun to see all these decks. Tomorrow, I mean, if there's decks that you want to see, make sure you say in the chat where you're really hoping to see, because tomorrow will be top 16, so we're limited to those 16.
Right, yes, but it is kind of nice to know what you guys want to see, so then you're not like, hey, look at this again. I mean, you know, that
But
happens,
maybe you guys
but
all
at the
love
same time,
Blurple and want to see it.
yeah,
You're like,
do
I've
you
never
really
seen
want to
that.
see Blurple Mirrors? I feel
You'll-
like we did a good day.
We barely saw any, so
ducking
people
and
might
dodging.
actually want to see
I
a
miss
little bit.
it.
It's
Yeah.
It's
Come
like that
on.
old friend that you don't realize you miss until they're gone. Yes, so please come back tomorrow. Shout outs real quick.
Yes.
Inc. Thank you so much for having us here. I mean, what an incredible tournament so far.
Incredible.
Incredible. Give me a high five for that. There we go. I like the one glove choice, too.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh, now
no,
Garrick's
no.
sadly coming
It's
in.
a whole vibe.
No,
Came
do the
in
MJ.
sadly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Garrick is here. Is there something we should all say at the end here?
Well, where can they find us tomorrow? What time?
10 a.m. Eastern.
Yes, 10 a.m. Eastern, and now we say goodbye, so long, Eater saying goodnight. I'm just kidding. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and sign out. We're going to do a raid, but make sure to come back tomorrow. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes.
Rate
Peace.
us. Wait, no.
Oh, not quite yet. We are going to be rating, but tomorrow is when it is all on the line. The CCQ will be coming to a head. We are talking about an invite to the North American Championship up for grabs. We have Ravensburger support. We've got mats. We've got cards. We've got prizes. We've got vendors out there. If you are in the Baltimore area, you want to come, just witness it, hang out. We got a viewing area. Come on through, because we are not through. All right.
JDZ, rate it. Rate it. Rate it. Rate it. We should
be
be gone.
We should be gone.
rated.
Keep going. Go.
We are not. We might not be done.
This is about it. This is basically.
We're going to the top 16.
No.
Hold on. New York is telling me that we are going to the top 16 now.
Initiating overtime protocol.
And here we go. Thank you so much. Stick around for the next raid. See you tomorrow, folks.
Bye-bye.